Chapter 1. Skills to Evade Danger. In Xiantian City, news of the Xiantian Academy's opening spread throughout the entire town. The Xiantian Academy has opened its doors. They are recruiting disciples. I have finally awaited this opportunity. It is indeed the Xiantian Academy. Father, I too wish to become an immortal master. As Lu Qing stood in line at the city gate, he felt a surge of excitement listening to the myriad of gossip surrounding him. Though he was unaware of the Academy's true foundations, he understood that it was undoubtedly a place for cultivating immortality. Otherwise, he would not have journeyed through countless trials and tribulations. He had not faced the 3 challenges or defeated 5 generals, yet he had encountered numerous perilous situations along the way. Were it not for the protective skill he possessed, he might have been snatched away by a wild beast roaming the path. In summary, his journey had been fraught with hardship and sorrow. Indeed, Lu Qing was a transmigrator. He had perished unexpectedly and, during his transition, encountered a beam of golden light. Upon arriving in this ancient world, which was entirely different from Blue Star, he found himself a homeless beggar, albeit with a unique advantage. This advantage was in essence a skill. In his previous life, the skill he had utilized in a game was called Evade Danger. As the name suggests, it was designed to avert calamity. Due to the game's development, it also granted a longevity effect, randomly dropping lifespan each month. This was the reason behind Lu Qing's calm demeanor amidst uncertainty. In this new world, Lu Qing had managed to steer clear of innumerable dangers thanks to his Evade Danger talent. Regrettably, he had never managed to assemble the complete skill set that transformed misfortune into fortune during his previous gaming experience. What he possessed was a mere Evade Danger talent. It should not be underestimated. Even in situations where survival seemed impossible, the talent could yield a neutral outcome. Whenever an ominous sign appeared, there would invariably be a corresponding neutral sign. Lu Qing conducted his affairs according to the guidance of these neutral signs. He recalled how shortly after his arrival in this world, he wished to understand it better. However, he was astounded when he witnessed a streak of light soaring across the sky. The light moved swiftly, leaving Lu Qing in shock, for it was evidently a human figure. How could a person fly through the heavens? It became clear to him that he had not merely entered an ancient world, but one imbued with the power of cultivation. Consequently, Lu Qing resolutely decided to seek out immortals. For an ordinary mortal, traversing the vast mountains was undoubtedly an arduous endeavor. He persistently sought information. Without his skill, he might never have found the resolve to commit to his path so swiftly. Upon interpreting a neutral sign while navigating through the deep mountains, he encountered 4 ominous signs. On his left, an old tiger poised to hunt. On his right, a venomous python behind him, a jackal, and before him, a perilous cliff. Danger lurked in every direction. As his Evade Danger talent activated, Lu Qing deciphered a neutral sign. Remain stationary, it will resolve the immediate crisis. Neutral. Ultimately, meteors rained down, obliterating the surrounding ferocious beasts. Lu Qing was thus able to circumvent the treacherous cliffside. Peril was omnipresent, and, at times, the neutral signs could be misleading. Lu Qing was determined to pursue cultivation, compelling him to confront danger yet again to seek the path to the realm of cultivation. As he journeyed towards the ethereal city of Xiantian, he noticed an evident increase in the number of practitioners he encountered along the way. I wonder if I possess any innate talents or spiritual roots, he mused. Despite admonitions against harboring expectations, who could truly resist the allure of cultivation? Dear guest, hot water is ready, called the innkeeper's assistant at the door. Young lad, I've heard there is a cultivation academy here, he inquired. The assistant beamed, caressing the coins presented by Lu Qing, and replied, Ah, esteemed guest, you must be a newcomer. Our Xiantian Academy is renowned far and wide. Each year, countless seekers come here to pursue immortality and cultivation, and your timing could not be more fortuitous. The Academy will be recruiting disciples tomorrow right here in our city. There are no stringent criteria for admission. It merely requires a reflection in a mirror, no examination of cultivation aptitude. However, the assistant spoke with practiced ease, evidently having encountered such inquiries numerous times before. Once the assistant departed, Lu Qing grasped the situation. Xiantian City was a mundane realm governed by the Xiantian Academy. Every 3 years, the academy would open its gates, and in the vicinity, the assistant believed there to be no sect more formidable than Xiantian Academy. As for deeper insights, he could not extract more from the assistant, a mere mortal who lacked knowledge of the cultivation path. Lu Qing had resolved to join this academy, primarily because his innate talent for avoiding calamity had not stirred, indicating that joining this institution posed no danger. Having lived a life marked by peril, Lu Qing yearned for a stable ascent on the path to immortality. As he contemplated this, a sudden clarity washed over him, and several divinations sprang to his mind. Could it be? Another ominous sign has emerged. Great ominous sign. Sleepless, he hears movement from the adjacent room, pricks up his ears to eavesdrop, inadvertently uncovering others' secrets, leading to a dire fate: 10 deaths and no survival. A grave omen. Ominous sign. Awakened at midnight, he opens his eyes to disturbances outside, poisoned and ensnared, thereafter estranged from the path and reduced to a puppet in another's hands. Ominous. Minor ominous sign. Awakening at 1 in the morning, he ventures to the next room, acquiring a vial of 5-spirit liquid, which might slightly enhance his comprehension. Yet this liquid conceals poison, and consuming it would be akin to stunting growth at the disciple selection tomorrow. He would be discovered and lose his chance at the path. Minor ominous. Lu Qing had steadfastly pursued cultivation, yet the potential for losing his path had manifested as a minor omen in the divination. Had this been in his previous life in a mundane realm, such a loss would have been a neutral sign. How exaggerated! The cultivation world is fraught with unforeseen dangers, he reflected. Given that his talent for avoiding calamity stemmed from a gaming skill, the developers had not intended to introduce significant difficulties. Thus, the divination employed straightforward language, clearly elucidating the origins of the signs. At times, Lu Qing wished his talent would remain dormant, yet now that it had emerged, he hastily consulted the neutral sign. Regarding the ominous predictions, he resolved to adhere to the neutral sign's guidance. For the ominous signs indicated that as long as he slept through the night without awakening to disturbances, he would evade disaster. My life is but a single thread. Neutral sign. A night's sleep until 9 in the morning will absolve him from this impending calamity, leaving no lingering consequences. Neutral. Goodness, he exclaimed, what is happening? Lu Qing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp as he entered the city of Xiantian. Twice, he found himself confronted with perilous situations that he could not evade. Were it not for the presence of the Pinghua, he would soon face yet another calamity linked to the current one. He held a profound respect for such ominous circumstances, feeling ill-equipped to confront them. It appeared that this particular crisis involving the 5 spirits liquid was far from its conclusion. Rather, it threatened to persist, weaving an unending web of entanglement. Fortunately, the Pinghua was at his disposal, though the grand opportunities of auspicious fortune were beyond his reach at this moment. After completing his morning routine, he glanced outside to find the moon just beginning its ascent. Lu Qing resolved to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. He even requested the innkeeper's assistant to provide him with a few cotton balls to plug his ears, effectively shutting out the world. In the direst of circumstances, he intended to keep his eyes firmly closed. He ensured that the window was tightly shut. Even if a commotion were to arise outside, he would remain oblivious. Not even the emperor himself could rouse him from his slumber. Lu Qing settled into a deep and tranquil sleep. As midnight approached, muffled sounds emerged from the adjacent room. At the stroke of 1, the wind and rain outside roared, accompanied by the sharp sounds of blades, all drowned out by the confines of a sealed window. At 6 in the morning, the breakfast stalls began to open, and the inn's patrons stirred, filling the air with lively chatter. Shortly after 9, a voice called from outside his door. Esteemed guest, I have brought you the wash basin, towel, and breakfast. In this life, Lu Qing was somewhat sensitive to even the slightest disturbances. Fortunately, he had dabbled in hypnosis in his previous existence, offering himself a mental suggestion that aided him in achieving a more restful sleep. His favorable treatment from the assistant was, of course, a result of his prior monetary generosity. Knowing that the selection process for disciples at the Tao Academy would only last 3 days in Xiantian, he understood the urgency of time. Just leave it outside the door, young lad. Certainly, having enjoyed a peaceful slumber, he awakened to find no further disturbances. During the initial period of his arrival in this new world, Lu Qing had endured considerable hardships due to a lack of sustenance. Now that he had sufficient provisions, he vowed not to deprive himself any longer. Chapter 2. Evading Peril, Selection of Qualifications. After savoring a meat bun and a bowl of congee, Lu Qing quickly satisfied his hunger. Upon finishing his meal, he descended the stairs, preparing to participate in the selection assessment. However, upon reaching the ground floor, he found the hall eerily desolate. With the innkeeper furrowing his brow over a ledger, he noticed the waiter who had attended to him earlier and inquired about the situation. Though still a youth, Lu Qing had spent over 2 years in this realm, mastering various earthly martial arts, which lent him a robust appearance and a spirited gaze. The waiter, having observed his commendable skills, held a favorable impression of this young guest, especially since it was rare for someone seeking enlightenment to rise at such an hour. As the waiter began to recount the unfortunate events, he lamented, "Ah, dear guest, you are unaware of the happenings. Due to the third floor's isolation, I had just finished tidying the rooms up there. It seems that much has transpired throughout the day. Just last night, a most tragic incident occurred, a death, quite unfortunate. It was none other than the beloved son of the Lu family, a notable household in Xiantian City. He was merely 15 or 16, rumored to possess a celestial destiny, and was preparing to join the Tao Academy with a master. Yet, this morning, a body was discovered, and it belonged to none other than the Lu heir." The waiter continued, "We do not know who took his life, but the commotion this morning was significant, as the Tao Academy apprehended those suspected of involvement. What the outcome will be remains uncertain. This incident transpired merely 3 meters from our entrance, causing patrons to flee in alarm." With this revelation, Lu Qing understood the gravity of the situation, contemplating the ominous omens he had encountered the previous night. Although he had evaded misfortune then, the current circumstances seemed inextricably linked to the foreboding signs he had perceived. Upon leaving the inn, Lu Qing noticed that others were engaged in discussions about the morning's tragic event, particularly due to the unusual identity of the deceased. Speculations arose regarding the motives behind such a bizarre death, with whispers suggesting that a rival of the Lu family might be involved. One sage had suggested that the killing of the Lu heir bore deeper implications, possibly orchestrated by another practitioner of the arcane arts. Indeed, it was perplexing to consider who could inflict such grievous wounds. Alas, the Lu heir lacked the fortune to be under the tutelage of a master, despite his potential. He had yet to formally enter the academy, which might render the case unresolved, especially if the perpetrator remained elusive and the Lu family's influence was insufficient. As Lu Qing absorbed the gossip swirling around him, he resolved to remain focused on his original intent, to join the Tao Academy. The absence of ill omen suggested that he might navigate the assessment without peril. Casting a glance towards the throng of people on the street, he recalled the waiter's directions from the previous day, and he seamlessly blended into the flow of the crowd, making his way towards the designated location for the examination. Upon his arrival, the young figure, still in the bloom of youth, now finds himself at the tender age of approximately 14. Here, the establishment welcomes novices, claiming that even a centenarian with innate talent may gain entry into the Tao Academy. The criteria are, in fact, quite clear. It fundamentally hinges on one's aptitude for cultivation. As for the methods of assessment and the intricacies involved, Lu Qing harbors no illusions that he could glean such information from a mere inquiry. Upon reaching his destination, Lu Qing observed a throng of people, with a lengthy queue snaking towards a central platform, elevated at 2 meters. On this dais, several wooden tables were arranged, behind which sat 2 figures. One was relatively youthful, around 20 years of age, adorned in flowing white robes that shimmered like water, his chin slightly raised, casting a gaze that exuded impatience. Beside him sat an elder, his hair and beard as white as snow, yet his demeanor was vibrant and capable. In front of the old man lay a mirror, though due to the distance, Lu Qing could only discern its general outline. Following the longest queue, Lu Qing patiently took his place. "Hurry up. Next." The elder's voice resonated throughout the gathering, sharp and commanding, while the young man, though speaking softly, carried an air of indifference, suggesting either a privileged background or exceptional skill. Those deemed worthy stepped forward to the wooden table, while the unfit were swiftly filtered out, retreating quietly. "Immortal master, please, grant me a chance." A supplicant's plea echoed, only to be met with disappointment, leading to a sudden collapse of spirit. As Lu Qing drew nearer in line, the commotion pulled him from his contemplations. The young man's countenance grew more irritable. Without any ostentation, he waved his hand, sending the beseeching individual sprawling several meters away. After a brief moment of reflection, Lu Qing steadied his resolve. Realizing that the two individuals on the platform were regarded as immortal masters by the common folk, and that the young man's temperament was less than amiable, he had no desire to incur such wrath. The queue was extensive, yet the proceedings were brisk. The other candidates appeared to be of similar age to Lu Qing. Thus far, no extraordinary cases had caught his eye. "Top-tier aptitude. Quickly, come over here," exclaimed an elder as he noted the successful completion of this year's tasks. Welcoming a youth of similar age wearing white robes, whose demeanor appeared somewhat timid, in stark contrast to the young man's earlier demeanor. Both the elder and the previously aloof young man now displayed a warmth towards the newly identified talent. Top-tier aptitude is indeed an exceptional indication. Lu Qing pondered what his own aptitude might be. After the announcement of the top-tier candidate, the elder noticeably expedited his actions. Evidently eager to expedite the young talent's passage into the Dao Academy. Another one. No. This is Earth-tier aptitude. Without conferring, the young man promptly escorted the Earth-tier candidate away, leaving the previously promising top-tier candidate lingering behind. Only the old man remained at the scene, accompanied by 3 others. Lu Qing glanced over and realized that his turn would come soon. To his surprise, among the 3, another individual of superior talent emerged. However, the presence of a person of Earth-grade talent somewhat overshadowed the others, although the competent elder maintained an unruffled demeanor. His movements quickened as the turn approached Lu Qing. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an object resembling a mirror. It was entirely smooth and round, radiating a gentle luminescence across its surface, rendering the interior inscrutable and reflecting no discernible figures. A refreshing sensation emanated from the mirror, brushing lightly against his brow, imparting a cooling touch. "Superior grade. Come over here," the competent elder said, his expression softening. A weight lifted from Lu Qing's heart, and a hint of joy graced his countenance. The elder remained indifferent, unaware that the relief Lu Qing felt stemmed from his own cultivation aptitude rather than the need for relentless pursuit. Furthermore, his talent appeared quite promising at present. A lackluster beginning, fortunately, bore no connection to him. Chapter 3. A disturbing reunion. Caution in the shadows. In the rear of the procession, the previous turmoil did not resurface. Lu Qing stood quietly at the back, alongside the 2 youths who had been there earlier. Although the elder did not explicitly state it, it was evident to all that those with superior talent far surpassed their peers of intermediate and inferior aptitude. The distinction was unmistakably clear. Lu Qing did not aspire to stand out. Instead, he embraced a serene demeanor. At the very least, he ensured that he would not be the most conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. As for his own aptitude, he remained indifferent. Yet he could foresee that once the Earth-grade prodigy made an appearance, many eyes would inevitably turn towards them, possessing an advantageous edge akin to a hidden talent. He subscribed to the adage that longevity breeds opportunity. Lu Qing considered himself neither a protagonist nor one with an imposing presence. Thus he chose to remain humble and vigilant, preferring to focus on his cultivation. After the lineup was complete, another individual of superior aptitude emerged, positioned to the left of the elder. Lu Qing had a clear view and could overhear the elder's expressions of satisfaction, remarking that this year's crop of seeds was notably abundant, as if the heavens favored the Xuantiando Academy. For individuals of superior talent stood together, maintaining a distance of approximately 1 meter between them, all unfamiliar with one another. Among them, 2 youths appeared even more reticent than Lu Qing, their heads bowed, seemingly unaccustomed to being under the scrutiny of an elevated platform. As for the talentless, they were dismissed. Lu Qing observed silently as the lineup progressed, noting a youth marked by resolute features and unwavering determination who bore the label of waste talent. Upon first glance, an unexpected thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. Could this be a fateful encounter with a child of destiny? Such familiar tropes from his past life echoed within him, sparking an uncanny sense of recognition. The pragmatic elder evidently had no intention of accepting this youth. Given the abundance of promising candidates, it was rare for the elder to refrain from anger. He stated, "Consider this carefully. With your aptitude, even if you devote your life to cultivation, attaining the first or second layer of qi nourishing is already commendable. Many in your lifetime may never transcend this stage." "No, elder, I only seek an opportunity," the wasteful youth implored, passionately recounting his arduous journey in pursuit of the path of cultivation. After all, he was merely of inferior talent, not entirely devoid of potential. There was certainly a chance for him. From Lu Qing's perspective, the elder ultimately offered a suggestion. "Our academy has a servants division. If you genuinely wish to cultivate, you must start there. I am willing. I earnestly request the immortal teacher to grant me this chance, the youth pleaded. Lu Qing withdrew his gaze, no longer fixating on the possible child of destiny. He centered his thoughts as the elder concluded the assessment of talents. From this day forth, you shall be the preparatory disciples of my academy. However, this is merely the first round of selection. There remains another trial upon your return to the academy. It would be wise not to underestimate this process. There have been instances of talented individuals faltering in the second phase, the elder admonished sternly. Yes, immortal teacher. The assembly responded in unison. You still have family to attend to. I shall grant you a stick of incense's worth of time. As these words were spoken, many young individuals were instantly stirred. Outside the high platform, there were parents who had come to see them off, still waiting, while others remained at the inn. Lu Qing, devoid of kinship and ties, felt no attachments. After consulting among themselves, several youths descended from the platform. Though Lu Qing's expression remained inscrutable, a flicker of emotion stirred within him. For, at that moment, a foreboding presence had emerged. Great misfortune hexagram, when the wood stands tall in the forest, the wind shall inevitably bring it down. Leaving the high platform alone, one may encounter a wide-scale attack from unknown enemies, trapped within the range of their assault. With no means of escape, dangerous. Great misfortune hexagram, standing at a height, a head may fall. On the high platform, one may face a casual strike from an unfamiliar foe, leading to an accidental death, dangerous. Neutral hexagram, standing on the high platform, bowing respectfully to the elder Moyu to inquire, poses no threat to life, neutral. No matter how much he pondered, until a choice of hexagram was made. From an outsider's perspective, time seemed but a fleeting moment. Atop the platform, the crowd had dwindled significantly. Only the incompetent youth, Lu Qing, and the boy who first detected the superior aptitude remained. Disregarding everything else, he bowed slightly, his face betraying a hint of bashfulness, resembling a novice seeking guidance, and asked, Immortal Master, may I inquire about the nature of the second trial? I wish to prepare myself mentally. The seasoned elder recognized the aptitude of the youth and maintained a favorable demeanor. Well, this question is generally not divulged, but I shall make an exception for you. The elder said, casting a glance towards the corner where the incompetent youth stood, who, though timid, had not forgotten about the second assessment. I will share this with you. The second trial involves a test of character and foundational principles. As long as one has a clear background, devoid of great malice or wickedness, and possesses a righteous disposition, one may enter my Tao Academy, provided you make no mistakes. This trial will merely be a formality for you. So it was. Lu Qing had previously presumed that the selection was solely based on aptitude, with no age restrictions, which made him question the sense of belonging among the disciples of the academy. Now, it appeared that the second trial held greater intricacies. Reflecting on his own background, Lu Qing felt assured of its clarity. As for his past life, he refrained from delving into those details. Who could fathom the methods of this world, where such memories had long been obscured? However, the crux of the matter lay not there, but rather in the undeniable certainty that he found himself in perilous circumstances. In the span of a mere breath, following the elder's words, an abrupt and violent noise resounded from outside. A thunderous crash echoed in his ears, and a chill swept over him. Lu Qing suddenly realized that a strike had indeed been aimed towards their direction. He turned to observe the wall behind the platform, where debris had shattered and collapsed into a chaotic mass. A shiver ran down his spine, though he could not discern the nature of the attack. He distinctly felt a cold wind sweeping above him. Had he not bowed his head in utmost respect just moments ago, that lethal strike would have severed his head. The nearby timid youth turned pale, trembling, and rendered speechless. He had merely mimicked Lu Qing's actions, too frightened to raise his gaze. In the corner, the ineffectual boy was evidently startled as well. Lu Qing felt the weight of his head still resting on his shoulders, yet the chilling sensation of imminent decapitation lingered. This was perilously dangerous, a brutal predicament devoid of reason. It was so precise that even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. The threat was indeed grave. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform, a composed elder soared into the air, his countenance darkened with fury as he bellowed, "Cursed old fiend of the demonic path. Ha ha mo. You are nothing but a shadow of your former self." A dark figure emerged, and the elder, Moyu, engaged in combat with the unfamiliar adversary, the demonic old rogue. Lu Qing, still an ordinary mortal, could discern no mystical intricacies. He yearned for a moment of calm. The demonic rogue aloft was noted in his little book, With longevity enhanced by skills, he was certain to outlive others, and he refused to believe he would not find an opportunity for vengeance. Ideally, he would not fall into my hands. No, a delayed revenge would not suffice. It would be far better if he perished now. He hoped the elder Moyu would prove formidable. This life and death thrill, where one could be struck down at any moment, was utterly absurd. Yet, it was clear that this dire situation did not solely target him. He was merely a fish caught in the flames of a burning city gate. Others were equally at risk. Reflecting on the departing individuals, Lu Qing could not assure how many would survive this catastrophic demonic assault. Chapter 4. The Tao Academy. The elderly man named Moyu swiftly returned, showing no signs of injury, yet his countenance was grim. Without needing to inquire, one could discern from his expression that the nefarious old rogue had escaped. The incense stick had burned down. Many who were expected to return had indeed come back. Yet a perceptive observer would notice a discrepancy in numbers. A group was missing, including the last detected high-quality genius. Lu Qing observed that several individuals bore expressions of lingering fear, having narrowly escaped death. Such an event was indeed a matter of sheer luck. The divination offered no indication of the attack's range. Had one plunged headlong into danger, the consequences would have been dire. There had been an assault within the city, terrifying indeed. I did not venture far and witness some being slain. It was audacious, to say the least. Rumor has it that the assailants were demon cultivators. All merely in their teenage years, suddenly faced with an unreasonable attack, some appeared ashen-faced. Mo's expression was exceedingly grim and quiet. Now, we shall return to the academy. With me here, there is no need for concern. As for what had transpired, the group was left to speculate. A flying vessel materialized out of thin air, expanding from small to large, hovering in the sky. The vessel proceeded towards the academy, housing numerous compartments within. After selecting a room, Lu Qing gradually released the tension that had built within him. Death itself is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the uncertainty of how one might meet their end. Outside the vessel, the azure sky and white clouds painted a scene of tranquility. When mealtime arrived, small groups formed, and 3 high-quality talents sat together to dine. I am Li Jioming. What are your names? The clothing worn by Li indicated his affluent background, and he seemed eager to connect with the 2 others. I am Lu Qing. I am Lu Er. Lu Er responded, appearing somewhat anxious and ill at ease. The atmosphere soon fell into a silence. Li Jioming, undeterred, chuckled lightly. In any case, we shall be fellow disciples in the future. Do you know what the academy is like? He seemed intent on showcasing his knowledge. Lu Qing, unaware, recognized that Li Jioming already possessed the answer. What is it like? In the academy, there are 5 major peaks. Those of us who are uniformly recruited are placed in the outer sect, unless one is exceptionally talented, such as the recently emerged Earth-grade genius, who may directly enter the inner sect, Li Jioming explained with envy. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect is the true gathering place for prodigies. And I've heard that even Earth-grade individuals are not uncommon there. He continued, moreover, if we are fortunate enough to be favored by an elder, selected as a disciple, our future would be boundless. However, generally, the initial phase focuses on concentrated training. A distant cousin of mine experienced this path. By the end of his discourse, Lu Qing understood that there were indeed individuals within the sect. Furthermore, it was said that numerous organizations for cultivation existed within, rendering it quite intricate. Thank you, Brother Li, for sharing this information. I was quite unaware of these intricacies. Lu Qing mused, finding it curious that this was not merely a traditional sect structure. Yet he resolved to observe firsthand how it truly operated. As the conversation unfolded among the 3 individuals, Lu Er occasionally interjected a remark. However, it was primarily Li Jioming who spoke, for he possessed more knowledge than the others, engaging frequently with Lu Qing. After 3 days, upon hearing that some individuals had already commenced their cultivation, Lu Qing pondered the swiftness of it all. The 2 who approached him were evidently taken aback, hastening over to inquire about the situation. What was this all about? He was acutely aware that they were merely preparatory disciples, and the term preparatory held significant weight. What should be done? There was an impending introductory competition, the nature of which remained unclear, yet advancing in cultivation seemed imperative. Should they also begin their training ahead of time? Rumor had it that there was someone on the other side with considerable insight. This was, after all, a matter intertwined with their own interests, clouding their judgment. Lu Qing was skeptical that the elder helmsman of the flying vessel was oblivious to the circumstances here. He shook his head, reminding them not to forget their participation in the second round of selections. The foundational training was crucial. and their choices must align with the principles of the Xuantiando Academy. He gently suggested that there was no need for haste. Their qualifications were evident, and they should not falter due to impatience. Was this premature training merely a ploy to shine during the introductory competition? Lu Qing was uncertain and reluctant to wade into this murky water. Even if there were no imminent dangers, it was clear that such actions would be a fruitless endeavor. Upon hearing this, Li Jioming experienced a sudden epiphany, smiting his forehead in realization. How foolish of me. If it weren't for your insight, Lu Qing, I would have succumbed to their anxiety. Lu Qing found himself in agreement. The atmosphere indeed played a pivotal role. As the days passed, the ambience within the flying vessel did not lighten. Rather, as each small team recognized familiar faces, the tension surrounding the matters of entry began to ignite, creating an increasingly uneasy atmosphere. A sense of urgency began to swell in their hearts, prompting a desire to hasten their progress. Yet, Lu Qing remained tranquil, possessing a unique advantage that alleviated his concerns. His composure was remarkable. Another 3 days elapsed. Elder Mo surveyed the scene below with satisfaction, noting several promising candidates with exceptional temperament. As for the cultivation method presented, it was merely a fundamental technique for opening meridians. To cultivate effectively, one must first forge their pathways. This was the initial step in their academy's training. He regarded those who sought rapid results with an impassive expression. Among them, Lu Qing's demeanor pleased him. Throughout the process, he exhibited neither anxiety nor unrest. His aptitude was commendable, though not on par with the extraordinary talents. Yet he was undoubtedly a remarkable genius. Lu Qing remained unaware of Elder Mo's evaluation of him. He only understood that his lifespan was not a concern, destined for longevity. Time would allow him to endure all trials. Therefore, he saw no reason to rush. With a resonant hum, the flying vessel came to a halt. They disembarked. Lu Qing's expression momentarily froze as they arrived at a spot halfway up a mountain peak, where a platform jutted out over a bottomless abyss. Beneath their feet lay a chasm so deep that its depths were unfathomable. Before them stretched a stairway, pure as white jade, winding into the mist, its brilliance extending for miles, imbued with an ethereal aura. Surrounding them was a cascade of clouds, like a jade ribbon entwined among countless peaks, while elegant and resplendent palatial structures flickered into view atop the mountain ridges. Most strikingly, at the summit loomed a magnificent city. The mere sight of such a vast metropolis atop the mountain was enough to astonish anyone. Now, let us proceed to the Disciples' Hall for your second assessment, Elder Mo announced, producing a token. Suddenly, a massive array materialized beneath their feet, and the scenery outside transformed in the blink of an eye into the grandeur of a hall. Lu Qing steadied his mind, realizing that this solitary display of prowess was a testament to the formidable strength of this Tao Academy. He had no intention of clinging to a singular sect. His foremost desire was to cultivate. The power of the Tao Academy was undoubtedly a boon in this pursuit. Chapter 5. The illusory assessment at the Xiantian Tao Academy. Old Fish has returned with a new batch of disciples. The talented individuals you discovered earlier seem to be touched by an unusual stroke of fortune as they have crossed your path. An elder appeared silently among the crowd, his tone familiar. Elder Mo nodded with a sense of pride, affirming that his luck was indeed remarkable. This time, 3 disciples of superior quality had emerged from that remote area, which was quite a rarity. The elder sighed, expressing his envy and jealousy. While others were busy expanding the academy's reach, Elder Mo had been responsible for that desolate region for years. Just securing a disciple of medium quality would suffice. Who would have anticipated that there would be 3 of superior quality? In fact, one could argue there were 4, had it not been for one unfortunate demise, along with the emergence of a talented individual of inferior quality. Without further ado, Old Lin, please assess them. If they pass, distribute their disciple tokens immediately. Haha. Given your stroke of luck this time, the headmaster and other elders will surely come to observe. Elder Lin continued to chatter, waving his sleeve, causing all present to fall into a state of illusion. Simultaneously, a mirror hung high within the hall, gradually emitting a gentle radiance that enveloped the disciples. Their backgrounds were unblemished, and all was well. 3 of superior quality, excellent indeed. Amidst the intangible waves of energy, strands of consciousness delved into the disciple hall. Closing his eyes, those who lost awareness of the outside world remained oblivious to the numerous elders observing them, a situation that rarely occurred and presented a rare opportunity. Should any elder take a liking to them as disciples, they would no longer feel isolated within the academy. However, this was a passive experience. Lu Qing maintained his composure as the illusion unfolded before him. He beheld the sudden appearance of a wolf, causing an initial jolt of surprise. What is this? Yet, soon his mind was devoid of any further thoughts. A moment of clarity dawned upon him. Indeed, this must be the second stage of the assessment. His innate talent for avoiding danger had not been activated, for it was clear that the wolf posed no threat to his life. He broke free with remarkable speed. This young man is impressive, displaying commendable composure without fear. Let us delve deeper. In an instant, as the wolf vanished, Lu Qing found himself submerged in a more profound illusion. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he envisioned a scene where he was celebrated as the Academy's unparalleled prodigy, personally taken under the wing of a supreme being. His expression remained impassive, even bordering on amusement. Enough with this nonsense. I am well aware of my own aptitude. With prodigies of inferior and superior quality present, such a scenario was utterly implausible. In the next moment, the illusion shattered. Ah, intriguing. A subtle voice emerged. Intriguing indeed? Seeking disciples? I had calculated that my destined individual would not appear this year. The initial voice hesitated before ultimately choosing to decline. Another strand of consciousness shifted its gaze elsewhere. This young man possesses lesser aptitude, yet his unwavering pursuit of the path of cultivation is indeed rare and commendable. The qualifications are excellent, yet the disposition appears somewhat lacking. Is there no one worthy of admiration? The head of the academy has tasked us with the recruitment of disciples. Such prattling. I have taken on apprentices before. This year, we have already accepted those of lower grades. Perhaps next year they may be considered, but this year is not their chance. As the discussion concluded, a solemn voice echoed through the air. The whispers exchanged amongst the few were exceedingly faint, sending shivers down Lu Qing's spine. Suddenly, a voice full of temper broke through the air, prompting him to recall everything. However, he refrained from opening his eyes immediately, uncertain if he was once more ensnared in an illusion. Congratulations on passing the assessment, Elder Mo's voice resonated. At this juncture, Lu Qing opened his eyes to find only two elders standing before him. He cast his gaze downward, having distinctly heard the previous murmurs, yet now saw no one. Undoubtedly, those who spoke were formidable figures. He had no intention of revealing any peculiarities about himself. Uncertain whether he was the only one to hear or if others had as well, he chose not to gamble on such possibilities. Regarding the matter of accepting disciples and taking on a master, he would leave it to fate. Whether or not he had a mentor mattered little. Lu Qing steadfastly believed in himself. Not a single person in attendance sought to take on a master. Those prominent figures likely came merely to observe the spectacle. What significance did it hold to be of high caliber or a genius? The passing of even a highly qualified individual stirred not a ripple. Lu Qing was acutely aware that his path lay in cultivation. He preferred to remain low-key. Having already attained an alternative form of longevity and possessing skills to avert calamity, he felt no inclination for competition, nor was it essential for him. After Elder Mo imparted a few words of guidance, he entrusted this batch of new disciples to a group of several young individuals arriving later. Lu Qing received his jade token from one of the senior brothers among the newcomers. Upon infusing it with his blood, the essence coalesced upon it. And despite not yet having begun his cultivation, he sensed a faint connection with the token in his hand. Senior brother, might I trouble you for guidance on how to choose a Dao Peak? After receiving the jade token, many disciples emerged, each leading others away. The senior brother before him was of a lively disposition and laughed heartily at his inquiry. Junior brother, fret not. Dao Peaks are abundant here. Since you have yet to embark on your cultivation journey, you will initially select a peak from the outer sect. Later, as your skills advance, you may transfer to another location. The choice will ultimately depend on the cultivation methods you pursue. Lu Qing understood, in essence. The choice of Dao Peak was not pivotal at this stage of his cultivation. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Not at all. This is part of our duties. Now, let me take you to the Dao Peak over here. The jade token is of utmost importance. Be sure not to misplace it. Should it be lost, remember to return to the disciple hall for a replacement. If you have any questions, you may seek me out or contact other fellow disciples or mentors via the token. This is your entry token, an essential item for all new disciples. Once you have it, you can find introductions to various locations inscribed within. Simply place it upon your forehead to access the information. Upon arriving at the designated location, Lu Qing chose a Dao Peak shrouded in mist and clouds. The senior brother, who undertook the task, spoke swiftly and with great proficiency, succinctly conveying several matters while also presenting a parcel. This was the stipend allocated by the academy to new disciples. The Dao Peak chosen by Lu Qing was nameless, upon which a group of mortals diligently tidied the courtyard. The courtyard, 3 stories high, revealed a vast expanse upon the opening of its gate, featuring a square pond crafted from jade stones at its center, where the sound of trickling water greeted one upon entry. The main structure of the courtyard consisted of 3 levels, the entrance hall, and on the second floor, several training rooms. In the rear courtyard, there lay a patch of spiritual farmland. Lu Qing observed a dozen mortals engaged in the task of cleaning the courtyard. Honorable Immortal Master, the courtyard has been tidied. We humbly invite you to take residence, they said in unison upon seeing Lu Qing. Very well, you may leave, he replied. Understood. Being practitioners themselves, they had their own cultivation to attend to. As Lu Qing was escorted to this location by the senior brother, he had already noted the many individuals laboring on various Dao peaks. Once the group departed, the courtyard returned to its serene state. Entering the front hall, Lu Qing unwrapped the parcel and retrieved a jade slip. Following the senior brother's instructions, he pressed it to his forehead to glean the information contained within regarding the Xiantian Dao Academy. Chapter 6, The Outer Gate Academy. Competing with talents upon traversing to the present, Lu Qing discovered that his previous abode was known as the Liang Kingdom. Following whispers of celestial beings, he embarked on a relentless journey, ultimately arriving at Xiantian City. However, he had not gleaned intricate details, and the very next day, he participated in the assessment. To be candid, Lu Qing remained somewhat unfamiliar with the Xiantian Dao Academy. His understanding was primarily derived from the chatter of an innkeeper and the incessant prattle of Li Jioming along the way, which provided him with a rudimentary grasp of this esteemed institution, a formidable force in the realm of cultivation. The jade slip he now held elucidated his prior confusions. The Xiantian Dao Academy stood as the dominant cultivation force within the Xiantian domain, replete with prodigious talents, numerous elders, and countless powerful figures. After perusing the information, Lu Qing was left with a singular thought. He had indeed come to the right place. The region he now inhabited was known as the Xiantian domain, which was bordered by several other vast domains, each harboring their own daunting cultivation powers. The path of cultivation was arduous, and he was to attend an elders class the following morning. After contemplating these revelations, Lu Qing's gaze turned towards the academy's cultivation practices. The Xiantian Dao Academy's training was categorized into stages, opening the meridians, nurturing qi, and subsequently establishing a foundation. Further details were inscribed in the booklet, yet they remained obscured to the disciples, hinting that one must possess cultivation experience to comprehend the subsequent realms. The Dao Peak courtyard was expansive, with ample internal space. The only aspect Lu Qing needed to heed was the mention of formations within the Jade Tablet's introduction. Each Dao Peak was safeguarded by protective formations, intricately linked to the main peak, while the courtyard's formations required the master's activation. Lu Qing, not yet having commenced his cultivation, would have to wait until he began his practice to unlock them. After a restful night, he found himself unfamiliar with his fellow travelers. The only one he could converse with being Li Jioming. Following the Jade Tablet's guidance, he observed numerous pristine white cranes soaring and frolicking above a serene lake. One of the cranes descended gracefully before him, its voice crisp and indistinguishable in gender. I am the crane boy. A single spirit stone grants you passage. Where shall I take you? Lu Qing was taken aback for a moment, then noticed other figures elegantly gliding among the snowy clouds atop the mountains, with cranes soaring above their backs. Thank you, crane boy. With the prospect of a convenient mode of transport, he generously retrieved a spirit stone from the storage pouch he had received the previous day. The crane, known as the crane boy, deftly grasped the stone with its slender beak, brushing it against its feathery abdomen, causing the spirit stone to vanish from sight. Lu Qing observed as one of its feathers shimmered with a silvery glow, entwined with the pure white plumage, glistening under the sun's rays, almost blinding. Noticing Lu Qing's gaze, the crane boy proudly declared, "Behold, this is my storage pouch. I assent it exquisite?" "Indeed, it is quite beautiful," Lu Qing replied candidly. The lustrous, silver-hued object was undeniably elegant, especially as it harmoniously blended with the surrounding feathers. "Ha ha ha, you have a discerning eye." The white crane youth nodded in agreement, his crimson feathers fluttering with emotion. "You are a newly initiated disciple. I shall escort you to the martial arts peak. Your class will be held over there." He beckoned. Seated cross-legged upon the back of the white crane, the cool air flowed over his skin, invigorating him with a refreshing chill. The white crane youth soared swiftly and steadily through the skies. Fluffy white clouds drifted past, and from this lofty vantage point, one could behold the vast expanse of the peaks below, though some were shrouded in a radiant white light or other luminous hues. indicating the presence of concealed formations. Others were enveloped in thick mist, merging seamlessly with the heavens, rendering it difficult to discern whether the summit of the peak still rested upon the mountain or had already ascended into the cloud bed. Suddenly, Lu Qing spotted a fervent blaze erupting atop one of the peaks, accompanied by a thunderous sound akin to an explosion. He was taken aback. The white crane youth, unfazed, remarked, "Ah, Elder Yu's alchemical furnace has exploded. Quite normal indeed." Following the direction of the explosion, Lu Qing observed an elderly man with white hair, visibly agitated. "No. This cannot be right. What is wrong with this? It's all about the proportions. It must be a problem with the wind direction, a feng shui issue." The cacophony gradually faded, yet from a distance, Lu Qing could almost visualize the elder's frantic gestures. He could not help but feel that this shattered the image he had conjured the day before. "Hey, Elder Yu is so obsessed with alchemy, always researching this and that. The last time I visited, I nearly got singed by the flames," the white crane youth lamented. Lu Qing refrained from responding. Who could fathom the elder's temperament? The white crane youth's words were not meant to be scrutinized by a newcomer like him. "Well, this is the martial arts peak. I shall pause here. You may enter on your own." The white crane youth's voice resonated timely. "Thank you for bringing me here." Lu Qing expressed his gratitude. The white crane youth chuckled. "I am quite reliable when it comes to handling spirit stones. If you venture out again, feel free to seek me out. Remember, I am the white crane youth. Just call my name, and I shall hear you. Oh, I almost forgot. I will leave a trace of my essence on your jade token. The sect is vast, and at times, I find myself lost while flying. Having the jade token will be much more convenient." The white crane youth tirelessly promoted his services. To assist the newly initiated disciples in navigating, he made it clear how to summon him, evidently addressing past cases of mistaken identity. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile inwardly, agreeing with his approach. The feather shimmered, and the jade token shifted gently at his waist. As he watched the crane soar away, Lu Qing prepared to attend the cultivation class at this academy. The area was adorned with a cluster of palatial buildings, artfully scattered from halfway up the mountainside. This peak could hardly be termed a mere mountain. It was an imposing edifice in its own right, embodying true grandeur. Stepping onto the expansive plaza, he was surrounded by a kaleidoscope of colors, with many luminous entities darting outward, while numerous ethereal lights flickered in the distance, revealing their forms. "Lu Qing, over here." "Here." Li Jioming, true to his gossipy nature, had already become quite familiar with the place upon Lu Qing's arrival. "I had come early, and the elders had yet to arrive. This is our training ground, where the first lesson is held. After completing the classes here, we will embark on our individual cultivation journeys. However, the martial arts peak will periodically host elders who share their teachings. This is the daily routine of our outer sect. Generally, one can also come here to accept tasks as needed. Once we are initiated, we will gain access to the Jade Tablet space, a truly fascinating realm." Li Jioming eagerly shared the news he had gathered, his curiosity about the mysterious Jade Tablet space evident. "Lu Qing, are you not curious at all?" "Curious, indeed. But I have yet to cultivate. I will learn more in due time." "True enough. I shall take a look over there." Their camaraderie had blossomed, partly due to their shared arrival and good rapport. Yet, Lu Qing was acutely aware that while they enjoyed themselves now, the reality of cultivation might soon alter their dynamic. In a corner of the teaching square, a commotion erupted. "Hey, have you heard? When I arrived, I overheard people saying that a terrestrial genius is coming to our sect. What is going on? Aren't those prodigies supposed to enter the inner sect directly if their talents are sufficient?" "I don't know. But I also heard that aside from our region, several prodigies have emerged from other states in the Xintian domain, all terrestrial. I've even heard of a few who are celestial. Goodness, how terrifying. They will be joining us. You don't know the half of it. The one from my area, in Xianzhou, is the latest scion of the Gu family, known as Gu Xiantian. With celestial qualifications and astonishing comprehension, he too did not directly enter the inner sect. The many individuals seated on cushions in the hall wore expressions of astonishment. Chapter 7. The first step of cultivation. Lu Qing remained silent, yet his ears were attuned to the conversation around him. Why is this year different? Could it be that these prodigies are also required to gain admission to the inner sect? One disciple appeared dazed, clearly shaken. No way. Within the lecture hall, the placement of the cushions held significance. Some adorned in exquisite silks gathered together, while others formed clusters of their own. Whispers revealing hidden truths drifted from the cushions ahead. Even these geniuses cannot enter the inner sect. It seems quite fair, doesn't it? Indeed, it is true. They too must undergo evaluations like us. However, Your expectations are somewhat naive. When the time comes, there will be a preliminary competition among the newcomers, and the rankings will determine their monthly stipends. While a base salary is guaranteed, those seeking superior resources must strive for higher positions. A haughty young man rose, surveying the assembly with a disdainful smirk. Moreover, while they do not enter the inner sect, their masters are already predetermined within, so what do they have to fear? Such idealistic thinking. The young man's tone dripped with derision, clearly looking down upon those around him. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. You. Yet, upon seeing his face, the initially indignant expressions of some quickly faded into silence. How reckless of you. He is Gu Xing, a member of the Gu family, with Gu Xiantian as his elder brother. A disciple hurriedly tugged at the arm of another who seemed ready to retort, whispering the young man's background. A member of the Gu family. Lu Qing immediately understood why the lively discussions had abruptly ceased upon his utterance. The Gu family was evidently not one to be trifled with. However, judging by Gu Xing's tone, there seemed to be more to the story. This matter undoubtedly pertained to the resources of cultivation, which he deemed crucial. This batch of prodigies had not entered the inner sect, but would compete alongside the outer disciples, promising an intensely competitive atmosphere. Most of the disciples present exhibited a range of expressions. Lu Qing sat composed, adhering to his methodical practice. He was unconcerned with the chatter. Just moments ago, he had experienced the effects of longevity drop. Skill effect activated. Randomly gains 10 years of lifespan. Having gained a decade of life seemingly out of thin air, Lu Qing felt a wave of delight wash over him. Yet, he maintained a demeanor similar to those around him, feigning contemplation while his thoughts soared elsewhere. He was destined for longevity. The chaos of conflict was not suited for him. They have arrived. The crowd buzzed with excitement, akin to the arrival of a celebrity. Lu Qing followed their gaze. Blending into the throng felt unremarkable. He aimed to focus on his steady cultivation. A dozen figures materialized, both male and female. He overheard praises from those nearby. Wow, they truly are prodigies. Exceptional beyond compare. To speak candidly, he glanced from one to another, yet could discern nothing extraordinary. At most, they were dressed flamboyantly and carried themselves with poise. As a being whose spirit has matured over decades, Lu Qing found himself unable to voice his sentiments at this moment. He could only observe. A faint sense of irony flickering through his mind. Of course, in the realm of cultivation, time is not counted in years. When they meet again, perhaps each person will radiate an extraordinary aura. He pondered this internally. The cushion at the front remained unoccupied, which had earlier puzzled Lu Qing, occasionally prompting reflections on whether there existed a tradition of disciplined students in the world of immortality. Now, it appeared he had overthought the matter. Clearly, that space was reserved for this group of individuals. Lu Qing occupied a position of moderation. Glancing left and right, he realized that no one would vie for this spot. Nor would he be relegated to the back, subjected to disdainful glances, creating a scene reminiscent of the shifting fortunes of 30 years. The elder soon made his appearance, an elderly man with white hair, exuding an ethereal presence, seated regally upon a cloud-like platform. Without casting a glance at the assembly below, he commenced his discourse on the nuances of cultivation, even omitting a self-introduction, clearly in haste to impart his lessons. Lu Qing recognized this elder. It was the white crane boy, whose image had momentarily flashed before him just moments ago. This was why Lu Qing felt a peculiar sensation within. The fervor for alchemy was evident, as demonstrated by the remnants of explosions. With the elder now about to lecture, it was evident that the pace would be brisk. Lu Qing immersed himself entirely, devoid of pen and paper, relying solely on the faculties of his mind. He would retain whatever he could. And even if he had writing implements, keeping up with Elder Yu's rapid delivery was uncertain. Commencing the cultivation journey from the opening of the meridians. Our academy offers a myriad of techniques, yet the visualization of divine powers is the most suitable for beginners. Now, follow my words, gaze upon the visualization chart before you, and enter into a state of closed-eye meditation. A luminous image materialized before Elder Yu. The focal point of visualization was a river of magma. Fiery waves surged, with blossoms of foam emerging and vanishing within the molten flow. Lu Qing gazed intently, the searing heat enveloping his senses. Abundant in heavenly supplements yet lacking in corporeal strength. The spirit essence flowed autonomously, the very foundation of the Tao. As Lu Qing instinctively closed his eyes, he initially heard Elder Yu's voice with clarity. However, soon a wave of warmth radiated from his brow, spreading from the crown of his head, gradually permeating his limbs and bones with a gentle heat. This sensation was unmistakable. He felt a stream of warmth reminiscent of flowing magma, seeping through the air into his flesh, his crown, brow, and spine, each meridian seemingly traversed by this thermal current. Hot. Inconceivably hot. In the next instant, the passage of time became indeterminate. Lu Qing sensed the emergence of a river of magma within his consciousness. With a thunderous roar, words became unnecessary. His spirit suddenly blossomed with vitality. Crack, crack. The bones and meridians resonated in harmony. The body sang, signifying the successful attainment of the opening of the meridians. Lu Qing's spirit cleared, and he felt an extraordinary lightness manifest within his body, as if he had previously been burdened by a heavy corporeal form. Now, he experienced a buoyancy that was beyond imagination. A singular sensation enveloped him, pure exhilaration. Ha ha ha. I have embarked on this journey. Hee hee, I too have commenced my path. As Lu Qing opened his eyes, he beheld those of exceptional talent around him, their eyes already wide open. After the passage of an incense stick's time, a number of others began to awaken, some filled with boundless joy, while others wore expressions of reluctance. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed that Elder Yu had mysteriously vanished from the scene. The luminous image of magma still lingered in the air above. Around him, the young men and women seated on the cushions, who had successfully opened their meridians, began to depart one by one. Meanwhile, those who had not yet achieved this milestone went unnoticed. With the new disciples initiated, Lu Qing sensed that the protective period for newcomers would soon conclude. His journey in the realm of cultivation was about to commence in earnest. Opening the meridians was merely the initial step. Now, he contemplated the knowledge he was eager to acquire regarding spells. Lu Qing's mind was clear, and his consciousness was alert. Chapter 8. Choosing the cultivation method. Xiantian Yuanjing. Lu Qing firmly established his state of mind, feeling a surge of strength within him, a sensation far more potent than before. This is the essence of cultivation. He resolved to head to the library pavilion. The library pavilion towered 9 stories high, with each floor expansive enough to encompass several cities. There were no legendary sweeping monks at the entrance. Each disciple passed through a thin layer of a magical array to enter the pavilion. Upon entering, Lu Qing was astounded by the vastness of the floor. Previously, he had not grasped its enormity. Yet, this library pavilion could hardly be termed merely a building. From the entrance to the front, countless rows of bookshelves stood in perfect order, an innumerable collection of magical jade slips radiating a gentle glow. Disciples clad in purple and green robes moved in and out, creating a scene of grandeur. It was a realm of infinite possibilities. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. With his jade token in hand, he sought to find the spells he wished to cultivate and to ascertain whether he possessed enough spirit stones. 100 spirit stones. He pondered what spells he could exchange for them. Since he had established a bond with the jade token through blood, he could now actively connect with his mental abilities. The space was vast, and the variety of jade slips was overwhelming. Scanning through them would surely take an eternity. Thus, before entering the library pavilion, a notice board stood before the magical array, reminding new disciples of important guidelines. There were not many instructions, and Lu Qing had committed them to memory. Among these was the function for searching and filtering. He summoned a thread of his mental energy, and with his cultivation at the opening meridian stage, he was able to shed his mortal impurities. Opening meridian stage, new disciple, spirit stones below 100, fundamental. Possessing the ability to transition to other cultivation methods. Lu Qing contemplated this for a moment. After inputting several criteria, a thunderous sound resonated, and the magnificent expanse of jade slips before him transformed. Upon his inspection, he realized that the array had not vanished. Rather, it had shifted his perspective. At his feet, intricate patterns were in motion. Glancing back at the entrance, he noted he had distanced himself significantly from it. He had unwittingly moved without realizing it. Suddenly, Lu Qing felt he had underestimated the Tao Academy he had joined. Before him, the previously vanished scene was replaced by clusters of luminous orbs, each encasing a jade slip. Even after filtering, from Lu Qing's perspective, there were at least several hundred still visible. He grasped one of the luminous orbs, and as it slipped through his fingers like water, a cold sensation enveloped him, revealing a method called Xiaoyao Ju within his mind. The method, of course, bore restrictions, allowing him only to glimpse a brief segment of its content. However, it also contained remarks left by predecessors who had practiced this spell. These served as both warnings and guidance. This technique was for cultivating body techniques, requiring comprehension to achieve mastery. Those lacking in perception should refrain from self-deception. A broken spell, wasting a full decade of youth. Do not choose it. Are you a genius? A prodigy? A monster? If not, stay far away from it. Although Xiao Chang persevered in his cultivation, the Xiao Ju he sought was incomplete, and to practice it would entail significant consequences. The 3 warnings he received were grave and serious. Lu Qing was not daunted by the passage of time, yet he was not stubborn enough to tread an unconventional path. Here, there were ample complete paths available. He felt no need to challenge himself with a flawed technique. He subsequently selected several luminous orbs, examining each one meticulously. Despite Lu Qing feeling mentally invigorated and brimming with energy, the multitude of options overwhelmed him, leading him to feel somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, from an outsider's perspective, his selection speed was impressively swift. Lu Qing was aware of his own circumstances, with an advantage at his disposal. He harbored no concerns about external worries or despair over his lifespan. He contemplated various techniques, mobility arts, offensive spells, and daily cultivation methods. 100 spirit stones were far from sufficient. Thus he opted for his foundational technique. He chose the Xiantian Yuanjing. It was a commendable choice, being a newly introduced method among the superior paths available, limited to merely a dozen options for those not affluent in spirit stones. Its sole drawback lay in its slower pace. He intended to switch it out upon reaching the Yuandan stage, as he preferred to venture forth and engage in combat. He was particularly fond of the spirit essence transformation into a sword, though it proved challenging to cultivate. For those who choose to practice the Xiantian Yuanjing, it is essential to remember that this technique is indeed remarkable. As for the lengthy cultivation time, that is purely a reflection of insufficient talent and comprehension. Practitioners must advance steadily, step by step. The integration of evasion techniques, defensive measures, and cultivation is paramount, making this choice particularly sound. Furthermore, its reputation is commendable, consistent, and reliable, without any unforeseen pitfalls, making it a superior method. The only notable drawback is the extended time frame required to achieve mastery and completeness. Even the original creator of the Xiantian Yuanjing, after attaining strength, meticulously reviewed the technique from top to bottom. One cannot ignore the fact that a senior brother proficient in Yuandan has bid farewell to this very technique. Those capable of reaching the Yuandan stage possess a significantly deeper understanding of this method than most disciples. However, the previous practitioner's unsuitability does not render this a universal conclusion. After making his selection, Lu Qing confirmed his choice, and the jade slip transformed into a luminous orb once more. He placed spirit stones into the orb, which promptly vanished without a trace. Concurrently, the disciple's jade token emitted a hum, and as Lu Qing's consciousness probed within, he discovered an imprint of the jade slip materializing in the previously nebulous space of his cultivation. Lu Qing's selection speed was remarkably swift. He had considered other superior techniques as well, yet the spirit stone exchange prices were beyond the reach of a novice disciple. He surmised that many others likely shared this sentiment. However, those hailing from esteemed cultivation families would not bear such burdens. After his recent bout of cultivation, he refrained from conversing with others, deeming it unnecessary. Lu Qing had already solidified his own path of cultivation, aware that forming connections could one day lead to enmity. Activating his talent for evasion, Lu Qing found himself utterly unable to predict the trajectory of the unfolding events. Currently, he finds great satisfaction in the Xiantian Dao Academy, which does not resemble a typical sect nor a mundane school, but rather embodies a harmonious blend of both. Within the disciple's jade token, it is rumored that upon entering the qi-nourishing realm, various sect modules will become accessible. At present, the only space visible to Lu Qing is a pristine white realm, containing the imprints of various cultivation techniques. After departing from this Dao peak, Baihe Tongzi came at his invitation. Previously, due to the presence of a grand bridge spanning a mountain ravine, the distance between the two Dao peaks was quite manageable. Now, however, this area serves as the central hub of the academy, while Lu Qing's Dao peak remains distant, beyond the endless Dao peak. Baihe Tongzi remarked, "Your Dao peak is rather remote." "Indeed, but it is quite tranquil," Lu Qing acknowledged without dispute. "Ah, you have begun your cultivation. I had hoped to continue ferrying you." "You are quite an intriguing disciple," Baihe Tongzi praised, his fluffy feathers gently swaying in the breeze. "By the way, what is your name?" "I am Lu Qing." "Oh, Lu Qing, I shall remember that. When you return next time, feel free to call for me even if it is inconvenient. Let us discuss it another time, Tongzi. My spirit stones are nearly depleted." "Ah, then we shall defer it until next time," Baihe Tongzi replied hesitantly upon hearing of the lack of spirit stones. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Qing returned to his nameless Dao Peak, opened his cultivation chamber, and seated himself upon a meditation mat designed to aid disciples in their practice. He commenced his cultivation, finding it far more engaging than any trivial matters. Chapter 9. The Reemergence of the Ominous Hexagram in the Xiantian Sutra. One begins by opening the meridians to cultivate vital energy, drawing the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth into the dantian. Lu Qing, adhering to the guidance of this technique, commenced his seated meditation. The unnamed peak he inhabited was abundant in spiritual energy, with his courtyard perched atop a lofty cliff, thereby receiving an even greater influx of celestial essence. As Lu Qing delved inward, his perception shifted from the external scenery to the depths of his own being. The intangible spiritual energy before him seemed to transform into luminous orbs. When he reached out to touch them, these glowing points gradually dispersed into his body. A resonant boom echoed through the air. He quickly focused his mind with utmost concentration. After the passage of a brief incense stick's duration, he opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. For the disciples here, opening the meridians was merely a foundational transition. Only those who truly entered the realm of vital energy cultivation could be considered practitioners of the art. Lu Qing now confirmed his innate talent, realizing that his rapid progress indicated that those above him would likely advance even faster. It was no wonder that cultivation aptitude was deemed of paramount importance. Despite Lu Qing's usual composure, the ability to take this significant step without enduring excessive tribulations filled him with delight. At this moment, he recalled that it was an opportune time to explore the Jade Tablet space. Previously shrouded in a misty haze, the space had been indistinct to him. However, with his newfound modest cultivation, the layer of obscuring fog dissipated, revealing a grand palace before him. The palace was supported by an immense mountain, and inscribed upon its plaque in an elegant script were the words Task Hall. A subtle intuition arose within him. The Task Hall served as a place for disciples of the Tao Academy to accept missions, settle tasks, and engage in trade. Upon entering the Task Hall, one could alter their appearance and conceal their aura. So that was the case. With a mere thought, Lu Qing's form morphed, allowing him to bypass the constraints of cultivation within this Jade Tablet space and arrive directly at the Task Hall. He observed a bustling throng of Tao Academy disciples. Though most appeared as ethereal apparitions, it dawned on him why the vastness of the Xiantian Tao Academy's residents seemed disproportionate to the number of disciples present. They were all engaged in accepting tasks. It must be said that the disparity between this cultivation realm and Lu Qing's previous imaginings was quite pronounced. At least from his current observations, it appeared that magic had been woven into every aspect of daily life and cultivation here. No, it was more accurate to say that, to facilitate cultivation, it was imperative to handle trivial matters with greater efficiency. However, a commonality persisted across all worlds. Resources were not readily available in abundance. Lu Qing felt a burgeoning determination to acquire spirit stones. Of course, venturing beyond the mountain gate was not permissible. He had studied the sect's regulations, which stipulated that newly initiated disciples must complete an internal sect task before undertaking missions outside. This was, after all, for the benefit of the new disciples, ensuring they became familiar with the utilization of spiritual power and magical arts during the initial stages of their cultivation. Upon entering the Grand Hall of Tasks, Lu Qing was greeted by a series of celestial screens, shimmering with the brilliance of flowing light, each occupying vast areas. Numerous disciples lingered before these displays, contemplating the tasks they wished to undertake. Within each sector, a disciple was stationed behind a desk, tasked with the settlement of missions, and those seeking to claim rewards could choose to complete their transactions through that disciple or directly via their disciple tokens. The entire process was seamless and efficient, a fact that Lu Qing noted with appreciation. After a brief observation, he departed from this place, his consciousness returning to his corporeal form. Though he possessed spiritual energy, he lacked the necessary means, and thus felt no urgency to embark on a task at that moment. Spirit stones, spirit stones, he silently cultivated on his mountain peak, finding solace and security in the mastery of spells and magical arts, an assurance that nothing else could rival. The harrowing near-death experience he had once faced lingered in his mind. He did not wish to relive such an ordeal, for it was hardly a pleasant memory. As these thoughts occupied him, it was uncertain whether it was his contemplations that triggered a response or whether certain conditions were met. After entering the Tao Academy, ominous signs that had previously lain dormant resurfaced. Great ominous sign. The tree desires stillness, yet the wind does not cease. As you prepare to undertake a task within the mountain for the sake of spirit stones, en route from the nameless Dao Peak, you are approached by Yaqing. Should you refuse, you will incur his jealousy and subsequently face an unfamiliar enemy who will lead to your demise. Great ominous sign. The tree desires stillness, yet the wind does not cease. As you prepare to undertake a task within the mountain for the sake of spirit stones, en route from the nameless Dao Peak, you acquiesce to Yaqing's approach. During the execution of a task involving the irrigation of spiritual plants, you will encounter an unfamiliar enemy who will lead to your demise. Great ominous, neutral sign. Remain on nameless mountain for a month, devoid of concerns and calamities, neutral. What grievance do I hold against you that you would seek to kill me, whether I comply or not? Lu Qing was truly exasperated by these individuals who, rather than striving to earn spirit stones or cultivate diligently, engaged in such petty schemes, displaying an astonishing lack of foresight. His gaze drifted toward this mysterious enemy. A familiar name conjured memories of the events that had transpired in Xiantian City. Were these unfamiliar foes indeed one and the same? The Dao Academy was hardly an impenetrable sanctuary. Wait a moment. A multitude of thoughts flashed through Lu Qing's mind, including the possibility that this enigmatic enemy was none other than the nefarious figure mentioned by Elder Mo. Alternatively, it could be a disciple or elder within the Dao Academy itself. The tasks I choose are all about prudent beginnings, particularly this irrigation task. Lu Qing's memory had always been sharp, and after his cultivation, his senses were even more acute. He meticulously organized the events involving individuals he had encountered into a mental palace of recollection. With a mere thought, he swiftly recalled the tasks related to the irrigation of spiritual plants that he had sifted through in the task hall. These tasks were not particularly challenging, yet the fundamental requirement was for disciples to attain the qi-nurturing realm. Even without reaching that realm, one must master a common cloud and rain spell. He observed not only the task conditions, but also the locations involved. Given that these were related to the cultivation of spiritual plants, they were generally situated a considerable distance from the main peak, approximately 100,000 miles away, likely in the errant disciples' quarters. In other words, I was killed there. That place is undoubtedly fraught with peril. Presently, what level of cultivation does Lu Qing possess? At the very least, he must be a legitimate outer sect disciple skilled in qi nurturing. As for the disciples in the servants' hall, given their qualifications, they are likely teetering on the brink of the opening vein stage, if they have not yet entered it. Observing the ominous divination symbol described so effortlessly, I cannot help but wonder if this unfamiliar adversary is indeed that nefarious demonic old thief from before. There are 28 overseers in the servants' hall. While I shall not speak of their cultivation levels, they are certainly stronger than I. Could it be that there is a secret lurking within the spiritual plant region? Yet, that seems implausible. If there were a secret, the divination would have mirrored the previous instance, indicating a confrontation leading to demise. That demonic old thief, Lu Qing's greatest suspicion currently rests upon him. That area lies within the most remote expanse of the Dao Academy's jurisdiction. The formations there are likely less stable than here. If anything were to occur in that vicinity, given the notorious methods of that old demon, I am certain it could be accomplished. Chapter 10. A month of cultivation, turbulence. Thus, Lu Qing once again marked a tally against a mysterious adversary, added 2 more against the nefarious rogue of the demonic path, and took note of Yaqing, who was undoubtedly not an amiable individual. He had now entered the adversary's ledger. His current thoughts were clouded with scant clues, and he could perceive only a fragment of the Dao Academy. Perhaps that unknown enemy was someone from within the Academy itself? In any case, he resolutely refused to accept any tasks. Whoever did would surely meet their demise. Lu Qing, have you finished your cultivation? Come join us for a meal. We have gathered here with the original group, and Lu Er has even changed his name to Lu Yuan. I've also met a few others whom I would like to introduce to you. A message from Li Jioming appeared on the jade token. At the moment Lu Qing was sensing ominous signs, descending the mountain was out of the question. Regardless of whether it was to accept a task or for any other reason, the divination had clearly instructed him to remain on the mountain for a month. This indicated that if he were to descend during this period, he would have a high probability of encountering Yaqing. Who this person was, Lu Qing did not know, nor did he have any understanding of their background. What troubled him was the potential for future entanglements stemming from this ominous situation. Even with methods to avert misfortune, constant disturbances would hinder any opportunity for cultivation. Avoiding calamity did not equate to invincibility, while it could, to some extent, be likened to being invulnerable. should a divination arise in the future to allow him to return to the mortal realm in peace for the remainder of his days. Such a divination was a source of latent anxiety for Lu Qing, resting all his hopes on this skill, which felt rather unrealistic. The techniques of the cultivation world were ever elusive and unpredictable. Whether he could truly withstand the means of those terrifying powers remained uncertain. Primarily, Lu Qing feared that if this truly was a skill reminiscent of a heartless game developer from his past life, the subsequent implementation data might not yet be complete. I have made some progress in my cultivation and shall be entering seclusion for a month. I am unable to come for now. I hope for your understanding. He inscribed this message, and the jade token shimmered as it transmitted his words. No worries. Cultivation is of utmost importance. Haha. We shall gather again when the opportunity arises. After sending this message, Lu Qing once more immersed himself within the space of the jade token. He discovered that not only were there tasks available in the task hall, but various other items were also for sale. He contemplated purchasing detailed information about the outer sect, which required 5 spirit stones. Fortunately, being a new disciple afforded him a discount. Ultimately, Lu Qing resolved to acquire this information. Initially, he intended to wait before purchasing it, but securing it now brought him a sense of reassurance. His understanding of the outer sect was still quite superficial. As for Li Jioming, they were merely acquaintances from the same initiation. Too many troubles would deplete their limited camaraderie. Lu Qing's current aim was to unravel the mysteries surrounding Bai Yunqing and the identity of the forces behind him. These were matters of public knowledge, devoid of personal privacy. A name and a power. Many were undoubtedly aware of these through word of mouth. However, with the premise of not descending the mountain, Lu Qing felt at ease as he perused this information. The intricacies of the outer sect were indeed convoluted. Setting aside the intelligence jade slip, Lu Qing could only conclude that in places where people gathered, conflicts were inevitable. In this outer sect, some are devoted to solitary cultivation, while others operate in teams. Due to the timely updates, Lu Qing noticed the names of some new disciples who joined around the same time as him listed among various groups. Bai Yunqing and Yin Longyu were among them, with Yin Longyu being a disciple of the outer sect's Purple Mansion. Aspiring to enter the inner sect with the cultivation of the Golden Core, expected to achieve this within 2 years. Over the years, many of superior aptitude have become subordinates to Yin Longyu, while others have allied with older disciples of the inner sect. Lu Qing found himself in a peculiar state, his expression vividly reflecting his thoughts. He had only just begun to cultivate his qi. It all made sense now. After this revelation, his thoughts became clearer. In truth, Lu Qing was quite curious about the relationship between Bai Yunqing and that unfamiliar adversary. Although the inner sect forbids disciples from fighting one another, this is ultimately a world governed by cultivation prowess. Lu Qing did not believe that the sect's rules could restrain everyone. Moreover, with a month left in this turmoil, he couldn't possibly be the first to be drawn in, especially concerning Li Jioming. Lu Qing did not see Li Jioming's name on the list of subordinates. Yet he had a relative here who had reportedly entered the inner sect. He should be safe. A month of unrest would eventually settle. It was unlikely that Li Jioming would linger daily on that path to ambush him. Lu Qing thought this over, quickly dismissing the notion. Regardless, he decided to set these thoughts aside and focus on his cultivation. After a month of training, Lu Qing found himself at the unnamed Dao Peak Mountain. Before him lay a flat stone plaza, meticulously crafted. Standing upon his designated training ground, he was enveloped by the protective array inherent to the Dao Peak. A thick veil of white mist shrouding the area, making it appear as if it merged with the clouds on the horizon. This phenomenon conveniently facilitated Lu Qing's practice. He inhaled deeply, concentrating his spirit and gaze upon his palm. Spirit sword. Condense. After a month of cultivation, a surge of spiritual energy had accumulated in his dantian. And as he focused this energy into his hand, he felt a subtle sensation of extraction. At that moment, a sword, entirely composed of spiritual energy, materialized in his grasp. It was transparent, with a blade emanating a chilling white light. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a gentle halo around it. Lu Qing's complexion paled slightly, his eyes narrowing. Go. The spirit sword, held firmly in his palm, shot forth like a swift arrow released from a top bough, striking a boulder several hundred meters away in an instant. Boom. The spirit sword pierced through the stone, reducing it to mere powder. As the sword's power dissipated, it transformed into a myriad of indistinct spiritual particles, vanishing into the air. Lu Qing felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, yet the outcome was still satisfactory. There was power in his strike, but the speed remained lacking. Both the condensation of the spirit sword and its release must be as swift as his own arm's motion. To master the art of the spirit sword, the core's secret lies in speed. At present, his spiritual energy could only manifest a single strike. Lu Qing reflected on the shortcomings of that attack. Thus, it can only be used as an unexpected means to secure victory. For the past month, Lu Qing has devoted himself entirely to cultivation. With the exception of this secret strategy, he has also mastered a fundamental technique called the minor cloud and rain art. This is essential for undertaking tasks, as the four major arts of cultivation often demand a considerable expenditure of spiritual stones in the early stages. Lu Qing continues to pursue the path of spiritual botany, primarily because the Zuanyang Yuanjing encompasses a vast array of knowledge, truly deserving of its status as a superior technique, containing numerous foundational spells as well. It is akin to receiving 10 for the price of 1. Many of the spells therein align harmoniously with spiritual botany. Aside from the tasks assigned by the Disciples Institute, the missions in the outer sect have also been refreshed, providing Lu Qing with a sense of reassurance. Over the course of a month, he has ascended to the third layer of Qi nourishing, fully experiencing the advantages of his high-grade aptitude. His storage bag contains 10 specially provided essence-resolving pills from the sect. Consuming one can sustain him for over half a month. Though there are provisions for disciples within the Tao Academy, these require spiritual stones, as they are no longer ordinary sustenance, but rather ethereal nourishment crafted by specialized culinary cultivators. Consuming such fare accelerates the cultivation process and offers various enhancements to the physical body. Lu Qing chose not to descend the mountain, focusing solely on his cultivation during this month. The once tranquil life in the outer sect has been disrupted by the arrival of new disciples, including a genius who was originally meant for the inner sect, causing the previously serene environment to simmer with hidden currents. Over the span of a month, undisturbed and in high spirits, he observed that the information within the jade slip was incessantly refreshing. Lu Qing suddenly grasped why this jade slip required more spiritual stones than some ordinary spells. Were it not for the discount granted to new disciples, he would have found it difficult to make such a purchase. The jade slip is equipped with a built-in update function, displaying various pieces of news from the outer sect, regardless of their veracity. Authenticity and deception intertwine, leaving one to discern the truth for oneself. Chapter 11. News from the outer sect. The volume of information is equally substantial, allowing one to promptly comprehend the events transpiring outside upon emerging from the training palace or cave. However, information from the inner sect comes at a different price and is exclusively accessible to the disciples of the inner sect. Regardless, Lu Qing did not encounter any advertisements for the sale of jade slips pertaining to the inner sect. Gu Xiantian from the outer sect has already attained the 7th level of Qi cultivation. It is likely that he will soon advance to the foundation establishment stage. It is said that his master has specifically procured the Nanhai Dragon Pearl Moonlight for him, to be used in his foundational cultivation. Gu Xuantian's talent is truly astounding. Do the other two not share the same fate? I recall that among my peers, those with superior talent took an entire month to barely reach the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. Extra. The entrance competition for the 381st generation of new disciples is about to commence. The top 3 in the entrance competition will have the opportunity to train in the Fire Cloud Cave for 3 days. Bai Yanqing has gathered many new disciples. Is he aiming to challenge Brother Lin? Among this batch of new disciples, there are numerous with superior talent, several with Earth-grade talent, and even a few with Heaven-grade. Does anyone know the reason behind this? Such a phenomenon has not been witnessed before. One cannot help but feel disheartened when comparing talents. Superior talent seems to be commonplace now. The information presented at the forefront of the jade slip comprises messages that seldom undergo changes over the years. The subsequent updates, rather than being mere information, resemble a message board. Grateful for this message jade slip, Lu Qing swiftly grasped the events of the past month upon his emergence. His cultivation level remains modest. A month of seclusion is considerable. According to the sect's bulletin, those seniors from the inner sect may not encounter a single individual for over a decade. Thus, it is evident that the duration of seclusion extends with higher levels of cultivation. Upon exiting his retreat, Lu Qing noticed a prompt regarding his disciple token. The entrance competition for the 381st generation of new disciples is set to begin registration soon, commencing in 3 days, urging disciple Lu Qing to prepare adequately. A familiar sensation washed over him. Lu Qing inscribed his name and confirmed his registration, then closed the prompt. The entrance competition is a mandatory event for all disciples, while subsequent competitions are more lenient. Those aspiring to enter the inner sect will register. whereas those wishing to play it safe and await the next outer sect competition may choose to forego this opportunity. This particular competition is designed explicitly for newcomers, temporarily excluding returning students. Lu Qing also noted a piece of news that was closely related to him, specifically concerning a dire omen. Had it not been for the divination revealing this ominous sign, he would not have secluded himself for an entire month. It is rumored that the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall has discovered traces of the demonic blood demon. The blood demon has revealed its presence and has been subdued by the head of the Painting and Calligraphy Institute, vanishing into ashes on the spot. It is said that the blood demon, notorious for slaying numerous celestial seedlings in a remote state last time, including one of superior quality, was originally intending to replenish its blood sustenance, only to fortuitously encounter the Danqing Academy. It is indeed a coincidence that the outer sect disciple assigned to that task is also affiliated with the Danqing Academy. Lu Qing finally discerned the identity of this unfamiliar foe, the same demonic scoundrel from before, and the sequence of events has become clear. It is a fitting end for such a villain. No wonder it claims to remain here for a month. By the time I emerge after a month, this blood demon will have perished. Reflecting on the experiences in Xiantian City and the secrets from the adjacent room during my stay at the inn, I now surmise that these secrets pertain to the demonic faction plotting to ambush this batch of celestial seedlings from Xiantian City, selectively eliminating those of superior aptitude. The young son from the Lu family was likely targeted for this very reason. With this deduction, Lu Qing's list of adversaries has diminished by one. An enemy that initially seemed to require much time to eliminate has fortuitously met its demise. Who could have anticipated that the disciple would be linked to the head of the Danqing Academy? Had it been Lu Qing undertaking the task, he would surely have faced a dire fate akin to that of the ominous hex. 3 days elapsed swiftly. Upon venturing outside, the white crane boy approached. Lu Qing, this time you owe me a spirit stone. When you have spirit stones in the future, repay me then. The white crane boy was amiable, accustomed to such debts. Naturally, flying through the air in a flash of rainbow light is a skill belonging to those who have reached the foundation establishment stage. To soar through the skies, one must rely on spiritual artifacts, but with inadequate cultivation, mastery remains a challenge. Moreover, those who have just begun their journey often lack surplus spirit stones. Acquiring spirit stones is indeed arduous. The white crane boy wholeheartedly concurred, his impression of Lu Qing further elevated. Recognizing the difficulty of earning spirit stones endeared Lu Qing to him. As for the other spiritual cranes belonging to the wealthy, the white crane boy felt a deep sense of sympathy. With a shared sigh of resignation, the boy and the crane soared through the heights. Upon reaching the designated meeting point, Lu Qing bid farewell to the white crane boy. The mountaintop platform was already bustling with numerous individuals, some engaged in conversation, while others displayed tokens or peculiar spiritual artifacts to converse with one another. Clutching a jade slip, Lu Qing focused his mind to peruse the latest information. He now comprehended the true value of the spirit stones consumed by the jade slip. Acquiring it equated to a lifetime of service. The messages appearing on the jade slip, emanating from various locations, began to converge. This time, the venue for the minor competition is a small realm, reportedly acquired by an elder from a lesser domain. How enviable! The treasures within a small realm are plentiful. This is quite advantageous for these disciples. While a small realm offers numerous benefits, one must possess the means to survive within it. Though the significant dangers may have been eradicated for the elders, the same cannot be said for these disciples. Just as the disciples' jade token symbolizes, the profound cultivation methods are beyond the comprehension of these new initiates. The assessment employed by the young master is not the traditional arena combat format, but rather a miniature realm, a realm that surpasses even the secret caves of the ancient heavens. Lu Qing observed this with admiration, astonished that a miniature realm was utilized. Within it lies an abundance of treasures and opportunities, yet it is fraught with peril. Glancing into his mind, he noted the absence of a danger panel, allowing his heart to momentarily ease. Perhaps it is because the miniature realm has yet to be activated, thus failing to form any lethal situations. Lu Qing remained quietly in anticipation. Soon, another group arrived. These young men and women were like the chosen ones from the heavens, each skillfully maneuvering their spiritual tools through the air. Among them, several rode upon spiritual beasts, not the ordinary disciples' white cranes that required spirit stones for passage, but rather extraordinary creatures. One magnificent phoenix, its feathers shimmering, left a trail of golden clouds in its wake, while a serpentine dragon with a single horn and scales glistening like weapons emerged alongside a spirit crane that radiated ethereal energy, calling out resoundingly. In an instant, the scene fell into silence. Chapter 12. The Trial Realm. It is the ancient mystical heaven. The one beside the dragon is indeed the ancient mystical heaven, and that next to it must be Su Xinyue, the pride of the Su family. Moreover, this one too possesses exceptional talent. Though I have heard whispers of his humble beginnings in the mortal realm. My goodness, how is it that they possess spirit beasts as mounts? Obviously, they have esteemed masters backing them. Lu Qing maintained a calm demeanor. After 2 arduous years of travel, witnessing such scenes only elicited a sense of mild reflection on the advantages of having powerful connections. Lu Qing, you are here. Upon seeing him, Li Jioming exclaimed with delight after the group had passed. Brotherly, what brings you here? Lu Qing inquired, glancing at the individuals accompanying Li Jioming, a man and 2 women. Hee, Lu Qing, these are the friends I mentioned earlier. Li Jioming chuckled, proceeding to introduce them. Pleasure to meet you. Following the exchange of names, a young man named Lin Zixuan spoke. Brother Lu, are you familiar with Bai Yinqing? Li Jioming's expression abruptly shifted. Lin Zixuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Before Lu Qing could respond, Lin Zixuan continued, I merely wish to ask, why such a strong reaction, brotherly? Lu Qing interjected, I do not know. The assessment is commencing, so I shall refrain from further conversation. With that, he turned and departed. Left behind, Li Jioming's face fluctuated between shades of anger and concern as he cast a cold glare at Lin Zixuan. Why are you so eager? My fellow cultivator is solely focused on his training and will not entertain your inquiries. With that, only Lin Zixuan and the 2 young women remained. What is this? Who are these people? Lin Gu, let us leave. Indeed, they are ungrateful. Why bother trying to win them over? Lin Zixuan lamented, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, they were both of superior talent, and securing their allegiance would have brought substantial benefits. But since they had declined, there would surely be others willing to engage. Once Lu Qing departed, he paid no mind to the unfolding events. For him, this encounter could only be deemed unpleasant. It was not anger that he felt, but rather a realization that Lin Zixuan was indeed backed by formidable forces, and it was impossible for Li Jioming to be unaware of this. Engaging in mutual scheming was not to his taste. He preferred to assert his dominance through strength. Brother Lu, I sincerely apologize. I truly did not anticipate he would speak in such a manner. Bai Yunqing is a well-known figure. His backing, the formidable Yan Longyu, is of utmost significance. Li Jioming expressed, catching up with an apologetic tone. Oh, I understand. Lu Qing nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Jioming appeared uncomfortable, well aware that the bond he once shared with Lu Qing had diminished. At that moment, a purple-robed elder made his entrance. For this introductory competition, the designated area is a small realm. The assessment will adopt a point system. Items obtained here will be submitted with 3 parts going to the academy and 7 parts retained for yourselves. The rules were concise. Does this mean that the rarer the item, the greater the points awarded? Within the realm, there exist a few demonic beasts, albeit in limited numbers. I have allocated a portion of the spirit sword technique for common offensive measures, which is most suitable. Lu Qing comprehended why the primary focus was not on hunting these beasts. The main reason lies in the mere passage of a month. It is improbable that all disciples of mid and low-tier qualifications could enter the qi-nurturing realm. He sensed that most around him had reached the peak of meridian opening or were lingering in the first layer of qi-nurturing. The only exception was the leading group ahead. Previously a competition arena, it had now transformed into a small domain, likely to allow us greater potential for expression. Lu Qing pondered. At that moment, a colossal water gate, through which torrential streams cascaded from the heavens, appeared before him. Enter. The small domain will close in 7 days, declared the elder in purple robes, as the gate opened, a powerful force drawing everyone inside. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Qing noticed that the group of prodigies had been left behind, their majestic mounts remaining in place. They cannot enter. At this juncture, a resonating buzz echoed in his mind. A foreboding situation had arisen. Lu Qing focused his gaze and observed the ominous signs. Great ominous hexagram. After landing, proceed southwest. Encounter 5th grade spiritual herbs. Harvesting leads to death by foundational guardian beasts, extremely perilous. Ominous hexagram. After landing, proceed northeast. Encounter miasmic swamps. Foundation destroyed, perilous. Neutral hexagram. Upon departure, immediately head north. No dangers, neutral. Without hesitation, for even a moment's delay would signify a disregard for his own life. Lu Qing landed and found himself alone, a chill enveloping him. Frowning, he looked up at the sky, where two suns hung in the firmament, their light lacking warmth. The fleeting cold he had sensed was indeed emanating from above. This small domain, he recalled the jade slip mentioning, was newly acquired, fraught with dangers yet unpurged by the senior disciples. The specific circumstances remained to be explored. The foundational beast indicated in the ominous hexagram posed a dimensional threat to his cohort of disciples. However, before the elders, it likely appeared inconsequential. As long as they refrained from harvesting, death would not ensue. It is only natural that the greedy and the reckless meet their demise. Lu Qing cast a brief glance at the sky before swiftly departing towards the north. He had landed amidst a patch of grass, with a foreboding forest on one side and a gentle stream on the other. As he directed his thoughts northward, he was grateful that his cultivation of the Xiantian Yuanjing had significantly sharpened his mind. Now, with heightened senses, he would not err in his direction. He resolved to leave immediately. Every word within the neutral hexagram was not to be overlooked. Behind him, the grass near the stream swayed gently in the breeze, revealing a triangular head emerging from the dark foliage, menacing and grotesque, as the sunlight grew increasingly frigid. Lu Qing was oblivious to what might transpire in his wake after leaving that place. Yet the neutral hexagram indicated no errors. It was not until the forests and the stream vanished from his sides that clarity washed over his mind, signaling the completion of the neutral hexagram. At that moment, he stirred his thoughts. No sign of disaster has emerged. It seems that even retracing his steps will not lead to peril. He glanced back and noticed that the eerie forest and the brook were no longer in sight. He dismissed the thought. With the world stretching infinitely, he chose to head west. Lu Qing surveyed his surroundings. The vast wilderness seemed to offer no disadvantage regardless of the direction taken. Since he had entered this realm, he naturally hoped for some reward. Not to mention, participating in this minor competition, even with a lower ranking, would yield spiritual stone rewards. Lu Qing found it remarkable how the academy invested such resources in nurturing its disciples. Instinctively, he began to circulate his cultivation technique. The simplest method of concealing his presence would not evade those of higher realms, yet it proved effective nonetheless. Currently at the third layer of qi cultivation, he believed he would not be at the bottom unless he encountered those exceptional inner disciples. Chapter 13. The Snow Spirit Fruit. Ascension to the mid-stage of qi nourishment. A rustling sound emanated from the grass. A blood-red flower swayed in the wind, firmly rooted in the dark soil. At the very center of the blossom, a pristine white fruit was maturing. Suddenly, as the fruit reached maturity and was on the verge of falling, a fleeting figure zipped past. The fruit departed from the blossom, vanishing without a trace. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flower went into a frenzy, yet the figure had already disappeared from sight. Lu Qing's heart raced after a considerable time had passed. He felt the white fruit within his storage bag, causing his heartbeat to quicken. The snow spirit fruit, when consumed, could enhance one's comprehension, with effects varying from person to person. Currently, the market's offerings of 5-element liquids that could enhance understanding were all exorbitantly priced. And the snow spirit fruit was even more precious. At least from the introductions I have seen, this fruit is categorized among the exceedingly rare treasures. This was an unexpected boon. Initially, Lu Qing took great care in his journey, especially after navigating through the perilous situations at the outset. He soon discovered, to his astonishment, that this place actually bore the snow spirit fruit. Even more remarkably, perhaps due to the vastness of the trial's small realm, Lu Qing had yet to encounter a fellow practitioner from his sect. This was indeed good news. Though the only challenge lay in the fact that such natural treasures were typically accompanied by lurking beasts. After observing for a while, Lu Qing noted the absence of any signs of large beasts in the vicinity. His gaze fell upon the vine of the snow spirit fruit, sensing an oddity there. Who would have thought that a beast could be so adept at concealment? Yet, this beast was likely weak, necessitating its disguise. Had it been a formidable beast like the Foundation establishment monster encountered earlier, Lu Qing would have been unable to covet the snow spirit fruit. Resolving not to dwell further on this, Lu Qing carefully surveyed his surroundings before decisively choosing a concealed spot to consume the snow spirit fruit. The fruit, once rooted, ripened and decayed upon contact with the ground. Its medicinal effects lasted only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. After this duration, the fruit would turn into a decayed remnant. Without hesitation, Lu Qing consumed the fruit. It dissolved instantly upon entry, akin to swallowing a mouthful of ice and snow. devoid of the sweetness or texture typical of ordinary fruits. However, as Lu Qing settled into a meditative posture, a refreshing and chilling sensation swept through his mind. At that moment, the perplexities he had grappled with during his cultivation underwent a profound transformation. The challenges of his practice were no longer obstacles. A subtle change in his aura emerged. The invisible enhancement in comprehension brought clarity to his thoughts. This small realm brimmed with spiritual energy. As the Xiantian Yuanjing circulated, the surrounding spiritual essence was absorbed into his dantian. Initially, the spiritual power within his meridians and dantian resembled a meandering brook. Now, it had truly transformed into a flowing river. He had reached the fourth layer of qi nourishment. As the reservoir filled to the brim, the waves of energy that had been dormant surged forth. After a month of diligent practice, Lu Qing, having entered this realm not long ago, effortlessly crossed that threshold, truly stepping into the mid-stage of qi nourishment. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qing managed to calm his aura, once again channeling the superficial concealment technique. The energy he had just broken through swiftly stabilized. He opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy gracing his countenance. He had achieved a breakthrough, and it was time to seek other treasures. Not one to be greedy, Lu Qing did not presume that those extraordinary individuals accompanied by spiritual beasts lacked contingency plans. Given the recent divergence in rules between the inner and outer sects, the outcome had been somewhat predictable. As Lu Qing cautiously explored this small realm, he collected all that was within reach into his storage pouch. However, the items he encountered mostly comprised 8th and 9th grade spiritual herbs and grasses, with no sign of miraculous treasures like the snow spirit fruit. Since consuming it, Lu Qing had noticed a marked change in his mental acuity, and his capacity to absorb spiritual energy had significantly accelerated. It seemed his aptitude had indeed advanced to a higher tier. Though it was not explicitly stated that it would enhance his qualifications, it could be regarded as an additional benefit. Such pleasant surprises were undeniably welcome. This small realm was aptly named, for shortly after Lu Qing's arrival, he discovered a transparent barrier reminiscent of a wall from his previous life, obstructing his vision and preventing any exit. It appeared to serve as a warning to the disciples who ventured here, indicating that they had reached the end of their journey. Nonetheless, the trial space was considerably expansive, and it took Lu Qing 5 days before he finally encountered fellow disciples. His cultivation level surpassed theirs, allowing him to remain concealed. Practitioners of the art possess keen senses. Even without direct contact, he could hear their voices from afar, engrossed in observing a spiritual beast at the center of a lake. The 3 factions failed to notice his distant presence. The capable abound. Our strength surpasses yours. The fruits above belong to us. Preposterous. First come, first served. Do not forget there are 3 teams. Do you intend to take on 2 at once? Among the 3 factions, the highest visible cultivation was merely at the qi nourishing stage. The third party interjected, mentioning their senior brother Chong, causing a sudden shift in the expressions of the other 2 factions. Meanwhile, Lu Qing seized the opportunity to discreetly retreat. He had already collected similar fruits in his storage pouch, primarily for the purpose of scoring points. Along his journey, he had indeed encountered formidable and astonishing spiritual beasts, but he had skillfully evaded them using his innate talent for danger avoidance. Now, he decisively made his escape. Albeit he did not anticipate that this place would also harbor ominous portents. As the proud disciple spoke of senior brother Chong, the foreboding sign emerged abruptly. Ominous omen. In the trial space, danger brews. Encountering peril, the purple palace poison python turns. Death is inevitable, a dire omen. The hexagram indicates a journey towards the south, where one will arrive at the original landing spot, devoid of life-threatening dangers, yet some karmic repercussions may manifest. Lu Qing could not restrain himself from expressing his frustration. His scalp felt as if it might burst. The prior encounter with a foundational beast was already overwhelming, and now a formidable entity of the Purple Mansion realm had emerged. The nature of that combat prowess eluded him, shrouded in ambiguity, yet it was undeniably a perilous predicament. In an instant, as the thoughts raced through his mind, he summoned all his spiritual energy and fled southward. He melded with the low-hanging forest, evading detection. Brother Chang will be here soon. Do you truly wish to offend him? The voices behind him continued to mock. Lu Qing was not yet capable of transforming into a fleeing light, a feat reserved for those whose consciousness had reached a certain pinnacle, allowing their souls to envelop themselves. Lacking any teleportation techniques, he continued his dash towards the south, although he was unaware of what awaited him on the other side. The absence of immediate danger enabled him to act without hesitation. In the distance, whilst racing against fate, he glimpsed myriad spiritual lights emerging beneath the clouds. Chapter 14. Trials and Perils, the Unexpected. Lu Qing had no intention of pausing to assess the situation. The ethereal lights mystified him until he caught sight of the familiar brook and the shadowy, suffocating jungle that seemed perpetually shrouded from the sun. His demeanor visibly relaxed. At last, he had arrived here. He could no longer endure it. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, yet he clung desperately to the last remnants, which would allow him to unleash his ultimate spiritual sword technique. He had not forgotten that his extraordinary abilities had yet to align with a grand skill to turn misfortune into fortune. The subtle threads of causality that emerged post-hexagram left Lu Qing with a lingering sense of unease. Suddenly, he recoiled sharply as a spiritual sword erupted from the sleeve of a disciple's robe. With a swift motion, the sword pierced an unknown creature, and crimson ichor gushed forth from its slender, dark form. So an ambush, was it? Lu Qing remained ever vigilant. Upon seeing the lifeless eyes of the serpent, he summoned the last of his spiritual power and violently condensed the creature into a pool of putrid blood. Fortunately, being in the early stages of energy cultivation, he was able to contend with it, but the venom proved to be exceptionally potent. Observing the grass blades corroded to a deep black, he promptly distanced himself from the area. The poison, being 2 levels above his own cultivation, posed no threat of death to him. What could this subtle causality be? Lu Qing yearned for the divination to speak plainly. He recalled that upon his arrival, the hexagram had urged him to vacate the premises immediately. Yet now, he found himself compelled to return. This serpent demon clearly posed no lethal danger. No, that cannot be right. Surely this serpent harbors some hidden significance. The hexagram merely unraveled this predicament, suggesting that a dire crisis loomed ahead. Could this indeed signify the subtle threads of causality? Lu Qing pondered, grappling with the complexities of his nascent journey in cultivation, which had yet to span a year. He had been navigating these challenges solely through the musings of his own mind. The mere act of a purple mansion demon beast rolling over had precipitated a life-threatening situation. Finding a massive stone, he seated himself, utilizing the surrounding clusters of unfamiliar thorny trees and the expansive leaves overhead to obscure his presence from the physical realm. Thunderous rumblings echoed. Earth tremors reverberated. It felt as though the very heavens were in turmoil. Of course, it was merely an illusion. However, it was undeniable that the demon beast had stirred. Lu Qing composed himself, standing to part the leaves beside him, his restored spiritual energy allowing him to stabilize his focus. From that direction, he turned his gaze, where the most intense rumbling emanated from a distant location. Yet, at that moment, he also perceived the sound of rocks shattering, crashing against the ground. Indeed, chaos had ensued. Boundless clouds of dust transformed into a vast, billowing haze that enveloped half the sky. The heavy, gray haze hung in the sky like a dense shroud, momentarily obscuring the twin suns from view. It was as if twilight had descended, and as Lu Qing gazed into the murky distance, a chill ran across his skin. This was the might of the Purple Mansion. Its overwhelming presence was truly astonishing. Rather than venture outside, Lu Qing settled back into a meditative posture, waiting until the unsettling tremors in the atmosphere subsided. Then, a reprimanding voice echoed through the heavens. A brilliant beam of sword light burst forth, akin to a torrent of ocean waves surging over vast distances, tearing through the oppressive darkness. The previously obscured area erupted into an incandescent blaze of sword radiance. Lu Qing squinted, unable to discern the figure behind the light. But it was undoubtedly one of the elders responsible for the trials. Uncertain whether more individuals would be drawn into this chaos, Lu Qing recognized that this small realm of trials was under the constant scrutiny of the Academy's elders. Nonetheless, the rapidity of events was alarming. The first instinct to flee in the face of impending doom suggested that even if salvation were possible, the central region of the lake island, spanning hundreds of miles, would likely be beyond reach in a mere instant. As for the Purple Mansion, it was unclear how they would address this matter in the aftermath. Witnessing the sword light, more brilliant than the sun itself, easily dismantle the shroud of darkness, it was evident that the beasts of the Purple Mansion were not to be trifled with. In the outer doors of the Academy, one could find disciples capable of vanquishing such foes. The elders' direct involvement suggested that the trials were nearing their conclusion. This indiscriminate assault on disciples of their realm was akin to a calamity descending from the heavens. All disciples were to vacate the trial realm and return to the academy. At that moment, Lu Qing heard the sounds of returning participants. He rummaged through his storage pouch, which held enough spiritual herbs accumulated over 5 days, along with the remains of a dozen small beasts. Upon discovering that tasks could be accepted and traded through the disciples' token, he planned to sell some items for spiritual stones upon his return. Presently, Lu Qing found himself lacking in skills, but he was in no rush. He intended to begin with spiritual agriculture. After cultivating the Xiantian Yuanjing, he realized that this superior technique was exceptionally suited for nurturing spiritual plants. The term spiritual applied to both spiritual plants and herbs, yet the latter bore a much higher threshold for tasks, not only requiring substantial cultivation levels but also demanding a strong network. After all, spiritual herbs could lead one into the academy's alchemical practices, which were highly coveted. Conversely, the tasks associated with spiritual plants were more commonplace, involving daily toil in the fields, which hardly evoked the carefree demeanor typically associated with practitioners. Lu Qing bore no such mental burdens. He had exited the small realm and found himself once again in the familiar square, awaiting alongside other disciples. Most emerged with expressions of harrowing relief at having narrowly escaped. Lu Qing's countenance mirrored their own. As he cast his gaze around, he noted that quite a few individuals had vanished. Lu Qing recalled the scene of selecting disciples and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril at every turn. Fortunately, I possess a golden finger. He felt grateful that he had been playing that game just before his untimely demise, for otherwise, he might not have been able to unlock this skill. The trial in this miniature realm was finally drawing to a close. The elder in the purple robe appeared, his expression soothing as he addressed the disciples below, delivering a lengthy discourse. Essentially, he conveyed that the recent upheaval was due to some unknown reason, and that the disciples would be granted an additional allocation of spirit stones, among other matters. Once his extensive speech concluded, many disciples transitioned from their initial panic to displaying a glimmer of excitement. Chapter 15. After the minor competition, discussions ensued. Lu Qing was deeply moved. The distribution of spirit stones overshadowed everything else. However, the losses seemed substantial. Within, Lu Qing observed the once resplendent prodigies, now appearing disheveled. Their bodies marred with blood, many bearing evident wounds. In stark contrast to their earlier spirited entrance into the small realm, Lu Qing recalled the glimmering lights he had seen upon his departure. Could it be that they had ventured into danger as well? This thought clarified the reason for their grievous injuries. Lu Qing distinctly remembered that senior brother, who left an impression due to his status as a genius of the earth rank. Grateful for the intelligence jade slip, which recorded the names of newly initiated disciples and prodigious talents, Lu Qing noted his own name among those of high-grade aptitude, though few paid it heed. This year was indeed exceptional. Fortunately, his own gains were commendable. He had broken through a minor realm, elevating his spirits, and his comprehension had improved, allowing for a swifter absorption of spiritual energy through his cultivation technique. Calculating thus, he realized it prudent to seek foundational spiritual objects in advance. Nonetheless, that was a long-term objective. In the short term, Lu Qing needed to secure a sum of spirit stones. After Elder Zipao released them, the spiritual beasts cried out in the skies. The disciples began to converse animatedly. What bad luck we've encountered. Who knew such terrifying beasts lurked within? One disciple lamented. Indeed, I was quite distant, yet I wonder what transpired at that time, another whispered. Those prodigies who left earlier seemed to have sustained injuries. I heard it was due to a guardian beast. While its strength is one matter, the spiritual light emanating from it is a foundational spiritual object, perfectly aligned with many of our Academy's superior techniques. Thus, many disciples came to an understanding. Lu Qing immediately grasped why a mere beast of the first layer of qi cultivation could provoke a standoff among the three factions. It seemed their spoken intentions diverged from their true desires. Fortunately, he had no such worries. The Xiantian Yuanjing cultivated with tranquility and purity, akin to the flowing essence of all things, effortlessly accommodating foundational spiritual objects of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With this in mind, he opted not to summon the White Crane Boy, choosing instead to descend the mountain. At a bend of a chain bridge halfway down, he ventured to the neighboring Great Mountain, which housed a city that had once left him in awe upon his arrival. This was the Tao Academy's cultivation city, frequented by numerous disciples. The city was entirely constructed from a gray stone of indeterminate texture, appearing cold under the sunlight, yet its entrance embodied the concept of openness. lacking a fixed entry or exit. As long as one presented their disciple's jade token for identity verification, they could freely come and go. Lu Qing also visited this place for the first time, not as a mere passerby, but to undertake a task. The missions within the jade token space are synchronized with this cultivation city. However, he had yet to find a task that was both satisfactory and suitable. Seizing the rare opportunity to arrive at the main peak of the Dao Academy, he deemed it more prudent to seek offline tasks here. Although the streets and alleys were bustling with an increased number of disciples, Lu Qing did not disturb anyone. Instead, he headed straight for his objective. Following the map inscribed on the jade slip toward the task hall within the cultivation city. The task hall bore no distinction from the jade token space. During his journey, Lu Qing merely glanced around upon entering, sweeping his gaze across the surroundings, and realized that the cultivation city was not entirely detached from the mundane world. Nor was it starkly different. At the very least, there existed inns here, infused with rich spiritual energy, hinting at hidden wonders. Yet, his pockets were somewhat lacking. After committing the layout to memory, he promptly accepted a task related to spiritual plants. The offline task hall was sparsely populated. Upon entering, Lu Qing was dazzled by the array of tasks in the spiritual plant zone. Biyun Blessed Land. Seeking 2 disciples of Qi Nourishing Realm to assist with weeding, remuneration negotiable. Shuiyun Cave. In need of a disciple proficient in Shuiyun technique to guard my spiritual field for 7 days. Spiritual stones negotiable. Outer sect tasks. Continually recruiting spiritual plant disciples. The following are task details. Lu Qing observed that among the tasks from the outer sect, many were evidently issued by senior disciples. Once an intention was confirmed, a subtle aura would manifest, allowing for private communication via jade tokens to finalize arrangements. This place was evidently more abundant, with numerous tasks absent from the task hall. Noticing the time, Lu Qing realized that these tasks had only recently appeared. It seems that even though the jade token is a magical artifact, its synchronization is not instantaneous. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon a specific task. He deliberately avoided overly remote locations. From his current perspective, the cultivation atmosphere exhibited by the Xiantian Dao Academy was undeniably grand. Yet, the last divination and the circumstances at the Miscellaneous Affairs Academy still led Lu Qing to believe that he could not place all his hopes on the Xiantian Dao Academy, as it was unlikely they could monitor every disciple constantly. After all, within the realm of cultivation, the relationship between disciples and their sect is inherently reciprocal. The size of the Xiantian Dao Academy was vast. A lake soaring high above could be likened to a shallow sea. But such a lake nestled within the towering peaks of the Dao Peak mountain range appeared as merely a droplet, insignificant against the grandeur. This task would suffice. Lu Qing focused on one assignment. Spiritual plant garden beside the diving lake of the outer sect, recruiting several disciples to assist in irrigating the spiritual water lotus in the garden. Upon opening this notice, he discovered that someone had already taken it. Given that multiple disciples were being recruited, Lu Qing chose to accept it as well. This spiritual plant garden was situated near the diving lake, and with the Dao Peak being in close proximity, traveling there would not necessitate additional expenditure of spiritual stones. During his prior cultivation, he had already delved into the art of minor cloud and rain due to his superior aptitude, and he had made significant progress in this particular technique. Firstly, the remuneration for this task would be disbursed by the outer sect in accordance with standard procedures, alleviating any concerns regarding the nature of the task employer. Secondly, the proximity of the task was advantageous, and thirdly, it provided an opportune moment to further refine his mastery of this spell. The spiritual energy in the spiritual herb garden was notably more concentrated than that found in the average Taoist peak. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he was in no rush. After receiving the assignment, Lu Qing summoned the White Crane Boy and departed from the cultivation city. The following morning, after a night of cultivation, Lu Qing experienced a subtle clarity in his senses. His hearing, sight, and smell all felt distinctly more acute. The spiritual energy circulating within his dantian became increasingly harmonious. After another night of practice, the effects of the spiritual fruit he had consumed had thoroughly integrated into his foundation. He selected certain elements that contradicted his cultivation method and were of no use to his current realm to submit for review. The disciple's jade token was crafted from an unknown material, the nature of which remained a mystery. Chapter 16. The Joy of Rewards. The spirit plant mission. Lu Qing merely placed the items into the jade token space and, upon selecting submission, they were soon enveloped in a white mist. clearly indicating that they had been retrieved by the Jade token. Simultaneously, the events of the previous day had become known to others, despite the unforeseen complications. This minor competition had come to a close. His name, inscribed within the Jade token space, now bore a rank beside it. Outer Sect Disciple Lu Qing. Minor competition rank 12th. Lu Qing was somewhat taken aback, having internally estimated his rank to be around 15 or 16. Given the exceptional quality of the contestants, he had a clear understanding of the standings. Those with heavenly and earthly qualities were numerous, with the latter being over a dozen. However, this was not surprising. The events of yesterday had inevitably led to injuries, and the competition was not assessed solely by one's cultivation level. Regaining his composure in a short span, Lu Qing realized that the rewards bestowed upon him held greater significance than the ranking itself. Disciple Lu Qing. Please collect your 3 rewards. Check promptly. A piece of information entered his consciousness, revealing the details of the 3 rewards simultaneously. There were 3 rewards in total. He pondered what they might be. The items he had submitted for points were of no use to him. The spirit stones, however, would at least alleviate some necessities for his cultivation and daily life. He held a sense of anticipation regarding these rewards, considering his relatively high rank and superior quality. He wondered what the rewards would entail. Could he select a cultivation technique from the disciple treasury? Lu Qing first examined the initial reward, his expression reflecting a degree of surprise. The Xiantian Yuan Jing, as a fundamental cultivation method, was undoubtedly a superior technique. Yet, what he truly sought was a means of self-protection. This reward arrived at a fortuitous moment. However, Lu Qing had yet to formulate a decision, as he still needed to visit the spirit plant garden that day. There was no need for him to rush his choice. 1,000 spirit stones. This was within expectations and would indeed resolve his immediate concerns. Without spirit stones, he always felt somewhat unsettled. Upon inspecting the final reward, Lu Qing's pupils dilated slightly, a foundational spirit item. He glanced into his space, where beside the spirit stones lay a fragment of a crescent-shaped milky white gemstone. Ethereal moonlight flowed over the gemstone, and a refreshing, pleasant aura entered his senses. This was evidently a foundational spirit item. The information provided clarity. Originating from the Moonlight Stone realm, this crescent spirit item was broad and pure, suitable for foundational cultivation. In the brief description, even though Lu Qing had remained indifferent before, he could not help but feel a ripple of excitement at this moment. It was a crescent spirit item, a rare foundational spirit item that, due to its unique properties, could assist in entering the foundational stage, even for those whose nature was discordant. The Tao Academy truly was generous. Previously, Lu Qing had pondered over his foundational spirit item, knowing that the sect treasury must house many precious items, though they required contribution points for exchange. While these could be converted to spirit stones, the ratio was quite low, rendering the exchange less than favorable. He resolved to save them for future cultivation needs. The foundation he chose must be stable and enduring. Impatience was not an option. For now, his priority was to head to the spirit plant garden. Lu Qing has always had a clear vision for his future plans and grand aspirations. It is natural to fantasize about effortlessly refining foundational spiritual objects and swiftly ascending to the ranks of foundational practitioners. However, the tranquil energy calms his fleeting impatience, and his gaze becomes clear. There remains half an hour until 7 o'clock, when he must depart for his destination. Lu Qing silently recites the incantation of the cloud and mist formation here, dispersing the mist that envelopes the Tao Peak and revealing a path down the mountain. As a practitioner now, he commands spiritual energy beneath his feet. Though he cannot yet roam the heavens and earth freely, he can glide swiftly at low altitudes for brief intervals. After reaching the mid-stage of qi cultivation, his energy has become even more pure and abundant, allowing him to expend minimal effort during his journey. Soon, he arrives at his intended destination, as the lake is within sight of the Tao Peak. The submerged lake resembles a verdant emerald. Only upon closer inspection does one realize it is akin to a shallow sea, stretching endlessly before him. Graceful white cranes frolic in the water, basking in their contentment. Although Lu Qing does not see the white crane boy, having recognized him after a few encounters, he knows the spiritual herb garden lies within a small valley nearby, where the lake's waters meander into the earth, converging into this pond. He proceeds according to his task, greeted by a disciple clad in gray robes. Lu Qing himself is adorned in the light blue attire of an outer sect disciple. "Brother, are you here for something?" The gray-robed disciple inquires respectfully. I have come to undertake the task of irrigating the water lotus flowers, Lu Qing replies. The gray-robed disciple's expression shifts to understanding. Brother, please follow me. As Lu Qing enters the spiritual herb garden, he remains at the periphery. Upon stepping into the garden, an invisible wave sweeps over him, prompting him to focus his mind. Surely, it is the elder in charge stationed here. Brother, just ahead is where the water lotus flowers are located, but I can only guide you this far, he apologizes, indicating that the area beyond is off-limits to disciples of the Labor Academy. Lu Qing expresses his gratitude and quickly approaches the designated task location. It is a pond situated at the foot of the mountains, adorned with blood-red lotus flowers swaying gently in the breeze, creating an ambience that is far from desolate. However, as he draws nearer and observes more closely, he discovers that the water level in the pond is rather low, with a crimson line undulating beneath the surface. No wonder it was said that disciples are required for irrigation. Even more perplexing is the absence of any other individuals. Only a signboard stands nearby, filled with task instructions. The handwriting wild and hasty. The water lotus flowers require constant irrigation to thrive. A moment without water will surely lead to their demise. Disciples assigned to this task must monitor the water level, ensuring it remains above the red marker line and replenishing the source promptly. Thus, that crimson line serves as a vital indicator. Lu Qing cannot help but ponder whether this is what high-efficiency cultivation entails. Thus far, the only living soul he encountered in the spiritual herb garden was the guiding disciple. Now arriving at this secluded spot, situated at the foot of the mountains and at the farthest point, he finds himself utterly alone, save for the pond before him. The tranquility here is such that the chirping of birds and the rustling of beasts is scarcely heard. Indeed, the spiritual garden is markedly distinct from the world beyond its confines. Reflecting on the teleportation array situated beneath the grand hall where I frequently tread, it is evident that a similar array envelopes this place. The aura of spiritual energy is remarkably dense. The water lily flourishes in the embrace of water. While these spiritual plants require the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, a form of mystical rain that cultivators can summon through their incantations. Casting a glance at the water's surface, Lu Qing immersed himself in concentration, allowing his spiritual energy to flow with intent. He formed a hand gesture, his mind tranquil and focused. Above the pond, a mist began to coalesce, gradually taking shape as a small cloud. At present, Lu Qing was merely invoking a modest rain technique. A gentle drizzle descended from the cloud, followed by an intensification of the rainfall, transforming into a robust downpour. Completely contained within the boundaries of the pond, a vast expanse of water lilies unfurled their petals, eagerly absorbing the nourishing rainwater. The water level of the pond rose steadily. After several breaths, the pond brimmed to its full capacity. Lu Qing retracted his spell, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. Unlike the natural rains bestowed by heaven and earth, he had concentrated an entire tempest within this pond, accomplishing his task with remarkable efficiency. Chapter 17. Matters of the Outer Gate. After retracting his spell, Lu Qing surveyed his surroundings and felt the previous surge of spiritual energy converging in this very spot. The expanse of the spiritual plantation valley was vast, and according to the task information, this area was merely the periphery. Upon entering, Lu Qing had not encountered any other individuals. There must be a concealed formation here, otherwise it would be implausible that apart from the disciples and elders, there was only this water lotus pond visible, with nothing else in sight, as if it were an ordinary valley. This, of course, was impossible. Since it was a spiritual plantation, it must harbor spiritual flora. However, after completing his spell, Lu Qing carefully examined his surroundings and found only a natural pond at the valley's bottom, with no other clues to be discovered. Yet, this was of little concern to him. Avoiding interaction with them was preferable. At present, he noted that the water level was receding at an exceedingly slow pace. After performing his spell, Lu Qing's Dantian spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere wisp, but the abundant spiritual energy here allowed him to quickly replenish it. With his decent aptitude, he slightly circulated the spiritual energy within his body back into his Dantian, gradually restoring what had been entirely consumed. This recovery rate surpassed what he experienced during meditation at Daofeng, attributed to the exceptional effects of the rare snow spirit fruit, and indeed indicated that this place, where the spiritual flora thrived, could gather the dispersing spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Reflecting on this, it was not surprising that the nameless back mountain of Daofeng he had chosen also contained a vast area of spiritual fields. He gazed at the pond, and after a brief respite, still could not perceive any decrease in the water level. Regardless, he resolved to cultivate here. The water lotus drew its sustenance from the heavens, and his presence would not disrupt its growth. Lu Qing was well acquainted with the water lotus as a spiritual plant, which blossomed in 7 days and bore fruit in 14. The lotus fruit served as a nourishing supplement, rated quite favorably among the disciples of the sect, as its consumption could reduce the lengthy cycle of spiritual energy operation. Essentially, it could shorten the training duration by a day or 2. However, this water lotus was not particularly rare, and its effects diminished with habitual consumption over the years. Given that the seeds of the water lotus were not hard to come by, they were placed at the garden's periphery. Consequently, someone would inevitably arrive to handle the harvest after 14 days. His task merely required ensuring the water lotus bore fruit, with subsequent collection falling outside his responsibilities. The spiritual plant task Lu Qing had chosen was well within manageable limits. He would scarcely entertain the notion of caring for something of exorbitant value. Let us not forget, he possessed only the minor cloud and rain technique at his disposal. Watering was trivial, yet the majority of precious spiritual plants could not thrive solely on such nourishment. Thus, the water lotus thrived in a rather coarse manner, being remarkably easy to nurture, and it was unlikely anyone would covet it. Lu Qing cultivated here in peace, his heart serene as he diligently refined his Dantian's spiritual energy. The recent initiation competition had only just begun. The rankings have not been officially disclosed. Yet each disciple possesses their own standing. Those with more social connections can, through casual inquiries, deduce the names of the top 10 contenders. However, the recent entrance competition has stirred unexpected turmoil, leaving the final results shrouded in uncertainty. The only ones with a clear understanding are the few prodigious talents with heavenly qualities. Upon a lofty peak, an elegant pavilion stands majestically, enveloped in an ethereal mist of spiritual radiance. Within, several disciples from the outer sect have arranged a modest banquet. Brother Fu, we actually ranked outside the top 20. What a significant loss. Lin Tianan exclaimed, his expression brimming with indignation. He hailed from the Xiantian domain's central territory and had considered himself among the elite of this talented cohort. Initially believing he would contend for a top 10 position, he was dismayed to find himself placed beyond the 20th rank. This suggested that numerous disciples of superior quality had surpassed them. Fu Wuding scoffed. What do you intend to do? It is merely a minor ranking. Lin Tianan retorted, this is not just a trivial ranking. I inquired earlier and learned that an ungrateful individual obtained a foundational spirit object. A disciple clad in green interjected, noting that those present at this gathering were all geniuses capable of entering the inner sect. Although currently situated in the outer sect, several had already secured mentors within the inner ranks. Even the 3 overseers of the outer sect, who traditionally facilitated ascension to the inner sect, seemed to turn a blind eye to the inexplicable demotion of these disciples. A mere foundational spirit object is not overly precious to us, given our capabilities. Junior Brother Lin, do not be overly petty, one individual seated above remarked. Brotherly, I am simply exasperated. Clearly, our cultivation is superior. Had we fought on the arena, they would not have stood a chance against us. Lin Tianan responded, his gaze flickering as he recognized the speaker. This individual, having recently allied with Bai Yuqing, had inexplicably gained Brother Yan's favor, advancing in cultivation ahead of them. In the realm of cultivation, precedence is often given to those who came before. And aside from their mentors, most adhere to this hierarchy, thus referring to each other as brothers is not amiss. Lin Tianan's initial reluctance stemmed from his own pride. Yin Longyu, possessing superior quality, had undergone a transformation through some fortuitous event, evolving into one of Earth-grade potential. As one born with Earth-grade quality, Lin Tianan resented being subordinate to anyone, especially since they were originally destined for the inner sect. The disciple who had spoken earlier remained unfazed, aware that his role was to cultivate good relations with this group. Then which rising stars does Junior Brother know? I would like to make their acquaintance. Li Jiao inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin Tianan's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain, deeming him a mere sycophant. Nonetheless, he smiled and replied, there are a few. But due to the lack of official announcements, I cannot ascertain all their identities, so these are merely my conjectures. This year's enrollment of exceptional disciples has increased several-fold compared to previous years, and I can speculate about 3 or 4 potential candidates. That is splendid. I shall make a concerted effort to forge connections with them, should Li Jiao have no objections. Ultimately, this gathering serves as an opportunity for these disciples to engage with one another, strengthen their bonds, and also to discuss the unfortunate incident that transpired yesterday. What exactly occurred yesterday? Oh, do not mention it. A beast from the Purple Mansion wreaked havoc, only to be vanquished by the Elder of Supervision, who shattered its soul with a single stroke. Regrettably, many individuals were too close to the fray and are currently nursing their wounds. The speaker's expression was nuanced, and the others mirrored this sentiment. Not to mention, those of heavenly quality, particularly those who have begun to distinguish themselves in their cultivation, notably the top 10, have all sustained severe injuries. Of course, a trace of relief and joy lingered unexpressed beneath their composed exteriors. Initially, there was an intention to attract some disciples of superior aptitude, yet regrettably, a few remained elusive opportunities. Li Jiao, seated above, contemplated while grasping his wine cup. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities, though they did not reflect reality. It was merely his family that had invested considerable resources, initially believing they could secure his admission into the inner sanctum, enabling him to continuously leverage the resources therein to elevate his own standing and subsequently benefit the family. Chapter 18. Breakthrough, Cultivating with Peace of Mind. Yet this year's new regulations have caused Li Jiao great distress. Such matters in the world are seldom straightforward. The recruitment of new disciples must persist. Among them, Li Jioding is suspected to have connections within the inner sect. Even the esteemed senior brother by Yunqing failed to sway him. As for Lu Yuan, he is indeed fated to be with us, having previously joined our ranks. Alongside him came another, a certain Lu Qing, who unfortunately embodies the archetype of a diligent cultivator with little ambition. Senior brother by Yunqing had previously thwarted many, and this individual has not descended the mountain for an entire month. Let us overlook him. It is evident he is of modest means. Images of this new batch of disciples swirl in his mind. Lu Qing remains unaware that the seemingly trivial choice he made, selecting that random hexagram, has only now begun to unveil its true significance. He had chosen to venture to the spiritual herb garden to undertake tasks, not to diminish his abilities. He is indeed talented, and there are those who wish to establish connections with him. However, upon learning that he is currently preoccupied with earning spirit stones through laboring as a spiritual farmer, their interest wanes. Spiritual farmers are generally regarded with a certain disdain by most disciples. Even tending to spiritual herbs garners a more favorable reputation. Lu Qing is oblivious to this subtle mindset. As days turn into weeks, the valley remains a picturesque haven. A disciple clad in azure is surrounded by gathering storm clouds, gentle raindrops perfectly drenching the pond beneath, where crimson lotus blossoms flourish. His adeptness reveals that he has mastered this particular spell with ease. This disciple is none other than Lu Qing. His days in this pond valley have been exceedingly tranquil and serene. Here, the abundance of spiritual energy allows him to cultivate in cycles, while he remains attuned to the pond's movements, gradually honing his spellcasting abilities. After several days of practice, his proficiency has grown remarkably. No longer does he require extensive preparation. A mere few seconds suffices for him to conjure a rain cloud, showering the pond with a cascade of droplets, creating ripples upon the water's surface. He continues his peaceful cultivation, having successfully advanced to the 5th layer of qi nourishment. Initially, his progress was commendable, but as he slows his pace, he finds no cause for concern. Though present in this serene retreat, he occasionally immerses himself in the happenings of the outer sect after his sessions. This jade slip serves as a conduit for communication. Lu Qing surmises that the upper echelons of the academy are likely involved, given the wealth of detailed information available. Moreover, it provides materials for numerous disciples to leave messages. After several cycles of 7 days in his practice, he observes many in the outer sect seeking challengers for duels on the platforms. Each main peak boasts its own arena. Lu Qing scrutinizes the scene, realizing that the intent is to prove oneself, perhaps even to vent frustrations. Only a select few seem unafraid to reveal their rankings, undeterred by the challenges posed by others. It seems there is yet another spectacle to behold. The disciple Li Xian from the outer sect challenges Su Xinyue and suffers a resounding defeat. Meanwhile, Gu Xiantian from the outer sect faces Cheng Du on the arena, resulting in a stalemate. It appears their injuries have healed, as it has been over 10 days, ample time for recovery. Lu Qing shook his head slightly, placing the jade slip back into his storage pouch. The fervor of challenges among the outer sect has no bearing on him. His strengths lie in avoiding peril and longevity. To relinquish such advantages in comparison to them would be folly. He harbors no competitive spirit. Furthermore, due to his undertaking of the Spirit Herb Garden task, access to this area is restricted. Not just any disciple may enter, as it pertains to the Academy's assets. Only tasked disciples or those bearing tokens are permitted entry. Thus, Lu Qing regards this commotion as mere entertainment. Should he continue accepting tasks? Indeed, he shall. This period provides him with the perfect opportunity to thoroughly complete his cultivation of this technique. Were it not impractical, Lu Qing might even consider establishing a training ground nearby, allowing for a more enjoyable experience while cultivating in the spirit herb garden. However, such a notion is highly unlikely. One can only hope that the disciples guarding the spirit herb garden remain absent for a while longer. The Academy has countless tasks, and the spirit herb garden assignments are primarily prioritized for certain spirit herb disciples. Yet, not all disciples desire to toil as spirit herb cultivators. Hence, the exchange of personnel to fulfill these duties is tacitly accepted by the Academy, as long as the spirit herbs successfully blossom and bear fruit. After completing a round of cultivation, Lu Qing ceased his practice. He sensed that someone was approaching. Glancing at the fist-sized fruits sprouting from the center of the lotus, he realized it was time for the harvest. The visitor, a disciple clad in a blue robe from the outer sect, announced their purpose. "Friend, I am here to collect the water lotus fruits." "Ah, this patch of water lotus has indeed borne fruit," Lu Qing replied. "That's wonderful." The disciple, not one for excessive chatter, was eager to fulfill their task, needing to collect from other locations as well. Upon surveying the pond, the disciple's eyes widened in surprise. "Friend, the fruits here have grown splendidly." "Indeed," Lu Qing affirmed. "The quality is excellent, and your rewards, along with contribution points, will be credited to your jade token. Please verify." "Very well, no issues here," came the succinct response. The conversation was brief, devoid of unnecessary small talk. As both were clad in similar blue attire and Lu Qing maintained a low profile, the visiting disciple hastily departed after a few exchanges, paying little heed to Lu Qing's cultivation level. The water lotus fruits are indeed a cost-effective nourishment. Thus, the possibility of conflict was non-existent. Lu Qing chose to linger a while longer. If this task could be sustained for an extended period, it would be quite satisfactory. Step by step, with countless tasks available, he harbored no concerns about finding such opportunities. Lu Qing, feeling at ease, concluded a period of tranquil cultivation and took the opportunity to exchange for a reward technique. He selected a formidable spell known as Cloud Water Arrow, which transforms spirit into water and then into arrows, harnessing the advantage of arrows and the swiftness of clouds and mist. At its core lies the intent to shatter souls and break bodies with terrifying speed. In summary, it is encapsulated in a single word: swiftness. However, it is challenging to fully manifest this technique within the confines of the spiritual plantation. His minor cloud rain technique bears a striking resemblance to this new spell. One conjures clouds and rain, while the other is lethal. Yet both share a connection to the rapidity of cloud movement. During his time here, he has nearly perfected the minor cloud rain technique, having adapted over the course of several days and only casting the spell 2 or 3 times to avoid excessive rainfall. He also practiced for a period at the external diving lake, which resembles a shallow sea. On most days, aside from a few white cranes that linger playfully, there are no other beings present in the high skies or on the water's surface. Lu Qing conducted several experiments with a minor cloud rain technique here. Yet the cloud cover could only extend to approximately 3 times the area of the pond. It is no wonder it is referred to as the minor cloud rain technique. In an instant, a moment of clarity broke through his heart, and with the flow of water, Lu Qing successfully mastered the spell. Chapter 19. Riding the Cloud and Water Arrow. Cultivation of spells. Lu Qing's face bore a rare smile, a reflection of his joy in the progress he had made on his cultivation journey. Naturally, one feels elated when experiencing advancement. However, he did not allow himself to succumb to arrogance, for he recognized that fortune had favored him immensely, with a golden finger at his side, alleviating the need for excessive worry. The abundance of time afforded him the opportunity to stabilize his mind and ascend step by step. As he practiced this particular technique, his thoughts also wandered to the newly acquired spells as he meticulously planned his future cultivation endeavors. Aside from the initial day of his entry, Lu Qing had observed that the outer sect genuinely allowed for freedom in the cultivation of its disciples. Moreover, the outer sect was indeed populated by a multitude of disciples, nearly 1 million of them. Upon first seeing this staggering number, Lu Qing experienced a moment of surprise, which quickly dissipated into acceptance. The city he had first encountered was more than capable of accommodating such a vast population. Yet among this throng, The presence of individuals with superior qualifications still managed to evoke joy from the elders responsible for recruitment. This suggested that, at times, sheer quantity does not guarantee the emergence of quality talent. However, it did not imply that those with superior qualifications were exceedingly rare. Lu Qing reflected on his own origins in a remote region where no promising candidates had emerged for over a decade. The joy of Elder Mo during his visit was likely due to having recruited disciples who surpassed the qualifying line. Lu Qing chose not to dwell on these thoughts further and resumed his cultivation. After another 14 days, the disciple from the spiritual herb garden was due to return. He deemed this temporary task completed. Having become familiar with the tasks at hand, Lu Qing adeptly timed his cultivation sessions and replenished his water supply accordingly. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the valley, a surge of spiritual energy rippled through, marking his successful breakthrough into the 6th layer of qi nourishing. He opened his eyes, thoroughly satisfied with this session of cultivation. Perhaps the previous 14 days had dissipated the last remnants of his unease, allowing for an uninterrupted cultivation experience this time around. Within his dantian, spiritual energy surged like a tide, filling every corner and imparting a profound sense of fulfillment to his spirit. Such a pace of cultivation explained why many individuals of superior qualifications were also regarded as talented geniuses. Upon his breakthrough, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him revealed that he had perfected the 2nd layer of the Xiantian Yuanjing. However, its effectiveness in concealing his aura grew increasingly negligible. It seemed that only by advancing to the 3rd layer would he achieve tangible results. Nevertheless, compared to his realm, he found himself lacking in combat techniques, and the profound intricacies of the Xiantian Yuanjing's 3rd layer eluded him for the time being. Furthermore, understanding this 3rd layer hinged not on innate talent, but rather on one's comprehension. Lu Qing pondered diligently, recognizing that after 14 days had passed, it would soon be time to return to the Dao Peak upon completing this task. Having spent nearly a month here, he felt the passage of time had not been swift, lost as he was in his contemplative state. He calculated briefly with his fingers and realized that the time had indeed come to conclude his mission. The submission of this task proceeded remarkably smoothly. After Lu Qing and his disciple completed their handover duties, they took stock of the spirit stones within their jade tokens before departing from the spirit planting garden and returning to the nameless Dao Peak. The nameless Dao Peak remained unchanged from before. With a wave of his hand and a silent incantation, Lu Qing dispelled the mist, revealing a path ascending the mountain. However, this time, Lu Qing did not need to traverse it on foot. Instead, he summoned his spiritual energy and soared upwards, his figure becoming slightly ethereal. He returned to his own pavilion courtyard, where the formation reactivated. Fortunately, this formation was a privilege granted by the Academy, requiring no spirit stones. Lu Qing glanced at the impeccably clean and tidy courtyard, feeling a profound sense of comfort. Not a single detail had shifted. Presently, he had 30 contribution points, and with the spirit stones accrued from previous rewards, he possessed approximately 1,100. For the time being, he need not worry about the issue of spirit stones. Contribution points and spirit stones were indispensable within the Academy. Whether for purchasing techniques, artifacts, or other items, spirit stones were essential. Alas, the jade token space appeared not to be omnipotent. The priority was on sect tasks, making private transactions of any kind necessitate a trip to the city market. After his breakthrough, Lu Qing had lingered in the jade token space for a while, quickly uncovering some of its hidden functionalities. This was to be expected, as the destruction of the jade token would result in considerable losses for both parties. While within the Academy, there was little concern for overt acts of violence. One still needed to exercise caution regarding covert maneuvers. Initially, Lu Qing believed the jade token served merely as a medium, consolidating various functions into one artifact. Yet, he soon realized it was more complex than that. The important aspect was that he could exchange techniques here without expending effort. Choosing to disregard the cacophony of thoughts, Lu Qing began to comprehend the technique of the cloud-riding water arrow. He resolved to delve into this spell. While learning swordplay would typically be advantageous, Lu Qing currently lacked a suitable artifact. The notion of transforming spiritual energy into a sword struck him as a form of explosive attack power, best reserved as a trump card. It was prudent to seek out more conventional methods. This spell was indeed a superior technique, one that was rewarded, as disciples would otherwise rely on contribution points or spirit stones for acquisition. Riding the clouds and mist This swift movement technique could compensate for his shortcomings in agility. Rather than practicing within the confines of the training room, Lu Qing ventured outside to a dedicated training square in the courtyard to experiment with the spell. Immersed in his studies, 7 days passed in a tranquil flow. He achieved a minor success in cultivation. Slowly chanting, Lu Qing focused, and at that moment, countless arrows of misty vapor surged forth, piercing through the clouds and striking the distant horizon, cleaving a path of azure sky through the layers of mist. He beheld the clouds coalesce on either side, revealing a narrow expanse of blue above. Excellent! Lu Qing rejoiced. The cloud-riding water arrow was both intangible and swift, capable of delivering sharp strikes in close combat or at range with equal finesse. After diligently practicing this spell, Lu Qing was genuinely astonished by its remarkable efficacy. The strikes were executed with astonishing speed and exquisite stealth, making it ideally suited for ambushing unsuspecting foes. However, there were still some flaws, primarily stemming from himself. If only he could further temper the aura emanating from his being. If he could master an additional incantation specifically designed to obscure one's presence. In conjunction with these omnipresent assaults, would he not become even more elusive? A thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. The hexagram of the divination was ultimately not an auspicious sign. He had encountered perilous situations before embarking on his cultivation journey, yet at that time, he had been merely a mortal, albeit one possessing formidable martial skills, which had afforded him a degree of resistance. Chapter 20. Cultivation Techniques and Lectures. Lu Qing acted promptly upon his decision. Having advanced to the latter stages of the qi-nourishing phase, the consumption of fasting pills held little significance for him. He had gradually adapted to the practice of fasting. The spirit stones he had could be earned anew, and it was ultimately his cultivation and magical prowess that constituted his foundation. He chose a technique to conceal his presence. Countless luminous orbs enveloped the jade slip that appeared before him. Lu Qing, now well-versed in the process, meticulously selected and then exchanged for a basic concealment spell. This technique, when initially mastered, could obscure one minor realm. Upon reaching minor success, it could conceal 3 minor realms, and upon achieving great success and perfection, it could mask one major realm, limited to those below the core formation stage. A standard concealment spell would suffice for now. The subsequent realms were still too distant for Lu Qing, who did not aspire to lofty heights. While there were superior and rarer spells available, they required a level of cultivation that Lu Qing, currently in the qi-nourishing stage, did not meet. After expending several spirit stones, he soon immersed himself in his training. In his practice, Lu Qing had scarcely left the Dao Peak. The mountains were shrouded in a cold mist. Yet the square remained illuminated by the radiant light of the sun and moon. Unlike others, Lu Qing chose to practice in the early morning, basking in the dawn's gentle glow. At this hour, the spiritual energy was pure and subtly infused with a trace of violet essence. As dusk fell and the moon rose over the willows, the cool moonlight cascaded over the earth. He absorbed the glimmers of light that surrounded him. Suddenly, his aura flickered in and out of visibility. To an observer with closed eyes, he would seem indistinguishable from a practitioner of a higher realm. There is a reason behind the morning and evening rituals. The essence of heaven and earth is most potent at these times, allowing for a swifter cultivation of spiritual energy. 3 more days passed. When an elder announced a lecture, it was time for Lu Qing to attend. After receiving a notification from the Jade Tablet, he promptly prepared to depart Dao Peak for the lecture. Without the aid of spiritual tools or artifacts, Lu Qing did not need to walk, as the path was remote. He summoned the White Crane Boy. "Boy, is this for the previous or the current spirit stones?" Lu Qing inquired, handing the stones to the White Crane Boy. "Excellent. I knew you were trustworthy. Where have you been? Have you been cultivating all this time?" The two shared a rapport. And upon hearing Lu Qing's tales of mundane tasks and cultivation, the White Crane Boy expressed deep admiration. "It makes sense now. No wonder I haven't seen you around. Many disciples in the outer sect have been making a name for themselves lately. My ears have almost become calloused from all the chatter. Why not compete in the arena and show them your prowess?" The White Crane Boy suddenly broached the subject. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that the stir caused by the small competition from a month and a half ago still lingered. "You jest. I have never been fond of disputes. The arena is about reputation, and while they may seek fame in the outer sect, I have no such inclination." Unbeknownst to him, upon arriving at the lecture site, he was greeted by a multitude of cloud platforms, yet the venerable elders had yet to make their appearance on the highest dais. The scene was bustling with a throng of individuals, many of the cloud platforms already occupied. Rather than engaging in quiet meditation, the atmosphere was rife with clamorous voices. Lu Qing, who had not arrived merely to scout the area, surmised that the presence of so many disciples indicated that something significant was about to transpire. Remaining silent, he chose to observe the situation for a moment. With a mere glance, he quickly discerned the source of the impending commotion. In the forefront, just below the elevated cloud platform, lay 16 cloud beds arranged on either side. As Lu Qing surveyed the scene, he perceived these 16 beds as akin to a spectator's gallery. On each platform, figures clad in azure robes were present. Some had their eyes closed in meditation. Others were engaged in conversation with fellow disciples on adjacent beds, while a few apathetically regarded those disciples beyond the 16 beds. The source of the discord resided in a corner of the cloud beds. Counting sequentially, Lu Qing identified it as the 15th platform. Junior Brother Qing, are you truly unwilling to relinquish this position? As far as I know, your cultivation is still insufficient, boomed a voice, laced with indignation. At that moment, Lu Qing realized he had arrived at a most opportune time. The moment that voice rang out, all the other disciples on the 16 cloud beds, regardless of their previous state, be it meditation or indifference, turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Some eyes glimmered with a cold light, while others displayed keen interest. A stark contrast of eager engagement and detached observation emerged among the disciples. These few individuals were likely the most formidable disciples of the outer sect. Though Lu Qing did not recognize them, it was evident that those occupying the higher platforms were undoubtedly the strongest disciples of the outer sect at present. Junior brother? At the time of his arrival, Lu Qing had chosen a back corner to sit and observe the unfolding drama from a distance. There, two individuals were locked in a standoff. Both adorned in green attire, one of them, a robust disciple, exuded an extraordinary aura, significantly more potent than that of the other. The disciple referred to as Junior Brother Qing, however, showed no signs of trepidation. With a cold smirk, he proclaimed, "Brother, those who are destined may enter. You cannot claim this place. I have taken my seat. How could I abandon it?" As soon as those words escaped his lips, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. "Very well, Junior Brother Chong," the burly disciple replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and laughed. "If that is the case, I shall concede this seat to you. I only hope that in the future, you two will maintain your position upon the cloud bed." With that, he scoffed and descended from the cloud bed, landing on the central platform, no longer among the 16. "Humph," Chung retorted with a mocking smile, unperturbed by the turn of events. "Could it be that Brother Lu has so readily conceded? You may not be aware of this, but it is said that a junior disciple named Qingdu is the cherished protege of the current dean of the inner sect, possessing extraordinary talent and an innate aura of celestial spirit. Although he has only recently joined, he is highly regarded by several esteemed elders of the inner circle. It is no wonder, then, that despite appearing to be merely a novice, he surprisingly has influential backing." Lu Qing refrained from voicing his opinions at this moment, as he had already gleaned the intricate details surrounding the contention for the cloud bed from the hushed whispers emanating from the nearby group. Having practiced for over 2 months since his initiation, Lu Qing was not as well versed as others in the various individuals and matters at hand. The disciples at the back of the cloud bed, clearly from the same cohort of newcomers, felt a sense of futility in competing with the esteemed seniors ahead. Thus they engaged in conversation amongst themselves. Chapter 21. The sequence of events and the harvest. The elder delivering today's lecture was extraordinary, hailing from the inner sect. 16 cloud platforms were established, each presenting a test. Yet, the elder conveyed a single word: fate. Those with destiny may enter, but those with superior cultivation may also gain entry. Indeed, the individual known as Brother Lu was a renowned figure from the outer sect, yet it was somewhat awkward for him, as the position he coveted was contested. His opponent not only possessed exceptional talent, but also had formidable backing, which explained Brother Lu's reluctance to continue the dispute. Even if a confrontation were to ensue, Brother Lu's cultivation level was indeed higher. However, engaging in a direct conflict would merely grant the Tao Academy an opportunity to intervene. Although the elder was powerful, the disciples were unaware of the intricacies. Yet, no matter how strong one is, they remain human, driven by personal interests. When the inner sect elder arrived, it was likely that Brother Lu, despite his higher cultivation, would find himself at a disadvantage. Private competitions could be held freely, yet in this classroom setting, Lu Qing surmised that he would lack the courage to act. After piecing together the information, Lu Qing was eager to continue listening, but the inner sect elder had appeared. Clad in a deep purple robe, his aura concealed, adorned with a purple crown and carrying a whisk. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback by the elder's resemblance to the Taoist of his past life. Moreover, the elder merely cast a glance and immediately commenced the lecture, disregarding the recent events or the 16 disciples seated upon the cloud platforms. This demeanor reminded Lu Qing of Elder Yu from his initial lesson upon entering the sect. Today's lecture would begin with the fundamentals of cultivation, emphasizing the dual cultivation of life and existence. The elder, indeed a representative of the inner sect, eloquently articulated the concept of life and existence, invigorating Lu Qing's spirit and drawing his full attention to the lecture. As the elder expounded upon his insights into cultivation, layers of phenomena began to manifest. Lu Qing suppressed his earlier idle curiosity and immersed himself fully, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as the elder began at the most basic level of cultivation. Whether this approach was meant to cater to his disciples or for other reasons remained uncertain, but as Lu Qing, currently in the qi-nourishing stage, listened through the session, he could distinctly feel his foundation becoming more harmonious, dispelling much of the confusion that clouded his path ahead in cultivation. Thus concludes today's lecture. I shall continue to impart knowledge here for the next 3 days, the elder gently announced as the disciples gradually emerged from their reverie. Yes, we respectfully bid farewell to the elder. The disciples on the cloud platforms rose in unison, clasping their hands in reverence. So this is what lies behind the journey of cultivation. Lu Qing felt an unparalleled comfort envelop him. As the discussion transitioned from the Purple Mansion to the formation of the Dan, he realized that continuing beyond this point would be beyond his current capacity. Although everyone was present, lacking sufficient cultivation to grasp the teachings would render the experience less than delightful. Lu Qing decisively chose to withdraw. Having absorbed the earlier content related to the Purple Mansion, he felt immensely enriched by today's experience. With the wisdom of predecessors and the profound guidance of an esteemed elder from the inner sect, such experience is undeniably invaluable to practitioners. It is prudent to take the initiative. He glanced around and noticed the emergence of a commotion ahead. Decisively, he discreetly slipped away from the scene. Lu Qing had no desire to involve himself in the confrontation between senior brother Lu and Chengdu after returning to Daofeng. He attended lectures for an entire morning. Understanding that cultivation fundamentally involves a gradual progression, he refrained from hastily seeking breakthroughs, as his spiritual energy was abundant within his dantian, circulating through his limbs and meridians, ultimately converging at the spiritual center of his forehead. A qualitative transformation commenced. The spiritual energy became even denser than before, hinting at the imminent manifestation of a spiritual sea. Upon introspection of his dantian, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened, quickly uncovering a peculiar anomaly. A surge of delight welled within him as he observed that the previously nebulous spiritual energy in his dantian was now infused with a profound richness beneath its surface. Just a single drop of this spiritual energy could rival half the force of his utmost strike. The foundation of cultivation begins with the transformation of spiritual energy into a sea, subsequently solidifying the physical and spiritual essence through spiritual artifacts, thereby establishing an exceptionally firm foundation for practice. However, the elder had stated today that the foundation is merely the commencement, the bedrock upon which a towering edifice is erected. This step must be approached with utmost caution. Lu Qing mulled over the insights gleaned from today's discourse, recognizing that the path of cultivation is shrouded in obscurity for every practitioner. Yet now, he had managed to peel back a layer of that fog, gaining clarity on his journey ahead. It is no wonder that foundational spiritual artifacts hold such significance. Thus, the recent upheaval continues to resonate even today. The Xiantian Dao Academy reigns supreme in the Xiantian domain. Even the esteemed cultivation families and other sects pale in comparison to the treasures housed within the dominion of such a powerful entity. The Moonlight spiritual artifacts, tranquil and devoid of risk, are likely accessible only to a select few at the forefront. This may elucidate the discontent among some. For those disciples yet to establish their foundations, these foundational spiritual artifacts are indeed priceless treasures, save for those with influential backing. However, Lu Qing remained unaware of the intricacies surrounding others. He merely reflected on this notion. After attending today's lecture, he recognized he had overlooked another repository of treasures within the academy. The cultivation jade slips and insights, the wisdom of predecessors, had previously eluded his scrutiny. He resolved to explore these further. The following morning, Lu Qing returned to the cloud platform to continue listening to the elder's teachings. While uncertain why the originally scheduled one-day lecture had extended to 3, the presence of the elder made attendance a necessity. Today's topic centered on formations. As the elder began to speak, he established the theme for the day. Lu Qing's eyes brightened. During his month-long task, aside from his cultivation, he had taken the opportunity to peruse the free cultivation knowledge slips in the library during his intervals. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. He was determined not to remain ignorant in his practice. Thus he had garnered some knowledge regarding formations. Formations amalgamate the spiritual energy of cultivation and the wisdom of practitioners. From the initial spirit-gathering formation to the subsequent guardian formations, and then to the simpler heart-purifying array, the evolution continued into the illusion array, the dream array, and ultimately the grand dream array. Countless formations shimmer like stars in the night sky, each more radiant than the last. Regrettably, the most widely recognized aspect of this cultivation practice does not test one's aptitude for cultivation, but rather a certain elusive and profound understanding. Lu Qing was uncertain whether he possessed such a talent, yet it mattered little. The opportunity to listen was certainly not to be missed. Moreover, as a being of eternal life, the loss of lifespan was ample, having already shed several decades in the past month alone. Even without innate talent, he had time on his side, and throughout the expansive stretch of eternity, there was no need to rush. He maintained an extraordinarily serene mindset. However, during today's lecture, he noticed that there were indeed numerous vacant seats on the cloud platform, primarily in the front rows. Lu Qing understood that these disciples were likely already aware of the topic to be discussed today. Unlike the newly initiated, they had established their own paths of cultivation. Furthermore, to accommodate the majority of disciples, the content of today's lecture would undoubtedly not be too profound. Given this, their attendance was inconsequential. After all, they had originally come to focus on the foundational practices of the first day. Chapter 22. Late Stage of Qi Cultivation. Experimenting with arrays. The realm of formations tests one's comprehension. This holds true, yet there are those who, with unwavering determination, ultimately ascend to the status of masters in formations. In the initial stages of formation cultivation, one must cultivate a tranquil mind. Elder Ziguang's voice resonated throughout the cloud platform, ensuring every disciple could hear. It was thus revealed that due to insufficient control in the early stages, the use of spirit stones was necessary to assist in the array's operation. However, once one can flawlessly master their own spiritual energy, intercept the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, and merge with the natural world, the array will manifest effortlessly. The gathering spirit array serves as a starting point, yet one may also commence with the focus array, which centers the mind. Regrettably, the initiation of any array requires an array disk and the proper materials, making them essential for novices. Yet, should one possess extraordinary talent, the situation would be different. Lu Qing contemplated this and recognized that he could not abandon his burgeoning endeavor with spiritual plants. The spiritual fields on the back mountain ought to be utilized. He could not help but admire how Elder Ziguang discussed formations with clarity and depth, eschewing grandiloquence for practical demonstrations of how to lay out an array. Each formation materialized at his hands, as though he commanded them with the grace of an extension of his own limbs. Though Lu Qing remained a novice and could not discern the intricate details, he nonetheless grasped the efficacy of the gathering spirit array. Initially, he had intended to refine the foundation of his cultivation at the 6th level of Qi, but unexpectedly, under the influx of spiritual energy, he calmly broke through to the 7th level, a stage already considered late in Qi cultivation. Lu Qing felt neither astonishment nor elation. Everything seemed entirely natural to him. For he possessed the requisite talent and was unconcerned about his pace of cultivation. He attended lectures for 3 consecutive days. Among the numerous outer sect disciples, he remained inconspicuous. Upon leaving, he heard that several of his contemporaries had begun to acquire titles such as outer sect prodigy. Among them were the likes of Gu Xiantian, Qingdu, Su Xinyue, and Wan Feiyu, all paragons of talent. However, these matters did not concern him. Currently, he was in his own courtyard, eager and poised to attempt crafting his first array. The knowledge of formations had deeply embedded itself in his mind, and Lu Qing felt a stirring in his hands. A simple array disc was not overly costly. He quickly procured one and endeavored to set up the novice gathering spirit array. Clearly, the spiritual energy emanating from the array's core had yet to activate, as it faltered midway as if severed, preventing the formation from commencing. Experiencing failure for the first time was to be expected. After listening attentively, Lu Qing was determined to put theory into practice. A day and night passed, yet Lu Qing remained spirited. He observed the 8 directions around him. where glimmers of spiritual light flickered like veins of energy, igniting swiftly, akin to lanterns being lit. In Lu Qing's eyes, what had once resembled a solitary pearl, now connected by spiritual energy, transformed into a genuine pearl necklace, a successful creation. It worked. Aha! It seems I possess a considerable aptitude for formations. Lu Qing felt a surge of joy, for it is often said that cultivating immortality consumes vast resources. He was experimenting with a spirit-gathering array, and through careful contemplation, he had managed to devise it without depleting his own spirit stones. Rather than relying on spirit stones, he intended to harness the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth as the very foundation of its operation. Splendid. This array was perfectly suited for placement in his courtyard and spiritual fields. Once he mastered it, he could even upgrade from the simplest spirit-gathering array. Lu Qing was prepared to embark on his agricultural endeavor, having made thorough preparations rather than merely speaking idly. Spiritual plants were typically supplied to the dining hall, and the Tao Academy did not monopolize all of them. Every month, a regular procurement of special spiritual plants would occur. Engaging in trade with others required discernment, for one could know a person's face but not their heart. However, dealing directly with this colossal entity alleviated many concerns. Lu Qing now understood his own capabilities, and thus, selecting seeds became his priority. As a significant force capable of self-sufficiency in daily cultivation, he was well aware that seeds of all varieties were available here. He did not seek to challenge himself with high difficulties. The spiritual fields, previously neglected, now lay before him in the backyard, arranged in a grid beneath the heavens, with fertile soil. Beside the spiritual fields was a small pond, home to a few ordinary fish swimming leisurely. Upon entering this space, Lu Qing merely cast a glance around. Now that he had surveyed it, he would expend a bit of effort to set up the spirit-gathering array, the pond providing a perfect location for the array's focal point. Feeling the spiritual energy coalesce, he soon retrieved the seeds from the jade token space. It was exceedingly convenient. With this jade token, the arrival of goods was instantaneous. Excluding the exceedingly precious items that required personal verification, these humble spiritual plant seeds did not necessitate such effort. The more he utilized it, the more Lu Qing appreciated the profound mysteries contained within this jade token, which were truly boundless. Not to mention, the mere existence of this jade token space was sufficient for many to glimpse the formidable nature of the Tao Academy. This was why Lu Qing had previously sensed that this place was not merely a conventional sect of immortal cultivation. The Moonsword Spirit Rice perfectly met his requirements. With a wave of his hand, countless seeds of this Moonsword Spirit Rice plunged into the soil. Subsequently, Lu Qing formed a hand seal and silently chanted, causing a large mass of dark clouds to gather above the spiritual field. Rain began to fall, and the water level in the pond gradually rose. Soon, the soil became moist, and Lu Qing did not depart. Instead, he remained focused on the patch of earth. Before long, the seeds he had sown began to break through the soil, sprouting tender green shoots. In a day, they would grow. In 3 days, they would yield rice, though full maturity would require over half a month before they could be harvested. Once mature, the leaves of the Moonsword Spirit Rice could be harvested and transformed into talisman paper. Although the cultivation process was not particularly arduous, achieving optimal maturity necessitated the provision of certain special substances. Lu Qing contemplated this, his expression slightly peculiar as he gazed at the tender shoots before him. Had he merely skimmed past, he might have overlooked such a perfectly suited spiritual plant for his current situation. Indeed, these special substances required the practitioner cultivating the plants to provide them with offensive spells, with sword techniques being the most effective. This elucidates the reason behind Lu Qing's choice. Moreover, the swordsmanship cannot inflict harm with a genuine weapon, which essentially signifies the necessity of employing spiritual energy to manifest the sword techniques. Lu Qing now comprehended this entirely. The library of the Taoist Academy is replete with treasures. It is quite possible that predecessors who cultivated the Xiantian Yuanjing are numerous, and someone has discovered this particular application. Otherwise, the conspicuous spirit sword technique would merely serve as fertilizer for the growth of such spiritual flora. In this vast world, there exists an abundance of wonders. Lu Qing shook his head and returned to his cultivation. At present, he felt an unparalleled sense of stability. The ominous threats had yet to materialize, likely due to the variance in circumstances upon his initial entry. However, it is often the case that the very things one wishes to avoid come upon them unexpectedly. Chapter 23. The Demonic Extermination Mission? Averting Calamity. Ever since Lu Qing embarked on his endeavor to study spiritual plants, he has ceased his daily cultivation in the training room atop the attic. Having successfully entered the realm of gathering spiritual energy, a feat he had not previously anticipated, he considered this development fortuitous. He took advantage of the array discs to inscribe several small gathering formations around the spiritual field, transforming what was once a space the size of a cushion into several expansive areas akin to large ponds. While nurturing the moon sword spirit rice, he sat cross-legged in the backyard, diligently practicing. Each day was filled with fruitful labor, and cultivating in a tranquil state of mind allowed him to progress rapidly. However, after his initial successful harvest of spiritual plants, his leisurely and abundant life was abruptly interrupted by a sudden divination that emerged in his mind. This divination was unlike those he had encountered before, which typically involved selecting a peaceful hexagram and patiently awaiting tranquility at the mountain gate. At the apex of the divination appeared an edict. The demonic forces are waning, yet they may retaliate in desperation. In connection with a certain minor realm, the Xuantiando Academy has resolved to dispatch disciples to the lair of the demonic sect to eliminate their disciples and seek out the minor realm. The divination revealed ominous warnings. Great misfortune. Attempting to seize opportunities in danger leads to self-destruction. Accepting the demonic extermination mission may result in death and the extinguishing of one's path. Minor misfortune. Closing the mountain gate and ignoring external affairs may lead to the Academy's higher-ups conducting covert evaluations. Those who evade responsibilities may be deemed unworthy, resulting in lingering troubles. Peaceful hexagram. Remain at the rear, accept the mission, and undertake the spiritual plant supply task at the mountain gate, leading to minor disturbances. Lu Qing's expression soured. Previously, he had relied on hiding within the mountain gate to evade peril. Clearly, such a strategy was no longer viable. Moreover, what exactly was this demonic extermination mission? His thoughts drifted to the nefarious figure of the demonic sect. While the Xuantiando Academy presided over the region, the demonic forces within its confines were not particularly formidable. Yet, the minor realm hinted at in the divination seemed to hold the key to the Academy's issuance of this mission. It all boiled down to resources. The Academy, despite its grandeur, bore immense consumption demands, and the minor realm was not merely a fragment of a small world. Furthermore, the divination indicated that this was a covert evaluation. Although the exact nature of the lingering troubles suggested by the minor misfortune remained unclear, Lu Qing, ever cautious, would not risk experimenting with such uncertainties. While the minor misfortune did not pose an immediate threat to his life, the potential for subsequent calamities was undoubtedly significant. Initially believing he could cultivate in peace at the mountain gate, the reality now seemed far from attainable. Glancing at the jade slip, Lu Qing noted that it contained no information regarding the extermination mission. Was this mission already in progress, yet unbeknownst to him? He withdrew his focus and turned his gaze to the spiritual plants he had just harvested. Having completed the harvest today, he could indeed make a visit to the Spiritual Plant Academy. Uncertain of where the subtle ripples might reflect, Lu Qing speculated that it must pertain to the task upon returning to the peak. Seclusion was not a viable option, and leaving the mountain gate would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, it became imperative to register as an apprentice spirit herbalist at the Lingji Institute. This unforeseen occurrence had disrupted Lu Qing's plans. Fortunately, he was capable of enduring solitude during his cultivation without succumbing to distress. If he could successfully secure this small realm, it would likely attract numerous disciples eager to venture forth. Opportunities, resources, and benefits are indeed the most compelling motivators for the heart. This small realm must hold considerable significance. Otherwise, disciples who sought to evade this task would not be deemed utterly useless or left with lingering consequences. Perhaps it was also due to Lu Qing's current lack of strength, rendering him insufficient to resolve this predicament. Thus, heading to the Lingji Institute was the wisest course of action. He carefully placed the plump, snow-white rice grains into his storage pouch. The moonblade spirit rice, once matured, bore stalks adorned with singular, blade-like leaves, glistening like snow and as pristine as paper. Such material could be utilized for crafting talisman paper. Lu Qing did not indulge excessively, as he had yet to grasp the intricacies of talisman crafting and would not divert his attention to other studies for the time being. He had already identified a suitable destination for these items. The Lingji Institute, with its picturesque scenery, nestled amidst the verdant mountains. Lu Qing felt a surge of agility. His movements markedly improved. Upon reaching a flat expanse, he gazed into the distance, astonished. Beneath the drifting white clouds, pavilions and towers shimmered with an ethereal mist, while several floating islands coalesced above. encircling a central city where emerald vines entwined the outer walls. The verdant beauty was captivating. Upon landing, a refreshing breeze enveloped Lu Qing, as if cleansing his spirit. This sensation intensified when he presented his disciple token to enter the city, ensconced within the embrace of the floating islands. The landscape of the Lingji Institute diverged significantly from the other peaks he had encountered. Inside, the majority were disciples clad in an array of robes, eschewing a uniform attire. The air around them exuded a refreshing aura, and as Lu Qing observed, most appeared to be related to spirit herbalists. At that moment, a young disciple approached with a friendly smile. "Brother, you must be new to the Lingji Institute. I am quite familiar with this place. Would you like me to show you around? Just a spirit stone will suffice, and I can offer a discount." Behind him, several other disciples displayed expressions of annoyance. Seemingly irked at being preempted, others sought alternative targets. Lu Qing recognized the young man's role as a guide, and, not one to be stingy, acknowledged his unfamiliarity with the area. Having someone to lead the way would be immensely beneficial. He promptly retrieved a spirit stone. "Very well, junior brother. Please enlighten me about the Lingji Institute." "Ah, brother, you are quite generous," Su Qing exclaimed, accepting the spirit stone with a beaming smile. Delighted to have earned a bit more. He is not a true disciple of the outer sect, but rather one who ascended from the miscellaneous department many years ago. His path ahead appears dim, having cultivated only to the first layer of qi nurturing. In the presence of many disciples, he is addressed as senior brother. As for his time of entry, it is of little consequence. The Spirit Plant Institute, the Danqing Institute, the Artifact Refining Institute, the Alchemy Institute, and the Array Institute are among the 10 major arts that parallel our Taoist Academy lineage. This city is an outer city of the Spirit Plant Institute, which encompasses 4 main areas: the marketplace, the cultivation area, the living area, and the spirit plant area. The area beneath the feet of senior brother is situated in the marketplace. The marketplace is a dazzling array of various cultivation treasures. Some vendors display an abundance of spirit rice and similar items, while others showcase enigmatic artifacts, and still others sell spirit plant seeds. As Lu Qing walked along, he noticed that many of the stalls on either side were related to spirit plant masters, offering seeds, treasure books, jade slips, and more. "Please take me to the registration area for spirit plant masters," Su Qing said with conviction, realizing Lu Qing's intention to register as a spirit plant master. He was quite familiar with the registration location in the spirit plant area, having visited it many times. "Senior brother, please follow me over here." Due to the vast expanse of the city, there are multiple registration points within the spirit plant area. Today, the duty falls to Manager Luo, who is quite affable. It is fortuitous that senior brother has arrived today. By the way, it would be best to exhibit an aura of spirit plants when approached by others. Clearly, Su Qing's assertion of his familiarity with this place is not a mere fabrication. Chapter 24, The Novice Spirit Plant Master, Prepare Yourself. With a hint of anticipation, Lu Qing accepted the invitation. After winding through a labyrinthine path, he arrived before a grand hall, which exuded a subtle yet profound presence. The inscription Spirit Plant Institute registration gleaming prominently. From a distance, Lu Qing could already discern its significance. "This is it. Senior brother has matters to attend to, so I shall not impose further." Su Qing, with a broad smile, brought him here and took his leave. "Thank you, junior brother." "Not at all. It is my pleasure." At the entrance stood 2 disciples clad in emerald robes, their expressions largely indifferent. The aura they emanated was inscrutable to Lu Qing. "Esteemed senior brothers, I have come to register as a spirit plant cultivator," he announced, inadvertently revealing a trace of ethereal energy. As cultivators of spirit plants often carried a hint of such vitality. Having spent nearly 2 months in the company of spirit plants, the essence naturally lingered around him. "Oh, so you are here to register," one of the disciples remarked, his demeanor softening slightly. "Come with me." Inside the hall, the space was even more expansive, with an immense canopy descending from the ceiling. Numerous individuals stood in contemplation, some with closed eyes, others deep in thought, and a few furrowed in concentration. Beside the canopy, a table was set, behind which sat a slightly plump cultivator with a genial expression, presumably the steward Luo mentioned by Su Qing. "You've come to register, I presume? Which level of spirit plant assessment do you wish to undertake?" The left disciple led Lu Qing to the table, and without further ado, Steward Luo initiated the conversation. "Uncle Master, I shall take my leave now." Lu Qing's gaze fell upon several jade slips on the table, their soft luster displaying various levels: novice, primary, Intermediate, advanced. Respected senior, I wish to register at the novice level. Very well, let me assess the aura you possess. Steward Luo nodded slightly, maintaining his genial demeanor, though his eyes subtly lifted to scrutinize Lu Qing. It was then that Lu Qing noticed a layer of white luminescence swirling within Steward Luo's pupils. With a moment's focus, the light intensified, and a sense of intrigue washed over him. This disciple appeared to be among the newest entrants. Yet his foundation was remarkably solid. He seemed on the brink of establishing a foundation. As this thought crossed his mind, Steward Luo reined in the white light in his gaze, choosing not to delve deeper, as the disparity in cultivation levels was too vast for him to overlook. This disciple seemed to possess exceptional talent. Although the reason for his visit to the Spirit Plant Institute remained unclear, Luo was determined not to let him slip away. A more pronounced smile spread across his face, creating an impression of overly cordial friendliness. Indeed, you may register at the novice level. Please present your token and place it upon this jade slip. The registration process was swift, akin to the seamless integration of the jade token and slip, imprinting the necessary information. Here, this is your token for the Spirit Plant Institute. As an afterthought, Steward Luo revealed a verdant green token from his palm. What is your name? The disciple is called Lu Qing. Very well, that will suffice. In a moment, Manager Luo produced a stamp, and upon its impression, the names of Lu Qing appeared on the surface of the emerald green token. Thank you, Senior. Lu Qing expressed his gratitude. No need for Senior. Simply call me Master Luo, came the reply. Lu Qing couldn't help but ponder. As Su Qing had remarked on Manager Luo's amiable disposition, which explained his words. Thank you, Master Luo. The process unfolded with an astonishing smoothness. Lu Qing revealed a hint of appreciation. While he did not shy away from social interactions, his focus remained primarily on himself. After Lu Qing departed, Manager Luo gradually reined in his overly effusive smile. Nearby disciples, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of envy towards the departing Lu Qing. They were well aware that while Manager Luo was indeed affable, not every disciple garnered his favor. Leaning back in his chair, Manager Luo mused. This batch of disciples is simply extraordinary. He practiced ocular techniques and did not intentionally scrutinize Lu Qing's circumstances. Yet, the aura of his cultivation was difficult to conceal in Manager Luo's presence. Reflecting on the passage of 3 months, he noted that Lu Qing was nearing the foundational stage, possessing either superior or earthly grade potential. The realization that he had registered a genius, one from their Spirit Plant Institute, brought Manager Luo immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, engrossed in his own affairs, remained oblivious to the fact that Manager Luo had mistakenly classified him as an earthly grade prodigy. Nevertheless, his cultivation speed showed no signs of waning relative to his earthly grade peers. He stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level of foundational cultivation, poised to advance further. This was a testament to Lu Qing's remarkable progress. As he tended to his agricultural endeavors, he did not neglect his own cultivation, with his pace surpassing that of the vast majority of disciples. Prior to this, the outer sect had unveiled a list of the top 10 newcomers, most of whom had already entered the foundational stage. In terms of speed, aside from the exceptional talents, Lu Qing ranked among the best in the earthly grade category. Yet, his modest demeanor rendered him nearly invisible. He blended into the sea of disciples with average or below average potential, garnering little attention. It was only during the registration that Manager Luo chanced upon him. Otherwise, few would have recognized Lu Qing's identity. Manager Luo retained a distinct impression of this new disciple. Meanwhile, Lu Qing readily accepted a task specifically designated for the Spirit Plant Institute. I have accepted the supply task. This should suffice, he thought, the weight on his mind finally lifting. From registration to selecting a supply task, the essence of the task was to provide spirit plants to disciples from other institutes. While he could choose those he was familiar with, his lack of familiarity with spirit plants limited his options. Lu Qing felt that his innate talent might yield additional benefits by averting calamity. Coincidentally, the Moonblade spirit rice he had just harvested was precisely what was in high demand. Fortune smiled upon him, as he had yet to sell this batch of spirit rice, and it was promptly purchased by a disciple from the task hall of the Spirit Plant Institute. Junior brother, your spirit rice is of commendable quality. Take this order. The disciple behind the counter said, swiftly producing a luminous jade token. The entire process, while not exceedingly swift, was completed within the time frame projected by Lu Qing. It was only after he undertook this task that the sense of impending crisis began to recede into the distance. Chapter 25. The Wind Rises, a Grand Gesture. This is the serendipity of nurturing flowers to bloom. He had not anticipated that his previous actions would bear fruit at this moment. Could this be an intuition from the depths of fate? Without further ado, Lu Qing returned to his Dao Peak. Although I remain at my Dao Peak, the task summons have arrived, and this token will indeed assist me greatly. The mission and the Emerald token, these two elements have been firmly secured. Now, it is a matter of observing the subtle ripples that may arise within the divination. In less than 7 days, a whisper of news began to circulate among the outer disciples. Have you heard? The Dao Academy has issued a significant mission, an extermination of demons. Those cunning demonic cultivators have been lurking within our Xiantian domain, and this time the Academy has taken decisive action, particularly due to the recent incident at the Servants' Hall. What transpired at the Servants' Hall? It was the incident involving that demonic thief who infiltrated, only to be eliminated, leading to the discovery of a demonic stronghold, rumored to be their main base. Once eradicated, the demon cultivators would be forced to flee. Furthermore, during the recent recruitment of new talents, the demon cultivators launched attacks in various locations. The Academy now seeks to capture them all in one fell swoop. This jade slip has become Lu Qing's source of information. He need not discern its authenticity upon witnessing the spread of this news. He understands that a task is imminent. The winds of change have begun to stir. Yet, it remains uncertain how long this extermination mission will unfold. He has perfected his qi cultivation to the 9th level, but ascending to the foundation establishment stage is no trivial matter. With his current strength, even on the battlefield, he would merely be cannon fodder. The Academy surely would not act without discretion. The demonic forces are waning, as the divination suggests. Lu Qing pondered the duration of this mission. Notice to disciples of the Xiantian Dao Academy. Extermination mission. The demonic forces have plagued the Xiantian Dao Academy, akin to a persistent parasite, difficult to eradicate completely. Recently, numerous elders have pinpointed the location of a demonic stronghold. Lu Qing skimmed through the mission description on the token, turning his attention to the rewards section. The extermination mission opens access to the Academy's treasury. Qi cultivating cultivators earn 10 contribution points, while foundation establishment cultivators earn 20 contribution points, with no upper limit. Additionally, those who accept the mission may receive a free supply of spirit stones. Various factions within the Academy are focusing their resources on exterminating demons. Lu Qing continued to peruse the details. Finally, he discovered his assigned task. Disciples of the Spirit Plant Academy may claim the Spirit Plant Supply mission. This was indeed the opportunity he sought. Lu Qing now considered himself a disciple of the Spirit Plant Academy. The token he possessed was not granted without merit. He gazed at the lengthy extermination mission detailed on his disciple's jade token, along with the accompanying rewards. It was as if a scroll unfurled before him, revealing an array of rewards categorized for his eyes: celestial treasures, millennium-old elixirs, and ancient immortal techniques, all shimmering enticingly. He marveled at the breathtaking rewards laid out before him. Even Lu Qing, who believed there was nothing particularly shocking, felt a flicker of desire upon witnessing this scene. Such transgressions. Life itself is of utmost importance. He quickly averted his gaze. Remaining steadfast, he understood that regardless of how enticing these rewards might be, they undoubtedly came with significant risks. The magnitude of this endeavor revealed the immense importance of that particular realm. In such circumstances, Lu Qing pondered the possibility of other domain forces intervening, which could complicate matters. The Academy's tasks often involved eliminating demonic cultivators. Those who survived under prolonged siege were certainly not to be underestimated. Lu Qing's fragile frame could hardly withstand such tumult. Even with his advantages, he felt a twinge of longing. One could only imagine how other disciples would react. Undoubtedly, this assignment had cast a massive stone into the inner and outer doors alike. Without delving into the complexities of the inner sanctum, which were beyond the comprehension of outer disciples, it was evident that a tempest had erupted within the outer sect. Countless disciples either vacated their abodes, soared toward the peak on the winds, or transformed into shimmering rainbows. The extermination task had been officially announced. Within both inner and outer doors, numerous figures ascended skyward, rushing to the mission hall to accept this task. Due to its significance, only a select few were privy to this information beforehand. In a place where lava churned and heat enveloped the surroundings, a figure hovered above a massive stone, their aura seemingly merging with the molten rock below. An extermination task? The demonic cultivators deserve their fate. This fiery figure transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing from the lava-laden area. In a cold stone pool where waterfalls cascaded down, striking the young man's body with a rhythmic clatter, he opened his eyes. and with a tremor, the waterfall began to part behind him. There is something I require. In another location, a girl clad in black wielded a bone whip, a green serpent coiling around her arm, exterminating demons. How intriguing. In hidden caverns, someone broke through barriers from sheer cliffs. Another transformed into a bird and soared into the heights. The multitude of disciples in both inner and outer doors was staggering. In the outer sect's mission hall, a vast expanse in Lu Qing's eyes, countless figures flitted about. The once expansive space was now filled with a dense throng. Yet none of this concerned Lu Qing. He had already accepted a task from the Spirit Plant Institute. While the mission hall of the outer sect offered various assignments related to the demon extermination. Junior brother on the mountain, are you home? A voice echoed from the clouds. Lu Qing activated the formation. A person descended upon a white crane. This individual appeared gaunt, but there was a spark of exhilaration in their expression, and their speech was rapid. Upon seeing Lu Qing emerge, they exclaimed, "You are Lu Qing from the Spirit Plant Institute, correct?" "Indeed." "Good. 2 additional task orders have just come in, dispatched from above." The arriving senior spoke quickly, yet articulately. "For this demon extermination task, the required resources and rewards have been distributed among the various institutes. I shall not elaborate on the foundational quantities required. However, if you cultivate them excellently, you may retain the extra portion. Let us exchange our token breaths first. I am Gui Yongheng, your senior brother. Should anything arise, I shall visit you again. If there are no doubts, I shall take my leave," Gui Yongheng stated, hastily adding, "If you have further inquiries, please leave me a message on the token." "Of course. Senior brother Gua, please attend to your matters," replied Lu Qing, as he received the 2 jade pieces from Gui Yongheng. The senior brother, mounted on his white crane, swiftly ascended and departed towards another Dao peak. Lu Qing watched him fade into the distance, slightly shaking his head. Gui Yongheng appeared exceedingly busy, his demeanor reflecting impatience and haste. It was evident that following this mission, every disciple, barring those facing certain death, would likely need to embark on this demon exorcising task. It remains uncertain whether the inner sect will follow suit. Chapter 26, Cultivation at the Mountain Gate, Astonishment. Through a narrow perspective, this senior brother Gua, residing in the Spirit Plant Institute, is equally preoccupied. There is no need for Lu Qing to venture outside. He merely gazes at the heavens. He discerns that what was once a cerulean sky, unblemished by clouds, is now adorned with countless streaks of light racing across the firmament, reminiscent of meteors cascading from the sky, creating a spectacle akin to a meteor shower in broad daylight. Lu Qing raises his hand, re-establishing the cloud formation array. He can still observe the outside world, albeit through a veil of mist produced by the array's enhancement. Where does this subtle disturbance originate? From a person or an object? Holding the jade tablet of orders from the cultivation realm, Lu Qing ponders. Initially, he believed senior brother Gua to be the one to respond to this omen. But their conversation scarcely lasted a minute, indicating that the disturbance does not stem from here. Could it be related to the 2 additional orders he received? He dismisses this absurd thought. If that were the case, it would indeed be fortuitous. As a novice spirit planter, the orders he received would naturally not entail highly challenging spirit plant seeds. Chia rice and Longya rice. Have I found a match with ordinary rice? The jade tablet contains seeds, and to prevent chaos among spirit planters, it thoughtfully includes detailed descriptions on its surface. The cultivation methods for these spirit plants are largely similar. They require sunlight, water, and soil just like ordinary rice, needing at least 2 of the 3 essentials. The Moonsword spirit rice he previously selected is an exception, as its leaves can serve as talisman paper and are not merely consumable food. There is no difficulty involved. Lu Qing examines the seeds and finds no challenges. They can be planted just like any typical plant. The only peculiarity is that these seeds are imbued with spiritual energy, sprouting, breaking through the soil, growing, flowering, and bearing fruit without taking years to mature. It should be noted that the 2 packets of seeds he possesses are both fast-growing spirit plants. With 15 plots of spiritual land, he can allocate 3 plots for each of the 3 types of plants. Lu Qing sows all the seeds into the soil. The clouds descend, bringing rain. The sword energy and sharpness penetrate the earth. Lu Qing does not rush into the foundation building stage, but instead focuses on honing his other skills. 5 days later, disciples of the Dao Academy emerge from the mountain. The stronghold of the demonic path comes under attack. This marks the events of the first day, an extraordinary clash reminiscent of gods and demons battling fiercely. Remarkable. Inner disciples confront the demonic elders, while outer disciples engage with the demonic disciples. The frontline battles are exceedingly intense. Ah, how wonderful. I've heard that someone unexpectedly broke through a significant realm on the battlefield, turning the tide and slaying a sneaky demonic elder. The demonic stronghold is replete with countless spirit stones, spiritual fields, and spirit herbs. It is rumored that someone unearthed a ginseng over 10,000 years old and received a reward after presenting it to the Tao Academy. I envy the disciple who could forfeit the reward for the ginseng. I too desire to leave the mountain gate and slay demonic cultivators. Opportunities abound everywhere. Lu Qing observed the fervent discussions in the outer gate courtyard, and he could roughly surmise the rapid developments on the front lines. Risks and opportunities coexisted. Amidst it all, Lu Qing discerned the shadows of the ancient Xiantian faction. However, although they were deemed celestial talents on this battlefield of demon extermination, it was predominantly the formidable individuals who truly shone. They possessed exceptional aptitude, the pride of heaven, yet those who could ascend to the inner courtyard were, in their past, fearsome prodigies who instilled trepidation in others. Chun Xianming, Gongsun Sheng, Li Mingyue. During this period in the outer courtyard, Lu Qing had not witnessed the fleeting glimmers overhead. The once frequent sightings of escaping lights traversing the heavenly expanse seemed to have vanished completely. The once bustling mountain gate now lay in profound silence. Lu Qing had initially believed the previous tranquility to be sufficient, but he realized that this was the true essence of serenity. Completely empty. Even the white cranes that usually graced the lakes were nowhere to be seen. Inquiring with the White Crane Boy, Lu Qing learned that their clan had also ventured to the front lines. The White Crane Boy, who was particularly fond of spirit stones, was preparing to see if he could catch some fish and reap some rewards. When Lu Qing inquired, the White Crane Boy even extended an invitation to accompany him off the mountain. Lu Qing declined. There was no way he could leave. He subtly advised caution to his companion regarding the dangers of the front lines. Inwardly, Lu Qing recalled the earlier spectacle of radiant lights and the promise of substantial rewards. Such grand displays, viewed from a lowly perspective, obscured the deeper truths. However, after seeing the recent good news and considering the ominous omens, he felt an unsettling sense that something peculiar lingered on the demonic side. The White Crane Boy remarked, "Hey, Lu Qing, you're far too cautious. Rest assured, I'll be in the rear, and if things turn dire, I'll make my escape. No one can match my speed," he boasted in the message. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. While the White Crane Boy was indeed self-praising, he wasn't entirely incorrect. The White Crane clan was renowned for their swiftness, and the boy was among the best of them. With their innate bloodline abilities, they should be able to flee without issue. Lu Qing could only hope he wouldn't encounter any malevolent entities on his journey. "Extraordinary, indeed, young one," Lu Qing remarked. "That is true," replied the White Crane Boy. He set down his token, pondering the current state of the battlefield, which was still unclear to him. For now, he needed to focus on his own matters. After a week of cultivation, his cloud water arrow technique was nearing completion, and surprisingly, the technique dedicated to concealing one's presence was progressing even faster. It would reach perfection in just a few more days. Since he had become a spirit planter, it was essential to acquire the golden finger technique necessary for planting. Although Lu Qing had not yet encountered pests, it was wise to prepare for the unexpected. The spirit fields naturally emitted spiritual energy, enhanced by the gathering array. It was improbable that some pest from the cultivation world could be entirely avoided. As the 7-day cycle approached, Lu Qing made his way to a corner of the Daofeng mountain cliff. The distant view of his courtyard's spirit field was not clearly visible. "Caw!" A crane call echoed through the vast sky. Gui Yonghing wore a beaming smile, exuding a sense of triumph. "Junior Lu, has there been anything of note lately?" "Junior brother, there is no need for concern. However, senior brother, your joyful demeanor is quite infectious. I wonder what good fortune has befallen you?" Gui Yonghing remarked, his smile widening. "It appears that junior brother is wholly devoted to his cultivation," he teased before continuing. "As for this recent development, it has yet to reach the mountain gate. Junior brother Lu, immersed in your earnest practice, remains unaware. A friend of mine on the front lines has informed me that a small realm has been discovered, a miniature world. To be precise." He spoke with an air of mystery, anticipating junior brother Lu's astonishment. Indeed, Lu Qing was taken aback. A small realm, a miniature world. His previously steadfast resolve in cultivation began to waver, ripples of surprise coursing through him. No wonder this mission had been assigned so swiftly and with such grandeur. The concept of a small realm had been misinterpreted by him earlier. The divination's mention of a small realm was evidently not synonymous with what he had initially perceived. Chapter 27. Foundation Establishment. Moreover, the fact that this rumor has reached me suggests that the higher-ups have already determined the location of that small realm, and they may have even entered it long ago. To encourage disciples to venture there, the authorities have introduced a new cultivation policy. After today, I shall proceed to acquire some contribution points. My visit today is merely to inform my junior brother about the handover. Lu Qing was astonished, greatly satisfying Gui Yongheng's desire for recognition. He radiated joy, clearly eager to engage in the frontline battle against evil. My junior brother will remain here. Congratulations to you, senior brother, on achieving your wish. Lu Qing understood that the opportunity to confront evil head-on would likely allow Gua to be among those entering the small realm. The small world experience during the trials had left a profound impression on him. The treasures that remained had truly opened his eyes. This miniature universe, abundant with opportunities, was indeed remarkable. Who among the disciples would not yearn to be the first to enter? Lu Qing deemed it unnecessary to voice any concerns about dangers. Unlike Bai He Tongzi, this senior brother was more genuine, and he wasn't particularly familiar with Gua. Thank you. I shall head there today. Your place is the most convenient for the handover. As he observed Gua depart, this time not towards another peak, but leaving the academy's gate. A glint of profundity flashed in Lu Qing's eyes. The ominous hexagram in his mind persisted, signifying that some disturbances were imminent, while the foreboding hexagram lingered outside the mountain gate. Truly, is it too much to ask for one or two individuals to simply focus on their cultivation? Yet at times, when one's strength is meager, one can do little but drift with the tide. He now hoped that the front line against evil would proceed without incident. After all, his formidable backing was the Xiantian Academy. Should problems arise, there would be no shelter from the storm. The resources for cultivation would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Lu Qing wished to avoid unnecessary worries. The day after Gua's departure, a new senior brother arrived. The newcomer wore an indifferent expression, spoke little, and after completing a swift inventory, turned and left. There was no opportunity for pleasantries, as all were cultivators who preferred to resolve mundane matters with efficiency. In the realm of cultivation, power reigned supreme. Lu Qing's current abilities were hardly noteworthy. As his cultivation deepened, Lu Qing pressed his palm against the foundation-building spirit object. Within the cultivation chamber, the spirit-gathering formation began to operate slowly, drawing countless strands of spiritual energy from the heavens directly into his dantian, where the ethereal spiritual power began to transform. The spirit object melded into his being, settling within his dantian. Suddenly, a sound echoed, drip, drip. The liquid spiritual power dripped steadily. Time slipped by, and the once mist-like spiritual energy within his dantian vanished, replaced by a shallow golden lake, shimmering with pure and tranquil light. Lu Qing immersed himself entirely in the process of foundation establishment. An intangible aura began to emanate from his body. Lu Qing has officially entered the foundational stage of cultivation. There were no grand celestial phenomena nor disturbances of the mind. It was merely a tranquil passage through this significant realm of practice. Within his sea of consciousness, a new force of mental energy emerged as he stepped into the foundational stage, giving birth to divine awareness. Lu Qing extended his divine consciousness outward, akin to his own eyes, sweeping through the training room, across the courtyard, to the plaza, and finally settling upon the spiritual fields in the rear yard. Upon encountering an obstruction, he realized this was the current limit of his divine awareness. He has successfully entered the first layer of the foundational stage. As his consciousness returned, his foundation remained tranquil, a light golden hue indicating a superior foundation. Although it was initially just a small pond of spiritual energy, Lu Qing now possessed a vast lake, significantly richer in spiritual power compared to others of the same realm. After 4 months of cultivation, Lu Qing had progressed to the first layer of the foundational stage. Such a pace is indeed rapid. The path of immortality begins swiftly, yet as one advances, entering the foundational stage becomes a modest threshold that not everyone can easily surpass. Upon entering this stage, one is also entitled to a foundational reward. Lu Qing chose not to leave the Dao Peak, but instead proceeded to the task hall within the Jade Tablet space to claim his reward. For the sake of fairness, the reward was calculated as contribution points, alleviating concerns about depleting resources excessively. After registering, he noticed that the once bustling task hall now felt rather desolate. With a thought, he suddenly emerged from the training room and stepped into the courtyard, casting his gaze into the distance, his expression tinged with gravity. A resounding boom echoed from afar, a sound so distant yet formidable. Lu Qing sensed that it was undoubtedly the aftermath of a clash between powerful beings, the reverberations reaching him even from billions of miles away, causing a slight unease within him. The might of the combatants was evident. Today, a day meant for celebration due to his breakthrough, was marred by this unsettling sensation, robbing him of his earlier joy. He was unaware of the identities of those engaged in battle, but he glanced inwardly at the panel in his mind that indicated danger, which faded into a white light, signifying that this chapter had only now come to a close. He realized that the disturbance he sensed was indeed from a more remote area of the Dao Peak, which was situated somewhat secluded from the outer disciples. The sound he had heard had even caused the protective formations of the Dao Peak to tremble. Fortunately, this was not merely a Dao Peak, it was also backed by the Xintian Dao Academy. Lu Qing observed several streaks of light shooting upward from the depths of the main peak, enveloped in a tremendous aura, as countless rays of spiritual light appeared across the various mountains. In the distance, the sky was stained with a deep, blood-like hue, resembling oil set aflame. This was due to the formations isolating the outside disturbances, shielding this place from upheaval. That direction pointed to the battlefield against the demons, the location of their stronghold. Over the past half-month, disciples had already begun to share their experiences in the Jade Tablets, recounting great deeds they had witnessed, while others provided official reports in a formal tone. In the Xintian domain's 12 states, the demon stronghold is located in the Water State, a region rife with lakes and heavy miasma year-round. The malevolent cultivators, cunning and ruthless, have covertly employed unknown means to disseminate information regarding the affairs of the small realm. The closest to the Xintian domain, the Tai Tian domain, is likely already infiltrated by individuals from the Tai Tian Dao sect. The worth of a minor 1,000 worlds is sufficient to sustain a grand sect, significantly enhancing the cultivation of its disciples. Upon scanning the Jade Tablet, Lu Qing swiftly grasped these revelations, along with a message from the White Crane Boy. Since entering the demon-slaying battlefield, the White Crane Boy has shared daily observations from the front lines. Lu Qing, having emerged from his cultivation, promptly replies. Thus, despite not being present at the forefront of the demon-slaying efforts, Lu Qing has already heard numerous accounts steeped in blood and tears. The White Crane Boy remarked, "It is truly terrifying. One must never underestimate the world's inhabitants." Today, an immense explosion suddenly occurred, igniting a spiritual vein and resulting in countless casualties. Lu Qing inquired, "Was there no elder to intervene and halt the detonation of the spiritual vein?" The White Crane Boy responded, "There was no time, for the malevolent cultivators were engaged in mutual slaughter. Beneath this area lies a formidable array known only to the core of the demonic path. They fought desperately, leading to an explosion that nearly obliterated the entrance to the small realm, causing the heavens to tilt and the earth to quake." With a voice trembling from fear, the White Crane Boy recounted the information he had gathered. Lu Qing felt a chill run through him. The initial thunderous roar he had heard must surely have been the result of the earth vein's explosion. The White Crane Boy, reluctant to linger any longer, noted the updates on the Jade Tablet. Many have perished, so many lives lost. Alas, countless prodigies have succumbed. Chapter 28. The turmoil of the demon-slaying battlefield. Lu Qing cast his gaze upon the Jade Slip, discovering that numerous names had perished in the extensive explosion. Among them were several familiar to him, including Bai Yunqing and Yin Lanyu, who had previously appeared in the divination. What could this signify? Is it true that good and evil eventually receive their just deserts? Lu Qing had never anticipated that these two would meet their demise so effortlessly. The enemies he had meticulously noted in his small book had all been erased by this catastrophic event. However, this also underscored the severity of the explosion, as even Bai Yunqing, a renowned talent with a formidable backing in the outer sect, had fallen. The magnitude of this explosion was unfathomable. It was not akin to the trials in the small celestial realm, where the eyes of the Academy elders were vigilantly observing, ensuring no significant calamities would unfold. The cruelty of the demon cultivators was astonishing. Such wanton destruction of the heavens and obliteration of the earth's spiritual veins was utterly appalling. Unsurprisingly, if that area were not promptly restored, the sudden decline in spiritual energy would likely precipitate numerous disasters. Furthermore, this territory fell under the jurisdiction of the Xintian Academy. Inaction was not an option. Upon achieving the foundation establishment stage, he would be assigned a duty to guard. Having cultivated thus far, he had yet to engage in combat using his cultivation techniques. It was high time to visit the arena. While he held little regard for reputation, he believed that one must test their martial prowess to deepen their understanding. Lu Qing practiced the cloud water arrow technique, which was somewhat singular in nature, nevertheless. He was not dull when it came to formations. If he could combine both aspects, he would first prioritize his own defense, as it was currently his weakest point. His thoughts flowed seamlessly, and he soon stepped into the arena. The 4 arenas towered upon cliff edges, each containing a miniature world, shrouded in profound mystery. As Lu Qing entered, a leaderboard stone tablet emerged at the pinnacle of the arena, displaying names that were renowned among countless disciples. He recognized both the names of senior disciples and those of the new batch. Among them were Li Jioming and Lu Yuan, who had entered the sect earlier. The leaderboard only featured the top 3,300 disciples from the outer sect. After a brief glance, Lu Qing commenced his combat. Each disciple could leave an imprint of their presence during battles. Future challengers, even without the opportunity to duel the original, could contend against this imprint. After all, some disciples seclude themselves for decades. Thus, defeating an opponent and leaving behind an imprint was a common strategy. The first opponent to ascend was a figure clad in azure, wielding a long spear, with an invisible aura of killing intent swirling around him. Shen Chang'an. Lu Qing, with an expression of utmost seriousness, exchanged names with his adversary. The next moment, both parties launched their attacks simultaneously. The spear gleamed with silver light, resembling a serpent uncoiling amidst mist, its lethal intent transforming into a singular, earth-shattering force. The killing intent spear. With a roar, countless streams of water surged offensively before him. Lu Qing traversed forward. The most perilous experiences had been during the 2 years on the path of seeking immortality. Although he had not engaged in celestial combat, he was far from lacking in martial conflict in the mortal realm. Though he had witnessed bloodshed before, it could be said that he was merely embarking on the path of cultivation, yet to engage in any true combat. At this moment, a surge of energy, previously restrained, began to swell within his heart. His expression bore a hint of exhilaration as he prepared for another round. The water transformed into countless arrows, aimed at vital points. With a flick of his wrist, what had been a fierce assault swiftly morphed into a gentle embrace, the water flowing like a celestial river. In this instant, his spear technique evolved into an omnipresent breeze, elegant and unrestrained. The clash of arrows and gleaming spears echoed with a resounding clang, sending forth a flurry of sparks as spiritual energies intertwined, stirring the air into chaotic currents. After several breaths, Lu Qing repressed the thrill of his strikes, bringing the encounter to a close. The water arrows, now fully formed, achieved their ultimate perfection as he officially commenced the duel, infused with the essence of battle. Following his conquest of one opponent, the next challenger was a disciple named Lei Fa, whose palm crackled with the power of lightning, reminiscent of the thunder god himself. Exuding an imposing aura, after a brief entanglement, Lu Qing wielded his sword to vanquish the lightning dragon surging toward him. Figures appeared and vanished in succession. Eventually, after successfully defeating one disciple, Lu Qing withdrew his techniques. His internal dantian, akin to a vast lake, now lay barren, devoid of any reserves. This decisive arena battle had enabled Lu Qing, newly ascended to the foundation establishment realm, to embody a state of being akin to flowing water, embracing all things. That was sufficient. His name lingered at the end of the leaderboard, scarcely noticeable. To ascend the ranks, one had to challenge those above, or simply seek recognition by confronting the lowest tier, thereby leaving their name. Having achieved the desired outcome, Lu Qing chose not to pursue further challenges. The leaderboard he occupied was solely based on martial prowess and combat skills. The other 3 platforms also featured their own rankings, designated for disciples specializing in specific disciplines. In essence, the platform he stood upon was free of restrictions, while the other 3 required mastery in a particular art to participate. However, this did not imply a complete mastery of the Great Tao, as true proficiency in any technique was a daunting task. Exhaling lightly, he retracted the aura of foundation establishment spiritual energy back into his being. It was time to return and resume his agricultural pursuits. His mind was clear and perceptive. Even the thunderous sounds that once stirred his heart paled in comparison to the sheer joy he felt in this moment. Through the trials of the arena, Lu Qing experienced a subtle transformation. His Tao heart became clearer. He had previously advanced swiftly in his realm, but had neglected his mental state. Cultivation required not only the honing of power, but also the nurturing of the heart. Without a stable mindset, mere strength would ultimately prove futile. In the aftermath of overcoming perilous trials and emerging from his confinement, Lu Qing's journey beyond the mountain gates yielded rewards far surpassing his prior experiences. The training of his heart, born from this trial, severed the lingering essence of mundane existence, and quelled the anxieties of soaring through the skies on a flying sword, leaving only tranquility in its wake. On that day, the remnants of memory lingered, and even Lu Qing failed to realize that he had narrowly escaped a severing of his consciousness, leaving behind a faint shadow. Fortunately, through the trials of the arena, that shadow was dispelled. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Lu Qing now exudes a more serene and natural aura. Chapter 29. The White Crane Youth and the Pure Tea. As Lu Qing engaged in his foundational cultivation, a newfound sense of assurance blossomed within him. He was no longer among the most novice practitioners of the cultivation realm. Casting his gaze upon the spiritual field, he observed the red, golden, and white crescent-shaped flora swaying gently in the breeze. This batch of spiritual rice marked the commencement of a new sowing cycle, and his contribution points had just reached 100. Lu Qing had nearly perfected the spells at his disposal, and after diligent day and night practice, he had finally ascended to the third level of his fundamental technique. Although the third level appeared lofty, this superior method encompassed a total of 18 levels, and reaching the golden core stage was undoubtedly within his grasp. Upon attaining the third level, a warm current coursed through him, cleansing his spirit. The Xiantian Yuanjing embraced all things, fluid as water and gentle as the wind. The spiritual energy he summoned mirrored the characteristics of this technique, broad and natural, akin to water nurturing all life. He continued his training, impervious to the storm outside the mountain gate. Time flowed steadily, and before he knew it, another month had slipped by. Lu Qing, are you home? The White Crane Youth had returned to the mountain gate today. Lu Qing activated the formation. You're back today. What brings you to my humble abode? The White Crane Youth unfurled his wings and gracefully descended to the ground. All the white cranes I know have ventured out, so I thought to pay you a visit. Following Lu Qing into the courtyard, they were greeted by an ancient stone table where a person and a white crane sat. The teacups contained fragrant, pure tea, and with a moment of leisure, Lu Qing had planted a tea tree in a corner of the courtyard, which, albeit modest, exuded a subtle spiritual essence. Ah, just when I was feeling thirsty, the White Crane Youth exclaimed, eagerly consuming the tea, savoring it as if indulging in the finest delicacies. This is delightful, truly delightful. Lu Qing was taken aback by the enthusiasm with which the White Crane Youth praised a simple cup of tea. It's splendid, Lu Qing. You are the first to brew tea for me. Lu Qing replied, if you desire more, I have plenty of tea leaves here. The tea tree in the courtyard, nurtured by spiritual energy, was indeed superior to ordinary mortal tea. However, having grown accustomed to cooking spiritual rice, he found little exceptional about his own harvest. Noting the White Crane Youth's admiration, he realized it was simply a matter of his friend's inexperience with tea. The White Crane Youth smacked his lips in contemplation, then produced a single feather from beneath his chest plumage. Here, Lu Qing, this is for you. The feather, a striking black-tipped white plume, shimmered with an extraordinary radiance. Dear youth, we are already acquainted. I cannot accept such a precious gift. The White Crane Youth chuckled. It's not precious at all. Since you treated me to tea, it is only right that I reciprocate. As the humans say, friends should engage in mutual exchange. Lu Qing smiled at this sentiment. To think that his first friend upon entering the Taoist Academy would be the very White Crane Youth before him. This feather of mine is not valuable, but I believe it will serve you well. You should plant it in your spiritual field. With my essence infused within, you need not worry about pests or disasters. Oh, I see. Thank you kindly, youth. He cultivates a spiritual field. Although he has begun practicing the art of metal, he has yet to encounter any pests. However, the presence of a white crane feather belonging to a young acolyte here serves to deter some insects. He pours another cup of tea for the young acolyte, who is genuinely thirsty and fond of tea. This refreshing essence is something the White Crane clan has always cherished. Yet, the cultivation of tea trees and the brewing of tea are pursuits that have little to do with the White Crane clan. Now, sipping tea here with Lu Qing, the young acolyte feels utterly at ease. With a few gulps, he begins to think that henceforth, spiritual tea might just become as dear to him as spiritual stones. Lu Qing inquires, acolyte, you mentioned returning a month ago. Why have you only just come back? The recent explosion of the spiritual vein had left many disciples, who had been consumed by greed on that battlefield, terrified as they witnessed the mountains collapsing and rivers reversing, reminiscent of the end of the world. Consequently, many disciples have already embarked on the journey back to the mountain gate. Occasionally, while seated on the edge of a cliff, Lu Qing absorbs the essence of heaven and earth for his cultivation and observes countless lights, flying boats, and celestial cranes soaring through the sky. He understands that most of the disciples have returned. Upon mentioning this, The young acolyte is immediately filled with indignation. Let me tell you, Lu Qing, those demonic cultivators do not regard us as their kin. The youthful voice, lacking clarity and gender, is filled with outrage. They could have fled. We spoke of exterminating demons and upholding justice, yet when I glimpsed the small realm, it became evident that what was desired was not merely the demon's lair. Ultimately, no one was willing to abandon the fight, leading to the catastrophic explosion of the spiritual vein. Even the small realm was affected, shattered into pieces. Had it not been for a powerful individual stabilizing the entrance at that moment, the small realm would have been utterly obliterated in the chaotic void. The young acolyte had initially hoped to acquire a treasure, but nearly failed to return due to this incident, illustrating his frustration towards the demonic cultivators. This time, a number of disciples were lost, and several elders were injured. They are expected to conclude their mission and return soon. Yet additional disciples will be dispatched to stabilize the spiritual vein. The young acolyte divulges everything he knows. Lu Qing offers him a few words of comfort. He is aware of the significant loss of life. After all, some individuals were well known, and their demise stirred considerable commotion. Fortunately, you did not go this time. Fearing death has its merits, Lu Qing muses. However, upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression darkens. He replies earnestly, Acolyte, cultivation is for the sake of longevity. Without life, what is there to discuss regarding longevity? Moreover, that ominous portent has lingered in his mind. He dares not step beyond the mountain gate. It is as if stepping out with one foot could result in losing his head with the other. The young acolyte fluffs his feathers, his eyes, the size of black beans, now filled with profound understanding. The scenes of blood mist, falling corpses, and the pervasive stench of death are indeed the realities that transpired. The White Crane clan, fond of purity, naturally detests foulness. Indeed, Lu Qing, you are correct, the young acolyte acknowledges. After conversing for a while, the White Crane boy took to the skies once more. The task of guarding an area is a consideration that arises after one has ascended to the realm of foundational cultivators. Lu Qing did not return to the training chamber to cultivate. Instead, he pondered over this guarding mission, recognizing that the Xiantian Taoist Academy is not an aloof sect perched high in the clouds. On the contrary, it maintains a close-knit relationship with the 12 states of the Xiantian domain. Within these states, there are neither dynasties nor nations. Only the Xiantian Taoist Academy reigns supreme. Local lords and county officials have established branches of the academy, with openings for new disciples every 3 years and formal recruitments every 5 years. Lu Qing's journey spanned 3 years, a path that reflects his aptitude. The 5-year recruitment truly represents an expansive invitation to the mountain gates, where qualifications, temperament, and comprehension are evaluated holistically. Embracing diversity leads to greatness. Chapter 30, Gradual Advancement in Cultivation, the Misty Array. Lu Qing pondered on the foundation-building task at hand. Becoming a city lord or a governor seemed beyond reach, yet there was a possibility of serving as a station cultivator in certain localities within the county. However, those areas were rather remote. Alas, it all depended on the arrangements made. After entering the foundation-building stage, Lu Qing found that a portion of the Jade token space had opened up, revealing some obligations and responsibilities of foundation-building disciples. After several days of study, he soon abandoned this endeavor, realizing that the distribution of tasks was predominantly controlled by higher authorities, unless one opted for particularly challenging station locations. Yet, such challenging positions evidently demanded a certain level of cultivation. Lacking sufficient prowess rendered any attempt futile. Nevertheless, there was no need for haste at this moment. Having just entered the foundation-building stage and being a novice for less than half a year, it would only be after 1 year, following the outer sect competition, that he could be considered to have truly departed from the realm of novices. Upon stepping into foundation building, Lu Qing's consciousness became remarkably clear, and the Dao Peak Array had become a prime example for his studies in array formations. Previously, he had merely understood how to cast spells and activate arrays without comprehending the underlying principles. Now, having delved into array formations, he found them exceedingly intriguing. Harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seizing fleeting opportunities, integrating points and planes, the array could be anchored in one location or be omnipresent. After perusing the Encyclopedia of Formations, he discovered that his own concealed misty array was relatively simple among the myriad of concealment formations. However, the skill of the one who set it up varied greatly. While Lu Qing lacked mastery in intricate formations, he was quite fond of this particular concealed misty array. In the misty mountains and the drifting clouds of the forest, his figure concealed within, combined with his own stealth techniques, it became a formidable method for ambush. Lacking defensive techniques, Lu Qing decided to employ the array to disrupt visibility. Quite remarkable indeed. This also encompassed the concealment of his consciousness. After the birth of his spiritual awareness, he realized that what the eye perceives is not necessarily the truth. Days passed, and when the spiritual rice was harvested, he heard the words, "From today onwards, the order is complete, and this is your reward." As he watched the other party clap their palm, countless grains of spiritual rice instantly fell into their storage ring. "Thank you, senior brother, for your care during this time," he replied with a smile. One should not strike those who offer a smile. The seemingly indifferent senior brother nodded, a rare gesture, before turning and departing on his flying sword. It turned out he was a sword cultivator. Lu Qing mused inwardly. Previously, he had seen the other leave in a flash of light. Now, upon discovering he was a sword cultivator, he was somewhat taken aback. What business did a sword cultivator have in the Spirit Herb Academy? Yet, this mattered little to him. At last, he had fulfilled his quota. Aside from his own consumption, there remained a batch that could be sold directly. As Lu Qing counted the contents of his storage bag, he noted that the spiritual stones within were rather limited. Spiritual stones served as aids in cultivation. And during this period, Lu Qing had purchased several array diagrams, along with jade slips regarding the cultivation of spirit herbs in the academy. His time spent here was dedicated either to cultivating his prowess or practicing spells, leading to a remarkably tranquil existence. Soon, above the mountain gate, a brilliant glow emerged from afar, accompanied by the melodious cries of countless cranes. In the forefront of the wind, numerous streams of light shimmered, reminiscent of those seen earlier. It turned out that the extermination of demons had come to an end. After nearly 2 months, this arduous task had finally reached its conclusion. However, the repercussions were undeniably far-reaching. Alas, it was a pity. True to their malicious nature, the demon cultivators had ruthlessly destroyed the spiritual veins and decimated the small realm. Indeed, I had initially hoped to venture in and seek opportunities, but now, alas. Above the soaring spiritual beasts, many disciples were engaged in fervent discussions, unrestrained by the presence of others. Such explosive news had already spread throughout the entire Xintian domain, reaching even the adjacent Taitian domain. The disciples of the Taitian Dao sect had originally intended to intervene, but misfortune struck when one of their esteemed disciples perished at the epicenter of the explosion. There was a tone of schadenfreude in one voice. After all, this was initially a matter of their own Xintian Dao Academy. Who would have imagined that a true disciple from the Taitian Dao sect would come here for training? Once the news of the small realm's demise leaked, both parties, being neighbors, found themselves entangled in a web of mutual interests, leading to a joint development of the small realm by the Taitian Dao sect and the Xintian Dao Academy. The outcome, however, was disastrous. Indeed, it was unfortunate, yet we were fortunate as well. With so many casualties in the Dao Academy, it was likely that compensations would ensue, and the rankings would inevitably undergo alterations. Indeed, who could blame them for their misfortune? They discussed this matter openly. Lu Qing, without employing his divine sense, managed to catch wind of these conversations through his normal hearing. It seemed that the losses were quite significant this time. Listening to their ambitions for ranking and promotion, it was evident that the vacant positions would soon ignite fierce competition among the disciples upon their return. Lu Qing devoted himself to diligent cultivation on his nameless Dao Peak. Having completed his spell training, he delved into the study of formations. In moments of stillness, he would brew a cup of tea and savor it slowly. As the moon ascended the branches, he practiced the Xiantian Yuanjing. With the dawn's first light, he absorbed the essence of spiritual energy. Through painstaking effort, he began to enhance the gathering spirit array from its most rudimentary form, and if a game interface existed, he would likely have upgraded the gathering spirit array to level 3 by now, perfectly capable of enveloping the entire courtyard. Such days were serene and tranquil. In terms of cultivation, Lu Qing did not disappoint his own talents, advancing to the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage. This pace was remarkably swift. Foundation establishment serves as the bedrock of cultivation. Each layer molds the practitioner's foundation, testing both aptitude and comprehension. Should there be any mental obstacles, it could take years to comprehend even the first layer upon entering foundation establishment. The White Crane Boy would occasionally visit, bringing news from beyond the mountain or some spiritual delicacies and fruits. On this particular day, Lu Qing was executing his self-derived cloud mist array. Though the Dao Peak cloud mist array appeared singular, it actually interconnected with countless surrounding Dao peaks, under which a magnificent sun array exerted its influence. Upon his initial glimpse, Lu Qing could only marvel. He was well aware that the nameless Dao Peaks cloud mist array was not isolated but intricately linked to the protective Grand Formation. Fortunately, my fog array does not require encompassing an entire mountain range. I shall commence within a radius of several hundred meters beneath my feet. His gaze was piercing, and with his hands weaving intricate gestures, the array plate hovered before him as he chanted incantations. Suddenly, without a whisper of wind, the clouds and mist began to part. Within a matter of moments, a tempest manifested, swirling clouds and fog into a vast expanse of white. At this juncture, Lu Qing's figure seemed to merge seamlessly with the array, rendering it indistinguishable whether this realm was an illusion or reality. Success! Lu Qing, filled with elation, formed another gesture, and the array plate shimmered with ethereal light before dispersing. The fog promptly cleared, revealing a serene courtyard. Chapter 31. Do you wish to draw my attention to Daofeng? The external sect is once again embroiled in turmoil. What of so-called geniuses? A dead genius is no genius at all. I knew it. This time, I have entered the top 1,000. In just 6 months, the grand competition will commence, and I am determined to gain entry into the inner sect. Alas, the spiritual energy in the outer sect is vastly more diluted than that of the inner sect. I once had the fortune of delivering a message to a senior brother in the inner sect. The true sanctuaries of celestial beings within are beyond description. Previously, I was unaware of the incredible prowess of those with heavenly-grade talent, but now I finally comprehend what it means to be a genius. How could I not be awed? By the time of the grand competition, it is likely that some of the new disciples will participate in this year's outer sect contest. But what is this talk? Was it not stated that one must at least attain the Purple Mansion realm to enter the competition? I acknowledge their extraordinary talents. Yet achieving the Purple Mansion in just 1 year? Even the renowned disciple of the Tai Tiandao sect, rumored to be a reincarnated celestial, took 3 months longer. Regardless of their exceptional aptitude, can it truly rival that of one born a celestial? Indeed, concern breeds confusion. This upcoming outer sect contest will undoubtedly feature senior disciples. The others should patiently await the next opportunity. Lu Qing diligently advances his cultivation while simultaneously delving into the intricacies of formations. He does not practice incessantly. He occasionally allows himself moments of respite. The messages left on his jade slips have become a source of recent amusement, serving as his conduit to the outside world. Upon reviewing these, he swiftly discerns the current situation within the outer sect. Lu Qing remains composed, utterly unfazed. He harbors no illusions of achieving golden core mastery in a year or ascending to immortality in 3. At best, he seeks a prolonged existence, an eternal life. Though he maintains an exceptionally low profile, shunning fame, one must consider with whom he is compared. Each disciple deemed to possess superior aptitude is regarded as a potential figure of hope for those of lesser talents. As fate would have it, a number of disciples have perished, leaving many Daofengs vacant. Lu Qing was taken aback to discover that his own Daofeng had attracted attention. Qian Wanan arrived at the mission hall riding the sect's least expensive spirit beast, a white crane. After decades of diligent service, he found himself still languishing in the mid-stage of qi nurturing. He was contemplating seeking another Daofeng to serve as his training ground. The cave heavens and Daofengs left behind by the fallen seniors were not something he dared to covet. Upon looking around, he set his sights on Yunwu Peak, where the mist swirled. Upon reaching its foot, he sensed the spiritual energy here was denser than that of the neighboring Daofengs. Thus, he hurried to find his cousin, who was working in the mission hall of the outer sect. The registration for Daofengs was overseen by the elders, and the allocation of tasks fell to certain disciples. It was considered a favorable position, one not easily attained without connections or strength. Cousin, I have my eye on a Daofeng. Could you check to see if it is unclaimed? Qian Wanan inquired, stating his intentions. Cousin let out a light sigh, expressing his displeasure. Those desirable places have long been claimed by others. Even I cannot stake a claim, so you should abandon such thoughts. Qian Wanan shook his head, attempting to placate him. Cousin, you know me well. I am fully aware of my limitations and would never venture into those treacherous territories. Only then did his cousin nod slightly. Allow me to show you where it is. He produced a jade slip from his hand, from which swirling mist emerged, presenting a three-dimensional scene that felt remarkably immersive. It is this mountain peak, Qian Wanan exclaimed in delight, pointing at the summit. It is already owned. The individual is a disciple who entered 6 months ago, named Lu Qing, a prodigy of exceptional talent. His cousin pushed his palm forward, revealing a multitude of densely packed records of mountain peaks. Qian Wanan initially believed it to be a remote area of the outer sect, thinking it unlikely to attract any attention. The fact that the owner was a newly initiated disciple was somewhat reassuring. However, an exceptional talent. He hesitated. Cousin, could he possibly be? Qian Wanan inquired cautiously, concerned that this gifted individual might have formidable backing. His cousin displayed a peculiar expression for a fleeting moment, revealing he had not heard of this individual taking a master. Nevertheless, one should never underestimate a top-tier talent. Qian Wanan was still reluctant to concede. How about this? I will accompany you. The scenario then shifted to that which Lu Qing beheld. His innate talent for avoiding danger did not activate, suggesting that there was no immediate threat to his life. Who are you? A voice resonated through the mist, reaching their ears before they could respond. Fellow disciple, we wish to discuss the possibility of exchanging mountain peaks. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's expression shifted subtly. Exchange mountain peaks? Here, there are neither spiritual veins nor valuable items. What could possibly be worth exchanging? However, one of the individuals appeared to be at the foundation establishment stage. Lu Qing extended his consciousness, sensing that their cultivation was not as unfathomable as it seemed, but rather just a level or two above his own. Having diligently cultivated on the mountain peak, Lu Qing had now reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. His consciousness had expanded significantly since its inception, allowing him to envelop the area surrounding his peak with ease. Yet, he would not dare to encroach upon areas distant from his own peak. This was the domain of the sect, fortified by protective formations that intertwined with the heavens and earth, creating a delicate membrane. Any ordinary consciousness that ventured too far would surely falter against such barriers, akin to a tofu striking a wall. This was precisely why parts of the foundation establishment teachings were made accessible. Disciples were required to study them thoroughly. Otherwise, engaging recklessly with one's consciousness could lead to dire consequences. You may ascend. He beckoned as 2 white cranes gracefully approached. Cousin, why must we? Qian Wanan questioned, perplexed. Though he is a genius, he has yet to reach his full potential. Moreover, this mountain peak is not an invaluable treasure. He would surely entertain an exchange. So why this excessive courtesy? Yet, his cousin's demeanor was anything but relaxed. For that singular statement had stirred a tempest within him. Internally cursing himself, he thought, have I been in seclusion for too long? Or has it merely been ages since I encountered any new disciples? Is it possible for one with such exceptional talent to be so extraordinary? What can be expected? He is currently at the 4th level of foundation establishment, possessing the same high-quality aptitude, yet he has been refining himself at this level for several years without discovering the mindset necessary to transcend to the next stage. Meanwhile, the other party seems to navigate it effortlessly, as the mist disperses, invoking an instinctive warning within the unseen practitioner. Do not speak yet. I sense the aura of foundation establishment. What could the other party desire to exchange with him? Lu Qing found this statement hard to believe. He was quite comfortable here, and as there was no imminent danger to his life, he had no intention of retreating like a timid turtle. He wished to observe their true intentions. Do not speak yet. This junior brother is very likely a foundation establishment practitioner. Qian Wanan's mouth fell agape, eyes wide with incredulity. Despite the numerous disciples in the outer sect, not every mortal can ascend to high office or emperorship, and many remain at the stage of cultivating their vitality. A significant number have languished for years, primarily engaged in the most mundane and fundamental tasks of the sect. Chapter 32. A fortuitous encounter. Qian Wanan, accustomed to grand spectacles, had witnessed many formidable cultivators. He was not surprised. What astonished him was that his cousin, a newcomer from merely 6 months prior, had achieved such heights. Lost in a haze of disbelief, he clung to a glimmer of hope. Indeed, his cousin cast a sympathetic glance at his less gifted relative, realizing that the latter's discernment was rather lacking, just as he had not anticipated this outcome. Within the sect, the closer one approached the inner sanctum, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. However, the outer court did not exhibit a stark disparity. The true chasm of spiritual vitality lay between the inner and outer courts. Upon leaping down from the back of the white crane, his cousin sensed an aura that was not inferior to his own, evoking a feeling of trepidation. Two esteemed seniors. I am uncertain how to broach the subject of exchanging insights on the Tao Peak, he remarked. The owner of the formidable aura was a youth, exuding a natural presence. yet unmistakably emanating foundational energy. Upon laying eyes on Lu Qing, he noticed a subtle mist enveloping the surrounding courtyard. Cough, cough. Junior brother Lu. The matter is as follows. My cousin here is lost in confusion and cannot discern the truth. At that moment, Qian Wanan felt as if his soul had drifted far away. As a mere qi-nourishing practitioner, the profound foundational energy of the other overwhelmed him. Entering the courtyard, he hastily admitted, "It is my fault for interrupting this esteemed senior." Lu Qing was taken aback. Had it truly taken only a few exchanges for the other to lose heart? No matter, the latter replied with a cordial smile, making it awkward for Lu Qing to act as an unwelcoming guest. Thus they exchanged a few pleasantries. Junior brother, this mist formation is derived from the Grand Cloud Formation. Is it not? It seems both apparent and elusive. No wonder I sensed a difference upon entering. His cousin smiled, casually introducing the topic. Senior brother, you possess keen insight. Lu Qing acknowledged with grace. The mist formation, combined with the spirit-gathering array, concentrated the spiritual energy within the courtyard, unlike the dispersed nature of the Grand Cloud Formation. His cousin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he produced an item from his storage ring. Remarkable. I had not anticipated that junior brother delved into the intricacies of formations. I happen to possess a schematic for a formation. Today, I have come here with my cousin uninvited. It would be of little use to me, so consider it a gift for you. This, senior brother, please take it back. Lu Qing hastily declined. He had no rapport with this Qian senior and felt unworthy of such a gift. Ah, junior brother, fret not. I merely wish to cultivate a good rapport with you. As a form of atonement. My cousin truly lacks merit, Qian Wanan observed silently, wary of speaking. It was better to be ridiculed by his cousin than to face reprimand from others. Had he been less forgiving, he might have gained a new rival in the foundational stage. Damn it, I should have been less greedy, he thought. No wonder they say geniuses are indeed exceptional. Qian Wanan seemingly forgot his earlier belief that a genius is merely a genius, not necessarily a formidable force. He was no fool, observing his cousin's demeanor. He was acutely aware that the disciple, Lu, possessed a cultivation level far beyond that of a novice in the foundation establishment stage. It was not until half an hour later, as they departed, that Qian Wanan found himself in a daze, watching his cousin engage in animated conversation with Lu Qing. The rapport between the two was such that it would not be an exaggeration to call them friends. Only as they descended the mountain did his cousin's smile gradually fade. Cousin, Qian Wanan's voice was barely a whisper. Oh, dear cousin, your disposition needs some refinement. Just in time. A renowned disciple from the Qi Li clan is heading out for a training mission. You shall take his place, his cousin declared matter-of-factly. Instantly, Qian Wanan's expression turned anxious. His face contorted in distress. Cousin, the claws of the Qi Li are sharp. I fear my constitution may not withstand it. His scalp prickled at the thought. For everyone knew that within their sect, spiritual beasts were plentiful, and the Qi Li patriarch was a mount of a formidable elder. This was a matter of consequence, where one not only had to maintain good nourishment, but occasionally engage with a disciple for combat training. Those claws were indeed vicious, and many disciples, eager to expand their networks, would emerge from the Qi Li forest with painted faces and an air of misfortune. I'm doing this for your own good. His cousin continued. Lu Shidi is no ordinary individual. His innate talent is exceptional. Initially, I believed he was solely focused on his cultivation, but I have recently discovered his proficiency in formations is also quite remarkable. Previously, there were those who sought to study the misty array, yet they lacked the intellect and comprehension to even begin. Moreover, I sensed a tranquil yet ethereal aura from him, suggesting a connection to spiritual flora. If he were to specialize in that, I might very well have to address him as senior brother. His cousin sighed, his face a mixture of admiration and wistfulness. Working at the task hall of the outer sect had honed his keen perception. It was evident to him that Lu Shidi's potential was promising. He valued the future of the young man. Through their interactions, one could discern much about a person's inclinations. Without a doubt, Lu Shidi leaned towards a serene and unassuming nature. While envy may have lingered, it was overshadowed by joy. Investing in a genius is indeed an art, or rather, cultivating friendships with them is a profound skill. His cousin understood this well, having once been hailed as a genius himself, though he had no hope of entering the inner sect. Yet, Lu Shidi's prospects were not so fixed. Perhaps this moment of fate would bear fruit in the future. Furthermore, it was fortunate that Lu was of pure and natural disposition. Otherwise, the ramifications of today's encounter could have been quite unpredictable. Hearing this, Qian Wanan's eyes widened in earnest acknowledgement. Cousin, you are absolutely right. Meanwhile, Lu Qing stepped out of the courtyard. Gazing towards the distant horizon bathed in the resplendent glow of dawn, the clouds shimmering with a gilded sheen. He then examined the array diagram in his hands. No wonder he had not encountered any dire situations. Strength was indeed paramount. With a serene expression, Lu Qing retrieved an ancient array disc from his storage bag, placing it in the palm of his hand. In his other hand, he held the unfolded array diagram. The quality of the array diagram was exceptional, befitting a disciple working in the task hall. In the course of their exchange, aside from the initial wariness, the subtle tension swiftly dissipated through a few exchanged words. The Tao peak he inhabited was solely a manifestation of the array's influence. When Qian Wanan passed by, his intuitive perception of spiritual energy emanated from this very formation. He could not discern its intricacies, yet a foundation-building cultivator could. Though he did not practice the art of formations, residing within the mountain gate, he was inevitably exposed to it in daily life. Even if an exchange were made, it would ultimately be Qian Wanan who bore the brunt of the loss. Thus, this array diagram was crafted to cater to preferences, to resolve grievances, and to forge bonds. Chapter 33, The Golden Light Formation. The Golden Light Formation, an esteemed array diagram, captured Lu Qing's attention with an inexplicable gaze. He recognized it as a superior formation chart, and during his recent explorations into the intricacies of formations, Lu Qing had frequently perused various formation diagrams to glean their insights, despite lacking spirit stones or contribution points for exchanges. The Golden Light Formation was among them. This formation drew its essence from an ancient blessing incantation known as the Golden Light Divine Spell. However, it is generally acknowledged that such celestial spells are beyond the control of ordinary cultivators. It was later, by the hands of an unknown master of formations, that the inspiration gleaned from the Golden Light Divine Spell led to the conceptualization of the Golden Light Formation. The version Lu Qing held in his hands had been passed down since that time. The Golden Light Formation is neither a labyrinth nor an illusion, nor is it a lethal array. It occupies its place among superior formations solely due to its defensive capabilities. Indeed, it is defense that this formation embodies. The master of formations believed that the physical body itself was the most suitable vessel for bearing such an array. Consequently, this Golden Light Formation is essentially inscribed upon the physical form. The body becomes the array, etched into every inch of skin, with even the hair being accounted for, and the delicate areas such as the eyes receiving particular emphasis in their protection. Once perfected, the defense rivals that of the ancient tortoise. Initially, Lu Qing had not considered the possibility of inscribing formations upon his own body. However, he presently felt a profound uncertainty regarding this endeavor. The path ahead is indeed arduous. Despite this, Lu Qing found himself pleasantly surprised by this unexpected acquisition. The array diagram featured only sparse lines and strokes. To one unversed in the art of formations, it would undoubtedly appear as a nonsensical scribble, utterly incomprehensible. Yet, to Lu Qing, each line and texture within this diagram resonated with the rhythm of formation principles, as though each stroke had been divinely inspired, a masterwork of celestial craftsmanship. It seemed to embody the very laws of nature. He involuntarily relaxed, his heartbeat gradually calming. The Golden Light Formation, during its crafting, emanates a golden light from the flesh, lacking a focal point, to breach its defenses. One must possess absolute power to crush the outer layer of protection. This implies that the formation cannot be dismantled by mere assaults from those of lesser realms. Naturally, if all were favorable, this Golden Light Formation would be classified among the finest. However, the formation is not without its flaws. Its efficacy is subject to fortune. The barriers to mastery are shrouded in mystery. There have been cultivators who, upon reaching the Purple Mansion and achieving the Golden Core, still found themselves bewildered by this formation. Despite being celebrated prodigies with exceptional comprehension, it is easy to surmise that while many have sought this formation chart within the Academy's treasury, few have succeeded in mastering it. Recently, the only individual to have grasped it was an outer sect disciple from a century past, possessing mid-tier aptitude. Those with extraordinary understanding were unable to access it, while some of average comprehension managed to enter its threshold. It was not until a formation elder, with millennia of study, elucidated the necessity of luck that the truth of this formation-s lineage from the ancient Golden Light Divine Spell became clear. Such incantations typically require a touch of fortune. That senior brother Qian had provided Lu Qing with this formation diagram was not an act of malice. It was merely because it was the only superior formation chart in his possession. A prodigious talent of exceptional quality, adept in the art of array formation, possesses a remarkable pace of cultivation that ranks among the finest in the history of external disciples. Lu Qing is acutely aware of this. His confidence does not stem from innate understanding, but rather from the enhancement of longevity. With a foundational lifespan of 500 years, he has calculated that he now possesses a lifespan of 600 years. Time is on his side. Amidst the rustling of the green bamboo rooted in the precipice, Lu Qing has ceased to pay attention to the outside world. He no longer gazes at the clouds or the leaves drifting down. His entire focus, both in sight and spirit, is devoted to the golden light array. The golden light array is a matter of fortune. Those who grasp its essence may achieve mastery in a day, while others may toil for decades without reward. A thread of profound mystery emerges in his mind. As he examines the intricate array diagram filled with diverse lines, he is momentarily startled by a resounding boom. The array undergoes countless transformations, golden light flashing as the array's patterns intertwine with the acupoints throughout his body. With a thunderous sound, the once blank expanse of his sea of consciousness bursts into golden brilliance. A vivid scene unfolds within his mind's eye. Lu Qing instinctively turns his thoughts inward, realizing that this array diagram is imbued with the legacy of a true master. He sees a middle-aged man in azure robes, enveloped in an aura of antiquity. The golden light array, layered and impenetrable, is a method of refinement. Lu Qing, his eyes unblinking, observes as the azure-clad figure gestures, the weight of his ancient presence subdued by a surge of golden light. With his fingers as a pen and the golden spiritual energy as the ink, the man swiftly marks several points on his physical form. The movements, though not complex, are executed with remarkable speed. To an untrained eye, it would appear as though he possesses countless arms, orchestrating an intricate dance before him. Lu Qing diligently notes the positions, sequences, and intensities. If he is not mistaken, these are the critical points, with hundreds of acupoints throughout the body and the birth of consciousness within the sea of awareness. A comprehensive observation of his entire being is not insurmountable. Yet, even so, entering the path remains elusive. The places of error likely stem from fundamental missteps. The application of the golden light array upon his physical form is precise. Where to focus and where to commence is of great significance. The azure-clad man's movements are as swift as a tempest, yet his breathing is steady as a tranquil lake. Unconsciously, Lu Qing begins to imitate him. He closes his eyes, not applying the technique to himself, but instead manipulating his own formation. The array disc, purchased earlier, is now readily accessible. Having recently entered the foundational stage and gained consciousness, he can effortlessly infuse a thread of his spirit into it for control. The creator of the golden light array is a formidable being, a strong man who requires no external assistance. For such individuals, conjuring multiple grand arrays is as effortless as breathing. Lu Qing possesses the requisite capabilities. He is neither arrogant nor blind to the path before him. As he manifests the array disc, his spiritual energy flows naturally in accordance with his imitation. As the scene concludes, the azure-clad man radiates golden light, which then recedes beneath his skin, returning him to his original appearance. In the span of a single breath, he becomes indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Lu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, closing his eyes as he unconsciously imitated within his sea of consciousness. A thread of spiritual energy began to outline before him, revealing the location of a physical acupoint. The air resonated with a deep rumble. At that moment, the dawn light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the grand peak with a sudden brilliance. Intricate patterns of the formation danced in front of him. The images of inheritance within his sea of consciousness lasted merely a minute, yet they did not dissipate. If one were to call it inheritance, it resembled more a recording of the moment captured by the formation diagram itself. Lu Qing opened his eyes, a glimmer of realization crossing his face. The golden light formation had confounded countless individuals. Evidently, he was still unable to grasp it on his first attempt. However, while his initial success rate was non-existent, failure had paradoxically increased his chances of success. Chapter 34, Foundation Establishment, 4th Layer, Task Notification. However, this was not entirely without success. To be precise, it was a partial success. Lu Qing set his hands down, and strands of golden lines appeared before his eyes. He would refine it slowly. This formation was not akin to the spirit gathering or mist formation, which could be activated simply by establishing the array and its focal point. The golden light formation, being inherently directed towards the physical body, initially presented itself as a single layer. Only upon successful refinement or deepening of cultivation would layers accumulate upon layers. It would not be an exaggeration to say it could stack up to 1,000 layers, which is why it is regarded as an invincible defensive formation. After observing, Lu Qing finally grasped its internal principles. He retracted the formation diagram, recalling the items within his storage bag. Since entering the foundation establishment stage, Lu Qing had infused a fragment of his spiritual consciousness into these items. While he was not adept at artifact refinement as a foundation establishment cultivator, it was no great challenge to separate a wisp of spiritual consciousness. Now at the 9th layer of foundation establishment, Lu Qing had entered this realm within half a year, undoubtedly placing him among the ranks of geniuses. Time spent in cultivation knows no seasonal boundaries. Another month passed. Lu Qing emerged from seclusion, his cultivation reaching the 4th layer of foundation establishment, the same level as senior brother Qian. However, Lu Qing was uncertain whether it was due to the technique he practiced. But the spiritual power within his dantian had transformed into a vast lake, a boundless expanse of golden water, immensely rich in essence. Today, he emerged from seclusion due to Bai He Tongzi bringing him a few water dragon fruits from the spiritual herb garden. Such treasures, indeed, anything presented by Bai He Tongzi was guaranteed to be exceptional. Try it, he urged. Ever since he inexplicably awakened a taste for tea, Bai He Tongzi would exchange tea leaves from his own tree each time he visited Lu Qing. The flavor was delightful. The water dragon fruits in the fruit platter, shimmering in a pale blue hue reminiscent of the sea, were enticing. As he took a bite, before savoring the taste, he felt a refreshing liquid cascade down his throat, as cool as water. After consuming one fruit, Lu Qing distinctly sensed an invigorating rush, and his spiritual power increased by a wisp. Tongzi, you haven't been pilfering from others, have you? Earlier, Lu Qing had pondered where Bai He Tongzi acquired such an abundance of unique items. Bai He Tongzi proudly raised his neck, dismissing it. What do you mean by pilfering? A few elderly gentlemen lacked spirit stones and exchanged them with me for fruits. If it weren't for their frail age, I would have hesitated. Bai He Tongzi lived a carefree existence, taking passengers at his whim. Lu Qing had heard tales that an old ancestor's attendant was from the Bai He lineage. This status, among the many spiritual beasts and disciples of the Tao Academy, could potentially surpass others. As for how Lu Qing knew this, it could only be said that Bai He Tongzi had a tendency to divulge matters. Even without Lu Qing asking, he would readily clarify his origins. After all, he was a descendant of the White Crane ancestor, and from Bai He Tongzi's tone, it was evident he was quite favored. Surely, he was not merely an old man. Lu Qing found it hard to believe. The White Crane youth pursed his lips. He usually showed great respect towards the elder practitioners, yet most of them were secluded in their cultivation. It was likely that only the direct disciples would encounter them. He thought to himself, I wager they are not from the Tao Academy, for the individuals I met next were encountered outside its confines. Originally, I had intended to venture to the White Sea to catch fish, as the seasonal delicacies from there were particularly exquisite. However, I stumbled upon a few elderly men, and seeing them so frail they could barely move, I kindly offered them assistance to depart from that place. They spoke of their poverty and expressed their gratitude. Unlike Lu Qing, who was devoted to his own realm of cultivation, the White Crane youth was naturally drawn to the outside world. Having grown weary of the scenery here, he would often take flight to explore the surroundings. The White Sea lay to the north of the Tao Academy, a place perpetually blanketed in snow and ice, with a frigid ocean, hence its name. While these geographical details may not be the crux of the matter, it was intriguing to hear the White Crane youth recount his recent experiences. Lu Qing's lips twitched. The White Crane youth seemed to be a bit slow on the uptake. They spoke of impoverished living, lacking spirit stones, possessing only a few fruits as a token of goodwill. Merely selling a single dragon fruit would yield a spirit stone. Would it not be more advantageous? The White Crane youth was rather carefree, yet the distance from the White Sea to the Xiantian Tao Academy was not far. In the Xiantian domain, the Tao Academy represented the most formidable force. No one would dare oppose it, except for demonic cultivators. Under such circumstances, it was only natural for the White Crane youth's identity to be recognized. Cranes were indeed quite common in the academy. Setting aside these thoughts, I have heard many things during my time outside. Lu Qing, have you established your foundation? Just as he was about to speak, the White Crane youth finally regained his wits. Due to his recent seclusion, Lu Qing's aura had not completely settled. Nodding calmly after taking a sip of tea, Lu Qing replied, yes. The White Crane youth stared at him peculiarly. At this rate, You may very well enter the inner sect by the end of this year." He suddenly observed the young man before him. His youthful visage was striking. When he had encountered Lu Qing half a year prior, Lu Qing was merely an ordinary person without any cultivation. In the blink of an eye, he had established his foundation as a foundational white crane. The white crane youth did not relish in boasting about his cultivation, for it was an innate instinct of his species. The cultivation of spiritual beasts was instinctual. Yet, he had never anticipated that within a mere 6 months, Lu Qing would achieve such a milestone. "Are you truly of superior quality?" he mused. "Such performance should logically align with the standards of Earth-grade initiation. Indeed, I am of superior quality." The white crane youth dismissed the thought. "By the way, you will find this news quite intriguing." "What news?" Lu Qing inquired. The white crane youth opened his mouth, explaining that foundational cultivators had an additional duty compared to the disciples in the qi nurturing stage. They would need to serve as station cultivators. After a year, they would be dispatched. The news was that the protection period for this new batch of disciples had been shortened. Instead of being measured by the duration of protection, it would now be assessed by cultivation level. "Thus, Lu Qing, I estimate you will soon depart from the mountain gate." The white crane youth let out a soft sigh. This news caused Lu Qing to momentarily be taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure, pondering the sudden advancement of events. His expression remained calm, as he had already contemplated this matter. However, he acknowledged that his cultivation at the 4th level of foundation establishment was still somewhat insufficient. His thoughts began to swirl. The white crane youth remarked, "I only recently heard about it. After the last incident where the spiritual vein was destroyed, resulting in the demise of a significant number of disciples, there is now a shortage of personnel in that area. Nevertheless, you need not worry excessively. It is said that this time a lottery system will be employed, overseen by 3 chief elders from the outer sect." The white crane youth possessed a wealth of knowledge on the matter. Upon hearing the mention of the lottery, Lu Qing's expression shifted slightly, as it seemed that his method of evading calamity could indeed be put to the test, perfectly validating his previous conjectures. Chapter 35. Retreat in the 8th layer of foundation establishment. After the departure of the white crane boy, Lu Qing's spirit was slightly stirred. Though he harbored little curiosity about the outside world, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his duty. He contemplated the possibility of drawing lots. Perhaps he could evade perilous locations. Furthermore, he entertained the notion that if the chosen location were neither dangerous nor ominous, it might present an opportunity, a concept known in lore as turning misfortune into fortune. Since this matter had reached his ears, he knew he must prepare. He resumed his cultivation and left the Tao Academy, where the spiritual energy was less than favorable. The previous cohort of station cultivators had returned. I wish to remain at the mountain gate, but it seems that will not be possible. This is not our concern. Even if dispatched, they are disciples of high cultivation. This group consists of those at the foundation establishment stage. Many disciples from the outer sect had caught wind of the situation and were eager to witness the unfolding events. Most had yet to enter the foundation establishment stage themselves. Sending them out would expose them to dangers along the journey. However, no formal notification had yet been issued from above. Each day, Lu Qing dedicated himself to his training while concurrently sowing a new batch of spiritual rice. Following the completion of his cultivation in the minor cloud rain technique, the rain that fell enveloped him in wisps of spiritual energy. The task he undertook was to cultivate a superior grade of spiritual rice known as phoenix rice, which was as crimson as blood and as plump as pearls, requiring merely 1 growth cycle to mature. When Lu Qing emerged from his retreat once more, his spiritual energy had reached the 4th layer of foundation establishment. With a mere thought, he formed a hand seal, summoning clouds and rain. Standing in the corridor, he gazed at the gentle rain cascading down, the mist enveloping him yet remaining outside the confines of his robes. With a flourish of his sleeves, he directed his spiritual energy, dispersing the rain once again. After the rain, clouds and a rainbow adorned the sky, the fields of phoenix rice gleaming in an expanse of red. Lu Qing gathered the rainwater and formed another hand seal, sending forth a force as sharp as the metal of a sword. The wind stirred, and the spiritual rice fell. He collected the harvest into his storage pouch. Today proved bountiful, and Lu Qing decided to prepare a meal. Extending his consciousness, he manipulated various cooking utensils to create a dish of spiritual rice. After savoring the rice, he attentively sensed the changes in his dantian. Though this rice was superior to ordinary varieties, its effects on him were rather subtle at this stage. Lu Qing inspected himself with his spiritual awareness. Such spiritual rice held little significance for one who had already attained foundation establishment. However, he was not disheartened. Instead, he made his way to the Spirit Planting Institute to submit his task. The seller was currently in seclusion, making face-to-face transactions impossible. Thus, Lu Qing entrusted the matter to the platform. Tasks undertaken within the Spirit Planting Institute were typically managed by them, ensuring no risk of misappropriation of funds. Having not descended the mountain in some time, Lu Qing traveled swiftly on the wind. Within the Tao Academy, there was little need to worry about significant dangers. His figure transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the distant sky. The time spent was remarkably brief, far quicker than during the days before he had developed his spiritual awareness. Lu Qing was exceedingly low-key in demeanor. As the radiant light soared into the sky, several disciples gazed upward, their faces reflecting envy. They too yearned for the ability to traverse the skies, yet lamentably, their talents were insufficient, preventing them from establishing a foundation for an extended period. After completing his recent task, Lu Qing acquired nearly 200 spirit stones and resolved to continue his seclusion. He would soon depart from the Tao Academy, venturing into the unknown. For now, however, his priority was to elevate his own cultivation. With a calm mind, Lu Qing attuned himself to the transformation of the lake within his dantian, his consciousness entwined with the subtle rhythms of Tao, drawing in the spiritual energy that flowed ceaselessly from all directions with each breath. In the blink of an eye, over 2 months had elapsed. It was only when numerous disciples' tokens began to hum that the door of the meditation chamber opened automatically, revealing a youthful figure emerging. Clad in azure robes, he exuded a tranquil grace. Lu Qing exhaled slowly, calculating that indeed, another 2 months had passed. This period of seclusion had set a new personal record. Whether it was due to a shift in his mental state or the progress made in understanding the golden light array, the newly arranged gathering formation had become significantly more intricate. The dense spiritual energy in this place was a pleasant surprise, allowing Lu Qing to advance directly into the late stage of foundation establishment, reaching the 8th layer. The moment of culmination was approaching. His gaze shifted slightly. Today's emergence was primarily due to the garrison task assigned by the White Crane Boy, which had finally been formalized after such a lengthy duration. Lu Qing probed into his token. The message indicated that outer disciples at the foundation stage were to report to the task hall today, tomorrow, or the day after to receive their garrison assignments, while those who had already completed their tasks were to disregard this notice. As he stepped out, Lu Qing reined in his aura. Within the expansive city of the outer task hall, he observed many glowing figures, all similarly heading towards the task hall. He descended gracefully. A fellow disciple approached him, saying, "Senior brother, the garrison task is over there." Those capable of flight were predominantly disciples at the foundation stage, and there were individuals assigned to guide them. "Thank you," Lu Qing replied, though he was already quite familiar with the area and required no guidance. The disciple felt a fleeting disappointment, but quickly noticed more glowing figures descending and hurriedly ran towards them. After all, there were rewards for guiding tasks, and not everyone was eligible. Upon entering, Lu Qing discovered a considerable gathering of people. Ahead stood a high platform crafted from white jade, atop which sat an elder clad in purple robes. "Focus your mind and observe," the elder commanded, holding a cylinder of lots, which appeared to contain only 3 slips of parchment. Lu Qing did not dwell on it. Instead, he concentrated on the cylinder. Suddenly, it transformed before his eyes. Countless slips floated in his vicinity, resembling a wall, meticulously arranged from top to bottom and left to right, devoid of any numbering. Relying solely on his perception of their sequence, nearby were figures shrouded in ethereal light, clearly fellow disciples akin to himself. Some wooden tokens have been selected, while others remain under contemplation. Clearly, this method of disruption obscures the location, leaving no one aware of where they are stationed. Lu Qing gazed intently ahead. Suddenly, a dire scenario unfolded in his mind. Yet, this time, Lu Qing remained remarkably composed. The task of guarding was far from simple. Those demonic cultivators had concealed themselves for so long, akin to tenacious cockroaches, stirring chaos in certain areas. The recent destruction of the demonic stronghold raises the question of whether the demons lurking elsewhere would seize the opportunity to eliminate the station cultivators of the Tao Academy. Lu Qing felt that the locations assigned to the foundation building disciples might harbor the most peril. Images of divination emerged in his mind, and Lu Qing scrutinized each one. This time, the occurrences seemed somewhat excessive. Chapter 36, The Task of Garrisoning. Departing from the mountain gate, the ominous hexagram reveals. Selecting the first wooden slip in the 13th order leads to Bifone County, where one encounters a formidable beast and meets a fatal end. A dire omen, with no chance of survival. The second hexagram indicates that choosing the 19th wooden slip directs one to Ningfeng County, where a clandestine threat results in silencing. Another dire omen, with no hope of survival. The third hexagram warns that selecting the 9th wooden slip to Tianyuan City invites the envy of many, leading to endless troubles, a misfortune. The fourth hexagram, however, suggests that choosing the 12th wooden slip to Yuntian County yields nothing of value, a neutral outcome. The first hexagram again indicates that selecting the first wooden slip to Anning County results in no gain, a neutral outcome. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer as he gazed at the wall of wooden slips, watching as they continuously vanished. His focus landed on a particular spot. After dismissing the dire and ominous hexagrams, he turned his attention to what remained. He raised his hand and retrieved a slip, the 7th in sequence. Amidst the multitude of wooden slips, it appeared utterly unremarkable. Yet, Lu Qing sought to test whether he could employ the skill of evading misfortune to make an alternative choice. Such maneuvers were commonplace in games, but it was his first time selecting a hexagram that was not neutral in this world. As the wooden slip came into his possession, a surge of energy coursed through him. Upon selecting this slip, a location materialized before him, Lingtai County. The elder in the purple robe remained seated above. After making his choice, Lu Qing discovered a new message appearing within his token. Outer Sect Foundation Establishment Disciple Lu Qing. The garrison location selected is Lingtai County, Xiantian Domain, Lingzhou. Nuan Prefecture. The path of immortality is long and arduous, with the garrison duration ranging from a minimum of 1 year to an unquantifiable maximum. Please allocate time wisely based on your assignment date. Lu Qing glanced over the details. The academy had allotted a preparation period of half a month, indicating that some locations were indeed quite distant. He surveyed his assigned location and then consulted the map of the Xiantian domain. Situated centrally, Lingzhou lay towards the eastern edge, separated by 2 other states. Lu Qing's eyelids twitched. It seemed that some places were not just far, but exceedingly remote. One state encompassed an area many times that of the Blue Star's oceans. Though he had not calculated it precisely, he understood that Lingzhou was a considerable distance from the academy. Reflecting on his selection, Lu Qing recalled the ominous hexagrams and their associated place names etched in his mind. The few cities he considered made clear the reason for envy among others. The resources obtainable from cities and counties were, of course, distinct. The envy directed at Tianyuan City and the secrets mentioned in Ningfeng County remained shrouded in mystery. It would be prudent to acquire a method of evasion for future journeys. The disciple's jade token was undoubtedly significant, yet its efficacy seemed to diminish beyond the mountain gate. Lu Qing surmised that this might be related to the grand array permeating the academy. His priority was to exchange for the necessary items. As the uncertainty surrounding the garrison duration loomed large, Lu Qing merely hoped to navigate through the year with tranquility. Generally speaking, he had perused the regulations pertaining to his post, and if all proceeded without mishap, a year would suffice. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise or should significant matters emerge at his station location, the duration of his service could not merely be measured by the passage of a year. Ultimately, Lu Qing purchased a technique called chasing the wind and another known as waves of 1,000 layers, one focused on agility and the other on combat. Waves of 1,000 layers suggested that all things might be layered, which Lu Qing found to bear a striking resemblance to the golden light array. Beyond these techniques, he acquired various essential items for travel. The Taoist Academy's treasury contained an abundance of resources. Lu Qing was not in haste to depart. He first dedicated a day to mastering the fundamentals of chasing the wind, a technique designed to traverse distances swiftly, embodying the very essence of the wind. Given his innate understanding and prior exposure, Lu Qing quickly progressed to a minor level of mastery. His possessions within the Dao Peak were few, requiring little organization. After dismantling the formations he had set up and bidding farewell to the young Bai He, he departed from the Xiantian Dao Academy. The mountain gates formations were profoundly intricate. As Lu Qing stepped beyond, he distinctly sensed the disparity in spiritual energy. Previously, during his training, he had not grasped this sensation. Now, with his cultivation, he comprehended why practitioners sought out places of rich spiritual essence. He glanced at the map, his detailed version of the Xiantian domain, provided to all who journeyed forth. After orienting himself, a flash of azure light propelled him skyward. In Lingzhou, beneath the Xianan prefecture, several counties existed, one of which was Lingai County. A great river flowed before Lingtai County, while a towering mountain stood at its rear, sustaining life through both land and water. The locale was not without its merits. The Lingai River teemed with aquatic life, not extraordinary treasures, yet imbued with a hint of spiritual essence, sold in the numerous taverns and inns within the county. Following a low-margin, high-volume approach, thus yielding considerable profits. The Lingtai Mountain, devoid of spiritual trees or divine fruits, rendered the area rather ordinary. Nonetheless, Lingtai County was home to numerous factions, for the abundant river and mountain could sustain a significant population. Recently, however, the influential figures within Lingtai County had turned their attention to the new station cultivator from the Xiantian Dao Academy. This latest guardian was known as Chun Sheng. Master Chun, do you have any insights regarding the origins of the newly arrived immortal master? We must prepare accordingly. During a banquet, the Zhao, Li, Chun, and Bai families, along with the county magistrate, raised their cups in a toast. After several rounds of drinks, someone could no longer contain their curiosity. They had only recently learned of the new station cultivator's arrival. This group consisted of foundational cultivators, unperturbed by the possibility of the new arrival's disregard. Chun Sheng shook his head, replying, "You need not inquire about me. I am aware only of the name of the new disciple and nothing beyond that." He glanced at the four individuals and smiled. "Fear not. As foundational cultivators, you shall undoubtedly be afforded due respect. The station monks are not characterized by an air of superiority. Rather, there exists a reciprocal exchange, wherein certain elements are retained as long as the surface appearances are maintained. Everything can be accounted for." Upon hearing this, the elder head of the Zhao family acknowledged, "Indeed, as Master Chen has stated. I have relied on Master Chen's care for 3 years. Allow me to raise a toast to you." In that moment, the banquet was filled with joyous camaraderie. After the feast, attention turned to the temperament of the newly arrived celestial master. Indeed, to summon a station figure is an expression of a particular style. It remains uncertain what the disposition of the newcomer might be. I have already heard that the incoming individual, although at the foundational stage, has only recently embarked on their journey. Thus there is little cause for excessive concern. This news circulated among the 4 prominent families, causing some members to reflect deeply, while others appeared more at ease, for in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Chapter 37. The Nine-Tiered Foundation. Lingtai County. The Lingtai River flows majestically, its surface vast and boundless, with countless vessels navigating its waters. Among them is a large ship, its flags fluttering, rising 9 stories high, each level adorned with numerous rooms suffused with abundant spiritual energy, a manifestation of a gathering spirit array. It is evident that this vessel is dedicated to practitioners, as only cultivators would have a need for such concentrated spiritual energy. "Young Master Lu, we are approaching Lingtai County." A steward clad in elegant attire remarked with a smile towards a young man. Should outsiders witness this steward, known for his shrewdness on the waterways, exhibiting such obsequiousness towards someone so youthful, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. The young man in green, with a calm nod, exuded an extraordinary presence. The steward's behavior stemmed from 2 motives: gratitude and recognition of Lu Qing's true identity. Indeed, Lu Qing had encountered a formidable beast during his journey, a creature at the 6th tier of Foundation establishment. Yet, he had dispatched it effortlessly with a single arrow. The steward was among the group that witnessed this feat and extended a sincere invitation for Lu Qing to board the ship. Upon learning of his destination to Lingtai County, the steward, who frequently traversed the waterways, had gathered enough information to comprehend Lu Qing's status. After the steward departed, Lu Qing gazed at the water's surface, his eyes reflecting a hint of wonder. The vast expanse of the river seemed immeasurable, and as he looked on, he felt his mind expand significantly. His spiritual energy began to circulate unconsciously around him. With ample time and the convenience of the riverboat, Lu Qing traveled leisurely, further solidifying his cultivation as he absorbed the sights and thoughts around him. Each tier of the 9-story vessel offered chambers for both rest and cultivation. Lu Qing seized the opportunity to practice diligently within its confines. Due to the favor he received, he was exempt from any expenses. Having been away for several days, he had acquired the ability to arrange gathering spirit arrays and had also gleaned information regarding Lingtai County. Lingzhou, despite its name signifying spiritual, could scarcely be deemed a place of extraordinary talent or natural beauty. The region was extensive, bordered by the sea to the east and mountains to the south. It seemed improbable that such a landscape could have fallen to its current state. Initially, Lu Qing shared this sentiment while studying the map. However, Upon learning of Ling Shou's history, his confusion subsided. Millennia ago, this land had witnessed an unparalleled battle of ancient titans. The details of that cataclysmic conflict have largely faded into obscurity, the only remnant being the destruction of Ling Shou's ley lines, leading to the obliteration of countless spiritual veins and the pervasive aura of calamity that shrouded the region. It has taken thousands of years for it to evolve into its present form. Lingtai County bears no extraordinary significance in name alone, yet it sparked Lu Qing's thoughts. As he was vaguely familiar with the reputation of Ling Tai's Fangsuan Mountain and the Crescent Moonstar Cave, even without having read the original texts, the area had not appeared in any divination, but his choice to come here was deliberate and considered, with his cultivation being the only support he could rely upon. Thus, Lu Qing settled into a meditative posture, immersing himself in his practice. As the steward Zhou appeared on the deck, several individuals gathered around him. Who is the steward Zhou? Why do you regard him with such caution? Indeed, these individuals were merchants, well-traveled and closely acquainted with the Lingzhou trading vessels, and Zhou was a familiar face among them. With a chuckle, he revealed himself to be a slightly portly middle-aged man, whose eyes squinted in a smile, exuding an air of nobility. He feigned nonchalance. One nearby, upon hearing this, laughed, asking if there was anyone of higher standing on the river than Steward Zhou. While the words were light, his eyes glimmered with contemplation. I dare not claim such esteem, Zhou quickly demurred, attributing his success to the patronage of several esteemed individuals. With that, he offered a slight smile, extending a gesture of goodwill. Aren't you all planning to conduct business in Lingai County? At that moment, a sudden realization flashed among the others. Is this news dispatched from above? Zhou nodded in affirmation. Ah, Steward Zhou, what remarkable fortune you possess. They exclaimed. Fortune, you say? The change in personnel at Lingtai County has been the talk of the town for some time. I merely happened upon it. It was evident that he was indeed dispatched from the central state, his demeanor and bearing beyond their comprehension, eliciting envy upon their faces. The Xiantian Dao Academy held a celestial status in the Xiantian domain, and even in the remote locale of Lingzhou, it commanded similar reverence. Each station cultivator, regardless of their other attributes, was at least younger and more skilled than they, stirring a deep envy among many rogue cultivators. As the afternoon approached, the ship finally docked. Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes, feeling his aura ascend another level, achieving the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Lingai County, he murmured, as the bustling excitement began to spread. My esteemed junior brother has arrived. A paper bird soared forth, landing among the 4 prominent families, Zhao, Li, Chun, and Bai. The heads of these esteemed families had already swung open the gates of the county. What is happening? They wondered. It is said that a new immortal master has taken residence. What a grand spectacle. I too wish to pursue the path of immortality. The Dao Academy's presence is truly impressive. In the shadows, numerous eyes fixated on the gates, some cold, some indifferent, others brimming with confidence or jealousy. Yet, regardless of their sentiments, none dared to disrupt such a welcoming scene. Even they understood the gravity of the situation, while covert acts of malice might find room for maneuver. To brazenly emerge in such a public setting would be tantamount to challenging the Xiantian Dao Academy. A formidable force would not mobilize for a single disciple. Yet even the faintest hint of conflict could be squashed with the mere flick of a finger. Even Qinxing, though outwardly composed, felt a lingering concern for the Dao Academy. Though this place was comfortable, it was ultimately not a locale for prolonged stay. This reception was for the Xiantian Dao Academy, for his own sect. Similarly, for the 4 prominent families, the stakes were just as high. I hear this Master Lu is a recent initiate, and he has established his foundation so swiftly. Is this what one calls a prodigy? Are all disciples of the great immortal sects so exceptionally gifted? Long before Lu Qing's arrival, the previously obscure whispers began to grow increasingly vibrant. At this moment, countless wandering cultivators were drawn to the discussions swirling around them. Heavens, why can't I join the Xiantian Dao Academy? A sense of discontent lingered. Achieving foundational establishment at such a tender age was indeed the envy of many. Then it arrived. The majestic vessel docked, its 9 towering stories standing out remarkably. A flash of azure light appeared before the crowd. A young man clad in a cerulean robe stepped gracefully forward, exuding an extraordinary charm and presence. Countless gazes turned toward him, as if peering into an unfathomable abyss. Chun Sheng's expression was one of astonishment, for he could not discern the depth of this junior's strength. Could it be that this new disciple had already surpassed him in cultivation? Or had he employed some form of magic to conceal his true prowess? However, As the young man approached and released an aura characteristic of late foundational establishment, Chen Sheng relinquished this notion. The other's cultivation level undoubtedly exceeded his own. Junior brother Lu, since you have arrived, the task of guarding Lingtai County is now entrusted to you. Regaining his composure, he smiled. Lu Qing also nodded slightly, his demeanor gentle. Senior brother, do you intend to depart today? Chen Sheng sighed inwardly. He had initially underestimated this newly arrived junior. Yet, the aura emanating from him was indeed startling. Chapter 38. Arrival. Astonishing all indeed, the affairs concerning the mountain gate cannot be neglected. Thus, the senior brother took his leave first, promising to share a drink on another occasion. Until we meet again, senior brother, he said. As the other party offered a respectful gesture, which Lu Qing reciprocated, Chen Sheng cast a glance filled with complexity at him before transforming into a streak of light and departing from Lingai County. It was inappropriate for the new garrison to remain while the old one stayed. One should not strike at those who offer a smile. However, Lu Qing had little concern for the dynamics here, as long as he could meet the annual quotas. He had no desire to meddle in trivial matters. Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the four prominent families. Their expressions were filled with astonishment, yet they quickly approached to pay their respects with beaming smiles. We welcome the arrival of the Immortal Master. There is no need for such formality, the newly arrived Immortal Master replied, his presence as deep as an abyss. Yet his demeanor was gentle. Merely raising a strand of their spiritual energy caused their hearts to tremble. They found themselves entirely powerless, lifted without resistance. In that moment, their eyes reflected astonishment and a hint of fear. The display of power they had just witnessed left them feeling entirely under his control. Had they been in a combat situation, they feared they would have met a tragic end. This display made it abundantly clear to them. The Immortal Master before them was of a cultivation level far exceeding their own. The four family heads exchanged glances, each seeing the flicker of shock and reverence in the other's eyes. In the realm of cultivation, strength commands respect. Youth and age were irrelevant when it came to this new stationed Immortal Master. Lu Qing held no interest in the trappings of power. The banquet being prepared was merely an occasion for him to sip delicately at a cup of tea. Despite the well-laid feast, the atmosphere lacked vibrancy. A few individuals recounted the resources of Lingai County. How should we address you, esteemed sir? One inquired. I am called Lu Qing, came the reply. Immortal Master Lu. And what are those prior matters? Another questioned, puzzled. Henceforth, we shall proceed as before, Lu Qing stated calmly, listening intently, though none could discern whether his youthful ears absorbed their words. Chen Sheng's previous place of cultivation. Please lead me there, he requested. With just a few words, it became evident that this Immortal Master's demeanor was aloof, a true disciple of the celestial realm, disinterested in mundane power and wealth. Such sentiments resonated with many present. The head of the Zhao family smiled slightly, saying, Immortal Master, this way please. He assumed Lu Qing sought to reside there, unaware that Lu Qing, newly arrived, was far from ignorant of Lingai County. The foremost duty of the stationed cultivator was indeed vigilance against beastly incursions. Beasts typically dwelled in the depths of ancient mountains and forests, and the flesh and souls of cultivators were considered rare delicacies to them. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Lu Qing seemed to command the very stars. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the location where Chen Sheng had previously been stationed. Witnessing such prowess filled the hearts of many with both awe and joy. With this Immortal Master present, their safety was significantly bolstered. Lu Qing surveyed the elegant and substantial residence before him, exuding opulence. However, he did not step inside. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. Those who accompanied him felt a jolt of anxiety, reflecting on whether they had inadvertently offended this Immortal Master. The Immortal Master, what kind of residence do you require? Some discerning individuals quickly surmised his intentions. Lu Qing harbored no aversion to the mansion. However, the bustling location was too ostentatious and did not align with his desire for a discreet cultivation. Moreover, upon his departure, the various formations he had acquired would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although in such places, foundational cultivators were already considered prominent figures, it was rare to encounter those at the Purple Mansion stage until one reached the provincial capital. Yet, the world of cultivation is fraught with unexpected occurrences. This place does not suit me. I have heard that Lingtai Mountain offers secluded abodes. Upon hearing this, a member of the Bai family, a county magistrate, immediately responded. Indeed, if the Immortal Master requires it, I could have the younger members of the Bai family renovated further. The other three looked at the Bai family member with vague expressions. Very well. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. The cultivators unleashed their powers in unison, their speed astonishingly swift. In just one day, on a peak of Lingtai Mountain, a courtyard had risen majestically. Within the courtyard, a microcosm flourished, with koi swimming in crystal-clear waters and unique stones crafted into a rockery. A vast expanse of verdant bamboo forest nestled behind, exuding tranquility and elegance. After Lu Qing settled in, he found no need for them to establish formations. However, he remained wary of others. The mountainous terrain was perfectly suited for the cloud and mist formation he had brought from the mountain gate. He raised his palm, the formation plate hovering about 3 inches above his hand. Then, streams of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, countless formation patterns intertwining with his energy. With a decisive grasp, a wisp of white mist, previously undulating between the peaks, surged forth in layers. The clouds and mist emerged from the depths of the mountain. In Lingtai County, on a high platform, many were intrigued by the newly arrived immortal master from the previous day. As they beheld the elegant mountain peak, layers of rolling mist suddenly enveloped it, as if merging with the heavens, ethereal and obscure. This obscured their vision and hindered their divine perception. Such a formidable formation, seamlessly integrated with nature. Some gazed intently at the billowing clouds, praising its magnificence. Lu Qing did not cease his modifications. The cloud and mist formation served not only as concealment but also possessed offensive capabilities. With a thought, the original mist formation continued to expand outward. Atop the peak, the mist remained elusive. Within the mountain, it appeared unchanged. However, anyone who approached would unwittingly find themselves wandering in circles, ultimately departing from another direction. After activating the formation, Lu Qing cast another glance at the courtyard. Having discerned his intentions, the courtyard, which had risen from the ground within a day, was strategically located amidst the bamboo grove. Accompanied by a gentle stream, truly a tranquil place for cultivation, Lu Qing did not instruct them to establish a gathering formation. Instead, he raised his palm, and with a flick of his fingers, a large gathering formation rapidly spread from the center of the green bamboo courtyard. The surrounding spiritual energy surged violently towards this location. In an instant, Lu Qing felt the spiritual liquid in his dantian rising continuously until it transformed into a perfect, flawless orb. Only then did it come to a halt. A flicker of joy crossed his mind as the breakthrough in his realm was being stimulated and refined at this moment. As the spirit gathering array was activated, Lu Qing only withdrew the incessant flow of spiritual energy upon sensing its culmination. He gazed upon the verdant bamboo courtyard, a faint sense of satisfaction blossoming within him. Having labored to ensure his own sustenance, the mastery of this array, now manifest, undeniably infused his typically tranquil mind with an extra measure of delight. Meanwhile, within the confines of Lingtai County, the sight of the misty veil revealed the presence of a grand formation. No wonder Master Lu did not require our assistance in arranging the spirit-gathering array. It turns out he is a master of formations himself. Contemplating this, some recalled his cultivation level. At such a tender age, appearing merely 14 or 15, many might perceive him as a mere youth. However, before this celestial master, no one would dare regard him as such since yesterday. Chapter 39. Understanding and continuing the cultivation in the wake of the arrival of the newly appointed immortal master in Lingtai County. The news gradually subsided over the course of several days. For the majority, this Master Lu seemed a distant figure, far removed from their lives. Not to mention, after presenting their tokens of respect, the 4 families had little opportunity to exchange more than a few words with this master. His singular focus on cultivation was evident to any discerning observer. Thus, none dared to burden him with trivial matters. This new immortal master exhibited a style starkly different from his predecessor. Chen Sheng, while in need of resources for his cultivation and possessing only average aptitude, had been more involved in local affairs upon his arrival in Lingtai County, allowing for frequent interactions. In contrast, the current master resided at the tranquil peaks of Lingtai Mountain, far from the bustling town. Those who sought to engage soon realized his disdain for mundane affairs. "Father, were you not like this before? Is the new immortal master truly so formidable?" inquired the eldest son of the Bai family, confusion etched across his face. Bai Shotsai let out a cold snort, fixing his gaze upon his son. "You are unaware. Not only am I no match for him, but even if I joined forces with those 3 old men, we would still fall short." Afterward, the 4 of them convened and concluded that this master undoubtedly possessed a cultivation level at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. While they could withstand a mid-stage practitioner when united, facing one at the late stage marked a significant leap in combat prowess. The eldest by son gasped in astonishment. In his eyes, his father was the mightiest of all. Now, even his father admitted he was no match for this youthful-looking immortal master, who appeared even younger than his youngest brother. Rest assured, he shows no inclination to meddle in our affairs. Once the new batch of goods is traded, we shall present a gift to Master Liu. At the very least, his non-interference is preferable to unwarranted involvement. Bai Shouzai's voice dwindled to a whisper. After all, each station cultivator had a unique style. Yet the families entrenched in the area could not escape their obligations. Fortunately, this master did not demand exorbitant tributes. But they understood the necessity of leaving a share for him. This was a kind of unspoken rule. Linghai County remained peaceful and uneventful. Nestled within the mountains, Lu Qing enjoyed a panoramic view, with a vast bamboo grove swaying behind him. At that moment, he formed a hand seal, causing a spirit array to hover before him. He then deftly pressed several acupoints on his body, swiftly and decisively tapping them, as strands of golden spiritual energy coursed across his skin. Suddenly, the spirit array transformed. The energy radiating as golden light, flowing in accordance with the connection between Lu Qing and the array. Thunder rumbled ominously, as if the heavens themselves were roaring. Within his body, countless pulses surged, and a layer of golden radiance enveloped his skin. Lu Qing lowered his hands, his mind stirring, and upon inspecting himself, the once resplendent golden light swiftly retracted. Concealed beneath his skin lay the golden formation he had previously acquired. After extensive refinement and contemplation, it had finally been successfully engraved into his very flesh, transforming him into a walking array, perpetually on guard against ambushes. With his own stealthy techniques at hand, Lu Qing would not neglect the necessity of countering the assaults of others. This golden formation represented the most suitable form of defense available to him under the current circumstances. It transcended the limitations of a mere array. Inscribed within his body, it conferred an augmentation to his physical essence at all times. This was something conventional formations could not achieve. With the right cultivation techniques, this golden formation could indeed be regarded as a form of martial art. After several days of deliberation, Lu Qing settled into the rapid advancements he had made in his realm. While diligently practicing, he continuously compressed strands of spiritual energy to strike at his flesh. Although the bodies of Foundation establishment cultivators were formidable, they appeared rather fragile when confronted by those who specialized in physical cultivation. The body, spirit, and soul were unified. Lu Qing certainly would not allow himself to lag in this regard. Even if he did not focus solely on physical cultivation, he remained vigilant against the attacks of others. Having reached the 9th level of Foundation establishment, the next step would be to open the Purple Mansion. His gaze drifted, and a subtle chill at his brow grew increasingly pronounced. The Purple Mansion, akin to the heavenly eye, lay at the heart of a leaf that obscured the view. Unlike the Sea of Consciousness, the Purple Mansion nurtured the spirit. Even Lu Qing, at present, could not confidently claim complete understanding of it. The mysteries of the spirit were profound, and he traced his fingers across his brow, feeling that evident chill. Rather than hastily opening the Purple Mansion and pushing through, he continued to compress the spiritual energy within his dantian, transforming the lakes of spiritual liquid into a state of remarkable purity. The distinction between innate and acquired spiritual energy was clear. The former was pure and unblemished, and Lu Qing was in no rush to break through. He awaited the natural opportunity to arise. On the journey away from the mountain gate, he fortified his cultivation for self-defense. Here, surrounded by formations, he had also studied the area of Linghai County. According to records from several families, the beast tide of demon beasts had nearly vanished. The most recent surge did not originate from the mountains, but rather from the great river that marked Lu Qing's arrival. This river, known by various names elsewhere, was commonly referred to as the Linghai River in this region. This place could be deemed a sanctuary, at least in terms of danger. Only those reckless cultivators seeking overnight wealth or ascension would encounter a few demon beasts. Yet, the most formidable among them barely reached the 1st or 2nd level of Foundation establishment. Upon his arrival, Lu Qing had cautiously surveyed his surroundings with his divine sense. Beneath the waters of the Linghai River lurked the highest-ranking demon beast, which seemed to be in a deep slumber, a venerable turtle. Frankly speaking, Lu Qing could roam freely here without concern. However, that would not align with his nature. As for taking action, there was no necessity for that. Who could ascertain whether this ancient turtle might attract even older entities? The year-end approached swiftly. Lu Qing stepped out of the courtyard and gazed into the distance. The town at the foot of the mountain has begun to adorn itself with festive lights, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new year. Lu Qing gazed quietly at the scene below, and as the twilight descended, countless flickering lights emerged like fireflies. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Purple Mansion. He murmured softly. Just moments ago, he had captured a fleeting glimpse of inspiration from the past. In that instant, he found himself immersed in profound enlightenment. Retreat. His eyes sparkled slightly, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The contemplation he had undergone was, after all, a quest for insight to transcend the confines of the Purple Mansion. Now that the moment has arrived, how could he not feel elated? Aware of his cultivation status, Lu Qing could hardly leave without proper preparation. The experiences of his predecessors, encapsulated in jade slips, transformed into valuable references. It was indeed fortuitous that, after today's practice, he had gained clarity on his next steps. Chapter 40. Entering the Purple Mansion Realm. The Immortal Master had arrived in Linghai County for a month now. During this time, those in the know had come to realize just how modest and reclusive the Immortal Master truly was. Indeed, in the eyes of some, this master appeared remarkably aloof. Though not haughty, he maintained a distance from human emotions. In a common tavern on the third floor, several young scions from prominent families were indulging in merriment. They had previously been confined at home for a month due to a family decree following a change in garrison duty to prevent them from causing trouble. However, with the dawn of a new year approaching, the family members had finally released them. Thus, it was only fitting that they gathered for a hearty feast. Amidst laughter and jest, they couldn't help but vent their frustrations to one another. I tell you, you have no idea how my father locked me in the courtyard for an entire month. I spent the whole time cultivating. It nearly killed me, lamented a young master, exuding the air of a wealthy heir. His words instantly resonated with the crowd. You think we weren't in the same boat? I suspect they conspired to keep us locked up to force us to cultivate. Otherwise, why would the Immortal Master have arrived a month ago and only now let us out? Came the retort. Exactly. What is the point of cultivation? We were enjoying ourselves here. I've heard that those who enter the major sects live like monks. Huh. Spare me. You only say that because you didn't make the cut and were eliminated. Someone casually remarked, seemingly indifferent, but was quickly met with a counter. The embarrassed young man flushed, whether from anger or intoxication was uncertain. Nonsense. Who said I was eliminated? A Taoist priest wanted to take me in. I simply declined. Is that so? Do share. Ha. Stop teasing him. We've known each other since childhood. I know all your stories. The young master clad in splendid attire at the head of the table laughed heartily, while beside him sat a youth, blushing fiercely, the very one who claimed he had not been rejected. Brother Bai Qian, you're right. After all, we lack extraordinary talent. Why would our elders force us to cultivate? Chimed in another voice, that of the young master from the Zhao family. His words struck a chord, echoing the sentiments of the group. If they had exceptional aptitude, their families would have long since enrolled them in the sects, unlike their current predicament of remaining here. Suddenly, amidst the fragrant aroma of wine, and before the young masters could indulge in their grandiose toasts, the clear sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder rumbled ominously, echoing through the heavens, startling many among them. What on earth is happening? Is it thunder outside? What nonsense! It's broad daylight. How could it possibly thunder? The townsfolk looked up at the sky in confusion. A number of monks suddenly directed their gazes towards a particular direction. A group of young gentlemen emerged from the high platform, their faces turned skyward, beholding the ominous dark thunderclouds that enveloped the heavens. Such terrifying clouds of thunder. No. Wait, was that direction not where the esteemed Immortal Master resided? An observant individual noted the direction, veiled by mist and mountains, where Lu Qing was located, murmuring to himself. In truth, many were taken aback. This did not resemble mere thunder. It appeared to be an impending tribulation. One individual grasped his beard in astonishment, his countenance a portrait of shock. Cultivating qi to establish a foundation required no tribulation. Rather, it was only after establishing the foundation that one would face such trials. For the vast majority in this small locale, the concept of a tribulation was foreign. Yet, the families of cultivators could not be entirely ignorant. And a few seasoned wandering cultivators gasped in realization. They were not foolish. Upon realizing this was indeed a tribulation, they contemplated a possibility. Lu Xianshi is undergoing tribulation. It was said that every guardian was a foundational cultivator. Thus, was this the Purple Mansion tribulation? One exclaimed, his expression one of profound shock. The young gentlemen on the high platform, their thoughts returning amidst the thunder and lightning, found themselves sobering considerably. In the streets and alleys, deep within family compounds, or within inns and other locales, many gazes were fixed upon the great mountain. It had only been a month since the arrival of the new guardian, Lu Qing, and the earlier clash at the city gates had caught the attention of many, including the elders of the four families, who had come to recognize Lu Qing's exceptional nature. Setting aside the mysterious Xuantiando Institute, he was, in his own right, a formidable foundational cultivator. The four families, seemingly compliant, likely did so out of fear of his prowess. Dismissing the potential what-ifs, they now regarded today as tribulation. It was evident to all that Lu Qing, Lu Xianshi, was not merely at the late stage of foundational cultivation. The Bai family, particularly Bai Shoucai, wore expressions of continuous astonishment, estimating Lu Qing to be at the 6th or 7th layer of foundational cultivation. However, it now appeared that he had long since reached the 9th layer. Today marked his tribulation, his ascension to the Purple Mansion. Regardless of the swirling thoughts of those outside, they bore no influence on Lu Qing's tribulation. Speaking of tribulations, Lu Qing had previously held a flicker of curiosity towards the thunderous trials. Yet, as the thunderbolts descended, 1, 2, and finally the 9th bolt, any trace of curiosity evaporated. The tribulation struck his corporeal form. Lu Qing did not need to resist with his spiritual energy. Instead, he harnessed the celestial thunder to temper his body. He was not dismissive of the tribulation, but rather, he discerned within the thunderstorm a duality of destruction and immense vitality. Aside from a modicum of pain, all else was non-lethal. He emptied his mind, feeling an ice-cold sensation at his brow, until, with a shift of his consciousness, his spiritual energy surged, cleansing his inner sea of awareness, time and again, until a faint membrane, barely perceptible, dissipated from his eyes. It was as though a veil of mist had been blown away, rendering the world's visage strikingly clear. A flower, a blade of grass, a tree, a lake, a bird, a fish, the bamboo grove sways in the wind, and the clear stream murmurs softly. His perspective seemingly shifted, ascending from the bamboo courtyard. As the thunderous tribulation dissipated, with the last vestiges of thunderclouds fading away, he beheld the myriad gazes from Lingtai County, some filled with astonishment, others with shock, uncertainty, or bewilderment. He also saw an unfathomable river flowing from several miles beyond Lingtai County, its surface teeming with boats. The entire city of Lingtai was encompassed within his vision. Whatever he wished to perceive, he could effortlessly behold, as if examining the intricate patterns of his palm, clear and straightforward. A hint of spiritual fatigue emerged, and Lu Qiming realized that this was the result of his recent establishment of the Purple Mansion, causing a slight weariness as his soul detached from his body. Fortunately, he drew all his thoughts back in. Within the Purple Mansion at the center of his brow, a figure identical to Lu Qing sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness. Chapter 41, The Transformation of the Purple Mansion. As Lu Qing opened his eyes, the ethereal silhouette of his spirit mirrored the action, though its gaze transcended mere sight, resembling intricate patterns of the cosmos etched within, enigmatic like the depths of an abyss. With a mere thought, the once blank expanse within the Purple Mansion began to metamorphose. The shrouded whiteness dissipated, revealing a breathtaking vista, a silver waterfall cascading from a cliff, the sun rising majestically overhead, casting a resplendent golden glow. At that moment, the spirit sat serenely atop the waterfall's precipice, surrounded by an ethereal purple haze that danced around him. This transformation had been an instinctive manifestation of Lu Qing's will, reshaping the Purple Mansion into a realm reminiscent of his current cultivation surroundings, albeit with the addition of a waterfall, whose roaring waters did not disturb the tranquility of his spirit. In the interplay of stillness and motion, an underlying principle of the universe seemed to resonate. Lu Qing, guided by an inexplicable intuition, experienced a fleeting glimpse of elusive enlightenment, though it was too swift to grasp. Nevertheless, he returned his consciousness to the present, brushing off the remnants of thunderous dust that clung to him with a simple gesture, employing a cleansing spell to restore his state. He sensed a profound transformation within his dantian, which had expanded tremendously, evolving from a mere pond into an ocean of spiritual energy. Even his eyes, which had not undergone specific training in ocular arts, perceived the world anew upon transcending into the realm of the Purple Mansion. Where once he discerned mountains as mountains and waters as waters, he now recognized the essence beyond appearances. Mountains were no longer merely mountains, and waters no longer mere waters. In the natural world, each drop of water and every blade of grass contained the principles of cosmic movement. For the first time, Lu Qing beheld the scenes he had once encountered during his spirit's detachment. His consciousness radiated outward, absorbing the entirety of Lingtai County within his gaze, while whispers of chatter floated to his ears on the breeze. Having entered the Purple Mansion for a year, Lu Qing felt a sense of satisfaction. Each increment of strength fortified his ability to protect himself. He aspired to dominate circumstances rather than be subject to the whims of the weak overcoming the strong. It was time to plant the tea tree he had brought with him. The fragrant tea was a delight. Yet remaining unpicked in the solitude of his courtyard merely compounded the melancholy of having no one to share it with. In his fervor for the golden light array and subsequent meditative retreat, Lu Qing had neglected the tea tree he had transported. Fortunately, a month was not an excessively long span. Stepping out of his cultivation chamber, he made his way to the Qingzhou courtyard. A two-tiered garden featuring a stone path alongside a rockery and flowing water on one side, with a vacant plot of spiritual land nestled in a corner near the entrance. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Qing planted the tea tree, its verdant leaves still vibrant, though they lacked the lustrous sheen bestowed by the mountain's nurturing waters. With a flicker of his mind, he summoned water from the bubbling brook that flowed beside the courtyard, pouring 3 ladles of crystal-clear water, which cascaded from above. As it fell within the confines of the spirit-gathering array, the newly awakened spiritual energy surged into the tea tree. Instantly, the soil became moist. The leaves of the tea tree unfurled, tender and resplendent, releasing a delicate fragrance into the air. In the front courtyard, there exists a jade table and jade stool specifically designated for receiving guests and enjoying tea. The aura emanating from Lu Qing, having just transcended to a new realm, gradually retracted amidst the tranquil and flowing gestures of this setting. Meanwhile, within Lingtai County, nearly everyone witnessed the dissipating thunder tribulation, revealing a radiant rainbow across the sky, signifying that the trial had been successfully passed. How brief a time it has been. Does this imply that we now have a Purple Mansion cultivator stationed here? It must be said, this thunder tribulation has indeed opened the eyes of many wandering cultivators. The remoteness of Lingzhou, particularly Lingtai County, is well known. Although this area, nestled between mountains and waters, is considered a flourishing locale within a 100-mile radius, few have genuinely encountered a Purple Mansion cultivator. One might only chance upon such an esteemed figure in the distant Xianan Prefecture. However, the distance from Lingtai County to Xianan Prefecture is considerable. Many individuals may spend their entire lives never straying far from their own modest plots of land, let alone venturing to other states. A Purple Mansion cultivator. The expressions of certain family cultivators were exceedingly complex. Though not youthful in years, upon meeting Lu Qing, anyone would concede that this guardian immortal from the Xiantian Academy is indeed strikingly young, not an ancient monster. The previous guardian, Chen Xing, had spent 3 years with them. Yet even he was not in his teens. Conversely, had he not pursued cultivation, he would be akin to a great-grandfather among mortals. A true prodigy, without question. Prepare a gift at once, and send someone to pay a visit to the immortal master. Quickly. Open the storeroom and retrieve that item I had stored away last year. Sir, that is. I command you to go, so go swiftly. In an instant, those who had regained their composure ceased to dwell in astonishment. They hastened to prepare gifts to present to this newly ascended Lu Xianshi, a Purple Mansion cultivator. The Bai, Zhao, Li, and Chen families all responded similarly. One reason for their enduring presence in Lingtai County is their established rapport with the station cultivators, should the guardian leave. Their assessment of the families is crucial in determining their capability to be esteemed as county dignitaries. With a mere thought, Lu Qing sensed the movements of the cloud and mist array. The people present dared not disturb the formation, nor did they raise a clamor. Instead, they collectively prepared familial congratulatory gifts, clearly stating their intentions at the foot of the mountain. They believed that Lu Qing would hear them. Esteemed immortal master, this is our humble offering of congratulations. You have safeguarded Lingtai County, and for this past month of peace and tranquility, we express our gratitude with this modest gift and extend our heartfelt wishes for your everlasting longevity in the immortal path. Bai Shoucai arrived with his eldest son. Come forth. After crossing the threshold, Lu Qing exhibited a newfound sense of freedom. As the group ascended, they were enveloped by an abundance of spiritual energy, even more potent than that at the mountain's base. The mastery of this formation surpassed that of many so-called formation masters within the county. The Bai family's eldest son, accompanying his father, felt a twinge of envy as he noted the richness of the spiritual energy surrounding them, reflecting that their own gathering formation could not compare to this place. As Lu Qing emerged, the mountain breeze swept by, causing his garments to sway gently. The eldest son of the Bai family had finally achieved his desire to behold this celestial master up close. Before him stood a youth, youthful in countenance, exuding an ethereal essence. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have been unaware that the other had already approached him. Congratulations, celestial master. On your ascension to the Purple Mansion, may your longevity and prosperity flourish. The youth, stationed at his post, smiled at the words, exhibiting a demeanor that was both casual and serene, devoid of the oppressive aura one might expect from a great cultivator. Yet, there lingered an intangible presence, a force that commanded respect and deterred any thought of impertinence. Chapter 42. The Fundamentals of Formation and the Pursuit of Wind. As they approached, it was imperative to ascertain whether the esteemed Master Lu, now elevated to the Purple Mansion, would wish to meddle in the affairs of Lingtai County or seek to monopolize its resources. If he were to demand exorbitant tribute, how could they possibly gather the offerings necessary to satisfy a Purple Mansion cultivator? I shall graciously accept the gifts you present. In the future, unless pressing matters arise, there is no need to seek me out. You may manage your affairs independently. Noticing the faint relief among the crowd, he paused and added with a light-hearted tone, the share required by the Tao Academy must not be neglected. After all, you four families have been in this for quite some time and should understand what is expected. Beyond that, I shall not intervene. His voice, ethereal yet unmistakably clear, conveyed the message that the share was non-negotiable, while all else was beyond his concern. The eldest son of the Bai family appeared momentarily taken aback. Having spent much time learning the intricacies of familial relations under his father, the patriarch of the Bai family, he was accustomed to deftly navigating social dynamics. Suddenly confronted with such forthrightness, he found himself contemplating the implications of those words. Yet, he soon heard his father reassure, rest assured, esteemed master, we have always managed well and shall ensure you are not burdened by these trifles. Very well, you may leave, he replied. Despite the chilling mountain wind that rustled his garments, Lu Qing remained composed, his attire and hair undisturbed. After descending the mountain with his father, they returned to their abode. Bai Shouzai's face radiated joy. Father, he began. What is it? Speak your mind, Bai Shouzai's father replied, casting a glance at his son. Hesitating, Bai Shouzai expressed his thoughts. Since we have taken on the role of guardians, should we not consolidate our resources? Would it not facilitate better cultivation? You are overthinking it. The principles I have imparted to you are aimed at maintaining the family's balance of power. For one devoted solely to cultivation, such trivial matters are nothing but encumbrances. Upon hearing this, Bai Shouzai pondered, but do you not realize that compared to the resources we possess, those available in the grand sects of the immortal world are beyond comprehension? As he spoke, a distant look flickered in his eyes, as if recalling his youth. The so-called ascetic cultivators, however, Bai Shouzai began, they are often unyielding and inflexible. Which family is devoid of secrets? Should an ascetic cultivator take on the role of guardian here, it is conceivable that from the moment of their arrival, chaos and bloodshed could ensue. This was no mere conjecture. It was a true account from the previous year in the neighboring county. That tumultuous event instilled a fear within countless cultivators, who dared not act greedily lest they lose their heads. Ascetic cultivators may not harbor concerns, but it is their powerful patrons that invoke apprehension. You suggest he is not an ascetic cultivator? Bai Shouzai shook his head, discerning the thoughts of his eldest son. The world is vast, and ascetic cultivators come in many forms. The previous ascetic adhered strictly to his principles, taking lives in accordance with his own path. Bai Shouzai's eldest son was taken aback, unaware of the full depth of that experience. Though he yearned to inquire further, Bai Shouzai had already waved his hand, indicating that such matters should be set aside. In any case, it was imperative not to disturb the esteemed individual in question. The path of cultivation is a long and arduous journey, and one must strive to elevate their own abilities. Other families similarly advise their kin and descendants in this regard. In the brief, rare encounters, Lu Qing had left a significant impression on many, demonstrating that this celestial master was indeed indifferent to worldly affairs. His frankness in expressing this sentiment made it evident that he would not involve himself in the trivial disputes of several families. Such casual delegation of authority led some to question his motives, while others sensed his indifference. For Lu Qing, the matter was straightforward. He wished only to remain here in peace for a year before departing. He was not a master of political maneuvering, unable to match wits with these individuals. Yet, he had no intention of contending with them for power or profit. To speak candidly, he sought a rightful share for his sect, just as they deserved theirs, while the rest was of no concern to him. As long as there was no impending beast tide, He remained utterly unconcerned, regardless of the rivalries among the families. Lu Qing was not here to play the role of a caretaker. With each retreat into meditation, he diligently honed his resolve. Having triumphed over the shadows of past mortality, he had grown increasingly composed and free-spirited. However, he would not place himself in perilous situations. Upon arriving in Lingai County, he took the opportunity of his recent breakthrough to thoroughly survey every inch of the area. Discovering no significant opportunities, he found only the old turtle resting beneath the river, which could be considered a decent spiritual abode. Nevertheless, it paled in comparison to his current residence at Qingzhou Courtyard. His consciousness spread outwards. Examining the contents of the open wooden boxes, he was slightly taken aback to find that they contained not spiritual stones or treasures, but rather dozens, if not hundreds, of array diagrams, ranging from simple to exquisite, including incomplete versions. Moreover, the items were remarkably consistent. Aside from spiritual stones, what was presented were array diagrams, detailed explanations, and related records in jade slips and books. Lu Qing's gaze held a peculiar expression, as he was unaware of his own fascination with array formations. Yet, this was fortuitous. The sect possessed a plethora of array diagrams, diverse in variety, though Lu Qing had been financially constrained, requiring time to fulfill his contributions. Now, with these array diagrams, while the majority were foundational, he understood that grand edifices rise from humble beginnings. The fundamentals of array formation indeed commence from these very diagrams. Having previously engaged with and successfully drawn arrays, he now had a wealth of varied diagrams to explore in the days to come. Gazing at the large boxes, Lu Qing spoke of being busy, yet the delight he felt was impossible to conceal. The types of arrays, confinement, slaughter, prohibition, illusion, and phantasm, were indeed diverse. Having broken through to a significant realm, he did not rush into further cultivation. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, he had also begun to touch upon the comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth. The initial foray into this realm was not merely a matter of spiritual energy breakthroughs leading to higher realms, but an intricate journey to be traversed over the course of several days. Beginning with the simplest formations, Lu Qing adeptly mastered a few fundamental arrays to perfection. Beyond these, he immersed himself in the art of formations, etching a lethal array in the clearing of the bamboo grove, aimed at targeting and dismantling the array's focal points. This deadly formation was specifically designed to complement his cultivation of the wind chase technique. Upon achieving mastery in the wind chase, he became as swift as the wind, leaving no trace behind. During the initial leg of his journey, Lu Qing diligently practiced this formation, although he later neglected it for a time. This moment presented a perfect opportunity to not only demonstrate the array's formidable power, but also to experiment with the pinnacle of the wind chase technique while pondering how to conceal the fluctuations of the formation. In the bamboo grove, the leaves rustled softly, and though the clearing appeared devoid of presence, it seemed as if a breeze swept through, creating a gentle whisper. Lu Qing's figure materialized. Having entered the Purple Mansion, he further refined this technique to its utmost potential. Chapter 43. The Fluctuation of the Formation, a Test. This lethal formation shall henceforth be known as the Gale Formation. The array laid out in the open space is a fragmentary diagram that Lu Qing procured from the incomplete array chart he received. Lu Qing, intrigued by the nuances of ordinary formations, found himself increasingly fascinated by this incomplete diagram. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to modify several nodes of the formation with his spiritual energy. After all, being an incomplete diagram, it was inherently flawed and challenging to replicate in its entirety. From his observations, it was evident that this incomplete formation was once part of a larger scheme, yet due to its fragmented state, Lu Qing adjusted the formation nodes to create a diminutive and less potent version of a lethal array. Were it a complete formation, Lu Qing would naturally refrain from making alterations, but with a fragment, the complexity diminished significantly. Moreover, Lu Qing was not merely restoring it, but rather innovating by integrating elements from other formations. The Gale Formation, swift as the wind, is formless and elusive. Those who enter are swiftly refined by the tempest within. With 7 pivotal nodes, to dismantle this formation, one must either exert brute force or act with unparalleled speed. Lu Qing gazed with satisfaction at the formation he had crafted in the open space, having devoted 3 days to its conception. This array, capable of striking unseen, would render the deceased's bones and souls into dust, making any attempts at soul-searching impossible. Could it be that all my talents are devoted to such ambush techniques? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qing resolved to disregard it. leaving the formation in place to harmonize with the mist formation. It was a match made in heaven. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a specific location. Moments ago, an intangible fluctuation had emerged from deep within a mountain range, spatial fluctuations. In Lu Qing's eyes, there was no surprise. Only a flicker of relief that the moment had finally arrived. He was quite curious about what lay within this uncharted territory of Lingtai County, which had not appeared in any divination. He scanned the spatial fluctuation, detecting an aura resonant with the foundational realm. Rather than hastening towards it, he focused intently on the source of the disturbance. To his astonishment, he discerned another hidden formation. As he concentrated, he noticed something peculiar within that formation. The power was diminishing with each passing moment. This could either be due to the passage of time eroding the formation's strength or a lack of spiritual energy to sustain it. Countless thoughts whirled in Lu Qing's mind, yet his expression remained composed. He activated the mist formation, seamlessly blending his figure into the gentle breeze. Lingtai Mountain continued to delve deeper, surrounded by countless towering peaks. A gentle breeze brushed the treetops, danced over the stream, and finally settled beside an ancient tree. Simultaneously, this whispering wind quietly parted a section of the formation. Soon, a cacophony erupted, thunderous sounds reminiscent of a storm. Unaccountably, thunder rolled in broad daylight. The muffled rumblings drowned within the depths of the mountains, unheard beyond their confines. A rumble echoed ominously, and a cloud of dust began to spread outward. After a prolonged silence, Lu Qing gradually transformed from a distant mountain peak into a gentle breeze, arriving at this location. Faced with the unknown, his innate ability to evade danger did not activate, indicating the absence of immediate peril. Nevertheless, Lu Qing was accustomed to enveloping himself in layers of protection before advancing. His spiritual awareness was now sufficient to encompass the entirety of Lingtai County, allowing him to manipulate the formation from afar without difficulty. The most lethal array at his disposal was the swift wind array. Given the fluctuations of the array here, it was highly probable that a hidden cave abode existed. He unleashed the swift wind array, and as it collided with the existing formations, it dismantled the surrounding traps. His eyes gleamed with clarity as the array dissipated, revealing a hidden cavern. Having cultivated for a year, Lu Qing had yet to encounter a senior's cave abode. Once the array's concealment faded, the landscape of this valley transformed. Previously overgrown with wild grass, Lu Qing now beheld dozens of spirit fields, accompanied by a thatched cottage. A wooden fence encircled the cottage, which stood beside a long-abandoned spirit field. At first glance, it hardly resembled the retreat of an esteemed elder or a site of inheritance. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Qing probed the area with his spiritual awareness but found nothing unusual, nor any signs of life. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to enter. Since there was no immediate threat, this location warranted exploration, primarily to validate his hypothesis regarding his ability. If the principle of reverse selection indeed favored the auspicious, perhaps he could uncover some benign opportunities himself. This thought flickered briefly before being suppressed. For now, he aimed to discern any peculiarities about the thatched cottage. Typically, a cultivator, especially one at the foundation establishment stage, would not prefer to reside in such a rudimentary dwelling. Inside, the space was tidy, with several white bones resting atop a mat. Aside from that, there was only commonplace furniture. The wooden window was ajar, revealing a desk facing the window. Clearly, it had been over a century since anyone had occupied this place. The white bones were evidently remnants of the previous occupant, who had perished here. Lu Qing observed no signs of injury, only an aura of time's passage. The owner had reached the 9th level of foundation establishment, just a step away from a breakthrough, yet met with death instead. Lu Qing's mind reconstructed the circumstances of the owner's demise. His gaze, sharper than before, revealed no anomalies within the cottage. Aside from a few jade slips, the only items remaining were books. The fragile paper disintegrated into dust once the formation vanished. "I am the carefreed one," lamented the owner, reflecting upon the arduous nature of cultivation. There was little of significance left here, perhaps sensing the end of his lifespan. The carefree one had documented his life-esque journey. As Lu Qing perused the text, his brows lifted in intrigue. This figure, known as the carefree one, was not a native of the Xiantian realm. According to his account, he was originally a practitioner from the Tai-Tian realm, hailing from a distinguished family. However, tragedy struck, leading to the downfall of his clan and rendering him a wanderer. Subsequently, he discovered a legacy within the abode of a predecessor, which enabled him to acquire a lineage of cultivation techniques. Through these teachings, he successfully advanced to the 9th layer of foundation establishment, avenging his family by vanquishing their adversaries. Yet, after reaching the pinnacle of the ninth layer, he languished for many years, with his lifespan dwindling. Ultimately, he departed this world with a sense of regret. Lu Qing regarded this account with a measure of skepticism. Regarding the legacy of cultivation techniques, a flicker of curiosity ignited within him. However, he believed that practicing a scattered cultivator's techniques paled in comparison to investing contribution points to exchange for top-tier methods, those rigorously validated by numerous practitioners within esteemed sections. He would not readily embrace any obscure techniques acquired haphazardly. The Jade Slips predominantly chronicled various oddities and incidents, many of which pertained to the Tai Tian realm. In that domain, the Tai Tian Dao sect held a status akin to that of the Xiantian Dao Academy. Nonetheless, the Tai Tian Dao sect undoubtedly represented a genuine sect, engaging in both worldly and transcendental practices, while the Tai Tian realm was governed by the Tai Tian Celestial Dynasty, which maintained a subordinate relationship with the Tai Tian Dao sect. Lu Qing found the reading utterly captivating. It seemed that each major realm possessed its own distinct nature and followed divergent paths. Chapter 44. The essence of ancient trees and the growth of spiritual power. After perusing the surroundings, no fortuitous opportunities were discerned. Lu Qing, with his vast consciousness and having physically arrived at this location, discerned some prospects, albeit they were primarily beneficial to those below the foundation establishment stage. For him, on the brink of transcending realms, these held little significance. The sole aspect that piqued Lu Qing's interest was the concealed formation. Regrettably, this formation was not of Xiaozi's own making. It had been acquired from an unknown source and repurposed into his protective array for the cave dwelling. As Lu Qing prepared to depart, a fleeting breath caught his attention, igniting a sense of vigilance within him. There was something peculiar here. He followed the ephemeral trace of energy, emerging from the thatched cottage, and behind the courtyard encircled by the cottage, stood an ancient tree, its gnarled roots entwined, its leaves withered. The faint essence he had detected earlier emanated from this venerable tree. Upon closer examination, Lu Qing scrutinized the tree from top to bottom, ultimately uncovering its peculiarities. His golden-hued pupil shimmered as he peered through the desiccated bark to glimpse the heart of the tree. Within the hollow trunk, it was evident that the ancient tree had long since perished, devoid of spirit. Yet, something within its core captured Lu Qing's interest. With a mere thought, he transformed his spiritual energy into a mist-like sword aura, penetrating the bark. With a crisp crack, the once moisture-laden trunk, now as fragile as paper, yielded effortlessly. Encasing the intriguing object in his spiritual energy, Lu Qing drew it forth. It was transparent, roughly the size of a palm, and retained a certain firmness when grasped. Upon closer inspection, he could discern faint wisps of luminescence entwined around it. This was indeed extraordinary. Lu Qing's initial impression mirrored that of others who had encountered such a phenomenon. This object seemed familiar. He recalled having perused numerous accounts of cultivation while striving to augment his knowledge to avoid the pitfalls of ignorance during his travels. As he reflected, a memory surfaced. If he was not mistaken, this substance was the essence of ancient trees, typically found within the hearts of spiritual ancient woods that had existed for at least 10 millennia. It possessed profound nourishing properties for the soul. At this moment, Lu Qing could not help but acknowledge the value of this essence, particularly in comparison to everything else in this location. It was unparalleled. There was no need to rush. He would revisit the Jade Slip upon his return. It is said that knowledge is a treasure trove, and after leaving the mountain gate, the efficacy of the token diminished somewhat, as it lacked the support of the sect's formation. However, the items exchanged within the disciple's space remained unaffected. Regrettably, the disciple task hall was currently closed. Lu Qing departed from this place, having spent no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Within the confines of Lingtai Mountain, his outings were invariably shrouded in secrecy. The recent disturbances, occurring deep within the mountains, could only be traversed by those with considerable cultivation. Lu Qing returned to his place of meditation. The spiritual liquid was enveloped by a layer of spiritual energy, preventing even the faintest glimmer or alluring fragrance from escaping. Any substance pertaining to the soul was undoubtedly precious. Attracting unwarranted attention would pose a nuisance to Lu Qing's tranquil existence. Upon his return, Lu Qing immediately resumed his investigations, meticulously probing every inch with his consciousness. After commencing the refinement of a minuscule amount and confirming the absence of adverse effects, he discerned that his ability to avert danger remained intact, allowing him to proceed with the refinement. The spiritual liquid rightfully earned its designation as a superior soul tonic, as acknowledged by the Dao Academy. Once the refinement began, although Lu Qing's external aura remained unchanged, He alone perceived the transformations occurring within his purple palace. If the previous state of his purple palace was akin to shaping forms, now it bore the essence of genuine vitality within the soul, previously ethereal. His soul now emanated a trace of true corporeal essence. The soul, once merely meditative within the purple palace, was now infused with an additional strand of power. Despite its subtlety, this power underwent a continuous metamorphosis. Perhaps due to his dual existence, Lu Qing's soul strength was inherently profound compared to others of the same realm. After refining the spiritual liquid, he distinctly sensed his soul power ascend further. Time swiftly passed. 7 days elapsed, and as Lu Qing opened his eyes, an aura radiated from him, sweeping outward in all directions. Yet, upon encountering the surrounding mists, it dissipated instantaneously. This commotion went unnoticed by anyone else. After 7 days of cultivation, Lu Qing felt invigorated. His most significant gain from this retreat lay in the fortification of his soul, enhancing his resistance against insidious assassination spells. Uncertain if this world possessed the infamous 7 arrows of the nailhead, he recognized that, within the realm of cultivation, one must be wary of malevolent tactics, particularly those that target the soul, which could strike unnoticed. As Lu Qing's soul stirred, a figure identical to him materialized before his eyes. Observing from an external perspective, he realized that he had not merely separated his soul from his body as during his previous breakthrough. Rather, his consciousness had bifurcated, allowing his soul to emerge while retaining visual awareness from his physical form. Should the need for soul separation arise in the future, his corporeal form would not be devoid of the capacity for resistance. Contemplating the newly developed abilities of his soul, Lu Qing was inspired by numerous potential applications. However, exercising such control over his soul imposed a considerable burden. After a brief period of observation, he swiftly retrieved his soul back into his body. The reuniting of his physical form and soul dispelled the lingering sensation of stagnation, though it also brought a slight fatigue. Fortunately, the impact was minimal, and Lu Qing's mind cleared, restoring his sense of refreshment after brushing away the last remnants of weariness. Linghai County had long been devoid of significant events. It could be said that extraordinary occurrences had not graced this place in many years, while trivial matters persisted in abundance each day. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and an unusual incident has befallen Linghai County. During the tide of the Linghai River, the waters surge tumultuously. Yet, as the spring season approaches, it enters a tranquil phase, the surface becoming serene. The vibrant lights float upon the river, with lanterns drifting downstream. These lanterns illuminate not only the surface of the water, but also reveal the objects that rise from beneath. Chapter 45, Strange Occurrences at Linghai, the Eerie Skull. Some individuals, hoping to take advantage of the situation, believed they might uncover some extraordinary treasures from the river's depths. Yet, instead of treasures, they retrieved a colossal bloodstained skull, oozing blood and exuding a repugnant odor. That very day, several fishermen inexplicably perished. By the time the peculiar events unfolded, several days had already passed. The bloodied skull tainted the waters near the shore, while a strange white mist enveloped the river. Although the mist appeared innocuous at first, several cultivators, upon testing it, discovered they could not escape. Vessels attempting to depart would find themselves inexplicably returned to the riverbank, as if ensnared by a ghostly barrier. Strangely, even the representatives from various foundational families could not resolve the situation. As days turned to weeks, the stagnation of goods persisted, with those who entered the mist at night mysteriously succumbing to death drowned, according to the autopsies, leaving many cultivators and morticians astonished. Some vessels ceased their voyages in fear of misfortune. A pall of dread settled over Linghai County. What was the nature of this ominous phenomenon? It seemed impervious to spiritual attacks. At the foot of Linghai Mountain, the origin of this bone remained a mystery. My lord, it was discovered by an old fisherman a few days ago. Upon hearing cries for help and understanding the situation, a youth clad in blue appeared before Baishotsai. Lu Qing furrowed his brow. The scene did not evoke a sense of impending doom, as this place posed no lethal threat to him. Yet, he could not discern whether this was due to his heightened cultivation or some other factor. Nevertheless, the stagnation of the river was untenable. The prosperity of Linghai County relied heavily on this waterway for trade. Despite the region's remoteness, several merchant guilds and auction houses still operated here. With several families unable to find a solution, they were compelled to seek counsel at the mountain's base. Lu Qing had stationed himself there, expecting a tranquil period for cultivation, only to be confronted with this bizarre incident instead of the anticipated beast tide. Swift as the wind, Lu Qing led the group to the city gates. Standing atop the city wall, he gazed into the distance at the mist and the blood-red river. What were the results of your attempts? he inquired. By Shotes, I promptly replied, "Honored immortal, we sent individuals into the mist, but they reported merely wandering in circles, ultimately returning to the same spot. As for the Blood River, its disturbance stems from that bloodied skull. Our strength is limited, and despite gathering the foundational cultivators of our city to attack, the skull remained unmoved. Thus, we sought your assistance." The bloodied skull, the mist-shrouded river. A fleeting sense of familiarity brushed against Lu Qing's consciousness. What could this possibly be? Surely, it cannot be a manifestation of the supernatural? Murmured a few onlookers amidst the crowd. They believed their whispers were discreet, yet Lu Qing heard them clearly. Supernatural? A glimmer of contemplation flickered in his eyes. If it is indeed a deception, then it elucidates why no dire situation has arisen. The power of the deception is feeble, merely a collection of inexplicable obsessions. Over the years in Lingai County, what has been the most significant event since your awareness? A few individuals exhibited subtle changes in expression. This phenomenon is a deception. Only by resolving its root can there be salvation. The mists obscure the lifelines of these families, yet for Lu Qing, it does not necessarily signify a fatal outcome. My lord, of this. In the past few centuries, events that could transform into deceptions. I cannot recall. Occasionally, this river has witnessed vendettas. After listening attentively, Lu Qing suddenly recalled something and turned his gaze towards a bone, distinctly shaped like a skull. However, his keen eyes caught the protruding features on either side of the skull. This object, it seemed, bore little resemblance to that of a human. Lu Qing's thought shifted. Had this river never been governed by cultivators? Ah, Master Lu, I believe I remember. I heard from my ancestor that this river was not always known as Lingai River. It was once called Dragon King River. It is said that eons ago, there existed a Dragon King here, whose dominion extended over countless tributaries, rivers, and lakes. Yet, something unknown transpired, and the news of this Dragon King vanished. Lu Qing's eyelids twitched. What sorcery was this? He merely entertained a conjecture, never anticipating that such deception would be entwined with the Dragon King. Throughout history, any entity associated with the word dragon is seldom simple. A chill ran down Lu Qing's spine, prompting him to consider retreating into seclusion, vowing not to emerge for at least a year. Yet the skills he sought remained elusive, which somewhat steadied his thoughts. This entity clearly did not appear human, but to assert it was the Dragon King from millennia past was equally implausible. The records maintained by the Xiantian Dao Academy regarding this place had been chronicled by generations of station cultivators. One particular entry mentioned, a suspected celestial abode had emerged. But it was merely an illusion. Could it truly be that Dragon King? Heavens, the prowess of a Dragon King is boundless. Can our Lingai County withstand it? Concern shadowed many faces. The expressions of several families were equally grim. Lu Qing, perceptive to their mental state, chose to remain silent, directing his focus on the blood-red bone upon the river's surface. With a flick of his hand, an invisible breeze swept across the guards' faces, causing them to shiver. Why does it feel so cold? Unbeknownst to them, a lethal formation surged overhead. Lu Qing, exerting his will, commanded those individuals to return. His order startled those nearby, who quickly grasped that Lu Qing was preparing to take action. Numerous cultivators lingered by the riverbank, along with some reckless rogue cultivators drawn by the commotion. Hurry back. Return to the city. Immediately, Lu Qing commanded the formation, though he spoke of waiting and truth. Only a few breaths passed. All were cultivators. Upon seeing the familiar figures atop the city wall, particularly the silhouette of the azure-clad immortal ahead, it was evident that action was imminent. In an instant, numerous figures swiftly retreated into the city. Lu Qing paid no heed to the murmurs around him. A subtle shift flickered across his expression, though it remained inscrutable. His gaze momentarily sparkled, for just after the cultivators departed, the talent of ominous foresight resurfaced in his mind. He had initially believed that the opportunity he had grasped previously had negated the prior augury. Yet, the emergence of a new omen in this moment was hardly surprising. What perplexed him was the timing of its manifestation. Could it be that the connections behind this phenomenon were indeed tied to that ancient Dragon King from a millennium past? The auguries in his mind were unexpectedly revealing. Minor ominous omen, remove the deceptive threat, leaving behind the bloodied skull. Then, wave shall arise, hidden perils concealed, entangled causality. Unable to escape, minor misfortune. Neutral omen, remove the deceptive threat, seal the bloodied skull, submerge it beneath the river's surface. Wave shall arise, with slight entanglements, neutral. Neutral omen, remove the deceptive threat, annihilate the bloodied skull, devoid of entanglements or disturbances, neutral. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qing made his choice with resolute clarity. The bloodied skull was undoubtedly problematic, presenting grave concerns. The underlying causality was beyond what he could currently withstand. He cast forth a formation, his palm striking towards the riverbank, unleashing a surge akin to 1,000 waves. This was precisely the moment for such an action. The river's surface, tranquil as glass, suddenly erupted with a gust of wind, cascading in layered waves, each crest higher than the last, ultimately engulfing all mist in a violent embrace. Boom, crack. The sound of the tempestuous formation resonated incessantly. The eerie noises of devouring and destruction filled the air. One should not cultivate under perilous eaves. Upholding this tenet, Lu Qing controlled the situation from afar. To ensure the complete obliteration of the bloodied skull, he summoned several water arrows from the ether after striking with his palm. Whoosh! An endless barrage of water arrows transformed into a rain of projectiles, piercing towards the target. This sequence of actions, though intricate, unfolded in the mere span of a thought. Such tumult caused the river to reverberate with thunderous roars, as though countless waves had transformed into a ferocious dragon, its cries echoing with ferocity. The vibrations shook the very ground within the city for a brief moment. When Lu Qing chose to act, he unleashed a lethal intent. The winds howled and thunder crashed. Many cultivators clasped their ears tightly, the roar of the waves causing their eardrums to ache. Chapter 46. Decisive Choices, News of the Outer Sect Competition. The onlookers, both young and old from various families, were left utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the seemingly affable Lu Qing could unleash such a tempestuous fury. Observing the arrows that pierced through the river's surface with malevolent force and the heavy mist devoured by countless waves, they were struck by the clarity of the sky that emerged thereafter. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Once the tumult subsided, Lu Qing extended his consciousness, surveying the nearby waters in their entirety. With the ominous signs dissipated from his mind, he retracted the activated formation. The enigmatic threat hinted at underlying complexities, such as the true origin of the bloody bones and their connection to the ancient Dragon King, or the hidden mysteries beneath the Lingai River. Contemplating these queries, Lu Qing swiftly dismissed his curiosity. He invoked the technique of waves of 1,000 peaks in the cloud and water arrow, obliterating everything in the vicinity, complemented by the soul-dissolving winds from the Tempest Array, ensuring that any lingering spirits were utterly annihilated. Indeed, Lu Qing placed greater trust in the foreboding signs that had vanished, signifying the conclusion of this particular ordeal. With the matter resolved, he chose not to delve further into the secrets that lay hidden. Concurrently, he discreetly marked this stretch of the Lingai River as a zone of danger, vowing never to tread upon its waters again, wary of the potential entanglements it might invoke. With the mist lifted and the threat eradicated, many cultivators breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Lu Qing declare the obliteration of the malignant entity. They had witnessed the might of a Zifu cultivator, capable of manipulating the elements with ease, yet as outsiders, they remained bewildered, unable to discern the intricacies of the annihilation amid the swirling fog and frothy waves. However, the water arrows were a sight to behold. "Thank you, esteemed master," one exclaimed. "Indeed, had it not been for your intervention, our goods would have surely spoiled." Lu Qing's decisive action garnered countless expressions of gratitude from the cultivators, who, like everyone else, relied on resources for their livelihood. The banks of the Lingai River served as a docking point for merchant vessels, and the families within Lingai County were particularly engaged in substantial external trade. A shipment destined for the city of Sinan, commissioned by a notable figure, awaited transport. Should any mishap occur, while others might escape blame, these families would bear the brunt of the consequences, regardless of their foundational cultivation. Witnessing Lu Qing's prowess starkly illuminated the disparity in their abilities, instilling a sense of despair at the thought of engaging him in combat. "Very well. Tend to these matters," the youthful master instructed nonchalantly. In an instant, the young master transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from atop the city walls and retreating to Lingai Mountain for seclusion. Even those remaining, eager to forge connections, found themselves unable to approach before he disappeared from sight. "Hurry back and prepare the ship." A solitary figure gazed intently, swiftly dispersing the multitude of cultivators gathered in anticipation of meeting the immortal master. Upon realizing they were members of the Zhao family, the other cultivators either smirked or dismissed the situation, understanding that the esteemed elder they wished to align with had long departed. Consequently, they too chose to vacate the premises. Thus, the bizarre predicament that had plagued Lingai County for several days came to an abrupt conclusion, akin to a thunderclap. Even if someone later sought treasures in that forsaken place, it would be utterly impossible to uncover even a fragment of that bone. Lu Qing had originally come to resolve the turmoil, and once the situation settled, he intended to return to Qingzhou Courtyard. Engaging further with such individuals seemed a futile expenditure of time. After vanquishing the bloodied skull, he faintly sensed he was on the threshold of the second layer of the Purple Mansion. Was this not the first cultivator I have slain? Reflecting on the past year, Lu Qing realized that his time had been consumed by either cultivation or the journey towards it. His hands had only tasted blood prior to embarking on the path of cultivation. He had anticipated that he would need to wait for the outer sect competition 3 years hence to gain entry into the inner sect. Yet unexpectedly, the timeline had shifted. On one hand, Lu Qing felt an indistinct breakthrough in his cultivation, while on the other, he had just received a transmission from the White Crane Boy. Simultaneously, previous updates had primarily concerned matters within the outer sect. But now a few pieces of news relevant to Lu Qing had surfaced, news that pertained to most disciples of the outer sect. White Crane Boy, Lu Qing, are you there? Have you arrived at Lingai County? White Crane Boy, the outer sect competition has been postponed. You should prepare promptly. It would be best to step into the Purple Mansion, as you might even gain entry into the inner sect. Lu Qing mused that the White Crane Boy's transmission suggested he had not yet left Zhangzhou, possibly indicating a lack of geographical awareness. Upon departing, Lu Qing had remarked on the great distance. Now, with the White Crane Boy sending this message, perhaps he had forgotten, or perhaps the transmission was delayed due to the vast geographical expanse involved. Lu Qing, thank you for your concern, young master. I have arrived in Lingai, and I have received the message. How have you been lately? After waiting for a while without receiving a response from the White Crane Boy, Lu Qing set aside the token and shifted his focus to the crucial content of the messages. Have you heard? The outer sect competition has been postponed. No way. I was all set, and now it's delayed. Who knows what is going on? Wasn't it supposed to take place at the end of the year? It's already a new year now. Rumor has it, it's connected to that batch of prodigies coming to the outer sect. I knew it. There must be some inside story. Could they really expect them to wait until the competition 3 years from now? Today's intelligence Jade slip was particularly vibrant with activity. Lu Qing decided not to rush into seclusion. Instead, he leisurely perused the updates, mentally cataloging the events that transpired during his 2-month absence from the academy, with the outer sect competition being his primary concern. Lu Qing had long been aware of this grand competition. Initially, he believed himself to be merely an observer of this event. However, now, a thought crossed his mind, yet he refrained from pursuing it further. The competition had indeed been postponed, now slated for this year. And according to the conjectures of insider disciples, it was highly likely to be delayed until the summer season. Chapter 47. Enlightenment and Peril. Lu Qing felt a stirring within, finding some credence in the rumors whispered by a disciple alleged to possess insider knowledge. As he reflected on the myriad of messages flowing from the Jade Slip, it became evident that the prodigies, regardless of their location, commanded attention. Lu Qing was aware that these individuals had similarly attained the Purple Mansion realm, though the specifics of their respective levels remained unclear to him. With a furrowed brow, he temporarily set aside the matter of the grand competition, adopting a nonchalant stance toward participation. His current position in the Purple Mansion was secure, and he anticipated departure in about a year. Having calculated the passage of 2 months, he noted there were still 8 months remaining, and he hoped fervently that no unforeseen circumstances would arise. The grand competition served as a stage for the extraordinary to showcase their talents, and Lu Qing possessed the self-awareness to recognize that such a prominent arena was fraught with peril. A stray misfortune could easily befall him, with rivals harboring jealousy and animosity. Engaging in such an environment could lead to entanglements of great complexity and trouble. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lu Qing directed his focus to his dantian, where his spiritual energy had become increasingly substantial, exuding an aura of purity. Within the confines of the Purple Mansion, his spirit was engaged in a form of cultivation. As he settled into tranquility, streams of spiritual energy were drawn into the courtyard's center by the formation, coalescing around him. The Xiantian Yuanjing, a superior cultivation method of enduring legacy, followed the path of water and all things therein. The way of water represents the foundational laws of the cultivation realm. While it is accessible to the ordinary, to truly embark upon this path, one must first behold the mountain before entering it. Otherwise, one risks perceiving only illusions, leading to madness in their pursuit of enlightenment. Although Lu Qing had not encountered water in its conventional form, he recognized that water manifests in various forms: clouds, mist, dew, and so forth. He had first penetrated the cloud and mist formation, a grand array that could serve as a sect emblem, possessing its own unique mysteries. Today, as he confronted the tidal waves, Lu Qing had unleashed a powerful strike, utilizing the technique of 1,000 crashing waves. In a fortuitous moment of clarity, he inadvertently grazed the edges of this profound path. The way is boundless and formless, devoid of emotion and name, existing across the expanse of time and space, encompassing all phenomena of the past, present, and future. Ultimately, a mortal life may only glean some insights into these laws. Even Lu Qing could not have anticipated that he would suddenly find himself in such a moment of enlightenment, not a spontaneous realization, but rather a serendipitous encounter, as if the timing had aligned perfectly, allowing him to touch upon this profound threshold. The echoes of the great path resonate, timeless and immeasurable. In the mountains, time is inconsequential to the practitioner. The figure seated in meditation at last stirred. The eyes that had been closed slowly opened, the mysterious aura surrounding him gradually retracting into his being. Externally, it appeared that Lu Qing had not made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Yet, within his gaze shone a rare excitement, tempered with caution and a hint of trepidation. This time, fortune favored him, for had he succumbed to greed, he might have been consumed by the path itself. Throughout his cultivation journey, Lu Qing had not faced significant risks, and despite his constant internal vigilance, it was impossible to remain perpetually aware of all potential dangers along the path of cultivation. This time, the risk did not stem from external sources, but rather from a profound epiphany. He was exhilarated because this moment of enlightenment indeed allowed him to touch upon the ineffable path of water. The vast sea of boundless waves and the celestial expanse, all these astonishing entities became mere fireflies when compared to the brilliance of the great Tao. Immersed in this realization, the stillness of the Xiantian Yuanjing surged to the 7th level, as if his heart of Tao underwent a cleansing baptism, purging all impurities. This sacred purification of the heart led him to an instinctive belief in the truth, revealing the magnificence of the world before him. However, this rare sensation, akin to effortlessly ascending to celestial heights, held within it a perilous undertone. He cast a glance at the ominous signs flashing in his mind. At that moment, as his skills activated, a sudden spark illuminated his consciousness, and the enchanting feeling dissipated in an instant, pulling him back from the brink of this profound revelation. With this realization, Lu Qing understood that he had narrowly escaped a grave misfortune. To perceive and comprehend the Tao is not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. It often results in madness or, worse, a complete dissolution of one's cultivation experience. The inherent dangers are indeed formidable. In the future, he resolved to exercise caution, eschewing greed, and to tread the path of cultivation with deliberate steps. Lu Qing silently established another principle for himself, recognizing that on the arduous journey of cultivation, one would inevitably encounter numerous pitfalls. Yet, fundamentally, these challenges could all be traced back to the insidious nature of greed and desire. The baptism of the heart of Tao, coupled with his innate talent and understanding, had subtly elevated his perception, particularly regarding the principles of water, which now seemed more harmonious and approachable. Lu Qing formed a hand seal, and a delicate mist of cool, refreshing water emanated from his fingertips. After retracting the seal, he opened the door to his meditation chamber and stepped outside, his figure flickering as he landed in the courtyard. Upon reaching the front yard, he directed his gaze towards a tea tree nestled in the corner. With a thought, he grasped the hand seal once more, and water flowed from his fingertips. Initially the size of chopsticks, gradually expanding to the thickness of a bamboo tube, nourishing the tea tree directly. Even in the midst of winter, as the heavy snow had ceased to fall, blanketing the surroundings in white, the tea tree remained vibrantly green, standing out strikingly against the snowy backdrop. Despite the frigid air, Lu Qing, engrossed in his cultivation, felt an unexplainable connection, as did the tea tree itself. This particular tea tree was no ordinary specimen, it was resilient against the cold. And the icy water, rather than causing harm, contained a hint of spiritual essence, making it more favored than the natural rain that fell from the heavens. The branches gently swayed, and each verdant leaf stretched out as much as possible, absorbing the unexpected downpour of nourishing rain. After experimenting with his thoughts and witnessing the tea tree's spirited movements, Lu Qing couldn't help but smile. It was indeed discerning, recognizing the difference between heavenly rain and the water flowing from his hands. Though this tea tree possessed only a faint trace of spiritual intelligence, Lu Qing hesitated to label it as instinct or true wisdom. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from plucking a couple of leaves to brew tea. His recent epiphany resembled a deeper understanding of the Tao, which varies from person to person. In reflecting upon his time in seclusion, Lu Qing estimated that approximately half a month had elapsed. A fortnight's time, neither too long nor too short. Previously, Lu Qing pondered that Lingai County did not resemble a town preparing for winter, devoid of the brilliance of snow and the presence of frozen rivers. However, upon emerging from her confinement, she indeed beheld the remnants left by the heavy snowfall. Chapter 48. The Arrival of the Lingyun Sect. An unexpected development. His gaze traversed the courtyard walls, sweeping over the cliffs, descending directly to the vicinity of Lingai County at the mountain's foot. The heavy snowfall blanketed the world, rendering everything a vast expanse of white. However, Lu Qing discerned several areas exhibiting fluctuations of formation, shielding themselves from the frigid embrace of winter's snow. These formations belonged to several foundational families. Possessing such warmth in spring was not unexpected for Lu Qing. He refrained from delving deeper and instead shifted his focus to the outer city walls. The Lingai River had long since regained its former vibrancy. It remained unfrozen, with no fog obstructing the view. Countless vessels, ranging from grand barges to small boats and fishing crafts, traversed its waters. Suddenly, layers of snow-white ripples began to appear on the river's surface, caused by the boat's movement. In the distance, where water met sky, several imposing ships, exuding an air of menace, were making their way toward him. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing the flags fluttering on these vessels, emblazoned with the menacing characters of Lingyun's sect. While others were unaware of the underlying circumstances, Lu Qing, as an experienced participant, was acutely aware of the causality tied to the waters of this river. Thus, following his seclusion, he sought to comprehend the events that had transpired over the past fortnight. His attention was drawn not only by sight but also by the sounds emanating from that direction. The last 2 weeks had not been devoid of turmoil. Coincidentally, on the very first day of his reemergence, he sensed the approach of a storm. He promptly took note of the arrival of these ships, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Aware of his station, Lu Qing had already catalogued the major local power players within Lingzhou. The Lingyun sect, situated in Sinan Prefecture, was indeed a prominent sect in Lingzhou. What could have drawn such a sect to this small county of Lingtai? Furthermore, Lu Qing's keen gaze swept over the scene without further investigation as he sensed several extraordinary presences concealed within those ships. Were these individuals distinctly focused on Lingai County? Or did they possess knowledge of the Lingai River's mysteries? As these thoughts flickered through his mind, his gaze quickly returned to its original focus. He felt no trepidation. The omens had dissipated with his decision, indicating that he would not be drawn into this affair. Yet, a spark of curiosity ignited within him regarding that enigmatic entity, which he speculated might be linked to the unknown Dragon King. Did the members of the Lingyun sect also possess such knowledge? As these reflections coursed through his mind, he refrained from casting his gaze in their direction or extending his consciousness outward. Nevertheless, the sounds that reached his ears seemed to resonate with greater clarity, a result of enhanced spiritual power. The indistinct murmurs enveloping him did not reveal any ominous signs, signifying a lack of risk. Lu Qing sipped his tea, attuning himself to the whispers carried by the wind and water. After skillfully filtering out the irrelevant clamor, human voices began to emerge. Upon the deck of the Lingyun sect's vessel, several figures cloaked in dark, ink-like robes appeared. One individual leaned over the railing, their verdant eyes darting restlessly, images flashing before them. The others remained silent, awaiting news. Suddenly, the practitioner with green eyes faltered, unable to find. Grasping at their eyes, disbelief flickered across their countenance. Impossible! This was what the monk's divination had indicated, right here. How could it be lost? Indeed, old seven. Could it be that your eyes have failed you? The other ink-robed practitioners voiced their skepticism. A stout practitioner emerged, his movements surprisingly agile for one of his girth, swiftly ascending from below decks. Upon encountering the group, his considerable bulk collapsed onto the ground, causing the floor to tremble slightly. Yet, his voice quivered as he exclaimed, "My lord, speak." Beside him, the second-in-command cast a glance at the portly practitioner, recognizing him as a subordinate who had developed into a minor informant. "Our men have scoured this area countless times, yet we have uncovered nothing." A bearded practitioner, known as Old Three, impatiently interrupted. "We did not summon you to recount strange tales. We require you to locate the object. It is a treasure. A treasure. Do you comprehend? Do not burden us with irrelevant matters." The stout practitioner felt unjustly treated, recalling how they had insisted on uncovering all the peculiarities of this place. How could they now reproach him? "Enough, Old Three." A figure in a wheelchair emerged from among them, aged and weathered, with a shock of white hair. No one dared to gaze upon his legs. He was the leader of this cadre of ink-robed practitioners. All were of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet the leader's aura was even more enigmatic. These 7 were known as the sworn brothers of the Lingyun sect, often embarking on adventures beyond their sect to uphold justice. Old 7, have you found anything? He inquired, turning his attention to the practitioner with green eyes. At that moment, Old 7 was fervently casting spells, muttering incantations, while his emerald eyes swirled in their sockets, revealing countless scenes from various locales. The others fixated on Old 7, specifically on the visions within his eyes. Find. Old 7 managed to utter a single word when, suddenly, his body convulsed violently, contorting into a grotesque shape, and he expelled a torrent of blood from his mouth. His already emaciated form rapidly deteriorated, resembling little more than parchment. His eyes bulged, veins on his forehead pulsating ominously, a horrific sight. No longer. His final words remained unspoken as he suddenly stiffened. Old 7, 7th brother. The other practitioners' faces paled, and they rushed to his aid. The leader, too, formed hand seals, attempting to halt Old 7's calculations with formless spiritual energy. Regrettably, his efforts proved futile. In the span of a single breath, a skin-like pouch adorned with a pair of green eyes fell to the ground. Kneeling quietly, the stout monk stealthily moved to the corner, catching a glimpse of the unfolding scene that left him utterly astonished. Amitabha, he fervently pressed his palms together in prayer, beads of sweat forming on his brow, fearful that this band of ruffians might silence him forever. Brother, how could you have perished? In the aftermath, some wept inconsolably. 7th brother. Others regarded the lifeless form with a complex expression. 7th brother, may you rest in peace. A heavy-hearted individual lifted the lifeless shell. Old 7th is dead. He witnessed what he should not have seen. The eldest spoke with a calm demeanor, a flicker of coldness glimmering in his eyes. Old 7th sacrificed himself to reveal the truth to us. Since he is no longer here, there is no need to squander our efforts. Eldest brother. That deceitful rascal must pay for his blood debts. The 3rd brother's eyes gleamed with ferocity, a crimson hue overtaking them. Indeed, that charlatan is no good. Do not think we are unaware of his intentions. He may have already gone to the location of the treasure. The 5th brother, brimming with hostility, voiced his thoughts. Inside the Qingzhou courtyard, Lu Qing set down his teacup. Once the ominous presence had receded, a peculiar look emerged in his eyes. He began to comprehend that the object these individuals sought was inextricably linked to the bloodied bone. Chapter 49. Speculation initially. Lu Qing pondered how he could be publicly associated with the demise of that bloodied bone, and how the subsequent causal connection could elude him. However, upon hearing the unfolding events, he was astonished by the unexpected development. Among the 7 individuals, the 7th, possessing some peculiar ability, had eluded Lu Qing's perception. Yet he was acutely aware of the other's demise. The utterance regarding this death resonated with those privy to the situation, reinforcing the notion of fate's design. These 7 had come for the bloody bone, and this 7th individual was presumed to be a master of divination, yet ironically, it was here that he met his end. Moreover, his unfinished words were misconstrued by the others. After all, anyone would surmise that the revelations derived from such a fateful calculation could hardly be fabricated. Nevertheless, could it be that the truth was not a fabrication, but rather that there remained an unfinished thought? Lu Qing recalled the options presented in the divination. One was to remain, the other to seal. Both possibilities could have been divined here. Given the context of divination, even in the event of this person's death, the members of Lingyun's sect would not hastily depart. Logically, Lu Qing concluded that he could not hope to contend with at least 6 Purple Mansion cultivators. Yet there was no manifestation of bloodshed. Instead, a web of intricate fate entangled him. Though he wished to refrain from overthinking, the day's developments deepened his understanding of this innate ability. The concepts of destiny and causality felt ethereal to Lu Qing. Yet he could not ignore the unique nature of this skill, initially developed under the guise of benevolence. Despite its incompleteness, its utility was undeniable. Lu Qing glanced again, noticing that the fleet of dark, ice-like vessels he had previously observed had departed the river. Lingyun sect, treasures, and a Taoist. He reflected on the intricate threads of causality revealed in the divination. He recalled the exorcism task he had ignited within the Tao Academy. Sensing that this incident would not be an anomaly, a storm was brewing. He surveyed Lingtai County, a picturesque locale rich in opportunities. He had obtained the essence of an ancient tree, which had enabled a significant breakthrough in his spiritual realm. His soul had now detached sufficiently to match his cultivation level. The formation, once inscribed upon his physical body, now shimmered faintly upon his spirit. This revelation struck Lu Qing. His cultivation of the soul was inadvertently stimulating a cycle of spiritual energy circulation. Consequently, a transformation in his aptitude had occurred. Historical records suggested that the essence of the ancient tree benefited the soul, yet it was evident that such treasures nourished not only the spirit, but also the foundational essence of one's being. Lu Qing hesitated to determine whether his cultivation aptitude had truly ascended to the earth grade, but he surmised it must be nearing that realm. The other cultivators in Linghai County were oblivious to the unfolding events, with only a few having glimpsed the grand and peculiar vessels. They remained on guard, astonished that those vessels seemed to linger only briefly before swiftly altering their course. Meanwhile, at some location, the vessels prepared to return, drawing closer to the Nuan prefecture. After their departure, within the depths of a certain subterranean palace, countless blood-red candles flickered, meticulously arranged upon a table, reminiscent of offerings laid before ancestral tablets. Suddenly, one candle extinguished. A peculiar, twisted figure lingering nearby glanced up, muttering in a hoarse, muffled tone, reminiscent of heavy, decayed wood scraping against one another, grating and provoking an unsettling irritation. The flickering candlelight cast a ghostly glow in the dim underground hall, revealing a bizarre, blank visage that was indistinct and unrecognizable. Meanwhile, on Linghai Mountain, Lu Qing was preparing to set down his teacup when an unexpected chill coursed through him. He raised an eyebrow slightly and scanned his surroundings with keen awareness, finding no hidden eyes lurking in the shadows. Was someone watching? Or was there still someone calculating? Lu Qing did not dismiss the fleeting chill. The intuitive sensations often accompanying a cultivator's body could very well be pivotal for survival. With his innate abilities dormant and no immediate danger at hand, he could only surmise that it was related to Linghai River. Lu Qing no longer believed that the Linghai River was merely home to a solitary hibernating tortoise in its foundational stage, with other matters being trivial. Having encountered inexplicable occurrences and the sudden arrival of several true disciples from Lingyun's sect seeking treasures, he now hoped that the treasures behind these events were indeed genuine, rather than merely the manifestation of some celestial abode. This was not a baseless conjecture on Lu Qing's part, rather, it stemmed from the necessity of documenting significant events since becoming a guardian. The previous strange incident was indeed significant, and such occurrences were observable. Lu Qing had no intention of fabricating anything, merely concealing certain details, not lying, thus evading scrutiny. The fact that a guardian from countless generations ago had penned such words suggested that perhaps there truly had been an apparition at that time. As one entrenched in the situation, Lu Qing's observations were limited compared to those at higher echelons. Yet this remote area of Lingzhou had always been overlooked. Regarding matters related to celestial abodes, it would be reasonable to dispatch more formidable cultivators, wouldn't it? Some questions remained unresolved, only to give rise to more. Lu Qing chose not to expend energy on matters he could not comprehend. He resolved to await the unveiling of worldly truths once his cultivation reached greater heights. Thus, during the ensuing period, Lu Qing refrained from obsessing over what the Linghai River might attract or how it might affect his current position. Instead, he focused on his cultivation, which seamlessly ascended to the second realm of the Purple Mansion. The myriad principles manifested by the way of water, along with the myriad natural phenomena, greatly aided Lu Qing's understanding. While he could not yet claim profound insights into the way, he recognized that cultivating water-related techniques would yield significant benefits. Lu Qing also became intrigued by a specific technique within the minor cloud and rain art, which was the authentic cloud and rain art. Mastery of this technique could eventually grant him the ability to summon winds and rain. Lu Qing gazed into the token space. Although the task hall was closed, a smaller exchange pavilion remained, specifically designated for the disciples stationed outside. However, compared to the task hall and the scripture library, the offerings here seemed to the untrained like a mountain of books or an ocean of texts. Yet, to the disciples of the Tao Academy, it was merely a rudimentary collection. The exchange was limited to techniques and spells that could be inscribed onto jade slips or paper scrolls. Lu Qing currently possessed a considerable amount of spirit stones, as a monthly allocation was set aside for him. Unlike within the Tao Academy, where he had to cultivate spiritual plants to earn his stones, his situation here was more favorable. Nonetheless, the imbalance between contribution points and the exchange rate for spirit stones remained a significant concern. After redeeming the cloud and rain technique, he found his spirit stones halved. Nevertheless, it was still within his means. The ease with which these spirit stones were acquired led Lu Qing to ponder why, despite the various limitations outside, many disciples still chose to undertake enforced station tasks, often opting to leave the mountain for remote posts. Not to mention, the allure of spirit stones was indeed tempting. Chapter 50. The Art of Cloud and Rain. Previously, My practice of the minor art of cloud and rain had reached perfection. Although I could expand its coverage as my cultivation improved, it remained merely a method of gathering clouds and eliciting rain, falling short of the true mastery of the art. Initially, I could not discern its depths. However, upon entering the purple mansion and nurturing my spirit, followed by an enlightening baptism of understanding, I gazed once more upon the heavens. What I beheld was not merely the surface phenomena of clouds and rain, but the intricate and flowing laws of nature that govern the cosmos. The laws of heaven and earth reside here. Yet the minor art of cloud and rain had yet to touch upon these principles. This particular technique, however, was distinctly different. I cradled a mass of thundercloud within my palm, its dark and swirling form appearing diminutive, yet harboring within it an enigmatic essence beyond mere spiritual energy. The two fundamental laws of cloud and rain were distilled through this technique, offering a swifter pathway to engaging with the principles of the universe. As I commenced my practice, I could not help but reflect on the profundity of simplicity. This seemingly straightforward art encapsulated truths that many strive to comprehend, warranting the investment of countless contribution points. I found myself curious about the extent of the power inherent in summoning winds and rains. The more I practiced, the deeper my reverence grew. While I was intrigued by the views from lofty heights, I was not in a great rush compared to others. Nevertheless, acquiring a measure of self-protection was imperative. With a flicker of thought, I sent the thundercloud drifting from my palm, and soon, what had been a clear winter day transformed as a layer of thunderclouds gathered ominously in the sky. Sounds of thunder resonated within, yet no flashes of lightning were visible. The clouds enveloped a considerable area, prompting many to glance upward, unable to discern any substantial difference from the true state of the weather. In the heart of winter, was this thunder heralding a storm, or a precursor to heavy snowfall? I mused that perhaps it was best if rain did not fall. The icy droplets could sting the skin. Was I not capable of conjuring a protective barrier? If not, I could always procure an umbrella, for I was, after all, a cultivator. Beneath the thunderclouds, some chuckled at the sky, while others, puzzled, voiced their thoughts. I had no intention of unleashing a torrential downpour upon Linghai County in such frigid conditions, though I could indeed summon rain. It would quickly freeze upon contact with the ground, transforming into icy shards. I could manipulate the immediate environment. Yet I lacked the power to control every nuance of the natural order, nor could I freeze time in perpetuity. I was still far from possessing profound abilities. Once my cultivation reached an appropriate level, I waved my sleeve, and the thunderclouds dispersed swiftly, revealing the sun once more. The sunlight was not particularly warm, and as I tread upon the snowy ground, I refrained from showcasing my agility, moving as silently as the wind, leaving no trace upon the snow. In the second realm of the purple mansion, cultivation is akin to ascending a lofty peak, where each step leads to a higher elevation. With a graceful motion of my hand, I ensured that the tea set upon the jade table remained unaffected by the snowfall. Water boiled of its own accord, and tea leaves gracefully descended from the tree, landing perfectly in the open teapot. In an instant, the rich aroma of tea wafted through the air, dispelling the surrounding chill for a distance of 3 zhang. The token shimmered to life, signaling the arrival of news. Baitozi inquired, Lu Qing, the outer sect competition begins on the 1st of April. Are you not planning to register? Since their last communication, Baitozi had sensed that Lu Qing was currently in a state of leisure. Occasionally, when encountering Lu Qing during his seclusion, he would leave a few messages. Now, he wished to discuss the upcoming competition. Lu Qing replied, my cultivation is insufficient. I shall refrain from joining the fray. Baitozi, seemingly in a hurry, responded promptly. What a pity. The outer sect competition is always quite lively. However, I understand, you are stationed outside, and returning would indeed be troublesome. Lu Qing felt no sense of regret. In the grand scheme of things, there are gains and losses. The inner disciple had previously insisted that the event would be held in the sweltering summer, yet it was now clearly the season of spring blossoms, rendering any association with the heat of summer dubious. He pondered whether there had been changes from above or if considerations had shifted for other reasons. In any case, the early arrival alleviated all his concerns. The starting point for registration was the Purple Mansion realm, a pathway to the inner sect. Currently, one could choose to apprentice under a master, participate in the competition, achieve the golden core stage, or possess an extraordinary constitution, surpassing even the innate talents of the most gifted. While it appeared there were numerous routes, they ultimately revolved around the dual pillars of strength and talent. At present, Lu Qing was at the second level of the Purple Mansion realm, his cultivation too low. The competition sought the top 100 contenders, and historically, the lowest-ranked individual possessed at least the 8th level of the Purple Mansion realm, with many among the higher ranks being of the Golden Core stage. The reasons for not directly entering the intersect could be twofold, perhaps for the sake of reputation, or to secure ranking rewards. Additionally, those without a master might catch the eye of an elder during the competition and be taken as a direct disciple, a possibility that could not be dismissed. Lu Qing remarked, "There is nothing to regret. Even if I wish to register, ill fortune may lead to an early exit." Bai Tongzi chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't participate. However, it matters little. The competition is merely a spectacle. Your cultivation in Lingtai County is far more comfortable than mine." Lu Qing continued to converse with Bai Tongzi about the current happenings in the outer sect. The outer sect was vast, and even Bai Tongzi could only mention that presently there was little of significance within the Dao Academy. Following the last demon eradication mission, a group of disciples had been dispatched to that region, and an elder in a purple robe had intervened, seemingly transforming that area into a secret realm for trainings intended for those of the body refinement lineage. Lu Qing had not anticipated such developments, but upon reflection, he realized that in the realm of cultivation, transforming a location into a secret training ground was not particularly challenging. After setting the token aside, he gazed at the jade slip symbolizing information. Unlike his indifferent demeanor, many disciples had already emerged from their seclusions upon receiving this news. The number of distinguished disciples appearing was even more grand than during the demon eradication mission. Lu Qing needed no further thought. Recalling the flurry of fleeing lights during that mission, he could envision the magnificent scene awaiting at the mountain gate. After the emergence of the senior disciples, the newcomers from last year, including Lu Qing and his cohort, have seemingly lost their luster. Only those with exceptional aptitude remain in the spotlight, and before the date of the grand competition is confirmed, they might still engage in contests of strength with some of the senior disciples. However, once the date is set, an influx of unfamiliar faces from the outer sect appears. Confronted with the grand competition, which serves as a golden opportunity for entering the inner sect and making a name for oneself, every disciple proves to be formidable, with various factors such as temperament, practical experience, and external equipment playing significant roles in the contest. What on earth? I thought I could make the rankings today. But why are all the names from the Purple Mansion disciples? This is so unfortunate. I was doing well, but now I've fallen off the list. My spirit stones. Indeed, why can't they create a separate ranking for them? It's not fair. Another grand competition. I'm so envious. When will I ever reach the foundation establishment stage? Quiet down up there. This is the usual scene during every grand competition. Stay calm, stay calm. After the competition, you can take to the stage, and it will be more favorable then. Some seasoned disciples, drawing from their past experiences, offered their counsel. Chapter 51. Observing the commotion. The 3 realms of the Purple Mansion. Is there anyone renting the Zua Mansion? It offers an unparalleled vantage point for the grand competition, with first come, first served access. The grand competition begins in April. Is there anyone interested in purchasing spirit recovery pills? They are both cost-effective and of high quality, capable of swiftly replenishing spiritual energy for injuries of all degrees, effective even for cultivators of the Purple Mansion. Those who have used them sing their praises. As the grand competition draws near, some disciples seize the opportunity to engage in commerce. Each time a grand competition occurs, frictions and injuries are inevitable. After all, cultivators face challenges akin to swimming against the current. The Academy refrains from commenting excessively on these matters. Consequently, during such tumultuous competitions, the most lucrative businesses are those selling pills, spiritual tools, talismans, and various other necessities beyond mere cultivation, with prices skyrocketing during this time. As Lu Qing perused these messages, he found himself at a loss for words, as if he had stumbled into a bustling marketplace. The lively atmosphere starkly contrasted with his previous experiences in the Outer Academy, where he seldom encountered anyone. Yet, this was merely a secondary concern. Lu Qing, merely observing the jade slips, began to comprehend the excitement described by the White Crane youth. It was likely not a mere fade of excitement, but a genuine spectacle. It was entirely plausible that the disciples he encountered outside were all cultivators of the Purple Mansion. He also noted the counsel of some seasoned disciples. His ranking had undoubtedly plummeted beyond recognition, and at this juncture, it was decidedly unfriendly for those aspiring to ascend the ranks. Even for those wishing to compare their strength within the same realm, it was not a favorable scenario. The very term grand competition indirectly influenced the rules governing the arena, where ephemeral shadows lingered in solitude. In contrast to earlier times, a novice in the foundation establishment stage might secure a rank, yet the current shadows presented a different challenge. To challenge the arena at this moment, in hopes of improving his ranking, would undoubtedly be the gravest misstep. Competing in the Purple Mansion? It was simply not feasible. He could not prevail, not at all. Thus, he could only remain an onlooker, a bystander amidst the gathering crowd, as spectators examined the fluctuating rankings on the arena leaderboard. Even engaging in bets on ascensions and descents. Some even opted for convenience, directly updating the day's rankings in the jade slips. Amidst the scattered news, Lu Qing discerned reports of several prodigious talents who had suffered defeats at the hands of senior disciples, their rankings plummeting dramatically. Others, whom Lu Qing had previously heard of, also faced defeat in succession, some entirely vanishing from the rankings. Over the past few days, a significant upheaval had occurred within the leaderboard, with participants consistently falling and others surging upwards like dragons crossing the river. As Lu Qing observed the jade slips inundated with news of the impending grand competition, he could easily envision the outer academy being anything but tranquil. The clashes among those above the Purple Mansion realm were bound to be even more ferocious. The rankings have been reshuffled, and even the most promising newcomer, Gu Xiantian, has suddenly plummeted beyond the top 100. This ranking has swiftly awakened one to the realization that this exceptional group of prodigies will undoubtedly not gain entry into the inner sect this year. Lu Qing set down the jade slip, feeling a twinge of curiosity. The disciple who had previously boasted about revealing insider information had not reemerged to speak further. This led Lu Qing to understand that the earlier disclosure was merely an overestimation of the potential of these talents. The delay of a few months only fueled his suspicion that it was linked to the previous demon-slaying mission, which, while not catastrophic for the Dao Academy, had certainly brought about numerous subsequent troubles. At the very least, the initial phase required calming the tumultuous earth energy stirred by the explosive events, which necessitated manpower. Additionally, there was the inherent malevolent energy of heaven and earth, a consequence that would undoubtedly seal the fate of those demonic cultivators. Lu Qing surmised they might be thinking of taking risks, opting for a reckless approach, leaving behind a mess even in death. With Lu Qing absent from the mountain gate, the news brought by the White Crane Boy clarified that the demon-slaying mission had further developments, indicating that the karmic threads were finally being unraveled. Leaving only time to wear them down, he hoped that no ominous signs akin to the last time would emerge. Lu Qing regarded the prelude to the grand competition with mild curiosity, but his primary concern remained himself. He felt a profound distance from the mountain gate, stationed far away. Lu Qing did not believe there existed an utterly safe place, only varying degrees of risk, whether fatal or not. Coincidentally, despite the last time revealing only a minor ominous hexagram from the blood-like, non-human bone in Lingai River, the subsequent events resembled a colossal iceberg, with only a sharp tip visible above the surface, while the rest lay submerged in the depths, unfathomable to the naked eye. One could hardly imagine that beneath a fragment of solid ice lay a massive mountain of ice. Lu Qing remained remarkably composed because he had proactively severed the source of this karma. He was confident in this skill, since it was a neutral hexagram, regardless of subsequent developments. Even if he were to eliminate that sinister entity on the spot, it would not entangle him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he abruptly rose, his figure like the wind, appearing outside the courtyard, his gaze piercing through the array to catch a glimpse of some movement on Lingtai River. More visitors? He scrutinized the unfamiliar vessel. It was neither a merchant ship nor a fishing boat. The boats that regularly traverse Lingai County adhered to specific styles. And if Lu Qing were to comment, the incoming ships were more ostentatious and opulent, as if money were no object. Even the array fluctuations on a single vessel depicted a rare defensive formation. As Lu Qing observed, the ship displayed no peculiar behavior, merely lingering in the river's heart for a time before departing. Its arrival was abrupt, and its departure equally so. Yet, Lu Qing's earlier thoughts seemed to be gradually substantiated. He had a premonition that significant troubles loomed ahead. However, he hoped they would not erupt too swiftly, at least not until after his tenure commenced. For this reason, Lu Qing lost interest in the intriguing tales inscribed on the jade slip and instead embarked on another prolonged period of seclusion. In Lingai County, significant events were rare. Bai Shouzai, the current county magistrate, possessed both the strength and acumen to maintain his position, adeptly managing the dealings with incoming merchant ships and trade associations. Aside from the previous peculiar incident, this magistrate exhibited remarkable leniency in governance, and the four families operated with efficiency. Having witnessed Lu Qing's prowess, they harbored no doubts. Should such methods be employed against them, they too would find themselves utterly powerless to resist. As months leisurely passed, summer arrived in the blink of an eye. Following a spring of continuous rain, the season of scorching sun and torrential downpours had come. Time flew swiftly, and upon finally emerging from his retreat, Lu Qing discovered that his aura had ascended yet another level, now at the third realm of the Purple Mansion. After months of seclusion, he had once again surpassed his previous duration of retreat. Chapter 52. Steadfast Cultivation. The gloomy-faced old Taoist Lu Qing refrained from haste, instead directing his gaze towards Lingai County. During his seclusion, he would have sensed any disturbance in the formations. There was no trace of any communication talismans, and as he observed, aside from the absence of the white snow, which had given way to a scene beneath the blazing sun, Lingai County bore no significant changes since his retreat. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind as he turned his attention to Lingai River. The waters were a vibrant green, unfathomable in depth, and the riverbanks remained bustling with activity. Had those individuals not returned? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Qing's mind. His period of seclusion had extended directly into June. He glanced at the disciple's token, whereby Hitozi had sent several messages of inquiry. After responding, Lu Qing shifted his focus to the jade slip. Calculating the days, he surmised that the grand competition must have concluded by now. He peered into the messages within. Noting the announcement, the external sect competition has yielded the following inter-sect placements. Disregarding the surrounding news, this list of placements also constituted vital intelligence. Lu Qing's gaze swept to the bottom, where the last entrant was a disciple named Li Feng, whose cultivation was slightly above the usual threshold. At the 8th level of the Purple Mansion, with a parenthetical note indicating he had already attained the 9th level. It was evident that Li Feng had not merely entered the 8th level recently, rather, he had been awaiting the opportunity to break through to the 9th level for quite some time, achieving this during the competition. Unsurprisingly, none of his peers from the previous year had made the cut. The grand competition was postponed primarily due to a lack of available personnel. The earlier claims regarding certain individuals were utterly nonsensical. The competition was truly spectacular. Even a month after its conclusion, it lingers in memory. Who knew spells could be unleashed in such a manner? Initially, I assumed the inner sect had dispatched that batch of prodigies to infiltrate the competition, but it appears I overestimated the situation. Their ascension to the Purple Mansion was facilitated by divine artifacts and contracted spirit beasts, enabling them to swiftly surpass previous records. Indeed, yet this means their cultivation levels are likely somewhat hollow. I find it perplexing. How could they possibly reach the 8th or 9th levels of the Purple Mansion in merely a year, even with a delay until year's end? Let us not kid ourselves. While they may not achieve the Purple Mansion or Golden Core within a year, they're undeniably talented. Moreover, losing this time doesn't seem entirely normal. They only entered last year, and to reach the Purple Mansion this year is already an impressive feat. Their true prowess will shine in the next competition. As Lu Qing continued reading, his brows furrowed involuntarily. He held no interest in rankings, legendary feats, or the rise of dark horses. The messages he encountered were predominantly concerning those exceptional talents, along with some regarding those of lesser standing. The jade slip encompassing a plethora of information. Despite the competition's conclusion, discussions surrounding it remained fervent, particularly regarding this unprecedented batch from the external sect. Though the attention had notably diminished compared to before. Had they just entered the Purple Mansion? Were their levels superficial? Lu Qing suddenly realized a pressing question. Was his current pace of cultivation normal or abnormal? Lu Qing initially compared himself to several renowned prodigies, beings of extraordinary talent, whose high cultivation and rapid progress were entirely normal. With such a cohort overshadowing him, he merely stood out as a slightly unconventional upper-tier disciple, advancing at a marginally faster pace. Could he truly compare to those who, in less than a month, reached the later stages of qi nourishing, only to transition directly into the mid to late stages of foundation establishment a few months thereafter? In this light, as long as no discerning eyes were watching, he could easily blend in without drawing attention. After all, during his own qi nourishing phase, these prodigies had already been on the brink of foundation establishment, aided by his master who had procured spiritual materials for it. Upon entering foundation establishment, his endeavors had been limited to sparring on the Academy S stage, never resulting in bloodshed. Meanwhile, these individuals had plunged straight into the front line of demon slaying, where every stroke was laden with peril, showcasing an exaggerated combat prowess in their newly attained realm. Such velocity led Lu Qing to never consider himself the only one progressing. However, upon reading this recent news, Lu Qing furrowed his brow. He had no interest in being a crane among chickens or a bird that stands out. The thought of titles such as the first or the unparalleled genius among men filled him not with the glow of a protagonist, but rather with the aura of impending trouble and certain demise. Yet, perhaps he was overthinking it. These individuals might possess their own preparations, for cultivation is akin to traversing a bitter sea, merely a matter of taking a swift step. Quickly, he brushed aside such distractions. A single swift step was insignificant. He needed only to continue avoiding calamity and pursue his cultivation with steadiness. Once he set aside these thoughts, Lu Qing began to reflect on his prior cultivation progress. He realized that his cultivation was not superficial. The purple mansion concerns the spirit, was his soul. Having traversed 2 lifetimes, stronger than that of an ordinary person, this was indeed one factor, along with the essence of ancient trees and the epiphanies from previous realizations. After a thorough contemplation, he summarized the reasons behind his current cultivation speed. Now entering the 3rd realm of the purple mansion, such speed was indeed remarkable. However, Lu Qing pondered deeply. Aside from longevity and avoiding disaster, had he truly activated any cultivation enhancements? His breakthroughs were not marked by fanfare. Even his discussions with the White Crane Boy primarily revolved around solitary meditation. He was not one to boast. Even upon returning to the mountain gate, there would be little commotion. He remained focused on the area he was stationed in. Fortunately, the Ling Tai had been peaceful during this period, a positive sign. Without the sight of those unusually large vessels indicative of sect activity, Lu Qing remained uncertain of their intentions. But at least this situation suggested that trouble had yet to arrive. To the north of Ling Tai County, a river of emerald waters turned murky after winding around a mountain bend. The muddy yellow waters mingled with silt as they flowed towards lower-lying areas, where several black boats docked beside a fishing village reliant on the river. Beneath a withered tree at the village entrance stood several figures clad in dark robes. On either side of a wooden table set for a game of chess sat a middle-aged cultivator with half-white hair and a forlorn-looking, impoverished old Taoist. The old Taoist lamented. Wuliang Tianzuan. The place deduced by the old Taoist would surely be accurate. Aside from Ling Tai River, what could truly be deemed a clear river? The group of individuals before us was none other than the members of Ling Yun's sect, accompanied by the Taoist they referred to as the bull-nosed priest. What utter nonsense! You merely uttered 4 words, and my brother met his untimely demise there. The 3rd brother gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Beside him, the 6th brother, with a cold glint in his eyes, pulled him aside and whispered, "Do not stir trouble. Our elder brother knows what to do." The impoverished Taoist's countenance grew even more sorrowful, his brow furrowed in despair, an aura of melancholy emanating from him. The 3rd brother, as if stirred by painful memories, felt tears welling in his eyes once more. The eldest brother, maintaining a calm demeanor, subtly raised his hand, and an unseen force materialized, swiftly quelling the tumultuous emotions among them. After a moment of stunned silence, the expressions of those behind him shifted to one of heightened vigilance, their gazes towards the Taoist now tinged with wariness. Chapter 53. The eccentric old priest, Dragon King Jiang. You dare to harm us, seeking death. Endless blessings to the celestial sovereign. Even the old priest finds himself powerless. The middle-aged cultivator restrained the fury of the 5 behind him, for he was the most knowledgeable among those present regarding the capabilities of this impoverished Taoist, yet he did not feel overly concerned. A cold glint emanated from his eyes, his tone icy as he ceased his verbal sparring. Why was it determined that the clear river must be the spirit platform river? This matter was deduced by my 7th brother at the cost of his life. What justification do you, the bitter-faced old priest, possess? The expression of the destitute Taoist shifted slightly. It was no wonder that several patrons had come for this. Truly a grave error. This impoverished old priest wore a bitter countenance, appearing less like a Taoist and more akin to a bald monk from the Buddhist sect in the eyes of these individuals. A turtle matches a turtle, equally matched. Spare me the idle chatter. The 3rd elder, unable to contain his fury, yearned to eliminate this old fool immediately. Patrons should know that what you seek is something from 10,000 years ago, a relic that, upon its emergence, would unleash a tempest of bloodshed. To acquire it, one must pay a price. The bitter-faced old priest clenched his talisman, the weariness evident on his aged visage, as his gaze rose and then fell upon the battered chessboard before him. This shattered chessboard had been worn smooth over countless years. Without a price, no answers can be found. Endless blessings to the celestial sovereign. The middle-aged cultivator turned to him, stating, "The price is a few lives." The bitter-faced old priest sighed. Clutching his talisman, one life is actually sufficient to uncover a clue. A wave of unease washed over the faces of all present, even the angriest of them. The third elder suddenly felt a chill creep down his spine. Offerings. The realization dawned upon them, plunging the room into silence. The clear river. Once the waters of the Dragon King is now merely referred to as the Spirit Platform River. The bitter-faced old priest seemed to believe this was insufficient. And he uttered another haunting phrase. Even the middle-aged cultivator, who typically concealed his ruthless nature, displayed a fleeting tremor of apprehension. The Dragon King. What they sought was undeniably connected to this place, to the Dragon King. So that is the case. Why did you not disclose this sooner? Celestial sovereign above. It is the will of fate. The bitter-faced old priest sighed worriedly once more. Yet these individuals were far from virtuous and would not be swayed by the old priest's appearance. Very well, time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Patrons, please remain calm. The time is not yet ripe. The old priest murmured again, a flicker of candlelight-like glow slowly swirling within his aged eyes. The time is not ripe? The middle-aged cultivator fixed his gaze upon him, countering with intensity. It seemed they recognized the need to act without delay, yet they had already paid a price. This peculiar sense of sacrifice was collectively suppressed among them. Patrons, all that I have spoken is truth. The Dragon King's possessions are not so easily obtained. Only at the correct moment can we seize the advantage. This moment, as revealed by the divination, shall occur after 3 months, during the autumn harvest and winter storage. When all beings lie dormant, and their strength is similarly diminished by the celestial net. The venerable Taoist spoke slowly, each word deliberate. He had indeed heard many tales and possessed a wealth of hidden knowledge, embodying the enigmatic nature of an ancient sage. Yet, this very depth often rendered those who engaged in trade with him increasingly vigilant upon their next encounter. As autumn transitioned to winter, his utterances swiftly unraveled the answers sought. The middle-aged cultivator's instincts suggested there were deeper mysteries concealed within, but he refrained from inquiring further of the elderly figure before him, who, despite his furrowed brow and seemingly frail appearance, exuded an air of profound wisdom. Outside the fishing village, a large vessel departed hastily. Strangely, in this village of merely a dozen households, while fishermen toiled, they remained oblivious to the imposing ships moored along the riverbank. Similarly, the two factions at the village entrance, engaged in a cautious standoff, went unnoticed, as if shrouded by an invisible barrier. Once aboard the ship, the members of Ling Yun's sect donned solemn expressions, their previous ire dissipating into the chilling depths of an unspoken dread. Brother, that old Taoist is exceedingly enigmatic and cunning. We cannot take all his words at face value. Spoke the sixth brother, breaking the silence. The unsettling aura he imparted resonated with the instinctual wariness of a cultivator. The middle-aged practitioner shifted the conversation. How much information have you gathered regarding Lingtai River? The rest of the group understood his intent. Their elder likely harbored a plan. Divination cannot be wholly trusted. Yet it cannot be dismissed either. The portly monk I brought along earlier is from that region. I shall summon him, the third brother proposed. Recalling the presence of an ineffectual companion, he swiftly summoned the overweight monk, Wang Fugue, who had fled the monastery after 2 years, becoming a rogue cultivator with no connections. Initially, his association with Ling Yun's sect seemed fortuitous, but in retrospect, he realized he had been ensnared by folly. Internally cursing, Wang Fugue, upon encountering this formidable group, felt intimidated by their high cultivation and ruthlessness, reinforced by the formidable backing of Ling Yun's sect. He swallowed his dissatisfaction, donning a sycophantic demeanor. Esteemed sirs, may I inquire what urgent matters necessitated my presence? He hoped for a remote assignment, alleviating his daily anxieties about incurring their ire. The rumors surrounding Lingtai River? The third brother probed. Wang Fugue's mind raced, cautious not to dwell too long on the matter. Aside from an unusual occurrence, I believe I have heard that Lingtai River has a significant history, he stammered, sweat beading on his forehead, though he dared not meet their gazes directly. The slight shifts in their expressions did not escape his notice, revealing a palpable tension among the trio present. What history? He queried, sensing the weight of their scrutiny. At this moment, Wang Fugue could not attend to anything else. He overheard someone mention that Lingtai River was once known as Dragon King River. It was said that a Dragon King reigned here, commanding countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and even constructed an underwater palace. However, the circumstances surrounding the disappearance of the Dragon King's palace and his own vanishing remain a mystery. There are whispers that the Dragon King met his demise during a tribulation, struck down by heavenly lightning. This is all that I, a humble man, am aware of, and I would never dare conceal anything from you, my lord. Wang Fugue knelt, exuding a demeanor of unwavering loyalty. The significance of Dragon King River has only just come to our attention. The voice of the elderly cultivator was frigid, directed not at those present but towards the old Taoist with whom they were negotiating. Even such a seemingly insignificant pawn could possess this knowledge. It is evident that for those with keen interest, this is not a secret at all. Yet they had not considered this direction before, as if they subconsciously overlooked it. They were solely focused on finding treasures, forgetting that they had only a moment as time to perceive anything truly profound. Wang Fuguei continued to pledge his loyalty, while the third brother disdainfully relegated him back to the lower floor. Brother, do you think it was the handiwork of that formidable figure? With no outsiders present, they felt confident that their conversation would remain private. Chapter 54. The Illusory Formation, Another Eerie Incident. We all underestimated him. If this is indeed the case, a mere treasure pales in significance. When the winds rise and the rains pour, he shall meet his demise. As these words were spoken, a chilling aura of malice lingered in the air. While it is relatively easy to gather information, the vast majority of individuals regard such tales as mere curiosities. This presents an opportunity for them. Even the people of Lingyun's sect, before dispelling the veil of confusion, could not have imagined that such a bizarre rumor might hold a grain of truth. Not to mention, the Xiantian Dao Academy would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye to a foreign beast lurking within its domain. No one wishes to provoke the formidable power of Xiantian domain. Each stationed envoy has found this place devoid of activity. For most cultivators, a span of 10,000 years is indeed a protracted epoch. Over time, even they, barring some exceptional secret arts, cannot be certain that any treasure would benefit them, particularly within the confines of Sinan Prefecture. Will the station forces intervene? The fourth questioned. As long as we do not cross that line, they typically will not concern themselves with us. The leader has indeed interacted with some of the station personnel and possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the rules that should not be violated. They are indifferent to taking lives, but their intent is to seek treasure. To kill would be to fall short of their objective, and the consequences are burdens they cannot bear. Lu Qing, having nothing pressing to occupy his time, sat serenely upon a smooth stone slab in the courtyard, cultivating the circulation of energy within his body. Each wisp of pure spiritual energy from the heavens and earth flowed ceaselessly into him. He did not engage in deliberate practice. Rather, after reaching this level, Lu Qing's spiritual power circulated spontaneously within, though it may not rival the focused, tranquil meditation of dedicated retreat. He nonetheless experienced subtle progress with each breath. His presence here was not merely for leisure. After thoroughly studying the jade slips on formations, he sought to transform theory into practice. He raised his hand, channeling his spiritual energy to manipulate the formation plate, his fingers sketching intricate patterns before his eyes. These delicate, continuous lines required precision. A mere fraction off, and the entire structure of spiritual energy would shatter instantaneously. The clouds hung motionless in the sky, while the mountain breeze whistled softly. Amidst this dynamic stillness, Lu Qing swiftly completed the intricate patterns, culminating in a single fluid motion. A wisp of invisible white mist surged forth, and a formation confined to the front was soon completed. The illusory formation was now finished. With a nimble mind, Lu Qing contemplated the enhancement of his physical body, shielded by the golden light formation, while the deadly gale formation further fortified his defenses. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the realm of the spirit. He understood that he possessed an advantage in the thickness of his soul and recognized the importance of cultivating the mind. To slay the blood-drenched gale formation must emanate sufficient murderous intent. Yet, the notion of killing without spilling blood required further deliberation, for the methods of cultivators are indeed enigmatic. Now that the formation was complete, he must observe its efficacy. This freshly completed formation was named the Illusory Formation. By a stroke of fortune, the mesmerizing illusion array in Lu Qing's possession was acquired from another, much like the golden light array he held. This illusion array did not originate from the conventional array diagrams, but rather from a jade slip that elucidated the fundamental principles of array formation. Within the jade slip lay hidden secrets. As Lu Qing refined his foundational knowledge of arrays, he stumbled upon this particular formation. Unlike the patterns etched onto the array diagrams, which required meticulous contemplation of their true essence, the jade slip offered a singular insight. Failure to comprehend it denoted a lack of innate talent or destiny. Although Lu Qing was in possession of numerous arrays, high-quality formations were scant. The illusion array could not be simplistically categorized as merely a maze or a mirage. A masterful array subtly integrates with the natural flow of the universe. The path Lu Qing was traversing in array formation was somewhat unconventional. His journey began with contemplations on the golden light array and the cloud mist array, while others typically advanced from simpler to more complex formations. He initially crafted a gathering spirit array, then abruptly transitioned to the cloud mist array, albeit in a simplified form, yet it was far from negligible. The subsequent golden light array allowed Lu Qing to traverse the pathway from inferior to superior arrays once more. While he could not claim to have achieved mastery, this experience undeniably aided him in grasping yet another superior array. Lu Qing acknowledged the established principles of array formation, though he had yet to ascend to that esteemed level. Just as spiritual plant artisans undergo graded assessments, array masters within the Tao Academy also face similar evaluations. It was time to test the efficacy of his findings. With a mere thought, Lu Qing initiated an experiment on such an array, intending to refine it further. He released his spirit, allowing its subtle fluctuations to ripple like water, passing fleetingly. Curiously, while he had not personally experienced the intricacies of illusion arrays or illusionary arts, he was now setting up an array for his own experience. Upon reopening his eyes, he extricated himself swiftly, yet a trace of regret lingered on his visage. He yearned to experiment with more formidable concepts. For the essence of this array lay in the adage that what is false can appear true, and vice versa. However, his spiritual essence diverged from the ordinary, and his inherent caution led him to swiftly dismiss even his occasional musings. Thus, upon realizing the superficial nature of the illusion he conjured, he understood it merely scratched the surface of his mind's capabilities. Moreover, having undergone a profound inner transformation, although his eyes had not mastered the art of discerning the hearts of others, his resolve was not easily disturbed by a mere illusion. Regrettably, he could only contend with practitioners of similar realms or those of slightly higher tiers, unless they possessed a flawed understanding of the Tao. Otherwise, his current level could not deceive those of greater prowess. Lu Qing felt a tinge of regret, for were others to know, they would be left bewildered, after all. Managing to confound peers was one thing, but aspiring to deceive higher-tier practitioners was folly. Lu Qing was not arrogant. His motivations were rooted in self-preservation. Having engaged in quietude on Spirit Platform Mountain for over a month, he emerged to encounter an unusual occurrence relayed from Lingtai County below. This event bore no relation to previous enigmas but was nonetheless peculiar, differing from the gruesome bloodstains that once marred the river. This peculiar incident, which posed no harm and had a limited scope, occurred within the confines of a wealthy merchant's backyard, in a fish pond that had been maintained for years. A strange fish emerged. This enigmatic creature, devoid of demonic power and not a beast, possessed the ability to articulate human speech. "Master! Master!" it exclaimed. Leaping from the water's surface, its mouth remaining shut, yet the bizarre call of master echoed incessantly. The affluent merchant, having engaged several wandering cultivators, promptly summoned them upon hearing of this anomaly. Despite their efforts, none could vanquish the peculiar fish with a mere slap. The creature, lacking the strength to retaliate, continued to clamor for its master. Soon after, some recalled the previous incident involving Bloodbones, where spiritual energy dissipated like mud sinking into the sea, vanishing without a trace. Fortunately, a foundational cultivator intervened and dispatched the strange fish. Thus, the matter concluded, given its connection to the supernatural, recalling Lu Qing's unyielding approach to such occurrences. The subordinates did not consider concealing the event, directly detailing it in the transmission talisman, accompanied by a shadowy image. Lu Qing quickly grasped the situation. Aware that he possessed more insight than others, particularly regarding its undeniable link to Ling Taijiang, he calculated the passing days, realizing that in a mere 2 months, he would be able to depart from this place. However, while contemplating this, an unexpected piece of news arrived, disrupting Lu Qing's original plans. Chapter 55, Turning Point, Departure. Lu Qing had just calculated the days, realizing he had already attained the Purple Mansion realm. If he were still at the Foundation establishment stage, the duration of his post in this county could vary from 1 to 2 years. If fortune favored him, he might complete it in a year. If misfortune struck, unforeseen events could lead to delays. The patterns underlying these occurrences remained shrouded in mystery, as each notification was issued directly by the elders of the outer sect, bypassing intermediaries and delivered straight to individual tokens. These disciple tokens served as both identification and communication tools within the sect, whether exchanging treasures or undertaking tasks. They were indispensable spiritual artifacts that must not be lost. It was not long after Lu Qing began to entertain this thought that he received such a notification. The first flicker of spiritual light from his token heralded a message from the outer sect. Outer sect disciple Lu Qing. The originally designated year-long duty in Lingzhou has been extended by 2 months. Please be informed. The scope was quite clear. Yet Lu Qing hesitated to speculate whether others had received the same news or if it was solely Ling Zhou that faced an extinction. It was difficult to ascertain, indeed. With his thoughts now adjusted, he recognized that this situation undoubtedly meant he was to continue his post. However, having advanced to the third realm of the Purple Mansion, Lu Qing felt the local spiritual energy was somewhat lacking for further cultivation. He had surveyed the area and found Lingtime Mountain to be a relatively good location, as it hosted a spiritual vein. Otherwise, he would not have chosen it at first glance. Nonetheless, it was not entirely inhospitable for cultivation. Yet, as he pondered over this notification, Lu Qing could not shake off the feeling that it might be connected to Ling Aijiang. For months had passed without any updates regarding Ling Aijiang's divination, which spoke volumes. The strange occurrences were also linked to Ling Aijiang. Yet it seemed unlikely that the gruesome fate of the Bloodbone would repeat itself. While the Bloodbone could unravel a sinister plot, other anomalies lacked such potency. Lu Qing resumed his cultivation. However, unexpected developments soon emerged. October, the season of golden autumn, saw Lu Qing meticulously organizing all his belongings in the Qingzhou courtyard. His cultivation was straightforward. During his time here, he had accumulated not only spirit stones, but also a plethora of jade slips delivered to him, not primarily focused on cultivation techniques, but rather most concerning various rumors circulating within the cultivation world. Although some of these records might contain exaggerations or fabrications, they served to broaden his understanding, preparing him for encounters with ancient treasures and unfamiliar methods, ensuring he was not left in the dark. The sudden act of packing indicated a potential departure, prompted by recent notifications that had taken an unexpected turn. Indeed, this sudden reversal communicated that his term was concluding, and a new officer would be arriving within a few days. However, there was no need to contact the incoming individual. He could leave before their arrival. The originally established notice had shifted within a mere few days, hinting at significant changes, and it was implausible that the Dao Academy was unaware of the situation. While Lu Qing could not claim to fully understand the Dao Academy, he recognized that if this place bore any connection to the Dragon King of a millennium past, it would be illogical for the members of Ling Yun's sect to possess knowledge that the Dao Academy lacked. He is inclined to believe that this situation likely involves certain schemes. He is not particularly curious about the identity of the new stationed official. In any case, he is preparing to leave immediately, without delay. With his keen eyesight, he has already spotted several unfamiliar faces appearing in Lingai County. He is not oblivious to the affairs beyond the mountains throughout the year. Various merchant associations have frequented this area. Upon hearing that Lu Qing seeks information from the outside, several individuals readily provide him with some intelligence. Not only in Lingai County, but the surrounding regions of Lingai in the north and south are also buzzing with news. According to the passing merchant ships, there has indeed been a noticeable increase in the number of cultivators soaring through the skies recently. As the saying goes, the early duck knows the warmth of the spring river. These traveling merchant vessels are well positioned to perceive such developments. This prelude feels akin to the brewing of a storm, and what may ultimately transpire is beyond Lu Qing's estimation, for his innate talents have yet to be unleashed. He has been cultivating on the mountain, and nearly a year has passed in Lingai County with few claiming to have seen the stationed immortal master. Moreover, many cultivators have been pondering. Previous stationed officials were all quite notable, yet this current one has left only the eerie incident from before as a lasting impression. Thus, when news spreads that the current stationed official is departing and a new one is arriving, some individuals are astonished, while others find it unremarkable. They are acquainted with the dealings of the Dao Academy's stationed officials. Typically, those who can leave after a full year are all exceptional talents from the sect, not ones to squander time in remote locations. Not to mention their current Lu Immortal Master. Previously, this county was only home to Foundation Establishment cultivators. It is unheard of for a Purple Mansion cultivator to be stationed in Lingai County. As Lu Qing prepares to leave, he informs those below him, and the news spreads swiftly. Immortal Master, this is this year's allocation. A storage bracelet is presented to him. Lu Qing's consciousness sweeps over it, revealing a quantity of spirit stones resembling a small mountain, along with some rare flowers and plants, and numerous treasures concealed within layers of wooden boxes, obscuring their splendid appearances. Immortal Master, this is also a token of our gratitude. Had it not been for your intervention, we would not have been able to enjoy such peaceful days. Along with the bracelet, a storage ring is handed over. Lu Qing accepts both items. Descending from the mountain as the clouds dissipate, those standing at the foot of the mountain feel a surge of spiritual energy that invigorates their spirits. They cannot help but inwardly marvel. Indeed, this is the revered retreat of the Purple Mansion cultivators, a truly splendid place for cultivation. Lu Qing glances at the gathered individuals and speaks. My fellow sect members stationed soon shall arrive. You all must pay attention to coordinating with him in the coming days. Rest assured, Immortal Master, we fully understand. As Lu Qing retracts the formations from Lingtai Mountain, some townsfolk notice the often misty presence surrounding Lingtai Mountain has cleared today, revealing the sunlight, and they comprehend the Immortal Master is departing. Very well, I shall not linger further. These seasoned individuals evidently will not falter during this transitional moment. Seeing their understanding, Lu Qing nods slightly and prepares to take his leave. Soon, numerous cultivators in Lingai County beheld a radiant light ascending from beneath Lingai Mountain, etching a faint line of clouds across the horizon. The remaining members of several families still at the foot of the mountain were unaware of the peculiar notification that had arisen. When Lu Qing arrived, he had engaged with Chen Sheng, but in departing, he did not encounter any fellow disciples who had come to this place. His arrival was by river. Yet he chose to take a winding mountain path on his departure, eschewing the waterways in favor of the rugged terrain. As he prepared to leave, 3 divinatory symbols manifested in his mind, presenting an unusual scenario. Previously, the omens had foretold minor calamities and grave dangers, with calamities leading to unavoidable demise. However, the symbols that emerged this time did not trigger such foreboding conditions. Instead, they revealed 3 signs indicating a return path through the mountains. Chapter 56. The choice of divination routes, occasional minor gains. This did not astonish Lu Qing in the slightest. It was entirely normal to encounter dangers on the journey here. Traversing 2 vast continents, the prospect of encountering malevolent individuals or being exposed could very well result in a loss of life. Should he cross paths with non-human cultivators, such as those fearsome beasts, it could lead to his cultivation being devoured, becoming mere sustenance. In comparison to the safety of his station, the lengthy journey was fraught with unimaginable perils. As he prepared to return to the sect, Lu Qing was equally vigilant. Yet, due to his enhanced cultivation, he did not trigger any ominous signs. Instead, 3 neutral hexagrams appeared. Neutral hexagram, a day of returning to the sect after a watch, descending from Lingai Mountain, passing through Jiufeng Mountain, entering the misty Great Marsh, encountering 2 beasts in combat, with residual shockwaves. There is fear, but no danger. Neutral. Neutral hexagram, a day of returning to the sect after a watch, descending from Lingai Mountain, passing through Jiufeng Mountain, entering Pingong, crossing Pingzhou, heading north along the Pingzhou River, returning to the mountain downstream. No turbulence, occasional minor gains. Neutral. Neutral hexagram, a day of returning to the sect after a watch, descending from Lingai Mountain, proceeding straight west to Jiufeng Daxian City, using the teleportation array within to return to Zhangzhou and the sect. Minor financial loss, fear but no danger. Neutral. Lu Qing contemplated the 3 choices. While they appeared to be distinct options, he discerned that the middle hexagram was the path he ought to take. This neutral hexagram revealed the phrase occasional minor gains, indicating that while the journey would yield some rewards, they would likely be minimal, hence resulting in a neutral reading. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. Although all 3 hexagrams were neutral, the absence of turbulence signified a smooth journey ahead, free from significant obstacles. Having spent time here, Lu Qing understood the necessity of meticulously planning his route. Despite it being only his second venture beyond familiar grounds, he had memorized the map of the journey in his mind with clarity. Jiufeng Mountain was an obligatory passage. One route led straight west, while another required crossing a vast marsh. Minor financial losses were inconsequential, but the proximity of Daxian City, nestled within the mountains and nearing the South Sea, posed a risk, as some desperate individuals might disregard the sect's reputation. Lu Qing was not in a rush to embark on his journey. This time, without the luxury of a swift vessel, he would have to rely on his own evasion techniques. The misty Great Marsh, perpetually shrouded in fog and teeming with beasts, presented its own dangers. If he were to traverse that area, the winds and mist might provide some cover, thus minimizing risks. However, the residual effects of battle were still a concern, making it a place to avoid provoking. After careful consideration, Lu Qing's thoughts were clear. He compared the 3 hexagrams, typically focusing on their suffixes. Indeed, at times, the phrases revealed by the hexagrams could offer insights into the celestial mechanisms at play. While he could not act solely by whim, he could glean an understanding of the treacherous locales he might encounter. Lu Qing had mastered the art of cloud concealment to perfection, enhanced by the swift winds that shrouded his presence. He resolved to exchange for an even more advanced technique of aura concealment upon his return, for it was evident that one's aura often revealed much. His figure had seamlessly melded into the forest, unnoticed by the diminutive spirits and feeble beasts that inhabited the area. Occasionally, wisps of mist drifted lazily overhead, unremarkable to those wandering below. The Jiufang Mountains, spanning 2 provinces and acting as a barrier between the South Sea and the mainland, posed a formidable challenge for anyone wishing to reach the shore. One must first navigate these vast mountains. After several days of drifting, Lu Qing could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature, which seemed to be sculpted by divine hands. As he traversed the path, he recalled that his initial purpose for coming here had been to reach his station swiftly, a thought that now felt rather hasty. Having attained the purple mansion level and established a clear direction, he felt a profound sense of tranquility. In this region, where cultivators were scarce, he encountered a plethora of wild beasts and mountain spirits instead. He chose not to venture deep into the mountains but instead floated along the edges, where he encountered formidable foes, including a foundational stage beast. It was no wonder that others traveled by flying vessels or luxurious ships, accompanied by spirit birds or dragon-headed steeds, as the constant consumption of spiritual energy was quite taxing. As Lu Qing journeyed onward, the serene environment of the mountains, devoid of other souls, stirred a few contemplative thoughts within him. Observing others traveling with various modes of transport, he remembered that he had previously taken a spiritual ship to Lingzhou and had been engrossed in his cultivation. His thoughts had been solely on guarding Lingai County, causing him to overlook the hardships of travel until now. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. In this world, what journey was free of toil? His current thoughts stemmed from an awareness of the path beneath his feet. Having traveled a considerable distance in his cultivation journey, Lu Qing gazed around at the towering mountains. To him, each peak seemed imbued with profound wisdom, and even a small stone bore the marks of time. Those traces of time were indeed manifestations of the laws of the universe. This understanding allowed him to be less hurried in his travels. Previously, as he had not reached a sufficient level of cultivation, he viewed mountains as mere mountains and waters as mere waters, without a sense of wonder. However, now he found himself entranced by the beauty of nature. A fleeting thought emerged, and as he gazed anew, his mind felt as if it had been cleansed by a crystal-clear stream, reflecting his spiritual heart. Remarkably, it appeared that this place resonated with the insights suggested by the hexagrams. Grasping that fleeting thought, he surveyed his surroundings, and in that moment, a profound clarity washed over his spiritual heart. This was neither a baptism of the heart nor an elevation of his realm, but rather a modest gain. A small revelation amidst his journey. Lu Qing felt a great joy swell within him. This was the first time he had gleaned something from the myriad hexagrams he had encountered, and it was certainly preferable to returning empty-handed. He continued to drift, concealed within the clouds and mist, until another day passed. Suddenly, Lu Qing halted his steps, catching sight from a distance of the bustling human activity rising into the sky several dozen miles ahead, vibrant as flames and radiant as the sun, yet intricate like a vast web, densely interwoven. A mere glance brought a smile to his lips. Such a vivid aura of the mundane world could only signify that he was nearing the city of Pingyang, as foretold by the divination. Lingai County, situated by the water, possessed a modest scale of worldly energy, yet what lay ahead was a scene ablaze with life, evidently bustling with activity. Beyond Pingyang, one would enter the realm of Pingzhou. Having traversed the expanse of Jiufang Mountain, Lu Qing was already aware of his current whereabouts upon seeing the city. Indeed, in a place thronged with people, one must exercise caution when venturing forth. The seemingly unremarkable divination would likely not attract attention even if Lu Qing strolled boldly into the crowd, for the omens had yet to manifest. However, Lu Qing was not one to possess such a demeanor. After a brief interval, having distanced himself from Jiufang Mountain, he quickened his pace. Before long, he beheld a colossal city, majestically rising amidst the boundless plain. Chapter 57. Pingyang City, the Shadow of the Corpse Dragon. A lustrous black plaque appeared above the city gate, with the characters Pingyang City shimmering with golden light under the sun. Pingyang City had arrived. Lu Qing employed the simplest of transformation spells to disguise his appearance. Such spells, while elementary, are contingent upon the practitioner's cultivation level. He gazed upon Pingyang City, a locale evidently inhabited by both cultivators and mortals. Above, the once errant streams of celestial light obediently descended beyond the city gates. The throngs of cultivators and mortals were divided into distinct lines. After observing for a moment to discern the proper way to enter the city, Lu Qing made his way forward. Among the comers and goers, The majority were cultivators cultivating their energy, with the occasional foundational cultivator drawing some curious glances. However, Lu Qing noted that the guards stationed at the city gate maintained a stoic demeanor, showing no surprise. Furthermore, the prohibition against flight indicated that the station cultivators were undoubtedly formidable. Having once served as a station cultivator himself, Lu Qing, though not in charge, was far from oblivious. Typically, a city would be anchored by a cultivator of the Purple Mansion level. This edict against aerial activities hinted that Pingyang City likely would not tolerate brawls or disturbances. Such an environment pleased Lu Qing, as it alleviated concerns of unwarranted aggression. Upon entry, cultivators were required to present a spirit stone as a fee. Since they were all cultivators, the line moved swiftly. Lu Qing paid the entrance fee and stepped into Pingyang City. His immediate impression was one of vibrancy. The streets were alive with the sounds of commerce, the cheers of street performers, and the skilled banter of haggling voices. This liveliness was not the mundane bustle of a mountain gate city. Rather, it was a worldly exuberance amplified, not only by the presence of cultivators, but also by the city's larger expanse compared to ordinary mortal towns. The throngs of people amplified the atmosphere manifold. Lu Qing also caught the tantalizing aromas wafting from the taverns, inns, and food stalls lining the streets. Pingyang City was indeed distinct. Entering, he refrained from recklessly extending his spiritual awareness, yet, with his cultivation, information naturally flowed to him through sound and sight. Much of the chatter revolved around the frequent visits of external cultivators to the city. The Jiufang Mountains connected to the spiritual provinces of Lingzhou and Pingzhou, harboring both perilous abysses and rare opportunities that enticed cultivators to test their mettle. With the proximity to the Jiufang Mountains and the presence of stationed true cultivators, few would dare to instigate trouble here. Lu Qing adeptly found an inn catering specifically to cultivators. He ordered a spirit meal and settled into a private room, listening to the myriad sounds from above and below, as well as the conversations in the alleys. For acquiring information about the locale, inns and taverns were ideal, bustling with patrons willing to share tales. Having traversed mountains and rivers until now, entering the city and absorbing the lively atmosphere felt surprisingly fitting. Esteemed guest, here is your requested cloud chicken soup and spirit meal. Please enjoy. The cheerful attendant, possessing the cultivation of the opening veins realm, presented the meal with a beaming smile. Lu Qing was experiencing the ethereal meal for the first time, unexpectedly finding himself indulging in such a delicacy outside. He reminisced about his early days of cultivation, when he consumed nourishing pills, and later, as he grew accustomed, he no longer felt the need for constant sustenance, relying instead on the spirit rice he had cultivated himself. The meal was delightful. The soup was milky white, and the rice was abundant, both simple dishes infused with a hint of spiritual energy, providing a sense of comfort while retaining the exquisite taste one expects from a meal. Although the dish did not significantly enhance his cultivation, its flavor was undeniably impeccable. Having chosen the inn with the most enticing aromas, Lu Qing found that even his own spirit rice had paled in comparison. He spent the night in this place, but when he prepared to depart at noon, he was taken aback by news from Lingzhou. The elderly storyteller downstairs spoke of a monstrous dragon whose powers were boundless, yet could not withstand a mere finger from a true master. Though the old man was of advanced age and possessed only a rudimentary level of cultivation, his vitality still lingered, and he struck the table to capture attention, eagerly sharing the tale. Now paying heed to those around him, Lu Qing began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Having arrived in Pingyang City without haste, he took time to admire the mountains and waters, akin to a leisurely traveler from ancient times. Days passed without urgency. The methods of communication among cultivators were numerous and astonishingly swift. Just as he had departed Lingzhou and arrived in Pingzhou, news from behind reached him. Is it truly a dragon? It was said to be a dragon on the verge of ancestral return, far beyond the capabilities of a mere flood dragon. I have also heard that this ancient dragon, though seemingly lifeless, had survived until now, aging into wisdom, especially a creature of true dragon blood. Yet, I have also heard whispers that it was but a corpse. Brother, you seem well informed. Do share more, urged another. Indeed, enlighten us further. As Lu Qing strolled through the streets, he absorbed a wealth of information regarding the realm of Lingzhou. Truly, it was a dragon king. He recalled the long-standing legends, suspecting there were ulterior motives behind them, the intricate truths remaining obscured. To his left, voices emerged from the inn, where tales were being spun, and an individual began to peddle what was claimed to be a stone capturing the essence of the dragon from Lingzhou, priced at 2 spirit stones. There was no shortage of wealthy patrons, and Lu Qing blended into the crowd, seizing the opportunity to witness a prosperous individual procure the stone and unveil it publicly. What grandeur! Lu Qing, mingling with the throng, offered a word of praise to the affluent buyer. Suddenly, the scene within the stone activated, and the first sound that echoed forth was akin to thunder. Concealing his true appearance, Lu Qing merged seamlessly with the masses, his ethereal aura expertly masked, as he, like everyone else, watched the unfolding vision with rapt attention. There exists a profound illusion akin to watching a cinematic spectacle. My heavens! This dragon is enveloped in an inky darkness, its body radiating an aura of lingering resentment, the weight of its karmic burdens rendered truly terrifying. Accompanied by a resonant sound, the visuals tremble. Beneath the vast, boundless expanse of water, the inky dragon's head rises, its whiskers stretching an impressive 3,000 zhong, its skull as immense as several mountains. With a mere lift of its head, the surrounding waters erupt into towering waves, revealing an unfathomable, overwhelming power. Lu Qing gazes intently at the scene, his ears attuned to the commentary of those beside him. Regardless of the spectacle, especially one as vibrant as this, there will invariably be a few knowledgeable figures who emerge. He too perceives this dragon, though his focus is not on its physical form but rather on its spirit. This dragon is no longer a living creature, to be precise. The billowing black mist that fills the scene unmistakably signifies that it is a corpse dragon. Nevertheless, Lu Qing continues to observe, noting that the location of this river does not correspond to Lingtai River. Lingtai River is vast, yet it does not possess the oceanic grandeur that this scene evokes. Chapter 58. Subsequent news this matter. In which waters of Lingzhou is it occurring? Aside from the Dragon King River, could there be other Dragon King rivers? After perusing the information, Lu Qing found the images incomplete. Only the traces of the deceased dragon at the forefront were somewhat clear. However, as the scene progressed, an overwhelming white light illuminated the surroundings, obscuring everything else. Following this, it became evident that after the white light faded, the initially fearsome corpse dragon vanished without a trace. Lu Qing prepared to continue his journey, mentally organizing the information he currently possessed. His earlier understanding had been rather superficial, but while others were oblivious to the nature of the white light, Lu Qing felt it was likely the work of the Dao Academy's experts. Furthermore, the newly arrived guards were certainly not ordinary cultivators, and it was plausible that in 2 months, another batch of new guards would be reassigned to various locations. As Lu Qing traveled, after departing from Pingyang City, he had traversed deep mountain paths. Now, having passed through Pingyang, he entered Pingzhou and subsequently made his way to the Pingzhou River, allowing him to drift back towards Zhangzhou. Along the banks of the Pingzhou River lay several cities of the Pingzhou Prefecture. Upon reaching one of these cities, he sought out a merchant ship to book a room on a vessel capable of carrying passengers. Esteemed friend, here is the route to Zhangzhou. Please take a moment to decide where you wish to disembark, said the ship's attendant, who presented a detailed route map showcasing mountains, waters, and cities, all meticulously illustrated. Let us settle on Yinan. It is the closest to the Dao Academy's main gate, Lu Qing replied. The attendant nodded in understanding. Very well, please proceed with the payment. Yinan itself held no remarkable features, yet its geographical advantage was undeniable. Many disciples of the Dao Academy, whether traveling or stationed elsewhere, often returned to the mountain gate for various reasons. When the journey was lengthy, Yinan was a favored resting place among them, primarily frequented by those engaged in dealings with the Xiantian Dao Academy. The attendant presented Lu Qing with a pale blue ticket, adorned with the merchant ship's emblem and sealed with a trace of his own aura, serving as a temporary proof of passage. Navigating the waters. Lu Qing possessed a fair amount of knowledge regarding aquatic paths, yet the mysteries of the deep waters were formidable, instilling a sense of trepidation among cultivators. While he yearned to leisurely glide upon the surface of the water, the absence of a suitable small boat deprived him of such simple pleasures. 3 days hence, the ship would officially set sail. 2 foundation-building cultivators stood at the entrance, verifying tickets. After all, no merchant vessel would dare traverse these waters without a modicum of strength. Upon presenting his ticket, Lu Qing was granted passage. The cultivators wielded considerable power, and though they claimed to be checking tickets, merely possessing a merchant ship ticket sufficed for passage. The 2 foundation-building cultivators did not require the tickets to be presented physically. A mere sweep of their divine senses sufficed, allowing for swift confirmation. Lu Qing patiently waited in line, successfully verifying his ticket while concealing his aura, ensuring he revealed no peculiarities. After boarding the vessel, I quickly arrived at my room. Gazing at the celestial ship soaring through the sky, Lu Qing couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It suddenly struck him that throughout his cultivation journey, he had yet to acquire a suitable weapon or spiritual tool, while others were adorned with treasures. He possessed merely a few thousand spirit stones, alongside a collection of array talismans and diagrams for storage bags, and, oh yes, some spirit rice he had previously planted. While others practiced with swords and blades, nurturing their magical artifacts, he could only refine his own formations, planning to resume his agricultural endeavors upon returning to the mountain. After reporting his tasks upon return, he intended to exchange for a new peak. Surely the stipend for disciples of the Purple Mansion had increased. Although the formations he wielded were concealed and served as offensive means, possessing a weapon in hand was undeniably of greater significance. The ship glided through the waters, creating rippling waves. Fortified with a formation, Lu Qing estimated it would reach Silver Pea City in about 1 to 2 days. Feeling the continuous fluctuations of the Purple Mansion's divine soul and cultivation, he recognized that he was already touching upon the laws within the middle realm of the Purple Mansion. He yearned to break through further, realizing that both his soul and physical body needed to reach this level. Though he had not specifically trained during the journey, it was nonetheless a trial for his Tao heart and spirit. While pondering this, Lu Qing glanced at the jade slip. A sudden inspiration struck him. A peculiar sensation enveloped him. Delving into the slip with his consciousness, he discovered a message within. Instantly, he experienced a wondrous feeling akin to searching for someone through a multitude of faces, only to have that person emerge from the dim light of a distant lantern. The message within the jade slip pertained to the corpse dragon. Outside, cultivators speculated widely, each claiming to have witnessed it firsthand, each asserting they possessed insider knowledge. Since his journey from Pingyang City, he had heard numerous accounts regarding the corpse dragon. It had been slain, presumably by someone from the Xiantian Dao Academy, thus alleviating any concerns of baseless gossip. Moreover, with storytellers in the mix, embellishing the tale was a common occurrence. Lu Qing had already encountered no fewer than dozens of versions of the dragon's demise. Turns out a corpse dragon had been causing trouble in Lingzhou. I was puzzled why they were stationed there, only to suddenly return. The corpse dragon is not fearsome. With the intervention of an elder, it was as easy as pulling a radish from the ground. Those who sought to cultivate a corpse dragon and transform into a hybrid creature met with a swift demise at the hands of Elder Yu. However, the area where the corpse dragon resided is said to possess some mysterious qualities. A senior member of the inner sect made a special trip to Lingzhou upon hearing of this matter. What kind of mystery? Could it be an excellent place for refining corpses and nurturing yin? Uncertain, but in any case, it's a corpse dragon, inextricably linked to the energies of resentment and desires. Lingzhou, that place is quite distant. For those wishing to fish for the Taiyin fish in Wanlong Lake, this is the best time to go. The soul of the corpse dragon has been cast into Wanlong Lake, and the Taiyin fish are particularly fond of such dragon souls. The information was scant, lost among countless stars. Yet, with sufficient spiritual awareness, one could directly perceive the messages desired. The few messages received were evidently from disciples of no ordinary caliber. However, Wanlong Lake? The mountain gate is vast, and Lu Qing typically engages in solitary practice, either alone or in pairs, having ventured to no other locales. Just hearing the name suggests its remarkable nature. Behind the corpse dragon lies a mastermind, yet fortunately, they have been apprehended. Reflecting on his time at Lingai Mountain, Lu Qing recalls a fleeting sense of foreboding, as if someone were conducting calculations. In retrospect, this must pertain to the individual behind the corpse dragon. Additionally, Elder Yu comes to mind, conjuring the image of a white-haired elder, the alchemy master who taught the very first lesson upon his entry. Looking back, it seems he had underestimated the power of the mountain gate. Such hidden adversaries have been eradicated. Lu Qing gazes out the window. The sunlight is just right, and the breeze is calm. He cannot help but chuckle, having previously pondered the nature of those calculations, which now seem unnecessary. Whatever the Dragon King Jiang may be, whatever entanglements of cause and effect, all have turned to ashes in this moment. Chapter 59. Return to the Mountains. All is turned to ashes. Lu Qing gazed at the numerous messages, grasping the essence of the circumstances within. The puppeteer behind the scenes likely never anticipated that he, having ventured to Lingzhou and deliberately left a contingency plan in the vicinity of Lingtai County, would meet such an untimely demise. With the death of the corpse dragon, the mastermind could still remain concealed. After all, such a remote location often evokes a sense of ancient seclusion, far removed from the reach of authority. The demise of one corpse dragon could easily be dismissed, allowing for a potential resurgence. Lu Qing's deductions were not baseless. He had perceived the transformation of humanity into a demonic form, leading him to this conclusion. The practitioner who pioneered this path, recognizing the frailty of human existence, had turned to the powerful abilities inherent in demonic birth, granting longevity. Subsequently, a lineage emerged, drawing from the essence of demons while capturing the boundless fate of humanity for the soul, thereby forging a path of cultivation wherein the human soul and demonic body coexist. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing comprehended the ambitions of the puppeteer. The myriad paths of the great Tao are countless, devoid of inherent superiority or inferiority. However, it was unfortunate that they had nurtured a corpse dragon, filled with resentment. Should this entity indeed be a remnant of the ancient Dragon King, who perished in a thunder tribulation, the karmic burdens would be exceedingly grave, and once unleashed, escape would prove elusive. The vast expanse could easily transform into a wilderness of white bones, endangering the living beings under the jurisdiction of the Tao Academy. To spare the orchestrator would be nothing short of folly, especially given the prior miscalculation during the demon extermination mission, where they had underestimated the risks posed by those driven to madness. Upon returning, should the opportunity arise, he would certainly pay a visit to the Wanshan Lake. Upon entering this world, the first dragon he beheld was that very corpse dragon, seen through the lens of the reflection stone. Now, upon hearing of Wanshan Lake, his curiosity was inevitably piqued, as it is only natural for one to be intrigued by dragons. 2 days later, under the bright midday sun, the sky illuminated by clouds, and the expanse of brilliant azure, Lu Qing returned, riding upon the mists, revealing his presence outside the mountain gate. Having returned, he prioritized the conclusion of his duty. The disciple token vibrated with a wave of energy. Transforming into a radiant arc, Lu Qing made his way to the Tao Academy's cultivation city. After nearly a year away, the mountain gate remained largely unchanged. However, several new faces had appeared. Upon returning to the cultivation city, Lu Qing swiftly proceeded to the registration hall for station disciples. Inside the hall, only a few individuals were engaged in the registration process. It wasn't desolate, yet neither was it bustling. At that moment, a disciple yawned. And it was no wonder, as several others nearby mirrored the sentiment. During this period, numerous station disciples had returned, marking the end of their one-year tenure. Historically, this time of year saw a surge in activity within the registration hall. Events such as the recent grand competition typically occurred towards the year's end, rendering the hall a veritable hive of activity, with disciples often overwhelmed, their eyelids heavy from exhaustion, despite possessing cultivation. Fortunately, last year's competition had been postponed to spring this year. Thus, the current influx was merely from a single state, alleviating the chaos and allowing for a more manageable pace. Though to claim it was entirely leisurely would be a misrepresentation. The situation has improved significantly from yesterday to today, with only a few disciples yet to return. This senior brother is stationed here to oversee the registration of the disciples. When the hall was deserted, it felt empty. But now a few disciples are responsible for this area. As a figure clad in azure approached, exuding an inscrutable aura, the disciple behind the intricately carved white jade table warmly introduced the procedures to the newcomer. The process was not overly complex. Lu Qing completed the registration and submitted the guardian manual along with the resources. The disciple, holding a seal that resembled a mystical artifact, scanned the documents, confirming their accuracy. After verification, the disciple retrieved a shimmering jade plate that glimmered with a faint arc of light. With a smile, he handed the jade plate to Lu Qing, stating, "Senior Brother Lu, the remuneration for your guarding assignment has been fully credited to this. Should there be any discrepancies, feel free to inform me." Observing this exchange, a few onlookers displayed expressions of curiosity. The newcomer, a young boy in azure attire, possessed an ethereal presence, yet during their time at the registration hall, they had not witnessed this particular disciple's amiable demeanor before. Very well, Lu Qing nodded slightly, his extensive perception confirming the accuracy of the figures. Once Lu Qing departed, the disciple's smile returned, prompting a question from a nearby companion. "What else with you? Is he a disciple of a prominent figure?" "I'm not sure, but I do know he is a brother of the Purple Mansion realm," came the reply. "Ah, that explains it. I wondered why your attitude shifted." "If only a Purple Mansion brother would come here to register," lamented another, realizing he had lost a few points in contributions. Their work involved registering disciples of varying cultivation levels, each yielding different rewards, which explained the consistent influx of workers during recruitment. "The Purple Mansion," someone nearby remarked, a hint of envy glimmering in their eyes. The disparity between the foundation establishment and chi nourishing stages was already vast. But the chasm separating Foundation establishment from the Purple Mansion was even more pronounced. To open the Purple Mansion is to nourish the spirit. With the subsequent Golden Core stage looming ahead, the hardships of transcending these realms are burdensome, even for those within their grasp. After submitting the items, Lu Qing felt a sudden lightness. The resources had been placed into his hands without a second thought. He seldom lingered on the items originating from a cultivation county, opting instead to avoid the reminder of his empty sleeves. Furthermore, with these resources in his possession, he harbored concerns about potential mishaps during his journey, wary of the repercussions. Uncertainty lingered, as this time, due to the lack of simultaneous inspections, no specialized verification team had come to assess the items. Instead, the responsibility fell to the disciples, serving as a test of their integrity against greed. Nonetheless, Lu Qing trusted that the higher-ups had their measures in place. After concluding matters here, Lu Qing proceeded to another location for registration. Just as he approached the entrance, a voice called out from behind him, "Lu, junior brother Lu?" Lu Qing turned his gaze towards the sound, and the visitor was none other than Qian, a disciple of the Qian family, whom he had encountered previously and the provider of the golden light array diagram. "Brother Qian, are you here for some urgent matter? I am currently occupied, but if there is anything you wish to discuss, please feel free to let me know." Unbeknownst to him, Brother Qian, spotting a youthful figure from a distance, cautiously inquired, only to be taken aback when the visage turned to reveal Lu Qing, a disciple he found quite memorable. An air of eagerness enveloped him as he noticed that he could not discern Lu Qing's cultivation level, which undoubtedly surpassed his own. "Brother Qian, I have come in search of a new place for cultivation. Might you know of any suitable case for this purpose?" Brother Qian immediately grasped the situation. "Ah, you've come to the right person. Come, follow me. I am aware of several excellent locations that are currently unoccupied." Lu Qing had not anticipated encountering Brother Qian at this moment, yet he recognized the connection they shared. Upon entering the hall, Brother Qian retrieved several jade slips from a certain spot. Lu Qing recognized these as akin to maps, possessing a projection function that allowed one to visualize the interior without the need to be physically present. Chapter 60, Choosing a New Home, the Spirit Land of the Sea. Lu Qing expressed his requirements, seeking a place suitable for cultivation in the Purple Mansion. Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Senior Brother Qian momentarily found himself in a state of bewilderment. After regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "Junior brother, you are truly remarkable. You have reached the Purple Mansion so swiftly." His sincerity was evident. Some caves and blessed lands were beyond manipulation, as they demanded a certain level of cultivation from disciples. Senior Brother Qian was well aware of Lu Qing's prodigious talent. Yet, when faced with him in person, he couldn't help but compare himself. Realizing he was still stuck at the 4th level of Foundation establishment, he cast aside this fleeting sense of comparison, acknowledging that they belonged to entirely different realms. Even those of superior talent were still prodigies in their own right. Did one not see that every genius now had attained the Purple Mansion? "Aha, junior brother. Since you are a practitioner of the Purple Mansion, this makes things much easier. I happen to have 3 sets of options for you to consider, each with its own merits. These are all excellent locations. This one is Tianyun Island, previously owned by a senior brother of the Purple Mansion. That brother successfully formed his golden core and entered the inner sect, leaving this blessed land vacant. The spiritual energy here is balanced and harmonious, with a spiritual vein buried beneath, and above it floats a celestial dragon. Just look at it." As Senior Brother Qian spoke passionately about his expertise, Lu Qing's gaze fell upon the blessed land, where the sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, subtly resembling a true dragon-like entity swaying with the wind, ethereal and distant. Beneath the cloud dragon lay an island upon the ocean, which was Tianyun Island. Then there is this place, similar to the one above, also left by a predecessor of the Purple Mansion. However, the latter had encountered cultivation mishaps, leaving this area unoccupied. The second option was a vast lake. Broader than the average shallow sea, at its center stood the Waterheart residence, a grand and stately abode with 3 courtyards. Lastly, the third option was a mountainous island, nameless yet possessing a spiritual vein and extensive fields rich in spirit. The most suitable place for you, junior brother, is within this selection. Lu Qing's gaze lingered on the last option, which, like Tianyun Island, boasted not only rivers and ponds, but also expansive fields. The island was traversed by a single mountain range running north and south, and the vast fields appeared as boundless wilderness, exuding serene beauty and comfort. Moreover, its location was quite strategic, nestled perfectly between the outer and inner zones, ensuring it would not attract undue attention. Thus, the last option resonated most harmoniously with him. "Senior brother, I shall choose the last one. Ah, splendid. Since you have expressed your choice, I shall arrange for the transfer immediately. Time is of the essence. Senior Brother Qian moved with agility, demonstrating his familiarity with these 3 locations, ensuring that none of them bore hidden complications. Otherwise, with the outer sect being so vast, with countless peaks and mountains, the vacant caves and prime lands were indeed abundant, yet few could easily establish themselves there. This was due to various hidden intricacies. Many exceptional options came with a clear price tag, awaiting their fated individuals to occupy them, and he certainly would not present such pitfalls to Lu Qing. If any ambiguity arises subsequently, it would not be born of good intentions but rather a grudge. The procedures have been executed with great success. Lu Qing gazed at the additional mark on the token, resembling the impression of a small hill upon the water's surface. This is indeed the authentic realm of cultivation. Previously, the nameless Dao peaks were abundant in the outer sect's periphery, situated at a considerable distance from the center, serving as temporary accommodations for new disciples and the miscellaneous servants. Their frequent turnover rendered the stamping of marks seemingly unnecessary. This occasion, however, is distinct. The cultivation period in the Purple Mansion realm is prolonged, and the selection of a prime location holds significant importance. He exchanged contact information with Senior Brother Qian. Bai Tongzi awaited his return outside the cultivation city. Upon Lu Qing's emergence, he spotted a majestic white crane poised at the suspended platform. "We are not receiving guests today. You may return on foot," announced the crane. Some disciples, aware of the sect's white crane, contemplated offering a spirit stone for a ride. To their dismay, they were met with a steadfast refusal from Bai Tongzi. By the time Lu Qing approached, the crane had already declined several offers, its gaze fixated on the disciples' spirit stones, its long beak resolutely rejecting them. How peculiar. Was it not said that the white crane had an affinity for spirit stones? Why then, upon the offer of 2 stones, did it refuse to allow them to ascend? Who could tell? "Lu Qing, you have finally returned. Is there any tea to drink?" Upon seeing Lu Qing, the robust crane waddled over energetically. As it opened its mouth, Lu Qing immediately understood that the white crane yearned for tea. "Not today. I have relocated. Once I am settled, I shall treat you." Who knows why the white crane longs for that particular tea? While Lu Qing enjoys tea, he is not particularly obsessed with it. "Do tell, where are you moving?" "I shall accompany you, and even offer you a ride, free of charge." The white crane exhibited an air of grandeur, as if the mere spirit stones held no value in its eyes. Yet, as Lu Qing approached, he clearly observed the crane's lingering attachment to the stones. One could only say that every creature has its weaknesses. Tea transcends spirit stones, adding another layer to the white crane's preferences. The white crane shook its feathers, emitting clear calls, soaring over the peaks. The outer sect disciples present exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. "Didn't we say no passengers today? How was I to know? It appears this white crane has come to fetch someone, though regrettably it is not us." Lu Qing surveyed the scene below, where lush mountains and gentle ripples of water awaited. The white crane's years of mingling within the outer sect have not been in vain. Its innate sense of direction was unwavering. Even first-time disciples could easily become disoriented despite the map. As Lu Qing perched upon the crane's back, he admired the mountain gate's scenery. The gate soared into the sky, and in areas where the white crane was prohibited from flying, it skillfully navigated around, passing through the landscape. Along the journey, they encountered radiant golden beasts and celestial phoenixes soaring through the vast expanse. Disciples like Lu Qing riding the white crane were indeed plentiful, making it a common sight. "We have arrived. It is just below." Traversing through a myriad of towering mountains, passing by a labyrinth of lakes, and journeying through several courtyards and cities, Lu Qing finally beheld the azure ocean and the firmament in harmonious reflection. They descended from the heights, gliding low over the water's surface, and after a time equivalent to the burning of a stick of incense, they reached Lu Qing's new abode. Lu Qing did not hasten to enter the island. Instead, he performed a subtle gesture with his fingers. The island, seemingly unremarkable from the outside, was enveloped by various formations in every corner. Lu Qing activated the formation and entered alongside the white crane youth. Chapter 61. Within the Spirit Island. Upon his departure from the nameless Dao Peak, Lu Qing had meticulously prepared all his belongings. Now, on his first day back at the mountain gate, he was perfectly ready to settle into this new abode. This new location was unlike the previous 2 places Lu Qing had inhabited. Firstly, the position differed significantly. Previously, his cultivation had taken place amidst mountainous forests surrounded by hills. However, this spirit island was situated upon the sea, offering a breathtaking view of the ocean. This was a true expanse of the sea, not merely a lake or marshland. Had he not been compelled to relocate, Lu Qing would have remained unaware of the existence of such a sea here. Lu Qing's cultivation methods and his insights into the Tao seemed to resonate deeply with the essence of water. Upon entering the island, he effortlessly activated the formation. To the west of the Spirit Island, a majestic mountain range loomed, with crystalline waters cascading down from its heights, flowing over the terrain and ultimately converging into star-like ponds and lakes. The first sight that captured his attention was this very mountain range. "Child, over there," Lu Qing indicated as he prepared to settle atop a flat-topped cliff. The white crane youth gracefully descended in response. This location was ideal. Below, a river meandered, while in the distance, orderly fields of spirit crops stretched out, a vast expanse of darkened farmland that appeared as smooth as a plain. Numerous spirit fields dotted the landscape, and many lakes nearby could support fish cultivation. After mentioning the spirit fields, the white crane youth glanced elsewhere, his interest not in the fields, but rather drawn to the alluring waters of the lakes. "By the way, Lu Qing, where do you intend to choose your cave dwelling?" Lu Qing, perhaps accustomed to the heights of the cliffs, ultimately decided upon the flat-topped cliff where he had previously settled after circling the Spirit Island with the white crane youth. "Will you not invite anyone to assist you?" "I know many who leave numerous attendants in their cave dwellings," the white crane youth inquired, experiencing this aspect of humanity for the first time. Observing Lu Qing's choice of location, devoid of any attendants, he was puzzled. Lu Qing shook his head. "I would like to, but I still need to earn spirit stones. Where would I find the means to pay them?" He was candid about this matter, lacking the celestial demeanor that often accompanied others who had companions. However, such ostentation was of no concern to Lu Qing. His social circle was so limited that he could hardly muster a handful of acquaintances, thus rendering any semblance of status irrelevant. Lu Qing began to thoroughly inspect the area, while the white crane youth settled upon a lake, brushing off a speck of dust from his feathers. "Shall I catch a few fish to introduce into this lake?" The lake was rather pristine, prompting the white crane youth to volunteer. As friends, he immediately took flight, intending to find some spirit fish seeds to release into the water. Lu Qing permitted this, as the island itself was shrouded in a mirage formation. Lu Qing first established a mist formation, then rooted a spirit-gathering array in the center of the island. Once the formations were set, several wisps of gossamer clouds emerged above the island, curling like smoke. The spiritual energy emanating from the spirit veins below was entirely gathered within this island. The ancient trees flourish, and the verdant bamboo stands tall. Lu Qing, with great resolve, utilizes the abundant natural resources available on this mystical isle. On the previously established cliffs of Pingding Mountain, he constructs a pavilion from nothingness. As for other necessities, there is no need for him to exert further effort. A few incantations suffice to create the requisite furniture and facilities. The pavilion, comparable in height to the earlier Dao Peak architecture, rises 3 stories high, yet within lies a vast gathering array, with spiritual energy swirling abundantly. In contrast to the intricate layouts of more opulent courtyards, Lu Qing's current pavilion presents merely an exquisite outer shell, for once one steps inside, they would discover an unconventional structure, revealing several designated spaces for cultivation, alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Upon completion of the construction, Lu Qing's figure flickers and he appears above the spiritual fields, gently descending. This place is akin to a grand cultivation chamber, allowing him to practice wherever he pleases. He does not confine himself to the interior of the pavilion. Rather, he yearns to embrace the vastness of the world, to behold the cosmos. For this is the path of breakthrough he intends to pursue, wherein the principles of existence are omnipresent, and the great Tao permeates all. As Lu Qing traverses the expansive spiritual fields, he inhales the invigorating vitality that sweeps towards him. It appears this area has been neglected for quite some time. His gaze sweeps across the entire island, revealing its natural splendor, yet the signs of human habitation are scant. Even the remnants left by the previous occupant are elusive. Did the former resident carve out a dwelling directly? Lu Qing diverts his gaze toward his own pavilion atop the cliff, for his habitual nature has not led him to contemplate excavating a cave dwelling within the mountain. Yet, who says a house cannot be considered a dwelling? Casting aside any fleeting thoughts, Lu Qing's spirit stirs slightly as he perceives the call of a white crane from beyond the island, signaling the return of the white crane boy. With a mental gesture, he activates layers of formations to permit its entry. The white crane boy circles in the sky a few times, though it is not seen clutching a fish in its beak. Instead of rushing toward Lu Qing, it nods in acknowledgement before diving into the river on the opposite side. Splash, splash. The continuous sound of water resonates. Hundreds, even thousands, of spirit fish descend from the heavens, plummeting into the waters like dumplings, their vibrant hues painting the air. The once tranquil surface erupts into waves, signaling the resurgence of life. The appearance of these spiritual fish brings forth bubbles to the river and lake, infusing the island with newfound vitality. The spirit fish in these waters, having feasted to enhance their vitality, some even nurturing spiritual energy, were deliberately brought by Lu Qing. The white crane boy rejoices. For as a member of the white crane lineage, it possesses an innate ability to catch fish. With keen eyesight, it swiftly retrieves several of the most effective spirit fish from the depths. Remarkable, isn't it? No one can rival the boy's skill in this regard. In comparison to the fishing prowess of the white crane, Lu Qing deemed it wiser to refrain from subjecting himself to humiliation. Grateful for the kind intentions of the crane youth, Lu Qing took the initiative to plant a tea tree upon the precipice, subsequently casting a minor spell that summoned the river's waters to flow upwards, nourishing the tea tree that had only recently emerged from his storage pouch. "Young master, today the tea shall be ample," he declared. "That is splendid," came the reply. Outside the pavilion, Lu Qing waved his hand, casting a pale azure spell upon an ancient tree nearby. Vines swiftly descended from the tree, while several aged branches broke off and fell to the ground. The branches formed the skeleton, and the vines served as the skin. Before the pavilion, atop the cliff, tables and chairs rapidly took shape. In a mere moment, freshly crafted wooden tables and vine chairs appeared on the level surface, awaiting the seating of hosts and guests. He effortlessly retrieved the teapot and cups, and with a flicker of his mind, connected to the mist formation, which was already in motion. Wisps of mist cascaded from the heavens, coalescing into a small, palm-sized cloud above the tea service. Soon, droplets began to fall from the cloud, and Lu Qing pinched a small fireball between his fingers. The flames conjured by the fireball technique were ordinary in nature, lacking the potency required for alchemy or artifact refinement. However, they were perfectly suited for brewing tea and culinary endeavors. Chapter 62. Inquiring the heart as the gentle sound of bubbling water filled the air. Lu Qing waved his hand to summon back his magical technique. Wisps of mist ascended, and several tea leaves gracefully cascaded into the teapot. As the water boiled and the tea infused, a delicate fragrance instantly wafted forth, enveloping the mountainside in the aroma of tea. In the pristine white teacup, the light green tea leaves danced up and down in the boiling water. Seated across from him, the white crane boy inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent. "This is the flavor," he remarked, his feathers appearing to relax completely. "It's delightful, but perhaps a tad too hot. Allow me to cool it down." As he spoke, the boy deftly manipulated his spiritual energy through the tips of his wings. Despite engaging in the business of ferrying passengers daily, he possessed considerable foundational strength, the specifics of which remained known only to him. With a graceful flick of his wings, he summoned a block of ice from the adjacent snow-laden mountaintop. The crystalline ice was swiftly shaped by his spiritual energy into a form akin to a teacup sleeve, enveloping the teacup. The temperature dropped significantly in an instant. Lu Qing observed the seamless execution of the white crane boy's actions and couldn't help but admire his skill in using ice to lower the temperature. He glanced at his tea but refrained from drinking, opting instead to wait for it to cool while engaging the boy in conversation. "Lu Qing, you may not realize, but reflecting upon it now, your absence was indeed the right choice," the white crane boy expressed, his spirits lifted after sipping the homemade iced tea. "How so?" Lu Qing encouraged, granting him the space to elaborate. "If you had returned, I feared you might be harmed." Lu Qing chuckled at this oddity, finding the boy's serious demeanor both amusing and perplexing. The notion of sparring on the arena, reduced to a simple brawl in the boy's words, was refreshingly honest, albeit somewhat amusing. "Indeed. I had been overly enthusiastic earlier and neglected to inform you that one must at least be at the 8th level of the Purple Mansion to have a chance at entering the inner courtyard. You've only been in the door for less than 2 years. You may not be aware, but those individuals would forsake everything to enter the inner courtyard," he continued. "Isn't there also the path of golden elixir?" The white crane boy inquired, shaking his feathers, dispersing the mist emanating from the teacup. "Oh, the golden elixir route is not so easily traversed. I have heard from our ancestor that both paths present similar challenges. However, as you might understand, among those who participate in the grand competition, aside from the 3 elders from the outer courtyard, there will also be elders from the inner courtyard present. Such circumstances not only allow for entry into the inner courtyard, but also provide opportunities to take on a master and become a direct disciple. The status of a direct disciple is distinctly different from that of a registered disciple. Though the White Crane boy had not lived extensively, he was well acquainted with the wisdom imparted by his ancestor. Lu Qing, listening intently, recognized that his thoughts aligned closely with this revelation. One path led to fame and recognition, making it easier to catch the attention of influential figures, while the other provided a standard for advancement, wherein reaching the Golden Elixir realm would grant direct entry into the inner courtyard. This standard was established long ago by the Xiantian Dao Academy. Even the three elder directors lacked the authority to intervene. However, let us not dwell on such matters. I wanted to share with you some news regarding Lingzhou. Baihe Tongzi is clearly eager to gossip. Lingzhou, that corpse dragon? Baihe Tongzi replied affirmatively. Indeed, you are aware of it? I happened to overhear this matter on my return. That being said, since you are already informed, I have little more to add. If it were not for the considerable distance, I would have made a trip to Wanlong Lake, where the tying fish are truly exceptional. Baihe Tongzi shook its head, expressing regret. Lu Qing glanced at it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the anonymous disciple's message about Wanlong Lake that he had seen earlier was actually disseminated by Baihe Tongzi? He had no intention of exposing the disguise, whether true or false. What significance did it hold? Upon his return today, after relocating, Baihe Tongzi resumed its plan to earn spirit stones post-tea. As twilight descended, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Lu Qing gazed at the sky, where a slender crescent moon emerged in the night. His internal Zifu spirit stirred slightly, as if sensing something. Lu Qing looked up, his heart elated. Realizing he had encountered a thread of enlightenment, he cast aside trivial and distracting thoughts, achieving a state of clarity. The crescent moon above gradually transformed into a full orb. Bit by bit, it completed itself, culminating in a grand, luminous jade-white moon overlooking the world. In that moment, Lu Qing felt an emptiness within. Before him, it seemed that only the resplendent moon remained in his heart. The full moon, vast and eternal, unchanged through the ages, coexists with the passage of time. Heaven and earth. Sun and moon. Is my heart akin to the sun and moon? No, it is not. Standing silently in place, within his Zifu spirit, various transformations swiftly manifested. At times, Lu Qing bore the aura of the mortal realm, immersed in the tumult of life. At others, he stood proudly above the crowd, a paragon among them. And then, in the blink of an eye, signs of descending into demonic paths emerged, embodying indulgence. It was as though countless outcomes unfurled before him after embarking on the path of cultivation. This represented Lu Qing's introspection, a crucial inquiry into his future path in the very inception of his cultivation journey. I do not possess the lofty aspirations of others. My cultivation aims to alleviate the suffering of sentient beings. I do not harbor the profound obsession for longevity that others do. What I desire is merely the act of cultivation itself. Lu Qing held a clear understanding of himself. Even amidst this profound introspection, he did not forget the golden opportunity he possessed. While others may have their fortunes, is not his own circumstance also a form of opportunity? With a single thought illuminating his mind, the various phenomena within his spirit could not deter him. Before Lu Qing, it was not merely a moon that appeared, but a path. This path was endless, leading into an abyss of darkness. Yet, a glimmer of light suddenly emerged in his eyes, as the mist ahead became easily dispelled. Thud. In a fleeting moment of enlightenment, a boundless force surged within him, resonating like the roar of the ocean, penetrating his very being and reaching his soul. In the realm of the Purple Mansion, he achieved a breakthrough. Lu Qing gradually withdrew his gaze, his advancement marked by subtlety. Only a few rare flowers and exotic herbs nearby sensed the shift, their vitality contracting in response. As he reined in his aura, a realization dawned upon him. Beyond the Purple Mansion lies the potential to grasp the laws and manifest divine abilities, yet this is not the crux of the matter. What truly holds significance is the Tao. Chapter 63, Witnessing Heaven and Earth, Cultivating Spiritual Fruits. Lu Qing was not one to speak without foundation. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, access to certain jade slips and books was granted to him. Witnessing heaven and earth was a phrase mentioned by predecessors, encapsulating the essence of the subsequent realms of cultivation. However, each individual's path is unique. No one can dictate how another should traverse their journey or what insights they might attain. The path is solitary, embodying this profound truth. Lu Qing had traversed mountains and rivers, passing through bustling cities filled with throngs of people, the vibrant atmosphere palpable. Yet, this did not facilitate his breakthrough. It was only today, upon selecting this piece of land and serendipitously witnessing the luminous moon in the sky, that he suddenly grasped the thoughts necessary for his advancement. After his breakthrough, his mind became clearer. One could say that the mist had lifted, illuminating the path ahead. It became evident that, while the world is governed by innumerable laws, the journey of cultivation is not about chasing these laws, but rather about understanding one's own heart. Stepping into the next phase allows one to touch upon the laws and subsequently evolve their divine powers. But such actions should not be solely for the sake of breaking through. One must not become ensnared by the natural laws of heaven and earth. The more Lu Qing pondered, the more his thoughts crystallized. It is not esoteric. Witnessing heaven and earth is akin to witnessing one's own heart and path. Dispersing the clouds to see the heart entails perceiving the Tao, rather than merely studying techniques or doctrines. More simply put, it is about knowing what one truly desires, a quest for longevity, power, joy, freedom, beauty, or the eternal presence of loved ones. These are all aspirations of cultivation. Previously, Lu Qing had struggled to discern his true intentions. Unlike others, he yearned for strength, possessed a sense of longevity, and entertained thoughts of joy and freedom. Had it not been for today's unexpected turn of events, he might not have entered the Purple Mansion so swiftly. The path of cultivation is, in essence, an unending journey, perpetually elusive. As the moonlight faded, a path leading to the nameless return emerged. This was Lu Qing's true heart. It resembled a trial of the heart. Upon reflection, he realized that the manifestations of his spirit converged, ultimately settling into a serene posture of cultivation beneath the bright moon, accompanied by a gentle breeze. The essence of the spirit is the deepest reflection of a cultivator's thoughts, impossible to deceive oneself. Lu Qing felt invigorated, his spirits lifted. This experience was far more illuminating than his previous encounters with the Tao. If the earlier baptism of his heart was about cleansing the impurities that had clouded his path, beginning from the external to the internal, this moment was different. It was akin to a spring rain, where the heart serves as the soil for budding sprouts. The revitalizing rain of spring nurtures these sprouts, but the final step requires them to break through the soil, emerging into the light from the prolonged darkness. Previously, Lu Qing had been fixated on witnessing heaven and earth, relying on his physical eyes and heart to comprehend. It was not until the moment of his breakthrough that enlightenment arose spontaneously. These three succinct words encapsulate the essence of cultivation beyond the Purple Mansion. Yet, because heaven and earth seem so lofty, one might easily overlook oneself. Witnessing heaven and earth signifies that heaven and earth are inherently present. If the heart remains sealed in dust, how can one truly witness them? The essence of cultivation lies within oneself. Several days passed, and after Lu Qing had consolidated his cultivation, he turned his gaze toward the spirit field, which was already prepared for the planting of spirit herbs. He mused to himself that he had truly created a version of farming at sea. There was no rush. A spiritual vein coursed through the area, continually nourishing the soil with abundant spiritual energy. Moreover, this island had not been visited for a long time, and Lu Qing suspected that it was due to the island's somewhat unremarkable nature. The spirit field and the spiritual vein were interconnected, and it was unlikely that any cultivator from the Spirit Herb Institute would take an interest in a farming island. Lu Qing could not find suitable tasks in the mission hall, as they typically issued commission tasks. He was devoted to the cause of spirit planting for the purpose of earning spirit stones as contribution points, which he intended to exchange for necessary resources in the long term. However, he could not neglect his cultivation. Missing a day would not be significant, but neglecting it over time would lead to complacency. Additionally, commission tasks generally spanned a month, and upon glancing at the basic cultivation requirements, Lu Qing dismissed these tasks due to the insufficient spiritual energy in those areas. Nevertheless, this was not a concern, as he had no intention of completing commission tasks. If the Spirit Herb Institute issued tasks themselves, he might consider them. Fortunately, he already possessed a token from the Spirit Herb Institute. He immediately summoned a beam of clear light and sped toward the Spirit Herb City. In the span of a single incense stick, he had returned with dozens of orders. Due to the uniformity of the types, and with the aura Lu Qing exhibited, the registering disciples swiftly approved his request without any inquiries. After all, a cultivator from the Purple Mansion could cultivate rapidly, and dozens of orders posed no challenge. The Zuf fruit was a favored spirit fruit among those at the Zua Mansion. Consuming one before a retreat would enhance the probability of a breakthrough. The Longshin fruit was a type of bait highly favored by the Taiyin fish. This time, Lu Qing chose not to pursue the fast-growing spirit herbs. Although they grew quickly, this very attribute made them inexpensive. The contribution points he could obtain from them were not particularly worthwhile at present. Furthermore, after several days of cultivation, Lu Qing realized that time had begun to lose its value in his perception. Moreover, He had counted the effects of his skills and noted that the lifespan he had lost over nearly 2 years surpassed that of a typical purple mansion cultivator. A normal purple mansion cultivator possessed a lifespan of 1,000 years, while Lu Qing had reached 3,000. The loss of lifespan each month was no longer in the tens, but rather in the hundreds or thousands. Lu Qing suspected that if he were to cultivate to an even higher realm, he might experience losses in the tens of thousands or even millions. Consequently, it was possible that by the time he emerged from seclusion, the fast-growing spirit herbs might no longer exist. Setting aside these thoughts, spirit rice could be considered the lower end of spirit herb cultivation. The fruits Lu Qing was now planting, these spirit fruits, possessed effects superior to ordinary spirit rice. Regardless of their application, did I have some connection with the Taiyin fish? As Lu Qing scanned through the orders, he spotted the Taiyin fish again, and a subtle sense of affinity arose within him. He recalled his earlier thoughts about visiting the Wanshan Lake to see the dragon species nurtured within. After all, Wanshan Lake truly housed dragons. Was this connection destined to come true? The Taiyin fish is a creature that Lu Qing has come to understand well. The term Taiyin signifies the utmost Yin, and these ethereal fish predominantly possess Yin attributes. The Taiyin resides high in the celestial realm, where cultivators frequently venture into the blue void, ascend lofty mountain peaks and snowy ridges, gathering the elusive essence of Taiyin moonlight on nights of the full moon. In his past nocturnal meditations, Lu Qing collected ordinary moonlight. Yet even through relentless effort day and night, it took several days for him to cultivate a mere strand of pure spiritual energy within his dantian. The Taiyin fish, however, bears the name of Taiyin, indicating that it is imbued with a trace of celestial Taiyin power, incomparable to other varieties of spiritual fish. Consequently, it is exceptionally rare and valuable. Within the Wanshan Lake, disciples aspiring to fish for Taiyin fish typically opt for expensive bait, with the Longshin fruit being one of the favored choices. Both the Taiyin fish and the Longshin fruit are exceedingly precious, and recently, due to the emergence of the corpse dragon soul within the lake, the likelihood of encountering Taiyin fish has significantly increased. To dispel this dragon soul will require at least several years, thus it is predictable that the Longshin fruit will be in high demand in the coming years. Moreover, those who can afford to purchase Longshin fruit for fishing are not simply of modest means. Lu Qing then turned his attention to the first fruit, the Ziyue fruit. It is said, rather coincidentally, that consuming the Ziyue fruit while cultivating in the Ziyue mansion may lead to unexpected delights. Nonetheless, Lu Qing mused that it ultimately comes down to luck. Regardless, Lu Qing is now prepared to plant both of these extraordinary specimens. Chapter 64, Lingya Island. Harvest of the Heart. It is often said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Lu Qing cultivated two distinct fruits, precisely planted in the southern and northern regions. The southern side boasted the dragon heart fruit, while the northern side was home to the purple moon fruit, both accompanied by serene lakes. Subsequently, Lu Qing wielded his spiritual energy as a sword, executing a decisive slash that delineated a clear boundary between the two, preventing any mutual influence. Although Lu Qing was not an experienced spiritual botanist, he had previously engaged in last-minute preparations, thus mastering a general understanding of spiritual botany. Reflecting upon his mental repository of knowledge, he swiftly traversed through the memories stored within his mind. His choice of these two types of spiritual fruits stemmed from their high yield and low risk. Unlike the formidable Ghost King tree or the Netherworld wood, which required the establishment of specialized shadow attribute fields and fertilizers not of ordinary rainwater, but rather infused with malevolent energies, these fruits were much less domineering, allowing other spiritual plants to thrive alongside them. The cultivation of such demanding flora posed significant risks. A careless mistake could jeopardize the entire harvest. Neither did he opt for excessively rare spiritual fruits, such as moonlight blossoms or sunstream berries, which demanded the essence of the five elements, resources he currently lacked. As Lu Qing's cultivation advanced, his gaze shifted from the previously favored spiritual rice to the dizzying array of spiritual plants in the Botanical Institute. His earlier cultivation philosophy had become somewhat inadequate in the face of ever-evolving seed varieties. Fortunately, the majority of spiritual plants in the world were still of the ordinary kind, flourishing simply through the nourishment of wind and water. Thus, Lu Qing was not destined to see his endeavors thwarted. With a firm grasp on several dozen orders for the two fruits, Lu Qing found himself busily re-engaged in his work. He methodically planted the saplings. The dragon heart fruit, aptly named for its crimson hue reminiscent of a heart, featured saplings standing a finger's height, their entire bodies adorned in a deep vermilion. In contrast, The purple moon fruit displayed a delicate lavender shade. Thus, the once uniform black soil transformed into a vibrant tapestry of crimson and pale purple. With a casual gesture, Lu Qing summoned a cloud, and soon the spiritual field was graced by a gentle rain. He employed this cloud and rain technique with ease. Mastering the art of summoning wind and rain, Lu Qing acknowledged that claiming he did not wish to reach such heights would be disingenuous. The fertile lands of this island provided him ample opportunity to showcase his abilities. After the rain ceased, a sudden thought struck Lu Qing, prompting him to retrieve several crane feathers from his storage pouch. Before departing, the white crane youth had gifted him a few additional feathers. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lu Qing deftly planted the feathers into the ground, one each directed towards the 4 cardinal points. An intangible aura began to emanate from these feathers. Previously unable to perceive their full potential, Lu Qing now sensed that the presence of the crane feathers, perhaps due to their innate magical properties, caused the local avian and insect life to instinctively retreat from the spiritual field. It seemed likely that in the days to come, wild birds and insects would avoid this area instinctively. Lu Qing surveyed the vicinity of the spiritual field, noting that some weeds had already been cleared away. After absorbing the rainwater, the saplings visibly displayed tender buds amidst their bare branches, a sight one could only witness in the realm of cultivation. With eyes wide open, Lu Qing leapt into the air, his sleeves billowing, and in an instant, he found himself hovering above the island. From this elevated perspective, the island resembled a verdant leaf, broad at the north and tapering to a point in the south. A fleeting glance revealed something amiss on his island. To the south lay a few square stones scattered at the foot of the mountain, lacking a name. A surge of inspiration struck Lu Qing. Having previously arrived at a nameless peak, he now felt an inexplicable urge to bestow a name upon this new locale. As it would serve as the site of his cave dwelling, it would be rather inconvenient to refer to it merely as the Nameless Island. He descended to the entrance of the formation, where he had made several alterations to the island's array. Since the original formation was not particularly sophisticated, Lu Qing decided to enhance it further. The simple illusionary array, initially designed to bewilder, had been augmented through his own additions. Although he possessed the cloud mist formation, he did not squander the opportunity to practice the effects of the illusionary array. With the improvements, its efficacy had been significantly amplified. Practice indeed fosters proficiency. At present, with a mere thought, a wisp of mist coiled around a stone, and soon it felt as if an extra arm had emerged from him, allowing him to sense the mist. Without lowering the cloud, he seated himself upon a tuft of it and began to modify the stone, shaping it into a stele. The mist, like a guiding finger, glided over the smooth surface of the stone. With another mental command, he inscribed the words Lingyi Island upon it, as this area was akin to a leaf, encompassing the spiritual field within. In an instant, a stele emerged by the seaside, the 3 characters appearing ethereal and transcendent. As the name settled, an inexplicable thought stirred within Lu Qing. He pondered what name this island had borne prior. Even his senior brother Qian was unaware. The names given to the caves and blessed lands for disciples were typically established by the academy, while the remainder were left for the disciples to carve out themselves. The array enveloped the island and its nearby waters, and as he listened to the sound of the waves, Lu Qing practiced diligently over several days. He planted spiritual fruit seedlings, and, having named the island, he mounted his cloud and descended from the heavens to the shoreline. The coastal waters were a clear azure, with white-capped waves occasionally rolling in from afar. Schools of fish could be seen darting beneath the surface. Here, Lu Qing practiced his spells, delivering a palm strike that sent gentle gusts of wind forth, causing waves to rise in succession, each crest taller than the last. As the waves cascaded miles away, a massive wall of water surged forth from the distance, flowing skyward. Suddenly, the sea roared as water cascaded from the heavens, an unstoppable force driving the torrents downward. With a thunderous boom, the once tranquil surface of the sea erupted into a colossal vortex. And it was not until several breaths later that the tumultuous sounds of the waves subsided into silence. At this moment, Lu Qing retracted his magical technique, ceasing to accumulate spiritual energy. If directed at the physical body, it could inflict harm upon the soul. With a clap of his hands, Lu Qing executed his power, perfectly controlling the force according to his will. When he desired to defecate, he could, and when he wished to urinate, he could as well. The crucial aspect was that Lu Qing wore a faint smile, for he perceived a sliver of momentum underlying this spell. The force of the sea, the power of nature, leveraging momentum against adversaries. This was the insight he had momentarily grasped. One wave is not formidable, it is the countless waves that form a momentum, extending even to other realms. Seemingly embodying the essence of momentum itself, one need not solely rely on waves, the winds of the mountains, the rains from the heavens. And all living beings can cultivate their own momentum. Lu Qing felt a sense of enlightenment. Chapter 65. Harvest. Invitation to the Heroes' Assembly. In tune with the celestial timing and the prevailing currents, Lu Qing contemplated for a while, vaguely perceiving that if this particular magical art were to fall into the hands of a mortal emperor, it might very well give rise to a dynasty of practitioners, accumulating the might of the human realm within a single individual. However, such an occurrence was unattainable within the Xiantian domain. It might be possible in the neighboring Taitian domain. With this newfound understanding, Lu Qing settled into a meditative posture, engaging in the cultivation of his techniques. The Xiantian Yuanjing emphasizes a continuous and enduring flow. Lu Qing diligently practiced and had finally reached the 8th layer, leaving 10 layers remaining before the ultimate 18th layer. Reflecting upon the messages inscribed beneath the jade slip, he acknowledged that this technique indeed could not be rushed. With each layer attained, Lu Qing naturally acquired some fundamental spells, encapsulated in simple incantations that facilitated his daily life, despite the existence of basic magical exchanges within the library. Yet, Lu Qing found no need to trade for these elementary spells, for he had already mastered a considerable number through his current technique. Spells such as Fireball Technique, Cleansing Technique, and Dust Avoidance Technique, among others, rendered his daily cultivation considerably more convenient. Beyond these, each session of cultivation revealed to Lu Qing the challenges inherent in each layer. The Xiantian Yuanjing places paramount importance on accumulation, even with an additional infusion of ancient tree spirit liquid. It was impossible for Lu Qing to experience the rapid breakthroughs he had previously enjoyed. This was due to the necessity of time for accumulation once one reached the middle layers. It is no wonder that the earlier disciples had left behind those remarks during exchanges. After 7 days of assiduous cultivation by the coast, Lu Qing slowly opened his eyes. To an outside observer, the aura surrounding him seemed to have solidified within, exuding an ethereal quality, while the essence of his cultivation appeared as elusive as mist, making it difficult for anyone to discern its depths. Yet, upon a moment's reflection, Lu Qing revealed the aura of the Purple Mansion realm. He possessed a greater concealment technique layered atop his previous obscuration method, a legacy of interconnected arts, previously limited by the constraints of the Golden Core stage. Lu Qing had aspired to fully exchange for this technique, hence he began expending his rewards from the garrison tasks. Among the techniques he acquired was this grand concealment art. Veiled from the world, it obscured the heavens and blocked the sun. The author's tone was exceedingly arrogant, boldly proclaiming within the jade slip that this spell was unparalleled across the realm, suggesting its exceptional nature. However, the jade slip contained restrictions that prevented Lu Qing from viewing the critiques of predecessors, leaving him regretful that he could not appreciate the eloquence of his senior brothers and sisters. Nonetheless, prior to this, Lu Qing found himself reminiscing about the days of his relentless cultivation. However, he was also aware that those who had previously devoted themselves to the small mountain, indifferent to the affairs of the outside world, would find it increasingly unlikely after entering the Purple Mansion. After all, the purpose of cultivating disciples is to foster mutual support. Upon entering the Purple Mansion, foundational cultivation comes with the responsibility of guarding tasks, and the practitioners therein are bound by time-limited obligations. Beyond the Purple Mansion, disciples are required to undertake various external assignments each year, such as exterminating monstrous beasts, inspecting the earth veins, clearing malevolent energies, maintaining territorial integrity, and patrolling borders, among other combative endeavors. Alternatively, they might be selected as members of verification teams, specifically tasked with guarding and collecting taxes from the land. Lu Qing, currently within the 4 realms of the Purple Mansion, had merely a month remaining until the arrival of the next year, and he too needed to prepare for the acceptance of external missions. Such tasks necessitate venturing outside, and he often wished he possessed the skill to forge artifacts. Each time Lu Qing glimpsed the treasures within the treasury open to disciples, he felt an insatiable longing. His contributions from a guarding task amounted to 5,000 points. Yet this was only a modest sum when it came to redeeming spiritual artifacts. It seemed in this world, while cultivation methods were relatively inexpensive, spiritual artifacts were significantly more costly. There must be a path ahead. First, he would cultivate this batch of spiritual plants, and if all else failed, he still had a year's time remaining. Lu Qing gazed at his disciple token, pondering what tasks would arise upon his advancement to the Golden Core stage. Within the Tao Academy, it remained uncertain whether it was due to his infrequent outings or other reasons, but he had yet to encounter a single Golden Core practitioner. As for the elders, he could not ascertain whether they had reached the Golden Core stage, but he surmised their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Before long, a month passed, and the purple moon fruits in the spiritual fields had matured into small, upright trees, their violet leaves swaying in the breeze. Opposite them, across the path, stood the dragon heart fruit. While referred to as trees, in Lu Qing's eyes, they resembled a robust variant of red vines. In stark contrast to the straight, slender purple moon trees, the branches of the dragon heart fruit twisted and turned, with tassel-like, dansha-colored leaves cascading to the ground, evoking the image of someone with long, red hair sprawled upon the earth, exuding an eerie chill. Lu Qing surveyed the landscape from the mountain peak, waving his hand as a thick veil of clouds gathered. And rain poured down in an instant, enveloping the sky and earth in a misty haze. A subtle oscillation reached Lu Qing's consciousness. He sensed a disturbance outside the formation and raised an eyebrow, realizing someone awaited him. A few familiar figures flashed through his mind. He wondered who had come to his island. Meanwhile, outside the island, a voice echoed from afar. A disciple from the Servants' Institute, Chen Fan, had come to deliver an invitation to the Heroes' Conference and sought an audience with the esteemed elder of the island. Chen Fan stood outside with a hint of trepidation, not daring to ascend the island, and as a servant disciple, he could not fly over. His arrival here relied entirely on the Tao Academy's white crane transport. A gentle breeze swept by, and suddenly, a figure clad in green appeared in midair. Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat as he said, "Chen Fan greets this esteemed senior." The appearance of the other party had gone unnoticed by him, and as an outer disciple, he felt no inclination to be reckless. "Junior disciple, what brings you here?" Unbeknownst to him, Lu Qing felt a flicker of astonishment within his heart. As a practitioner, his perception was exceptionally keen, and he recognized the resolute face that bore a hint of familiarity. It belonged to the boy he had entered the Tao Academy with, a youth deemed a failure. At that time, he had mused silently, could it be that he had encountered a child of destiny? With this thought, Lu Qing fell silent and distanced himself slightly, fully aware of the potential lethality that a child of fortune could wield. Chen Fan, oblivious to Lu Qing's musings, responded to the inquiry with a flourish, raising a gilded invitation that shimmered with strands of radiant golden energy. "I beg your pardon, senior brother. I have come at the behest of Master Song to extend a special invitation to you, the Outer Sect's Purple Mansion senior brother, to gather at the Shaoyan Daoist Temple for a meeting of heroes. This is an invitation to the assembly." As his words concluded, an ethereal presence materialized upon the invitation, and with a flash of light, a signature appeared as if by magic. "Song 1, respectfully." Lu Qing offered a faint smile, acknowledging the elder's invitation. "How could I refuse the elder's summons? I shall certainly attend, and I appreciate your effort in delivering this message, junior brother." "You are too kind, senior brother," replied the young man in green, whose demeanor was markedly different from the previous seniors Lu Qing had encountered. He was quite affable, though there was a sense of familiarity about him, as if they had met before. As Chen Fan departed alongside by he, Lu Qing turned, and in his hand, an invitation materialized. Yet, as he stepped onto the island, the friendly smile vanished from his face, for the ominous divination, which had long been absent, now loomed once more in his mind, and this time it heralded a grave portent. Chapter 66, The Reappearance of the Hexagram. Chen Fan. Lu Qing pondered deeply, regrettably lacking any knowledge of the art of divination and unable to discern the fortunes of others. However, this was of little consequence. A mere disciple from the servant quarters forming a connection with the chief elder would undoubtedly attract extraordinary fortune. The gathering of heroes. Merely the mention of 3 names revealed to Lu Qing the nature of this assembly. The invitation was succinct, indicating that this gathering was specifically organized by Elder Song 1, intended to provide an opportunity for disciples who had fallen short in the previous grand competition to enter the inner sanctum. It was obvious, without needing to think deeply, that there were ulterior motives at play. Lu Qing gazed at the hexagram. Gathering of heroes, for the leader to emerge. The battle for leadership, fierce as fire and water. This single phrase elucidated the purpose of the invitation. It was ominous. Great misfortune hexagram, participating in the gathering of heroes, seeking to outshine others and claiming the title of leader, yet overestimating oneself, encountering numerous formidable opponents, ultimately facing defeat, sustaining grievous injuries, one's foundation shattered, leading to death shortly after the contest. A dire warning. Misfortune hexagram, joining the gathering of heroes, competing for a prestigious ranking. but attracting attention and being challenged repeatedly by others, facing strong adversaries, leading to injury and lingering threats, a precarious existence, ominous. Minor misfortune hexagram, refusing the gathering of heroes. Ignoring the visitors, yet later facing repercussions, with hidden troubles in one's cultivation, minor misfortune. Neutral hexagram, attending the gathering of heroes, mingling with the crowd, remaining unremarkable, gaining nothing. Neutral hexagram, participating in the gathering of heroes, blending into the crowd, wandering the Shaolin dojo in the afternoon, obtaining slight benefits, neutral. Whether attending or abstaining led to misfortune, what was the true nature of this gathering of heroes? Lu Qing found himself perplexed. Ordinarily, he would decline such an invitation. Yet the host was an elder, not a peer. Furthermore, the fact that the invitation was personally delivered added pressure. Ignoring it would be impolite. And accepting without understanding the intricacies could lead to entanglements. Fortunately, there was a small hint of neutrality in the final hexagram. Lu Qing had not held high expectations. But upon seeing the last line of the hexagram, he felt a surprising glimmer of hope. Gathering of heroes, what reward awaited the leader? The hexagram's implications were unexpectedly reckless. Lu Qing meticulously analyzed each line of the hexagram. Upon encountering the first line indicating great misfortune, he realized that the title of leader was beyond his reach. It was a harbinger of calamity for one of his current cultivation level. Elder Song Shi, was one of the 3 esteemed elders of the outer sect. Half a year after the grand competition, what was the true intention behind this gathering? Lu Qing remained in the dark. Moreover, there was a figure suspected to be the destined protagonist present. Lu Qing felt no affinity for the protagonist. He merely wished to keep his own affairs separate from such fated individuals. As for the storms surrounding that person, he kept his distance. Already anticipating that many disciples from the outer sect would focus their attention on Chen Fan today. How could a mere disciple from the servant quarters garner the attention of Elder Song? Lu Qing slightly shook his head, stepping forward, and in the next moment, his figure hovered above a crystalline lake, a faint aura of water enveloping him as he commenced his daily practice of martial arts. Within these aquatic realms, the efficacy of cultivating the Xiantian Yuanjing may not be overwhelmingly pronounced, yet it still yields some results. After all, little by little accumulates over time. And Lu Qing had grown accustomed to this gradual pace. A white crane soared high in the sky. As dusk approached, after 2 days and 2 nights of flight, Chen Fan finally managed to deliver all the invitations. He remained puzzled as to why Master Song insisted on personally handling the task rather than delegating it to some disciples. A surge of warmth enveloped his chest upon returning to his quarters in the servants' courtyard, securely closing the door behind him. The servants' courtyard was situated on the outskirts, with numerous houses scattered across the mountain slopes. With over 100,000 outer disciples and countless servant disciples, the numbers were beyond reckoning. After sealing the door, the warmth intensified in his chest. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings. Sensing no one was watching, he carefully retrieved a fragmented object that resembled a corner torn from some implement. Shaped like a diamond and colored in bronze. Artifact spirit, are you there? Kid, I've told you not to speak aloud. I can hear you in your mind. A voice responded. Artifact spirit, how can I change my aptitude? Chen Fan clenched his fist, having contemplated this for a long time. 2 years had passed, and he felt stagnant, burdened by his mediocre talent, which he deemed truly worthless. He did not recognize Lu Qing, but found him somewhat familiar. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he extinguished it instantly. How could he possibly know someone of this esteemed Purple Mansion realm? After traversing these past few days, the aura of those formidable Purple Mansion cultivators had left a profound impression on him. What do you lack now? If you wish to change, it would be better to wash up and sleep. Don't disturb me, old ancestor. Wait until I rest. How can I assist you when I lack power myself? With that, the faint glow of the bronze fragment gradually dimmed. At this moment, Lu Qing was oblivious to this exchange. Yet, based on his fundamental understanding of the destined protagonist, even if he were aware, he would not find it surprising. The child of fortune, albeit currently downcast, would surely flourish once the tides turned. Moreover, reflecting on the events of the previous day, Lu Qing continued his cultivation. This time, it was indeed a case of being at home while danger descended from the heavens. Regardless, Lu Qing understood that the Tao Academy was not an isolated sanctuary. Conflicts inevitably arose in places where people gathered. Only one's cultivation served as a solid foundation. The White Crane youth always took the lead in stirring up excitement. Without needing to inquire, it had already relayed the latest gossip, including news about the gathering of heroes. Upon reviewing these tidings, Lu Qing finally grasped the true purpose of this assembly. Chapter 67, the so-called Gathering of Heroes. This elder, Song Wuchang, was unfamiliar to Lu Qing, as he had only been a disciple for 2 years, a brief period amidst many. Previously, the lessons that his cohort attended at the martial arts peak were primarily taught by this elder, who was notably the most enthusiastic among the 3 elders in imparting knowledge. Consequently, aside from his title, many disciples referred to him as Master Song, acknowledging his teachings. This gathering, dubbed the Gathering of Heroes, was orchestrated by Elder Song himself. However, 2 other elders, both with significant backgrounds and formidable cultivation, were also present, having emerged from the inner sect with the intention of accepting disciples, both personal and registered. It was precisely this reason that, despite the recent grand competition, which saw 100 disciples enter the inner sect, one would not typically expect any grand event to unfold at your end. After all, none of those 100 had been taken as disciples, and the remainder were even less likely to be chosen. The prospect of a grand assembly seemed remote. Lu Qing was taken aback upon receiving news from the White Crane Boy, an astonishment mirrored by others. Unlike the competition, which relied on fate, this gathering was explicitly aimed at pairing the 2 esteemed elders with potential disciples. Elder Song was responsible for facilitating this event. Yet the absence of the other 2 elders was conspicuous, raising eyebrows among the perceptive. It was also worth noting that the 3 elders who managed the outer sect had differing backgrounds and affiliations. Their relations were not particularly amicable. In fact, an undercurrent of tension was palpable. The White Crane Boy had alluded in his messages that these 2 held a close rapport with Elder Song. Was this not indicative of factional divides? Attending would not imply allegiance to a single faction, yet abstaining would suggest a certain discontent. After digesting the insider information relayed by the White Crane Boy and successfully interpreting the omens presented, Lu Qing found himself musing over the intricacies of factional strife. It was quite vexing. He wished to dismiss such matters, aspiring instead to traverse his solitary path, unencumbered by these machinations, which were in stark contrast to his humble intentions. However, that was easier said than done. Perhaps, for now, he was merely a bystander. Such melodramatic troubles might be avoided if he tread carefully. Reflecting on his current circumstances, Lu Qing noted how perfectly they aligned with his initial aspirations. Generally, most disciples relentlessly pursued resources, navigating the perilous tasks within the mountain, where high-risk endeavors promised substantial rewards. Outside, fortune might smile upon them, leading to the discovery of ancient caves or relics of powerful beings, an auspicious beginning or the onset of downfall. His situation was different. Even on his first departure from the mountain, who could have anticipated that he would be tasked with a mandatory guard duty? As he contemplated the Gathering of Heroes, Lu Qing envisioned the unfolding scenarios. Such an assembly was beyond the reach of lower-ranked disciples, who had no means to glean the information that would transpire. Previously, during his period of cultivating inner energy, he was entirely unqualified to engage with such matters. However, as his cultivation gradually ascended, these elements no longer required exploration. They would simply present themselves before him. The entrance threshold for the Gathering of Heroes mandated a foundation of Purple Mansion, rendering it irrelevant to disciples still in the formative stages of energy cultivation. After perusing the insider information, Lu Qing expressed his gratitude to the White Crane Boy and extended a cordial invitation for tea. Nonetheless, following the exchange, the White Crane Boy departed from the mountain gate to fish in the White Sea, likely absent for quite some time. Lu Qing chose not to intrude upon him. It was only when the time for the Gathering of Heroes approached that Lu Qing concluded his meditation. Although he had never heard of the Shaolin Taoist temple, the invitation included a map for guidance. Upon his arrival, he beheld an enchanting scene. The Shaolin Taoist temple stood majestically above an endless expanse of sea, with ethereal creatures frolicking among the mountains and rare fruits exuding their fragrant allure. The mountaintop was adorned with billowing white clouds, sprawling across the sky. Unlike the misty formations Lu Qing was accustomed to, here, the clouds were dense, accumulating from halfway up the mountain to the summit, which aptly justified the name of Shaolin Taoist temple. Due to the presence of these clouds, many disciples, akin to Lu Qing, who had also arrived, were momentarily unaware of the situation, waiting at the foot of the mountain in clusters, some isolating themselves from others. Lu Qing refrained from infusing his eyes with spiritual energy to survey the mountaintop, to avoid inadvertently prying into matters beyond his reach, though it was highly improbable that he could discern anything at all. Furthermore, the other disciples who had arrived earlier seemed to be adhering to some unknown customs. Pausing here, Lu Qing found a spot along the coastline to stand. In such a grand setting, standing at the forefront was impractical, while lingering at the rear was equally inappropriate, as the back led not to land but to the sea. The surface of the sea was also a place of significance. Some individuals floated in a cross-legged position above the water, while others rode upon sea creatures, creating waves, and luxurious treasure ships made their appearance. The spectacle carried an air of ostentatious grandeur, typically reserved for eminent figures. Lu Qing mused inwardly that the front was reserved for prodigies, while those lingering at the back appeared to be extravagantly affluent. He identified with neither group, and indeed, many disciples shared his status as he stood there, not engaging in practice at that moment, but merely surveying his surroundings. Was the Shaolin Taoist temple inclusive of the very coastline upon which he stood? Or did one need to ascend to the mountaintop to truly be within the domain of the Shaolin Taoist temple, as indicated by the oracle? This time, at the gathering of heroes, I shall strive to claim the top position. I refuse to believe that with fewer participants, I cannot seize the lead. Such thoughts drifted from the foot of the mountain. Lu Qing could hear them and noticed several figures descending ahead of him. Most among them wore tall crowns, donned elegant attire, or wielded long swords, their sounds resonating in the air. "Is that not Brother Lu?" someone exclaimed nearby. Lu Qing turned towards the voice, spotting a fellow clansman. The Brother Lu was clad entirely in black, a long sword slung upon his back, exuding an aura of eerie and mysterious energy. Around him, many maintained a distance of at least 3 meters. This is an individual who exudes an unmistakable air of intimidation. With merely a glance, Lu Qing diverted his gaze, aware of the keen perception possessed by practitioners, who could discern the temperament and character of this senior Brother Lu. Subsequently, he need not inquire himself, as those nearby incessantly introduced the newcomer. A succession of radiant figures streaked across the firmament, descending gracefully. Among them were individuals of notable renown, bearing titles such as Outstanding Newcomer of the Outer Gate, Top 10 Figures of the Outer Gate, Celestial Luminary of the Outer Academy, and Charming Figures of the Outer Gate, among others. As Lu Qing listened to the names being recited like a culinary list, he hastily composed his expression. After all, aside from their illustrious titles, each arrival was accompanied by an extravagant display, whether adorned with petals of flowers, shimmering with golden and white light, accompanied by the melodious cries of ethereal phoenixes, or heralded by the sudden appearance of opulent treasure boats upon the sea. The spectacle was nothing short of grand. Lu Qing maintained his composure, feigning a semblance of admiration akin to those around him. Yet, in truth, no pretense was required. To him, beyond the ostentation, one word resonated: affluence. Wealth beyond measure. Each time the Yu family's vessel made an appearance, it was resplendently magnificent, dazzling to the eyes. Lu Qing silently nodded in agreement. Finally, the last to make an entrance was indeed the Yu family. It was Yu Jing who arrived, and the pearls adorning the ship's curtains were none other than the coveted pearls of the merfolk, each capable of purifying the mind and enhancing focus. With a staggering exchange value of 100 contribution points, a disciple clad in blue recognized the newcomer and whispered to his companion, despite the intent of hushed tones. To Lu Qing's ears, it bore no distinction from loud proclamations. In that moment, he distinctly heard several gasps of astonishment from those around him. Yet, Lu Qing's heart was as steadfast as a mountain. He felt no envy whatsoever, truly. Chapter 67. The peculiar individual, spirit, and soul in wanderlust. Contributing something is inevitable. With time, he will surely cultivate his land. Lu Qing held this belief steadfastly. Meanwhile, the treasure boat hovered in midair, descending as it approached the shoreline. This was customary. Those entering this realm always made contact with the ground upon arrival. No one would dare to traverse the air directly. Why would members of the Yu family come here? Haven't they always aspired to enter the inner sanctum? As far as I know, Yu Jing's 2 brothers have already gained entry. Ah, you failed to grasp the nuance here. One individual chuckled lightly. Lu Qing listened intently, savoring the unfolding drama. Those with a sense of stature naturally gravitated towards the forefront. It was rumored that a venerable elder was seeking disciples. As this conversation commenced, Lu Qing noticed several individuals whose expressions shifted markedly. Some remained composed, evidently privy to the inside story. Upon reflection, Lu Qing realized he was among those in the know. So that is how it is, I suspected as much. One person appeared momentarily stunned, suddenly overtaken by excitement. Yet, others displayed an air of grave seriousness, while some bore a strange smile. "Brother, is this the Shaolin Taoist temple?" Lu Qing stood by a large stone, his demeanor contemplative. When someone passed by and inquired, he initially paid it no mind, but upon being addressed, A sense of caution arose within him. He turned to the interlocutor, who wore faded garments and bore an apologetic expression, exuding an aura of earnest simplicity. A warning bell rang in Lu Qing's mind. Such an appearance seemed intended to deceive. How could one at the Purple Mansion level be clad in such worn attire? Yet, it might simply be a matter of personal preference. Thus, Lu Qing offered a slight nod and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, this is the place." After speaking, he averted his gaze, signaling an end to their exchange. "Oh, how fortunate to have arrived. Thank you, brother. What is your name?" "I am Feng Yun. Originally, I had no intention of coming out. You see, my family." Lu Qing's thoughts remained as tranquil as a still lake, not waiting for the other to elaborate on his background. A distant sound of bells and drums echoed down from the mountain peak, prompting him to interject lightly, "Friend, the gathering of heroes has commenced." He deftly shifted the topic. For indeed, the event had begun. "I shall take my leave." Most began to make their way, streams of light darting towards the base of the mountain. Naturally, Lu Qing refrained from drawing attention to himself. The crucial matter was this sudden appearance of Feng Yun. His cautious heart advised him that the individual before him bore the ominous weight of trouble. Lu Qing, currently at the fourth realm of the Purple Mansion, sensed something peculiar about the other's aura. Moreover, this seemingly innocent demeanor. Had Lu Qing not interrupted the conversation, would the individual have continued to introduce himself endlessly? One could never be certain if this was merely a guise. Moreover, there is another point to consider. When Lu Qing departed, there were 2 or 3 disciples merely a meter away from him. As they passed by, one disciple had already walked past him. Why did he not inquire for directions? As a practitioner of the path of survival, Lu Qing understood that such peculiar and extraordinary individuals were not meant for him to encounter, for where there is irregularity, there lies the supernatural. Feng Yun remained stationary, stroking his head while casting a glance at Lu Qing, who had vanished without a trace after speaking. He opened his mouth. But alas, the brother before him had already disappeared. It should be noted that once the sound of the bell and drum resonated, most individuals had vacated the area. Only Feng Yun remained by the shore. Isn't it stated differently in the books? He pondered. Why did that brother leave before finishing? He retrieved a tome, its cover inscribed with how to communicate with others, abbreviated as chatting technique. His master must have been mistaken, he thought, as he examined the book, his honest face etched with confusion. Meanwhile, Lu Qing successfully followed a group of disciples from the Purple Mansion to the foot of the mountain. Before him appeared a frigid jade tablet, inscribed with the words, "Disciples participating in the Heroes' Assembly proceed to ascend the mountain henceforth." Behind the jade tablet, a path emerged, not the ubiquitous white jade stone paths of the academy, but rather a rather ordinary forest trail. Upon his return, Lu Qing had traversed such forest paths, mere trails worn by many feet. However, the question lingered. If the rules were established here, why was there not a single person seen ascending? After a while, Lu Qing finally gleaned the meaning from the chaotic discourse. It turned out that not everyone could directly enter the dojo in corporeal form. One needed to extricate their soul to attend the gathering. Now, as Lu Qing regarded the myriad figures ahead, he noted that most were unfamiliar faces. Yet, he also recognized a few renowned individuals from his cohort, such as Gu Xiantian, Qingdu, and Su Xinyue. This marked Lu Qing's second encounter with them, though it would be the third for Qingdu. He sensed their auras but did not linger on them excessively. They lagged a position behind the foremost individuals, seated cross-legged. Each individual summoned a cloud bed that floated around them. Understanding dawned upon Lu Qing. This was akin to each person connecting to a virtual network, directly logging their souls into the dojo. However, he also realized that if one's soul was injured or unstable, and if any tampering occurred, there would be no corporeal protection. As the hexagrams indicated, it became clearer. Ahead, someone leaned against an ancient tree. Following the trend, Lu Qing chose a position beneath a tree. Suspecting a certain affinity with the lineage of wood, after all, he was a spirit plant master. Chapter 68. The Shaolin Taoist Temple. As Lu Qing's spirit emerged from his corporeal form, he gazed once more at the jade tablet. It had transformed from a cold slab into a radiant panel emanating a gentle white light, with streams of luminescence cascading into it. A smile inexplicably graced Lu Qing's lips. Could this be the otherworldly equivalent of connecting to the internet? So it was the spirit's excursion that allowed such a phenomenon. With this in mind, wandering around the Shaolin Taoist Temple in the afternoon would not pose a concern, even with its vast expanse. In days of yore, there were cultivators whose spirits roamed freely. One such adept ventured into a shadowy realm devoid of daylight, and upon returning to his physical form, He discovered that while his spirit had enjoyed a single day's exploration, an entire month had elapsed in the external world. Such experiences are common in the cultivation journey, serving as a reminder to practitioners to exercise utmost caution when their spirits traverse the unknown. He soared into the ethereal space, feeling as if he had transformed into a droplet of water, plunging into an ocean, with a warm sensation enveloping him. Soon, Lu Qing realized that his spiritual power had indeed experienced a subtle enhancement. This jade tablet, serving as a beacon, was undoubtedly a precious treasure. Suddenly, Lu Qing's vision brightened. Before him stood towering peaks, with thick clouds drifting in the distance. He found himself upon a grand plaza where countless streams of light descended, akin to his own arrival. Some were astonished while others exhibited no surprise, likely accustomed to such scenes. This was indeed Master Song Shaoan Dao's temple. He recalled his own awe upon first visiting this place. "Oh, this senior brother has been here before?" one inquired. "Indeed, just once, and it has been 100 years. Nothing here has changed." The exchange caught Lu Qing's ear as he passed by, leaving him at a loss for words. A century of cultivation seemed far beyond his current experience. As he pondered, numerous cloud formations began to descend from the sky, reminiscent of the inner sect elder from his prior lecture. Here, there were no meditation cushions, only cloud beds formed from the ethereal white clouds, suspended in the air. Many disciples attempted to demonstrate their skills, their movements deft as they ascended, while others appeared to sit upon the cloud beds with an almost ghostly grace. Numerous disciples chose their favorite spots, and Lu Qing sensed that significant matters were about to unfold. He selected a cloud bed closest to him and activated the wind-chasing technique, blending seamlessly into the vibrant environment. As he settled down, a fleeting distraction washed over him, akin to a refreshing stream coursing through his being, neither warm nor cold, but imbued with a hint of coolness. This was the tranquility effect. Lu Qing immediately comprehended that these cloud beds were far more profound than he had initially thought, containing hidden intricacies. After taking his seat, he noticed others looking attentively ahead. He followed their gaze. "Esteemed disciples of our outer sect, today I convene this assembly of heroes to welcome you all," a gentle voice resonated. The speaker was an elder clad in white robes, his eyes shimmering with concealed brilliance, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to meet his gaze. Yet his presence was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. This was Songwon, one of the 3 esteemed elders of the outer sect. Lu Qing held his breath and focused intently, undistracted. After the emergence of his divine consciousness, he effortlessly surveyed the entirety of Lingtai County from the Zifu. How could he not perceive the profound depth of Elder Song, whose realm was extraordinarily high? Naturally, Lu Qing would not treat this opening remark with indifference. This gathering of heroes also included 2 intersect elders, Elder Sun and Elderly. There was no applause. Instead, many disciples from the Zifu rose and bowed in respect, greeting the 2 elders. With Elder Song's words, it was evident who occupied the 2 seats above. The sudden appearance of the 2 elders felt as though they had always been present. "Do not be overly formal. My surname is Sunday. You may rise," spoke Elder Sun, his face adorned with a warm smile, clad in a simple purple robe that exuded an aura of kindness. In stark contrast was the other elder, a youthful cultivator whose handsome features were overshadowed by a chilling presence. He too wore a purple robe, but atop his head rested a golden crown, and his robe shimmered with several exquisite gold threads, suggesting a background of considerable wealth. However, the demeanor of this young elder was distinctly aloof. He merely nodded slightly and refrained from further conversation. The others understood that he was indeed elderly. Lu Qing seized the opportunity to glance up, quickly discerning the appearances of the 2 elders who were poised to accept disciples. He returned to his seat on the cloud couch. The disciples slightly shifted to better view the front, and Lu Qing followed suit, as the arrangement of the cloud couches allowed for a clear view of the proceedings. Yet this occasion was different from the usual lectures. Lu Qing was already aware of the divinatory signs, understanding that the results would be determined according to the arena system. Occupying the foremost position would not necessarily grant any special treatment. He awaited the explanation of the arena rules, knowing participation was not mandatory. The 2 elders had convened this gathering to accept disciples. Those who triumphed would have the opportunity to be mentored by them. For those with existing commitments, they could come to negotiate terms. The outer sect possessed 4 arenas, and here, in imitation of those, for combat arenas would be established. Those interested could step forward to demonstrate their cultivation methods and techniques. Lu Qing felt a flicker of realization. He was beginning to comprehend the situation. However, he needed to remember one crucial point. Battles involving the out-of-body experience were not ordinary skirmishes. Those unwilling to participate should remain at my small Yandao stage and wait until the gathering concludes before departing. With that, Elder Song made no grand gestures. Instead, he turned his left hand, and his ample sleeves billowed like a tempest, causing a tremor beneath the expansive square. Suddenly, the previously flat ground transformed, revealing 4 combat arenas, positioned at the cardinal directions and soaring 5 stories high, occupying a vast area. Subtle, pale ripples flickered at the corners of the arenas, indicating the presence of intricate formations. The square, already spacious, now found one of its sections entirely consumed by the arena. As the 4 corners were meticulously arranged, the area expanded like layers of clouds, continuously reaching outward. Yet, Lu Qing perceived none of this. The edges of the arena were perilously close to the surface of the vast sea. In less than 5 breaths, the sounds abruptly ceased. Lu Qing's gaze shimmered. Having embarked upon the study of formations, he had gained some understanding of ordinary arrays. The terrain beneath him transformed, harnessing both the might of spiritual energy and the essence of formations. This transformation of the land appeared to unfurl like clouds, yet within it lay profound mysteries. Lu Qing only glimpsed the superficial layer of the formation. There remained much he had yet to uncover. It undoubtedly pertained to the path of space. The notion of within it lies the universe perhaps encapsulated this principle. Suddenly, Lu Qing recalled a certain mystical art, the universe in the sleeve. Though this arena was termed as such, stepping inside would likely unveil a vast microcosm. Fortunately, Lu Qing harbored no intention of entering. His astonishment was entirely justified, as others similarly exhibited expressions of awe, making him rather inconspicuous among the crowd. Chapter 69. The arena. As the arena was established, 2 elders articulated the rules, which were rather straightforward. To be thrown off the platform constituted failure. Furthermore, as time progressed, the space within each arena would gradually constrict, ultimately culminating in a diminutive circle where only one individual could stand, with the surrounding arenas merging into one. This arrangement inevitably led to fervent battles. Notably, the confrontations were not restricted to one-on-one encounters. Rather, they permitted multiple participants to engage against a single opponent. Upon the Elder Songwon's conclusion, numerous eager disciples leaped into the arenas with the fervor of fish plunging into the sea. Conversely, Lu Qing observed some disciples reclining upon cloud couches, while others opted to depart, for their aspirations to compete were thwarted by their insufficient cultivation levels, having only recently entered the Purple Mansion realm. The 3 elders were absent from the cloud couches. Lu Qing surmised they were discreetly concealing themselves to observe the duels. It was also plausible that these skirmishes appeared trivial to the elders, prompting their decision to remain hidden from sight. Lu Qing did not hastily depart, but instead lifted his gaze to the sky, mentally calculating the passage of time. The afternoon excursion to the small cloud dojo was significant, and he harbored no inflated expectations, for this was merely a neutral hexagram, devoid of auspicious significance. He awaited an opportune moment, precisely when the sun reached its zenith. And after some time, he observed the duels, his expression betraying a hint of helplessness. Though he was within the Purple Mansion realm, the final competitors were predominantly at the 6th or 7th stage, rendering his continued observation futile, lest it incite frustration. This outward demeanor was merely for show. Internally, Lu Qing remained undisturbed. He was no novice in the Purple Mansion. Departing abruptly would arouse suspicion, so he deemed it prudent to witness several bouts. Fortunately, while these contests may have seemed trivial to the elders, for Lu Qing, the more he watched, the broader his horizons became. The fervor displayed by his senior brothers and sisters in their fierce contests, vying for supremacy and mentorship, was indeed commendable. Lu Qing recognized several familiar faces. They likely did not require mentorship and seized this rare opportunity to engage in practical combat. The arena itself shimmered with the ripples of formations, stirred by the residual energy of the battles, yet breaking through them was an impossibility. After observing several matches, Lu Qing witnessed a disciple attempting to conceal himself for a sneak attack, only to be ambushed in return, a long whiplash through the air, infused with killing intent, sending him sprawling. Such was the nature of magical artifacts. Once refined, they resonated with the wielder's intentions. Should one, like a sword cultivator, continually nurture it, the emergence of a spirit within the artifact was rumored. Lu Qing's attention was then drawn to a disciple commanding a swarm of myriad goo worms, their dense shadows causing his eyelids to flutter, a clear indication of impending trouble. As time elapsed, Lu Qing felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Throughout the arena contest, he engaged his attention in multiple directions, keenly observing the unfolding events of the 4 arenas. He gained a considerable understanding of these competitions. It could be attributed to the nature of his spirit. Those with a more profound and resilient essence found such scenarios particularly advantageous. After reflecting on these thoughts, Lu Qing descended from his lofty perch and began to explore the surroundings of the arena. The Shaolin Taoist temple was impressively grand, far beyond the singular mountain peak he had initially perceived amidst the clouds. Upon entering, he discovered that the peak shrouded in thick clouds was merely the outermost summit of the complex. Several peaks encircled this sacred site, with the central one being the very mountain of the arena. Beyond this main peak, the surrounding hills were adorned with emerald lakes and babbling brooks. Due to its coastal location, Lu Qing could hear the distant sound of waves and feel the refreshing sea breeze, evoking a sense of familiarity. After all, his current Lingya Island also occupied a corner of the sea. With his spirit detached from his body, Lu Qing effortlessly traversed several yards, as if riding the winds themselves. The mountain breeze aided his movements, yet he remained mindful that this was the domain of an esteemed elder. Thus he moderated his display and gradually adapted to the ethereal sensation of being carried by the wind. As the mountain breeze caressed him, he ascended to a peak, where he beheld a teardrop-shaped lake glistening under the sun. The shores were alive with flocks of phoenixes, either frolicking in the water or preening their feathers, a truly idyllic scene. Lu Qing marveled at the beauty of this cultivation realm. He was uncertain of Elder Song's exact cultivation level, yet he sensed a significant presence among the phoenixes, many emanating the aura of the purple mansion realm, with others radiating an incomprehensible depth, likely at the core formation stage. It was evident that Elder Song was undoubtedly above this stage. However, the realms beyond core formation remained a mystery to Lu Qing. It was said that one must reach core formation to unveil the subsequent levels. While he reveled in the scenery, the three elders were gathered on a nearby peak within the Taoist temple, leisurely sipping tea. A chessboard sat at the center of their stone table, devoid of pieces. Yet to an outsider's gaze, it vividly depicted the scenes of the four arenas. Junior Brother Song, your spellcraft is quite adept, transforming the arena battles into a miniature world. They can now truly unleash their potential, Elder Son remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Indeed, this freedom allows me to discover hidden talents for my esteemed brothers. Elder Song responded with a subtle smile. Beside them, the young cultivator elderly, known as Li Luoyang in the mundane world, furrowed his brow at this comment. Observing that only a handful of participants in this batch possessed noteworthy potential, compared to the two other elders, he appeared rather indifferent, yet they remained unconcerned. For they were well aware of Li Luoyang's temperament. Elder Son, whose full name is Sun Qidao, cast a glance at the chessboard. His tone tinged with nostalgia. Several have already taken on apprentices, their realms considerably diminished. I have indeed met their master, however, I never anticipated that those small, insignificant figures from years past would now be mentoring disciples. It was only at this moment that the elder's words revealed a profound sense of weariness. Had any outsider been present, they would surely have been astonished. Alas, only 3 elders were in attendance. Here we are, these old souls, still venturing forth to accept apprentices. Such a connection is truly beyond words. Elder Son sipped his tea. They need not observe intently, at their level of cultivation. Understanding the intricacies of any situation was but a thought away. Chapter 70. A modest gain. Named disciple dear brothers, it would be prudent to observe once more. It is likely that some late-blooming prodigies or those of exceptional temperament may find this opportunity. Upon hearing Elder Son's words, Songwon promptly poured another cup of tea. During the previous grand competition, no disciples were accepted, and it was reported that the head of the academy was rather insistent. Although all could enter the inner sect, possessing the title of a disciple would certainly prove advantageous in myriad ways. Otherwise, entering the inner sanctum would be akin to remaining outside, without taking a master. One would merely listen to teachings, and those of slightly inferior talent would struggle to catch up. Disciples of the outer sect cannot compare in aptitude to those of the inner sect, thus one must seek alternative avenues. Furthermore, it is also due to the two brothers' recent emergence from seclusion, perceiving their fateful connections. However, matters pertaining to destiny, time, and fortune are often shrouded in the veil of celestial mechanics. Those within the confines of such circumstances wishing to ascend must first resolve their fateful connections, with the most common method being the acceptance of disciples. After all, cultivation is the act of seizing the creations of heaven and earth, transforming the impossible into the possible. Among the various paths of cultivation, the simplest resolution lies in the teaching and enlightening of others, thus culminating in a union with the cosmos. Even though Songwon is not part of the inner sect, he is still acutely aware of what he ought to know. Ha ha, rest assured. Since the two of us have ventured forth, we shall certainly not return empty-handed. Should we accept them, the initiates may proceed to the inner sect for study. And the named disciples are granted the opportunity to attend teachings once a year. This, dear Song, you must elucidate to them at the appropriate time. Songwon shook his head with a wry smile. Brother, please do not jest. These are your disciples, and I dare not overstep. Li Woyang, with a cool demeanor, replied. If we do not mention it, will they not inquire? Songwon and elder son exchanged glances, comprehending that although Li Woyang appeared stern, he possessed a tender heart. Brother, not all disciples are unafraid of us, Songwon remarked. Li Luoyang furrowed his brow, but chose not to counter. Observing this, Songwon felt increasingly contemplative. Those who are extraordinary often remain oblivious to the thoughts of ordinary disciples. Moreover, he harbored concerns for those disciples who would place themselves under Li's tutelage. Fearing they may not receive the same guidance as those under Elder Sunday, reflecting on the traditions of the spirit sword lineage, Songwon, despite countless years of cultivation, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. At this moment, Lu Qi was enjoying a mandated excursion, with the divination symbols no longer on his mind. He began to revel in the diverse scenery offered by each peak. Ascending to the summit, he departed from the main peak, journeying towards more remote mountain sanctuaries. Upon crossing a ridge, he suddenly beheld a majestic snow-capped mountain, its icy expanse blanketing the land. Treading upon the pristine snow, he descended from the great snow mountain, only to find himself ascending a peak where spring reigned eternal. Next, he encountered a mountain adorned with vibrant summer greenery, ultimately arriving at an expansive forest of autumnal maples. Through the passage of a single year, Lu Qing traversed from winter to spring, and upon reaching the vast maple grove, he experienced the essence of all four seasons within a brief span of time. The cycle of seasons turns, time ebbs and flows, and the vicissitudes of life unfold within this realm. Lu Qing lingered here, his figure motionless, until at last he stirred. He brushed aside a crimson leaf that had settled upon his shoulder, and a fleeting epiphany arose in his heart. This profound realization must surely be akin to the minor insights depicted within the hexagrams. Time, that enigmatic and fearsome passage, has always been a source of dread. Though Lu Qing had yet to grasp even the surface of its mysteries, he undeniably experienced a semblance of understanding and achievement in its own right. In times past, the changing seasons brought him little more than contemplation, yet now he sensed a growth in his spiritual essence. As the gathering of heroes concluded, the gentle voice of Elder Song resonated throughout the hall. You may leave now. At this, Lu Qing recognized it was time to depart. However, he was taken aback when a paper crane transformed into a streak of light and soared toward him. The delicate white crane opened its beak and spoke. Disciple Lu Qing, please proceed to the main peak of the Taoist temple. For a brief moment, confusion clouded his mind, the hexagram's significance dissipating. Yet, this bewilderment was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and replied, I shall go at once. Having gleaned merely a fragment of temporal insight, Lu Qing understood that this marked the conclusion of the hexagram's influence. Although the gathering had ended, was the matter of accepting disciples truly at a close? A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lu Qing's mind. There was no need for him to move. As he spoke, the paper crane suddenly expanded into a full-sized white crane, beckoning him to ascend. Without pretense, Lu Qing mounted the crane, which, devoid of feathers, glided smoothly through the sky, swiftly descending upon the main peak of the Taoist temple. Yet, at this moment, the cloud platforms had vanished, leaving around 20 individuals present. Lu Qing pondered whether they were summoned for a specific task or perhaps for the acceptance of disciples. The thought stirred a rare excitement within his typically tranquil heart. He settled quietly as three elders stood before him. Do you wish to join my sect and become my named disciple? Elder Sun, with a warm demeanor, cast forth several streams of light, which instantly enveloped a few individuals. Upon hearing this announcement, those individuals stepped forward, their expressions alight with fervor, and bowed deeply. We pay our respects to the master. Lu Qing remained outside this group, his head bowed in humble anticipation of the elder's words. Soon, he approached the aloof young elder, Li Luoyang, who addressed the remaining individuals. From this day forth, you shall be my named disciples. Do you have any objections? We pay our respects to the master. Such a momentous opportunity had descended upon them without incident, and none dared to refuse. Lu Qing noted that some familiar faces among the exceptional talents were conspicuously absent from this assembly. Moreover, he observed that Elder Sun had approximately a dozen disciples before him, while his own group seemed to number around 7, though he did not scrutinize them closely. The disciple with the highest cultivation was the first to step forward. Lu Qing estimated that among the 7, his true strength ranked within the top 3. However, the aura of his cultivation could not escape the keen perception of the elders above. Nonetheless, it mattered little, as long as he could maintain the facade before his peers. At least he was not at the bottom of the hierarchy. There seemed to be others who had only recently entered the Purple Mansion realm. As Lu Qing pondered this, he found himself uncertain about the exact standards the 2 elders employed when selecting disciples. The leader had not managed to take on an official disciple, suggesting that the elders prioritized aspects beyond mere victories in the arena. Yet, it was clear that a registered disciple, as the White Crane youth had previously mentioned, could never truly compare to an official disciple. During this outing, the White Crane youth had only heard vague rumors. How could he possibly fathom the thoughts of such formidable beings? After all, any master would desire a disciple of exceptional talent. Unfortunately, according to past customs, those with extraordinary aptitude would directly enter the inner sect, never lingering in the outer courtyard. Although this current cohort was considered an exception, that particular batch still first progressed to the inner sect before later transitioning to the outer courtyard. This exception could not entirely be treated as a precedent. In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Lu Qing's mind, only to be extinguished in the next moment, leaving behind a tranquil resolve. Chapter 71. The Sermon, Breaking Through 2 Realms. Junior brother, I must temporarily borrow your venue for a while, so I can impart a lesson to them, Sun Chi said with a smile as he turned to Song Wen after distributing the more than 20 disciples who had arrived. Just use it as you wish. It is indeed a blessing for this place to host 2 elder brothers delivering a sermon, Song Wen replied, pleased to assist his 2 senior brothers. Although he did not receive a personal disciple this time, the number of named disciples was sufficient to mitigate any disparity in karmic connections. Elder Sun took in over a dozen disciples, while Brother Li unusually accepted 7 named disciples as well. Although they were merely named disciples, they nonetheless counted as disciples. Their karmic ties were quite tenuous, and it was unlikely that these disciples would ever enter the inner sect. Yet, the rarity of this sermon at this stage was a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Naturally, he would not hinder it. Since the host had spoken thus, Elder Sun waved his sleeve, sending this group of named disciples to another peak. I shall leave this in your hands, junior brother. I will not disturb your sermon, elder brother. Elder Sun said before departing, followed by Elder Song, leaving only 8 individuals behind. Among them was Lu Qing, who had recently acknowledged his new master. Named disciples could not directly enter the inner sect. Furthermore, the champion of the recent tournament also did not become a personal disciple, as he was taken away by Elder Sunday. On Li Luoyang's side, his gaze swept over the 7 selected disciples. Among them, he had already observed 6 during their performances in the arena, while Lu Qing had also caught his attention as a standout among those outside the tournament. Recognizing his insight into the Tao of time at this juncture, Li Luoyang promptly added another name to the list. Lu Qing was taken aback to find himself chosen, his selection stemming from a fortunate moment when Li Luoyang noticed his comprehension. For Li Luoyang, with senior brother Sun accepting a dozen, it would not do for him to take too few, so 7 was a fitting number, reminiscent of the Big Dipper, and thus he added another name. I am Li. You shall take my name as your master and become named disciples under my guidance. Named disciples cannot directly enter the inner sect, but there is an opportunity to enter and listen to the teachings of the inner sect once a year. You should be clear on this point. We understand. Lu Qing and the other 6 replied in unison. The address of master solidified their status, and Lu Qing was filled with anticipation for the sermon that Elder Sun had mentioned before departing. A sermon is not merely an ordinary discourse on principles. Such opportunities are rare and fortuitous. Indeed, Li Luoyang nodded slightly, his straightforward nature leaving no room for hesitance. This was the first time he had accepted named disciples from the outer sect during his cultivation journey. Sit cross-legged. I shall impart teachings to you. With a simple opening. Lu Qing immediately complied, as did the others, setting aside any excitement for now about the title of named disciple he bore. Lu Qing focused on the extraordinary opportunity before him. The title cannot serve as a shield. The demise of a named disciple does not stir the master. This encapsulates Lu Qing's understanding of each disciple's designation after surveying the Jade Register. As for the master's words regarding descent, they are merely a formality. The gathering of heroes has concluded, and no new augury has been revealed here. Thus, Lu Qing places greater value on tangible matters than on titles. He immediately immersed himself in the discourse at hand. The master's teachings were far from succinct. The vastness of the universe and the subtlety of the Tao resonated deeply within him. A thunderous sound erupted from Lu Qing's purple mansion, enveloping him in an expansive and ethereal essence. As Li Luoyang expounded, golden lotuses blossomed, revealing layers of Taoist rhythm. Countless celestial golden lotuses descended, merging into the ground and vanishing, while many settled upon the seven of them. From the moment the master uttered his first word, Lu Qing was ensnared in a state of mental vacuity, distinctly different from his prior experiences of attending lectures. In those instances, he retained his consciousness, comprehending each word with clarity. Yet here, as the initial sound resonated and the first golden lotus appeared, he entirely lost himself, becoming wholly absorbed in the teachings. His mind experienced a sudden clarity, as if a veil of fog had lifted and a torrent of insights surged forth. The fundamental cultivation method accompanying him thus far, the Xiantian Yuanjing, began to operate, swiftly enriching his understanding. Layers 8, 9, and finally the 10th unfolded, culminating in a halt. The lotus settled upon his brow, cascading onto his shoulders, merging with his body and spirit. Unconsciously, his great concealment technique began to activate, obscuring the signs of his breakthroughs. His accumulated foundation across various domains, including comprehension and aptitude, saw significant enhancement. In a hazy reverie, Lu Qing perceived a vast, unrestrained chaotic sky, with countless stars drifting like grains of sand within the void. A sudden buzzing in his ears heralded the condensation of a golden magical force from his purple mansion, drawing his scattered consciousness back. Simultaneously, the spiritual sea within his dantian expanded instantaneously, as drops of spiritual essence rapidly transformed. A pure aura circulated within Lu Qing's being. His limbs, bones, purple mansion spirit, dantian spiritual sea, and the sea of consciousness all resonated. In an instant, his cultivation ascended from the 4th to the 5th realm of the purple mansion. But this was not the end. Lu Qing abruptly opened his eyes, realizing that the resonance of the Tao had ceased, the lotuses had vanished, and the master was no longer present. Yet in that fleeting moment of awakening, his aura quietly surged, achieving a breakthrough once more. The 6th realm of the purple mansion was attained. Surpassing 2 minor realms in succession, even Lu Qing could not suppress his exhilaration. This discourse proved to be a remarkable harvest, while the elevation in cultivation was a pleasant surprise. The clarity of perception and the significant enhancement of his aptitude brought him profound astonishment. His innate understanding and talent are not lacking, however. They are born from the nurturing of external influences, akin to the effects of precious treasures and elixirs. It requires years of cultivation to rival those with natural endowments. Presently, this process has been remarkably expedited. If he were to reassess his aptitude, Lu Qing would undoubtedly affirm that he has attained a grade of earthly talent. In terms of comprehension and the qualities expected of such a grade, the slight gap he previously faced has been entirely bridged here. In certain respects, Lu Qing's cultivation aptitude may even surpass his understanding. Even he finds it difficult to articulate the level he has reached in terms of comprehension. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that the once languorous progress of the Xiantian Yuanjing, which crawled like a tortoise, has transformed. While it remains a tortoise, its pace has significantly accelerated. Now at the 10th level, progressing to the 18th level is undoubtedly within reach. Chapter 72. It is better to depart first, a month. That venerable master has already taken his leave. Lu Qing's brief introspection revealed no overt signs of emotion. Upon awakening, he was free to depart. In the future, should he enter the inner sect, he could present a token to access the Taoist temple. This message, echoing softly in his ears, was evidently left by that master. Casting a sidelong glance at the others, Lu Qing noted that none of the 6 had yet awakened, nor had they perceived any movement from his side. The absence of that venerable master was entirely expected. After imparting his teachings, all understanding was to be self-derived. Grateful for the master's teachings, Lu Qing rose and bowed in the direction where Li Luoyang had been seated. Regardless of the circumstances, this transmission of wisdom represented an unparalleled opportunity in Lu Qing's cultivation journey. Afterward, Lu Qing chose not to linger. The 7 individuals present had previously escaped his scrutiny due to the master's presence. However, now that he looked closely, he discerned that 2 among them were indeed those of Earth-grade talent. He had recognized their faces during the initial lecture, having seen them arrive en masse to avoid an awkward encounter. Consequently, he resolved to take his leave rather than remain to assimilate his gains in their presence. Given the decorum of the moment, Lu Qing surmised that no one would likely turn to scrutinize him either. After all, the master's approach was brisk and efficient. He did not wait for self-introductions nor disclose his own name before commencing his teachings. Lu Qing had no desire to engage in emotional exchanges with these potential senior or junior brothers. Should others become aware that an elder from the inner sect had taken on disciples from the outer sect, it would surely stir a myriad of complications in their cultivation endeavors. Merely contemplating the inevitable tests, challenges, or social obligations that would ensue made Lu Qing hasten his departure. After bowing, he harnessed a beam of radiant light to return to his spirit leaf island. The insights gained from the Golden Lotus Tao rhythm would be more safely refined in solitude on his own island. What Lu Qing did not anticipate was that just as he departed, a rather unusual individual stepped onto the main peak's Taoist temple. Simultaneously, the two recognized Earth-grade talents. Lin Tianan and Fu Wuding opened their eyes. Although they were of Earth-grade, their potential ensured a minimum threshold for cultivation, not a ceiling. Both had participated in the demonic extermination mission last year alongside numerous other talents. They were aware of the news regarding a small realm, given their respectable familial backgrounds. However, following that particular mission, their foundations had suffered damage, leading their families to support others instead. Additionally, unlike the prodigies of heaven grade who entered as disciples, they had merely secured a nominal position as entry-level disciples. Had they truly entered the Purple Mansion, that position could have been transformed into reality. It was precisely due to that incident that their foundations were severely damaged and their talents diminished. To be able to enter the Purple Mansion was solely thanks to the last bit of support from their revered master and family. How could they accept such a fate? Thus, when Li Woyang emerged this time, his intention to recruit disciples was rather indifferent, accepting anyone would merely grant them the status of a nominal disciple. Due to their background, these two had indeed secured a place here. At this moment, they opened their eyes and immediately noticed someone else had awakened before them. Surveying their surroundings, "Junior brother, who are you?" Fu Wuding inquired with a faint smile, though a trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. After all, the tattered white garments worn by the individual were hardly commendable. "Me? I am Feng Yun. Are you looking to engage in combat with me?" Feng Yun sensed a hint of hostility from the two, which he mistakenly interpreted as a challenge. Having encountered similar displays of battle intent before, he was instantly invigorated. Arrogant. Lin Tiannan's expression turned icy. Others soon awakened, only to be greeted by the palpable tension of an impending confrontation. They exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend the situation unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Lu Qing, who had departed earlier, never anticipated that the peculiar disciple he found strange would clash with those two prodigies. Yet, even if he had known, he had no time to ponder it now. Having returned to his own Lingya Island from Elder Song Wenchang's Shaoyan Taoist Temple, Lu Qing felt the absence of his usual companion, the White Crane Boy. Nevertheless, his own speed in maneuvering the escape light was commendable, thanks to his rapid cultivation. He swiftly returned to Lingya Island in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He immediately entered seclusion. 1 month later, on Lingya Island, the landscape was serene and radiant, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The island, shaped like a leaf, was adorned on one side with towering pale purple zue fruit trees, while the other boasted the winding vines of crimson longxin fruits. The vivid contrast of red and purple painted the expansive spiritual fields, rendering them exceptionally vibrant and dispelling some of the island's austere ambience. A river flowed down from the western mountains, meandering through the spiritual fields, creating a natural divide. On the southeastern bank, a smooth, rounded green stone rested quietly. A youthful figure was perched atop it, his aura ebbing and flowing in harmony with the sound of the rushing waters, both natural and intangible. Suddenly, an invisible gust emanated from him, sending ripples across the nearby river. During this month of seclusion, Lu Qing solidified his cultivation and meticulously reviewed the Xiantian Yuanjing, placing particular emphasis on the 8th and 9th levels. Through this process of consolidation, he completely refined the gains he had acquired from his teachings. His mastery of the 6 realms of the Purple Mansion was firmly established. As he deepened his understanding, Lu Qing earnestly contemplated the insights he had gleaned from the ethereal teachings. With his enhanced comprehension, the laws and divine abilities that once seemed distant now appeared within reach. At the very least, he has now beheld this towering mountain. The divine powers are deftly manipulated within the palm of his hand. They encompass the myriad principles of heaven and earth, yet remain elusive to the mind's comprehension. Each practitioner, even when employing the same divine technique, exhibits a myriad of disparities. Adhering to conventions is not uncommon, yet the higher one ascends, the more one requires insights that transcend mere adherence to established norms. Chapter 73, The Land of the White Sea, a notification for assessment. Lu Qing had spent a month consolidating his realm. The outer sect was not devoid of occurrences either. Whispers and rumors began to circulate following the conclusion of the Gathering of Heroes. However, the majority of these tales were vague and only comprehensible to those directly involved, ultimately having no impact on the lower-ranked disciples. Who was accepted? Unclear. I've heard that 2 of them offended a senior from the inner sect, and for some reason, he became quite incensed. It is said their realms even regressed. Isn't the inner sect usually absent from the outer sect? It is said to be for training. Who knows how the higher-ups arrange things? I haven't encountered him. But I've heard he is called Feng Yun, Brother Feng. I haven't heard any news about Lin Tianan and the others for a long time. It turns out they encountered trouble themselves. No wonder the Lin and Fu families have diminished their support for them. Upon emerging from his seclusion, Lu Qing retrieved an information jade slip and began to peruse the messages contained within. His primary concern was whether the Gathering of Heroes would incite any subsequent events. As long as he remained unscathed, he felt everything was negotiable. Lu Qing recognized 2 familiar names and noted Brother Feng Yun. He felt fortunate for his swift retreat at that time, as this Brother Feng, embarking on the path of training and participating in the gathering, was likely acquainted with his esteemed master and Elder Sunday. An intersect disciple should not typically venture beyond the mountain gates for training. However, the scant information Lu Qing had gathered did not provide a clear picture. Nevertheless, he was not overly anxious, having entered the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion. He was not considered weak within the outer sect. The location of Lingye Island was significant, as it was the White Crane youth who had brought him there. In the vast expanse of the ocean, Lu Qing relied on his connection to Lingye Island to ascertain his position amidst the boundless waters. Other disciples wishing to arrive would likely find it cumbersome. Presently, Lu Qing had no desire to leave his island, planning to wait until the commotion subsided before embarking on external tasks. He should have made a slight impression on the elders of the outer sect, having been accepted as a named disciple by 2 of them. Apart from Elder Song, he had not met the other 2 elders. And with over 20 individuals sharing the responsibilities, it should not pose a significant issue. The chief elder and the assisting elders, along with the sect master, were sufficiently capable of managing the vast outer sect, allowing Lu Qing to focus on his cultivation within his own sanctuary. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared outside the island's formation, resembling a white butterfly attempting to traverse inside, yet hindered by the formation. It could only flutter in circles in midair. As soon as the white butterfly appeared, Lu Qing took notice. With a flick of his hand, he drew in the white light butterfly. This was a mid-tier communication talisman, capable of transmitting messages across vast distances for immediate contact. Commonly referred to as a communication talisman in the cultivation realm, he infused a strand of spiritual power into it, and amidst the flickering of the white butterfly, a voice emerged. It was the White Crane youth contacting him through the talisman. White Crane boy, hello, Lu Qing, can you hear me? Lu Qing almost doubted that he had traversed back to his original world. Boy, aren't you over by the White Sea? What has transpired? The White Crane boy spoke with vigor, and amidst the sounds transmitted, Lu Qing could also hear the howling cold winds. However, there was a hint of joy in his tone. White Crane boy, there is something, indeed. Lu Qing, are you still cultivating in your cave dwelling? I'm preparing to return. The ice tide has risen at the White Sea. There are countless spirit fish. TSK, can you grill fish? I'll bring some back for us to enjoy together. The excitement and joy of the White Crane boy were palpable, and through the sounds carried by the cold winds, Lu Qing also heard the cracking of ice blocks, the chill permeating through the transmission talisman to his ears, as Lu Qing gazed upon the picturesque scenery of his island. Adorned with lush spring grass, he realized that according to the seasons, it must currently be January, the heart of winter. Haha, it's a deal, boy. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Grilling fish is a cinch. Indeed, it had been a long while since Lu Qing had stepped into the kitchen after his dietary abstinence. All right, this time, I guarantee you'll be utterly astonished. I've never seen fish so large, so long, and so cold. As a master fisherman, the White Crane boy had always held a certain disdain for those who wielded spirit tools yet could not catch a single fish. Hence, every time he wandered by the White Sea, despite the presence of numerous adept anglers eager to seize the opportunity during the tidal shifts, none could compare to the White Crane boy's unparalleled skill. This time, he was so delighted and engrossed in his adventure that he almost forgot his primary duties. Lu Qing was compelled to listen to the tales of the White Sea. Although he had never visited that realm, The white crane boy's incessant chatter for over an incense stick's duration had afforded him a fair understanding of the area. Were he to venture there, he would not be utterly lost, for the White Sea was a vast expanse of icy ocean, shrouded in heavy snowfall and blanketed in white, infused with an overwhelming aura that obscured one's sense of direction and disrupted the order of navigation. According to the white crane boy, during his first visit, he too had lost his way for a spell. The last flicker of white light from the transmission talisman faded, and the luminous butterfly vanished completely. Thus, this exchange of communication came to an end. Lu Qing gently exhaled, seated himself upon a, then rose gracefully, his sleeves billowing as he rode the wind above the spiritual fields. He gazed down at the distinct spiritual trees below. The trees had matured, yet bore no fruit. Lu Qing, with a wave of his hand, summoned a gentle rain to quench their thirst for spiritual moisture. He calculated the time deftly. Approximately 4 months remained until the fruits would ripen, and by then, the generous rewards from this spiritual planting task would be within his grasp. Both spiritual stones and contribution points were essential to him. At this moment, the spiritual planting disciple token also stirred. Lu Qing leaned in to take a look, and a smile spread across his face. It turned out to be an announcement regarding the assessment of all disciples within the spiritual planting division. The disciples of the Spirit Plant Institute are hereby informed that from the 1st to the 10th of March, assessments for the junior, intermediate, and senior Spirit Plant Master levels will be conducted. All interested disciples are urged to make the necessary preparations for the examination, which will not be limited in scope. Integrity is paramount. Cheating will not be tolerated. It has been quite some time since I updated my entry-level status. March provides ample opportunity, allowing me to avoid the rush and take the examination for a junior Spirit Plant Master. After all, if I postpone and accept tasks later, I will miss out on the novice benefits of the Purple Mansion. The requirements for certain tasks have become more intricate, differing from the simpler assignments previously undertaken by Lu Qing, which merely required the refinement of specific Spirit Plant Master spells to succeed. Those tasks were directed towards disciples outside the Institute, with a portion of the remuneration being withheld by the platform that issues them. Internal tasks within the Spirit Plant Institute are contingent upon the level of the Spirit Plant Master, with different levels permitting the cultivation of various plants. The distinctions among the 9, 8, and 6-tier Spirit Plants are significant. Lu Qing even acquired a volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Spirit Plants in the Cultivation Realm using Spirit Stones, which catalogs an innumerable array of spirit plants across various grades. Chapter 74, A Minor Turmoil Regarding Divine Powers. Lu Qing, now a disciple of the Spirit Plant Academy, found himself fortunate to come across a notice within the green token of the Academy, perfectly timed for the upcoming assessment. When he first joined, the entry process was exceedingly simple, merely requiring a basic registration. With this new assessment at hand, Lu Qing seized the opportunity, particularly since it did not require any examination fee. Every day on Lingya Island, Lu Qing either practiced his cultivation or occasionally unleashed a grand rain technique, sometimes extending its reach to encompass a 100-mile radius around the island. The sea beneath him would erupt into a torrential downpour, while the skies beyond remained clear and cloudless. Lu Qing had long since explored his surroundings, curious if there were any neighbors. Unlike the neighboring peaks, he realized that flying a considerable distance was necessary to spot another island. This isolation afforded him ample opportunity to practice his techniques over the ocean. Aside from the boy in white crane attire, he occasionally exchanged messages with Senior Brother Qian, who had previously contacted him. Senior Brother Qian was quite the seasoned character, capable of managing the bustling registration hall as a responsible disciple, a feat not easily accomplished. At this moment, he leisurely assessed the availability of cave dwellings to be opened for selection by other disciples. Suddenly, a voice inquired, "Is there anyone at the Tianyun Blessed Land?" A chill ran down Qian's spine. Not again with the Tianyun Blessed Land. This location had been the center of several recent incidents, with many disciples embroiled in troubles. Hastily departing from the registration hall, curious to see who dared to disturb him, he looked up and beheld a boy clad in worn robes. But it wasn't merely the boy's appearance that struck him. He recognized him as the disciple who had recently stirred considerable commotion in the outer sect regarding the inner sect's trials, claiming he would test the world. Surprised, Qian's demeanor softened as he replied, "Esteemed brother, currently, the Tianyun Blessed Land is unoccupied. However, as you know, Brother Ning has always favored this place, and several others share his affection, so I must apologize." He intended to elaborate, hoping to convey to the young inner sect disciple the ominous nature of this locale. Many had fiercely contended for this blessed land to hasten their cultivation. Their eyes reddened with desire. Those who intervened often found themselves in dire straits. This colossal vortex of conflict was a mystery to him, yet as he spoke, he caught a glimpse of confusion on the boy's unassuming face. Realizing that the youth had not comprehended his words, Qian recalled some rumors circulating in the outer sect and swiftly shifted the topic. Brother, this place is favored by Brother Ning Xiaohua. Feng Yin scratched his head, pondering his own strength. Caught off guard, Qian stammered. Brother Ning is one of the top 10 masters in our outer sect. Very well, I shall challenge him. The countenance of Feng Yin brimmed with eagerness, an unmistakable aura of combativeness emanating from him. Fortunately, it was not directed at senior brother Qian, who, observing the departing figure, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Only upon confronting this senior brother Feng Yin did Qian comprehend the peculiar expressions of those who had hesitated to speak. It turned out that he was a battle enthusiast. The Tianyun blessed land was indeed a source of considerable headache. Previously, when assisting Lu Qing in selecting a cave dwelling, he inadvertently aligned his choices with Lu Qing's thoughts, and subsequently felt that retaining this blessed land was a potential calamity. Thus, he promptly offered it to the hall. Whoever wished to facilitate this transaction was welcome to do so. In retrospect, it was evident that there was some esoteric reasoning behind this. The Ning Xiaohua mentioned by senior brother Qian was one such individual, along with several others vying for this land. The competition was fierce, and even the intermediary became embroiled in the fray, with several senior brothers contending for this space. Supported by unseen forces, it was beyond their capacity to navigate. Senior brother Qian's timely intervention was akin to pulling back from the brink. Otherwise, he might have found himself among those disciples penalized to labor in the menial duties hall. Resuming his seat, Qian blew gently on his spiritual tea, appearing tranquil and composed. Having ascended in rank, he no longer needed to engage in ordinary transactions. Yet this particular visitor was exceptional, likely recognized by other disciples who dared not approach. Oh, what a troublesome season it was. The outer and inner doors seldom interacted, leaving him uncertain of this brother's intentions. Contemplating, he sent this information to Lu Qing. For if this senior brother Feng were to challenge Lu Qing, it could spell trouble. At the very least, Lu Qing ought to be informed. The minor disturbance had no impact on Lu Qing, who, upon receiving senior brother Qian's message, couldn't help but express gratitude towards the unexpected Feng Yin, as he had successfully diverted the outer sect's attention. This development was fortuitous. It seemed unlikely that anyone would focus on the list of registered disciples. However, Lu Qing was only aware that his newly appointed master bore the surname Li, with no further knowledge beyond that. As he pondered, a spark of curiosity about the inner sect began to stir within him. What marvels might lie therein? At present, Lu Qing had already reached the 6th realm of the Purple Mansion, the stage of forming the Golden Core, a concept that no longer felt distant. Furthermore, as he gazed into his palm, a subtle, ineffable energy gradually coalesced upon it. The techniques of divine powers were beginning to reveal their nascent form to him. Lu Qing's seclusion served not only as a means of cultivation but also as a crucible for refining the insights gained from his teachings. Divine powers diverged from mere techniques. They resembled a transformative art, achieving a certain realm of Tao. Lu Qing had merely glimpsed a thread of this understanding. Yet even he struggled to articulate the nature of this insight. Fortunately, there remained a plethora of divine powers available in the exchange list. However, the contribution points required for redemption were currently beyond his reach, and his gaze wandered to the renowned comment section, which was filled with numerous remarks from esteemed predecessors. Comprehension and enlightenment, divine powers and techniques are inextricably linked. To cultivate such divine powers, one must possess a keen intellect. I find it difficult to comprehend. Although there is the guidance of words and actions, nothing compares to the presence of a real mentor, even when separated by a mere photograph. It is no wonder that the phrase immense power is used. For to aspire to grasp such vastness through the cultivation of a single individual is akin to confronting the ineffable path directly. What an arduous endeavor. The tone is tinged with bitterness, and the struggle is palpable in every word. A single skill has already consumed countless contribution points. When shall I master it? A fellow disciple has succinctly encapsulated the vicissitudes of life. Chapter 75, The Discussion of Divine Powers, Grilled Fish. Summoning the wind and calling forth the rain. True mastery of such abilities transcends mere superficial manipulation of clouds and precipitation. After all, the distinction between ordinary rain and spiritually infused rain is profound. Some have commented on the intrinsic nature of divine powers and techniques. noting that they are worlds apart and cannot be adequately described in a single day. As Lu Qing perused these insights, he found even a rudimentary understanding of divine powers to be exhilarating. He pondered his own limited comprehension, which seemed to bear little relation to the known divine powers. His aspiration to cultivate the art of cloud and rain was still a distant dream. The art of cloud and rain is a grand technique, capable of altering the heavens and transforming earthly phenomena. Having recently embarked on this path, Lu Qing found his initial progress smooth, thanks to the foundational knowledge gained from a lesser technique. However, as he advanced, grasping that elusive spark of inspiration proved increasingly challenging. Thus, he resolved to proceed at a natural pace, allowing time to refine his understanding. The exchange of divine powers comes at a steep price, and Lu Qing seized the opportunity to explore the commentary section for insights. The transmission of divine powers does not reside in written texts or jade slips. It exists in the practical application by real practitioners. In other words, the exchange reveals but a fleeting glimpse of the powers in action. There are no detailed instructions or explicit elucidations, nor is there a written guide for repeated contemplation. Some individuals can memorize the movements in one go, while others require several repetitions. These subtle differences can deeply discourage disciples who aspire to ascend rapidly and disdain ordinary techniques in favor of perfecting divine powers. As one climbs higher and confronts the precipice, only to discover that the path leads to a dead end, it becomes evident that not everyone can traverse this route. Ordinary techniques can also be cultivated to lofty heights. Some have left messages cautioning future practitioners against blindly idolizing divine powers. One should not attempt to run before mastering the art of walking, unless one possesses innate exceptionalism. All practitioners must adhere to a systematic progression from the simple to the complex, culminating in advanced cultivation. Indeed, there are challenges inherent in this journey. Merely grasping a fragment of the principles at the Purple Mansion realm is already a considerable feat. Divine powers are not matters to be contemplated at this stage of cultivation. Taking measured steps is the prudent approach. Those who seek immediate results often find themselves facing dire consequences, as many disciples fall by the wayside each year. The last two comments were left long ago. It is unfortunate that, being human, one might wonder why they could not also cultivate if others could. Thus, following these cautionary messages, a plethora of new comments emerged. Clearly, such warnings may only serve to instill a degree of caution, but abandoning the pursuit is simply out of the question. Lu Qing, a cultivator himself, could empathize with this sentiment. He remained naturally cautious and habitually prudent, never forcing matters. The straightforward reason for his restraint was that he could not afford to exchange for the divine powers being offered. Lacking desire, he found himself free from want. If one is inherently empty, what is there to seek? As long as one contributes sufficiently, exchanges are possible, yet Lu Qing happened to lack the necessary contribution points. Such fortuitous opportunities and generosity are often absent in many familial and sectarian traditions. Thus, Lu Qing discerned the reason behind the relentless efforts of those immortal families to send their disciples into the mountains for cultivation. He also understood why the recent purge of demons had roused even the inner disciples to undertake tasks, as spirit stones were often useful, but eventually, contribution points became the dominant currency, with divine abilities exchanged for these points. Lu Qing surveyed the numerous tasks ahead of him, realizing that he would have to complete at least a 3-digit number of them, if one wished to wholeheartedly exchange for divine abilities upon reaching the Purple Mansion realm. It was indeed feasible, provided they did not remain secluded in their own caverns, which explained why he had seldom encountered many Purple Mansion disciples previously. The external missions of the sect were the main event. With disciples below the Purple Mansion not granted this privilege, it was natural for them to remain within the sect, resulting in Lu Qing often witnessing hurried comings and goings primarily from qi-nourishing and foundation establishment disciples. He decided to stop pondering and awaited the return of the White Crane Boy, while Lu Qing was unaware of the White Crane Boy's wealth. The extravagant manner of his communication, a mid-tier transmission talisman costing 100 spirit stones and designed for single use, suggested urgency and excitement. It was likely that the White Crane Boy would not return on foot, but rather through a teleportation array, a teleportation talisman, or by hitching a ride with someone else. Lu Qing prepared himself. The island-esque primordial forest boasted a variety of trees. He chose a clearing, opting not to cook fish atop his mountain, where the smoke from the flames was too pungent, and instead settled by the stream. In less than half a stick of incense, 2 white figures descended from the sky, and with a splash, one of them plunged into the stream. Lu Qing swiftly grasped with his hand, enveloping the nearly fallen snow-white spirit fish in a layer of spiritual energy. This was the very fish. It had been a month since he last saw the white crane boy, who remained plump and robust, his fluffy feathers obscuring his entire body. Compared to other agile white cranes, the white crane boy appeared even sturdier. Evidently, he had enjoyed plentiful nourishment during his month in the White Sea. Truly, as a boy, that fish was remarkably long, nearly 2 feet in length, entirely snow-white, with frost-like patterns on its scales that refracted beams of light under the sunlight. Lu Qing deftly captured the white fish, and as he wielded his spiritual energy like a blade to cut it open, he was met with white bones and flesh, from which a chilling aura emanated. He deftly marked a boundary to prevent the icy essence from encroaching upon his spiritual field. Indeed, the spirit fish from the White Sea was unlike any other. Lu Qing marveled as he observed the lingering cold aura clinging to each inch of the fish's flesh, confirming that the White Sea was not merely a cold tale. Even the bones of the fish bore the frost and chill of that frigid realm. With commendable skill, Lu Qing constructed a barbecue rack from a freshly cut branch, robust as a bowl. It was also the first time the white crane boy experienced outdoor grilling. Lu Qing skillfully filleted the fish, dividing it into several portions before instructing the white crane boy to unleash a fireball technique. Thus, Lu Qing grilled the fish while the white crane boy tended to the flames. The ethereal fire, distinct from ordinary flames, worked its magic, and in no time, the surface of the fish began to sizzle, releasing an enticing aroma. The flesh was tender and the snow-white meat exuded an irresistible fragrance. Without the need for any seasoning, the white crane boy savored the grilled spirit fish, wisps of white smoke rising from his head as he ate. Lu Qing chuckled, inquiring, "What kind of spirit fish is this? Its spiritual essence is so abundant." The white crane boy, having indulged too much, had momentarily forgotten to channel his spiritual energy to refine the pure essence. The fish was a white sea swordfish, rumored to contain a sword bone, which some would use for forging. The white crane boy hastily resumed his cultivation to refine the essence. Lu Qing's gaze settled on the grill, pondering the swordfish. Could it be that the sword bone was so fragile that it was unnoticeable from the outside? However, it seemed that their catch lacked such a feature. It was merely a matter of luck. After a brief pause, the white crane boy spoke again. Lu Qing then understood that it was not a matter of him being too rough, destroying the sword bone, but rather that this particular fish simply did not possess one. Chapter 76, Assessment Matters. Such probability issues were within Lu Qing's comprehension. If every swordfish possessed a sword bone, those who crafted weapons would surely be driven to madness. He was well aware that sword bones were cherished spiritual treasures among sword cultivators. Lu Qing indulged in a meal of the white sea swordfish. This fish, when grilled, proved to be an excellent choice, light and refreshing, devoid of greasiness. This remarkable quality likely stemmed from the unique characteristics of the spiritual fish's native habitat. Lu Qing had never been one to indulge excessively in culinary delights. Once he sensed that his spiritual energy had reached its limit, he ceased eating. The spiritual essence within this modest portion of fish was already more abundant than that found in typical meals. At this moment, he could feel the vibrant golden sea of spiritual liquid within his dantian, gradually undulating as if responding to his cultivation. Consuming this meal equated to nearly completing a full cycle of refining energy. The realm of cultivation certainly boasted a plethora of species, including the white sea swordfish. Lu Qing silently recalled his compendium of spiritual flora and wondered if there might also exist a comprehensive guide to spiritual fish or birds in the cultivation world. It was not beyond the realm of possibility. Although the white crane boy was not present, he was well informed. After all, being part of the white crane clan, he frequently traversed the skies, and most disciples tended to favor the cost-effective offerings of his lineage. As an inner disciple, Lu Qing had earned the title of a registered apprentice, which was commendable. It was no surprise that the white crane boy was aware of who had been taken on as a registered disciple. The white crane clan's ancestors remained within the inner sect, and the boy's previous knowledge of such matters likely stemmed from his connections with the two elders. Indeed, it was unexpected for Lu Qing. He had not anticipated this revelation. The white crane boy, however, showed no surprise. There is nothing to ponder. The elder's thoughts are beyond our comprehension. With a significant amount of spiritual energy refined, its physique had indeed grown stronger. Lu Qing casually offered a pot of tea to aid in digestion. As for the elder you apprenticed under, I do know who it is, but I cannot divulge that information. If overheard, I might be struck by lightning mid-flight. Rest assured, however, it is nothing malevolent. If you enter the inner sect, you will have a formidable ally. The white crane boy, typically voluble in Lu Qing's presence, now spoke with evident caution, as if genuinely fearing the consequences of his words. Lu Qing couldn't help but smile at the boy's demeanor, yet he pondered the implications of what had been said. "Fear not, my friend. I understand your meaning." Lu Qing maintained his composure, devoid of any anxious thoughts. The prospect of an ally so esteemed that even the White Crane boy regarded him with envy was enticing. Yet he recognized that he currently had no means to pursue such connections. It was far better to concentrate on the present, particularly the impending spiritual plant master assessment. As the White Crane boy departed, he offered a few insights regarding the assessment. Though he was a crane, his mind was often preoccupied with schemes for acquiring spiritual stones. Realizing that meticulous tasks were beyond his expectations, he concluded that the ancestral legacy was indeed valuable. For each spirit stone earned, especially on longer journeys, many disciples would generously reward him with additional stones. In those years, when only a few plots of spiritual fields had been cultivated, the White Crane boy had already ceased his endeavors. Although he no longer engaged in this occupation, he was well aware of the nature of the assessment. The evaluation consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a practical examination, each accounting for 50% of the total score. The content of the assessment was exceedingly diverse. I had attempted it at the time but failed, and I am now merely an entry-level spiritual planner. The White Crane boy sighed wistfully. Lu Qing gazed at the White Crane boy with a newfound astonishment. Utterly unprepared for the revelation that the tales of his past involvement in spiritual planting were not mere fabrications. It had simply eluded his perception until now. However, recalling the White Crane boy's deftness in plucking feathers from his own body, Lu Qing experienced a moment of epiphany. Only those who have not engaged in spiritual planting would be unaware of the perils posed by insect infestations. Fortunately, Lu Qing needn't fret over such matters. As a practitioner of considerable standing within the outer sect, it would be laughable indeed if he could not contend with mere insects. A practical examination? Indeed, the White Crane, struggled to write. Yet when it came to the practical assessment, those elderly gentlemen insisted that I cultivate some fish fruit. Humph. Had I not drawn the fish fruit question, I surely would have advanced. Lu Qing suddenly pondered. You didn't happen to consume your examination fruit, did you? Upon hearing this, the White Crane boy's gaze flickered momentarily before he leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "What do you mean consume?" "I merely wish to conduct an experiment." Lu Qing scrutinized the robust form of the White Crane boy, contemplating the remarkable ability to have ingested the answers during the examination. Such a talent. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Thank you for sharing this information. The written assessment and the practical evaluation are simply akin to written exams and interviews. Such examinations are familiar to me, differing only in content, with a 50% weighting. I am not overly concerned about the written test. However, I am somewhat curious about the practical assessment." He harbored a sense of anticipation regarding the spiritual planning examination in the cultivation realm, for there would always be future opportunities should this attempt falter. Nonetheless, it would be unwise to neglect preparation. After bidding farewell to the White Crane boy, Lu Qing resolved to ready himself. Yet, this assessment on the surface lacked any reference materials or answer keys, and the scope of the questions remained ambiguous. However, beneath the surface, exchanges between individuals hinted otherwise. Lu Qing observed numerous messages appearing on the information jade slip. High price offered for intermediate spiritual planter assessment content. Interested parties, please contact privately. Is there anyone with the assessment content for entry-level spiritual planters? Prices are negotiable. Urgent request. Before Lu Qing could delve deeper, he noticed these 2 messages silently vanishing amid the flow of countless others. Subsequently, a prominent message surged forth, declaring, "Integrity in assessments, please do not procrastinate." This striking message quickly rose above the multitude, ensuring that every disciple who acquired the jade slip would see it immediately. At that moment, Lu Qing comprehended that the sale of such materials was likely prohibited, hinting at the complexity behind this information jade slip. Placing the jade slip back, Lu Qing lightly tapped his toes, his figure resembling a wisp of azure cloud as he gracefully ascended to the summit of the cliff, embodying an ethereal elegance beyond the mundane. Chapter 77, The Unperturbed Elder. Pingia Lake. Between the towering cliffs on either side, a river of jade white flows straight through the center, resembling a celestial river that obstructs the bridge-like formations of the surrounding mountains. At this moment, 2 figures stand atop the cliffs, one clad in tattered robes and the other adorned in resplendent garments, their opposing energies clashing fiercely. Suddenly, the previously tranquil river below erupts into waves, splashing water towards the trees along the bank, causing ripples to spread far and wide. "Humph, are you the one called Fengyan?" The inner sect does not interfere with the outer sect's affairs. Do you dare to defy this rule? Ning Xiaohua's gaze darkens abruptly. Though outsiders cannot discern the underlying intricacies, he has already found himself at a disadvantage during their confrontation. Yet, how could this be? He has attained the 7th realm of the Purple Mansion. He is no weakling. Fengyan replied, Heavenly Cloud-blessed land. I seek the Heavenly Cloud-blessed land. They said you desired it, so I came. He earnestly explained the motivation behind his battle intent, asserting that he had received permission from his master to venture forth, thus not violating any rules. A fleeting shadow of gloom crossed Ning Xiaohua's expression. Very well, since you wish to fight, let us unleash our full potential. Good. Fengyan eagerly accepted. This pre-battle clash of energies was not his forte, but he believed there was some merit to his master's words. He thought that once he secured his own cave dwelling here, he could embark on further training. However, this casual indifference only served to heighten the simmering resentment within Ning Xiaohua. One day, I will surely enter the inner sect. As for this battle, onlookers were already gathering around the arena. The square arena, a domain of transformation, allowed for unhindered displays of power without consequence. Bang! A figure was sent flying across the heavens, blood streaming forth, their aura waning. Fengyan retracted his fist, an awkward expression crossing his face. Brother, are you all right? Having been struck down with a single punch, Ning Xiaohua nearly spat blood upon hearing this question. Outside the arena, countless eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, that punch was preposterous. What level of cultivation does he possess? Why didn't he use any spells? Surely he must be a body refinement practitioner. They're the only ones so reckless. Some disciples, witnessing Ning Xiaohua's condition, could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Recalling how those body refinement disciples could knock down opponents with a single blow, exhibiting a raw strength that was almost monstrous. Meanwhile, Songwen observed the arena battle from his own secluded domain, surprised that this clash had drawn the attention of the elders. A remarkable talent in body refinement. Would he be sent to the water prefecture for training? His gaze settled on Fengyan, narrowing slightly as he noticed the aura around him, reminiscent of a dragon, with a golden, juvenile dragon coiling above his head. Or perhaps he is destined for the celestial domain. Compared to the prowess of body refinement, Elder Song's attention was more captivated by the extraordinary manifestation of fortune above this young man's head. That golden juvenile dragon, if it descended to the mortal realm, would be akin to an unparalleled emperor. Even within the realms of cultivation, it signified supreme nobility. Elder Song pondered for a moment, unable to decipher the enigma, and realized that someone had long ago shrouded the heavenly secrets, possibly even disturbing the very essence of fate itself. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to merely safeguarding this small plot of land. Beyond that, he lacked the energy for further scheming. The last young man, whose fortune bore an unusual manifestation, possessed a different destiny, and it seemed to evoke certain reflections. Elder Song swiftly altered his thoughts, ensuring that no one perceived his shift in focus. For those of profound cultivation, merely knowing their name could intertwine the threads of fate and cause. His gaze fell upon a thin sheet of paper, upon which were inscribed names, the first disciples accepted by both senior brothers in the inner sect elders and the outer sect. The implications conveyed therein were undeniably intriguing. As the one who personally received them, Songwen scrutinized the chosen disciples of the two senior brothers. Half of them had performed admirably in the arena, which was not surprising. In the outer sect, one seldom encountered exceptional talent or divine reincarnations. Thus, one could only settle for the next best options. As Elder Song had indicated, selecting those with favorable fortunes, commendable dispositions, or innate excellence in certain aspects. Excluding half of the names, the remaining selections appeared ethereal and ambiguous, devoid of any clear criteria. Unfortunately, the qualifications of these two Earth-grade disciples were lamentable, their temperaments unworthy of application. With numerous disciples, Songwen could hardly recall who was who, yet he retained some memory regarding those of Earth and Heaven grades. Most others fell within the superior category, with a fair number of Earth grade and many of the medium grade. Nearby, a languorous spiritual crane lounged on a chair, indifferent to the selection process, which seemed to hinge solely on fate. Old man, your endless deliberation is a waste of time, it remarked, its voice human-like. Songwen huffed in frustration, you don't understand. These two senior brothers must have their own intentions, though I cannot discern them at present. The crane opened its beak, channeling spiritual energy like a breeze, causing the papers on the table to flutter toward it. These are mere junior disciples from the Purple Mansion. When they enter the inner sect, the true nature of their circumstances will be revealed. I can already tell their cultivation speed is commendable. I observed that fierce young man in combat. He possesses remarkable luck. The crane continued to enumerate the virtues of these disciples. Songwon glanced at the names, realizing the crane's observations were not without merit. He focused on the performances in the arena. While intriguing, how could one ascertain a disciple's true worth without them stepping into the fray? The rest were merely matters of fate. I recall the few you mentioned, yet this one's rapid advancement is indeed curious. He scrutinized one particular name, Lu Qing, at the Purple Mansion cultivation level. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "How strange. I have no recollection of this disciple." Of course, the first line indicated that their entrance test revealed superior qualifications. 2 years ago, had the testing mirror malfunctioned? Each disciple's entry into the academy was accompanied by a dedicated database, readily accessible for reference when necessary. Thus, Lu Qing's concise background is not particularly secretive in his case. Such swiftness prompts Song One to make comparisons. The realms of the Purple Mansion, as previously mentioned, should witness breakthroughs upon hearing the teachings. A promising talent indeed. I am convinced that among this group, only he possesses the opportunity to enter the inner sanctum. Whether fate or fortune plays a role, he remains indifferent among those who rise to power, who lacks a touch of great fortune or significant opportunity. Having spent considerable time in the Tao Academy, he has witnessed both the dragons and phoenixes among men, as well as the fall of many prodigies. Pursuing the path of a spirit planter, he has taken to tilling the land. Although Elder Song has yet to meet this disciple, he perceives much through a brief account. Recognizing that the individual is likely a practitioner of quiet cultivation. Indeed, the Spirit Planting Institute must be preparing for assessment soon, I presume? The spirit crane extracted a carrot from its feathers, chewed a few bites, and with its beady eyes turned towards Elder Song, inquired, "What's the matter?" "Well, I shall go and take a look this year," he replied. "It is rather idle here. It would be good to descend and see what the Spirit Planting Institute has recently discovered." As he spoke, the spirit crane quickly rose, unfurled its grand wings, shook its plumage, and with a couple of hums remarked, "I have long told you to venture out more. Being cooped up here hardly facilitates breakthroughs. At last, you have come to your senses, old man." Chapter 78, Preparation, the Red Cloud Technique in contrast to the well-known reputations of Yifengwen and the Outer Sect Courtyard. Lu Qing has recently returned to his previous days of quiet cultivation. He remains unaware of the situation regarding Elder Song. The ongoing conflicts and clandestine currents above him feel like distant matters. Currently, he has no detailed plans for each day, choosing instead to act spontaneously. Having recently achieved breakthroughs in 2 minor realms, Lu Qing now focuses on refining his Dantian spiritual sea, striving to enhance his spiritual power back to its innate state. Furthermore, upon completing his cultivation, he intends to utilize the cloud and rain technique to nourish the spiritual fields on both sides. While traversing these spiritual fields, he revisits and consolidates his knowledge of spiritual flora. Typically, those aspiring to become spiritual plant masters begin at lower realms, progressively elevating their levels with each cultivation stage, thereby obtaining corresponding qualifications. In other words, it is quite unusual for Lu Qing, who is nearing the stage of forming a core, to still be considered a novice spiritual plant master. However, the assessment for a spiritual plant master does not solely depend on one's cultivation level. Regardless, possessing a higher cultivation level undoubtedly facilitates one's endeavors, a convenience Lu Qing is currently experiencing. He finds that the knowledge which once required repeated readings to comprehend is now easily assimilated. His spirit has transcended, allowing 2 Lu Qings to operate simultaneously, one diligently recording extensive knowledge of spiritual plants and structuring a coherent system, while the other ventures to the island mountains to apply what he has learned, cultivating a plot of land the size of a room. He also channels some of the Earth's spiritual energy into this newly created spiritual field. Lu Qing has named this plot the Assessment Experimental Field. Before the evaluations commence, he has already planted dragon heart fruits and purple moon fruits in his spiritual field. As a means to test the efficacy of his spells, an experimental field is indispensable. He does not possess the disposition to merely fabricate results in isolation, especially when facing several esteemed elders. He believes it crucial to maintain a proper attitude. While it is not a dire situation to perform poorly, arriving unprepared for the assessment would likely leave a negative impression. Seizing the attention garnered by the recent arena battles, Lu Qing ventured to the main cultivation city, where he successfully acquired 3 sets of first-hand assessment insights from a reasonably priced Disciple Alliance trading association. Let there be no misunderstanding. He does not possess vast wealth. Initially, Lu Qing sought only a single jade slip. But due to the association's recent promotion linked to the assessments, he benefited from a buy one, get three free offer, specifically aimed at preliminary and intermediate evaluations. This promotion greatly facilitated Lu Qing. The insights contained not only the circumstances of various disciples' assessments, but also included several concise and effective spiritual plant spells. Given the necessity of having a spiritual field nearby, Lu Qing decided to experiment with these spells within the rapidly cultivated land. Admittedly, he currently relies on the powerful effects of the cloud and rain technique to irrigate the spiritual plants, as he has not yet delved deeply into other aspects of spiritual plant spells. Let me see. The assessment includes nurturing spiritual plants on-site, demonstrating one's spellcasting abilities, and dealing with the pestilence that has befallen the allocated spiritual fields. As Lu Qing observed, he increasingly felt that this examination encompassed a myriad of aspects. Yet, at its core, it fundamentally aimed to evaluate whether the disciples possess the essential capabilities of a spiritual plant master. The first and most frequently tested spell is the minor rain technique, which I am proficient in. Lu Qing bypassed this. Standing before the spiritual field, a jade slip floated before him, and various spells became animated, showcasing themselves to Lu Qing. Unlike those techniques focused solely on cultivation or combat, these spells are the hallmark of the Spiritual Plant Institute, emphasizing supportive effects rather than offensive prowess. The Crimson Cloud technique allows for the nurturing of crimson clouds, which can slightly elevate the temperature in a localized area, without the intricate formations governing the seasons. The heat emanating from this crimson cloud array can assist the spiritual plant struggling to survive the harsh frost during the depths of winter. Given the myriad details to consider timing, location, and human factors, a true spiritual plant master cannot merely plant under favorable conditions. Lu Qing committed the incantation to memory, gesturing with his fingers as his heart aligned with his thoughts. A crimson cloud began to coalesce in the bright sky above. Initially, a wave of warmth surged forth, and as the crimson cloud solidified, it enveloped the area where Lu Qing stood, transforming the warmth into a fierce wind reminiscent of a vast desert storm. Maintaining the spell, Lu Qing observed the changes in the soil. Previously moistened by the spiritual rain, the soil quickly became arid and hot, although these transformations began subtly. Lu Qing diligently recorded his observations. The crimson cloud above him had little effect on him at present. This area, which should have functioned like a water field, rapidly evolved to suit the conditions of arid lands, while the spiritual and earthly energies remained unchanged. Only the external appearance of the field transformed, infused with a sense of intense heat, making it ideal for cultivating sun-loving spiritual plants. Lu Qing controlled the range and intensity of his inaugural application of the Crimson Cloud technique. Since such spells were included in the preliminary assessments for aspiring spiritual plant masters, it indicated that they would not be overly complex or difficult. The distinction lay solely in the duration of practice and familiarity. Dismissing the crimson cloud, he summoned a gentle rain to restore the spiritual field to its original state. Over the next few days, Lu Qing maintained a balanced routine, neither overly busy nor excessively leisurely. March had arrived, ushering in the early spring, with willows lining the riverbanks, their tendrils brushing gently against his face. As Lu Qing walked across the surface of the river, he produced a verdant token, realizing that the time for the examination was drawing near. Not only had he solidified his cultivation, but he also sensed, albeit vaguely, the nascent form of his divine abilities. Hidden within the mountains lay an ineffable mystery of great creation and profound truths, as if everything he perceived within this realm felt vast and unfathomable. Lu Qing currently experiences a certain sentiment akin to this, as he recalls a previous epiphany that brought both immense fortune and peril. He refrains from an impulsive ascent into the mountains, sensing that the opportune moment has yet to arrive. At present, he remains unable to perceive that elusive glimmer of spiritual illumination, suggesting that the time is not ripe. Regarding the formation, he finds himself at an impasse, uncertain of the level he occupies, yet undeniably confronted with a bottleneck. Following the enlightening discourse, Lu Qing has indeed experienced significant advancements across various dimensions. However, in the realm of formations, aside from a notable enhancement in his efficiency of arrangement, he has yet to observe any substantial progress in other areas. In terms of arraying, he has long since grasped the fundamentals of both the golden light array and the illusion array. Although he has not neglected the illusion array, its insights feel more ephemeral and insubstantial when juxtaposed with the gradual accumulation of his cultivation. Even with Lu Qing's current level of understanding, it remains challenging to assert that During the arrangement of the formation and the operation of the arrayed disk, the flickering spiritual lights can be rendered steadfast and unyielding. This characteristic, compounded by his practice of the illusion array, engenders a sense of methodical heaviness in his approach. In other words, compared to a true master of formations, he still exhibits a degree of rigidity. Chapter 79. Bottleneck. Storms departing from the mountain. Initially, Lu Qing was oblivious to this issue, hindered by an insufficient level of comprehension and insight, which rendered him unable to perceive the circumstances beyond the mountain he inhabited. Now, confronted with a bottleneck, he reflected and realized that his lack of progress was not due to stagnation. Rather, his advancements had merely reinforced the foundational practices he had previously undertaken in array formations. As a result, the ease he once experienced in his cultivation now felt as if he had encountered an impenetrable barrier. This realization was indeed a positive development. Previously, while practicing the illusion array, he had been confined to his own imagination, reciting the established doctrines without true understanding, as his comprehension fell short. Grasping this concept marked a significant step forward. However, understanding and actualizing that understanding are two distinct matters. Currently, Lu Qing faced a bottleneck, a problem he had contemplated. He recognized that his practice of array formations lacked a cohesive foundational system. The theoretical underpinning was equally crucial, although he had perused extensive knowledge on array formations. The rigid phrases contained within jade slips differed markedly from the teachings imparted by a living master. After completing the assessments, he intended to seek guidance at the array court, which he regarded as akin to attending a lesson. Reflecting on his cultivation journey, Lu Qing realized he traversed a path that had been meticulously delineated by his sect countless times. Even the selection of cultivation techniques was laid out with clear permissions for each level, elucidating what was expected at each stage. This path, established from the very beginning, was not devoid of risks, but significantly minimized the chances of straying into demonic deviation or misdirection in his cultivation. However, beyond mere cultivation, there existed a plethora of disciplines such as the way of arrays, talismans, alchemy, artifacts, and painting, each flourishing in its own right. The cost for a lesson was considerable. Glancing at the fee for the class, Lu Qing noted that as he was not a disciple of the array court, the assessments for array masters were considerably more stringent than those for spiritual plant masters. Since he had yet to reach the assessment period, he was not entitled to any discounts. Nonetheless, there was an exception. For cultivators of the Purple Mansion, each sect had granted a first-time discount. Thus, Lu Qing could avail himself of a discounted lesson in array formations. The elder from the inner sect had previously mentioned that the instruction on array formations leaned more towards practical application, covering aspects such as the arrangement of arrays, types of arrays, and their effects. Lu Qing had derived considerable benefit from that lesson. Now, his task was to distill the intricate knowledge he had absorbed into a system of array formations that best suited him, while simultaneously observing the theoretical teachings of genuine array masters, a fortuitous opportunity to break through his current bottleneck. These confusions and uncertainties seemed to Lu Qing to be unpredictable elements along the path of cultivation, which indeed exemplified the allure of the practice. Having set aside his focus on arrays, he noted that 3 days remained before the spiritual plant master assessment approached. Before that, he resolved to categorize the foundational knowledge pertaining to the spiritual plant master into distinct memory palaces. Lu Qing could now glance at the material and silently recite it in his mind. By the time he exited the examination room, the actual questions would have slipped from his memory, elucidating why the on-site assessments required recitation while the written examinations did not. Thus, even Lu Qing is currently perplexed about the nature of the written assessments. Engrossed in his own contemplations, he remains unaware of the surrounding commotion that has permeated the outer sect for the past 2 months. Such vibrancy is indeed a rarity. The disciples of the inner sect seldom have the opportunity to interact with those of the outer sect. When a brother from the inner sect is encountered, who would not wish to engage in a few words, hoping to forge a bond. However, the demeanor exhibited by Feng Yun deters many from approaching, fearing they may be mistaken for challengers and consequently suffer an undeserved beating. This is the very source of the current excitement, challenge letters. Since Ning Xiaohua's defeat, numerous restless disciples have issued their own challenges, one after another, continuing until today. How remarkable this is! What realm of the Purple Mansion does this signify? The previous challenger, Brother Qian, hailed from the 7th realm of the Purple Mansion, and he mentioned that Brother Feng Yun was around the 5th or 6th realm, a level beneath him. Is this not a battle beyond one's rank? Is this the realm of prodigies? The 10 outstanding disciples of the outer sect have all been vanquished. Even the Tian Kuei and Di Xing have fallen. Should he emerge victorious today, it is said he will depart the mountain gate to challenge various masters. What if a golden core cultivator intervenes? Some rolled their eyes, dismissing the possibility in the Xiantian domain. The dissemination of such news would prevent any acts of oppression based on size, unless they were demonic cultivators or other malevolent forces. Additionally, it remains unspoken that those who venture out for experience from the inner sect typically enter early. A brother once recounted that there have been instances of such prodigies. Generally, such geniuses are accompanied by reputed protectors or elder guardians. Nevertheless, these matters are not theirs to fret over. Brother Lu was also unable to stand against him, having been unexpectedly defeated. Previously, Brother Lu wielded the Willow Moon with such finesse that he was rumored to have comprehended aspects of temporal anomalies. He is undoubtedly a favored candidate for the inner sect in the next grand competition. Eyes were drawn to the arena, where a refined young man lay defeated, prompting gasps of astonishment upon recognition. The body refinement disciples possess formidable strength, yet after suffering a significant setback, a master of body refinement established a doctrine, creating a technique known as the temporal art. It is said that this elder gleaned a profound truth from the eyes of the Zhulong, embedding this essence within the technique. Thus, those who practice this art inherently bear the mark of temporal anomalies in the face of the true temporal art. Lu Tianling's temporal manifestations are akin to mere driftwood on water, lacking foundation. Some disciples, with eyes ablaze, recounted ancient tales. Moreover, only those truly gifted in body refinement can cultivate this technique, a testament to their extraordinary brilliance. The onlookers, captivated by the prospect of witnessing the rise of an unparalleled prodigy, found joy in the rare spectacle, recognizing that a prodigy's opponent is also a prodigy. While their long tenure had fostered a sense of detachment, yet many disciples maintained a composed exterior, while internally, a fierce resolve and confidence began to burgeon. Thus, having completed the initial sharpening of the blade here, it is time to venture forth with sword in hand, akin to a dragon emerging from the depths. Songwen cast a profound glance at the departing winds and clouds of the Tao Academy. Senior brother, the assessment commences tomorrow. Do you have any advice? Upon noticing Songwen's arrival, the dean of the Spirit Herb Institute and the elders also appeared to welcome this esteemed elder. Upon learning that his visit pertained to the assessment, one elder on the left spoke up. Chapter 80. The examination of novice spirit botanists indeed. The arrival of Master Song here could provide us with valuable insights for this assessment. To be frank, we have already decided to incorporate illusions into the examination, utilizing the Heart of Heaven Pearl as a testing tool. The dean of the Spirit Botany Institute, Zhou Yaming, is a congenial cultivator, his demeanor refined and his robes simple. With a gentle smile, he shared their thoughts. Songwen remarked, "Oh, I recall that the Heart of Heaven Pearl is not your treasure. How could you bear to part with it?" He jested, his tone revealing a familiarity with the elders present. Zhou Yaoming smiled slightly, his gaze calm, exuding an aura of profound tranquility that unconsciously eased the tension in the air. Previously, I had been overly attached to a mere pearl, which became a source of concern for me. Now that I have chosen to present it, I find it liberates me from my past worries. The other elders remained expressionless, while Songwen scrutinized Zhou Yaming, realizing the shift in his aura. It was indeed a significant step, not without its challenges. Contemplating the Heart of Heaven Pearl, he decided to steer the conversation back to the examination at hand. The Heart of Heaven Pearl possesses the power to create a realm of illusions. Which tier of the assessment do you intend to apply it to? All levels, Zhou Yuming replied. All levels? Songwen paused momentarily, as if contemplating a deeper strategy, but soon arrived at a conclusion. Very well, if we are to alter the format of the assessments, let us encompass all levels within this scope. We have endeavored to conduct past evaluations thoroughly, yet they were ultimately confined by predetermined parameters. It would be more beneficial to utilize this opportunity to broaden the scope and observe their performances, allowing for a more comprehensive evaluation that facilitates their progression. Zhou Yaoming's tone carried an unexpected decisiveness that contrasted with his usual demeanor. Songwen lowered his fingers from the sleeves of his robe, having briefly closed his eyes to engage in divination. This indeed seems promising. Within my calculations, the signs are favorable, and there is an undercurrent of auspicious energy. However, I deem that a singular outcome suffices. An abundance of results may lead to misguided judgments. One result is sufficient. Too many may breed delusions, Zhou Yaming agreed. Waving his sleeve, instantly, a shimmering circular mirror of water appeared in the center of their open space, glistening and transparent. Master Song, please observe here. This is the format we have established after modifying it with the Heart of Heaven Pearl. Songwon did not hesitate to engage with the display. Upon examining it, he burst into hearty laughter, embodying a carefree elegance. Splendid. Your ideas are truly remarkable. Should this endeavor succeed, it could serve as a model for other institutes. I recall they too possess similar methodologies, capable of effectively filtering and nurturing disciples through assessments, a significant achievement indeed. I shall commend your efforts within the Tao Academy. As his words fell, the surrounding elders simultaneously revealed smiles, for the contributions of disciples were a source of merit for them as elders. Resources that seemed trivial to the disciples were inconsequential to their elevated status. Haha. I am quite eager to see whether this cohort of disciples can surprise us. After the discussion, Elder Song confirmed that they had indeed intended to invite someone over. However, before the disciple could arrive, Songwon had already come and directly addressed the matter. In any case, altering this situation posed little difficulty, as the Heart of Heaven Pearl served as the centerpiece, making this assessment quite innovative. Would there be surprises? Indeed, every year brings forth a plethora of extraordinary talents. As the mention of disciples lightened the atmosphere further, an elderly man with flowing white hair stroked his beard and remarked, "I have also come to witness how your assessment will unfold this year." Meanwhile, the senior elders were contemplating the introduction of a new assessment format. On the other side, Lu Qing was also well prepared. As dawn broke the following day, the assessment at the Spirit Plant Academy officially commenced. Lu Qing arrived at the training city of the Spirit Plant Academy, given that it was the day of the assessment. To facilitate the disciples, numerous shimmering lights adorned the path. Approaching, Lu Qing discovered that these lights formed a registration pathway. As he stepped closer, a line of text materialized on the path. Disciples participating in the Spirit Plant Master Assessment, please register in front of the pathway. By bringing the token close, one could register. It turned out to be an exceedingly compact registration point. In addition to this, several disciples clad in azure robes were present to assist with guidance. Without troubling anyone, Lu Qing took out his token. He observed a vibrant green light flickering from it, while the pathway lights sparkled like tiny meteors, radiating a similar emerald hue. When the two collided, the green light dissipated, leaving only a trace of starlight apart from Lu Qing's token. His gaze shifted slightly, and he noticed an invisible talisman had materialized on the token. Disciple Lu Qing has completed pre-assessment registration. Please take the Spirit Plant token and proceed to the corresponding examination site to fulfill the preliminary assessment subjects. Lu Qing examined his token. It remained his. Yet this verdant token now bore an additional layer of information. As he touched it, the information revealed a passage of text, accompanied by the presence of a small teleportation talisman. Glancing around, he noticed others either registering at the meteor pathway or preparing for the examination in front of various disciples. Crush the teleportation talisman to reach the examination site, proclaimed a guiding disciple in a resonant voice. Even those who were previously bewildered now understood what to do. The entire process unfolded in an orderly manner. Lu Qing shattered the teleportation talisman, and a beam of light appeared beneath him. In the blink of an eye, he opened his eyes to find himself no longer amidst the bustling training city, but instead standing in a vacant plaza. Countless tables and chairs materialized within the plaza. And upon examining himself, Lu Qing realized he was already seated at an examination desk. He pondered silently, contemplating that each individual possessed a teleportation talisman. After the assessment concluded, he wondered how many spirit stones would be required. Yet, compared to the teleportation talisman, how vast this examination venue appeared. Lu Qing had previously encountered significant examinations. Yet upon arriving at this particular venue, he gazed out and could scarcely fathom the multitude of individuals converging in the square for assessment. This surpassed any gathering of 100 candidates by far. Seated upon a chair, he found himself at an ancient wooden desk, equipped with ink, paper, and an array of brushes. However, Lu Qing refrained from embarrassing himself with the brushwork. As he took a moment to survey his surroundings, he soon realized that he could not perceive the others around him. The sky and the floor seemed to dissolve into a blank void, rendering the entire examination space as if it were solely his own. This sensation of being isolated from the world, existing in singularity within a vacuous realm, profoundly tested one's mental fortitude. Lu Qing, accustomed to meditative solitude and tranquil locales, now truly grasped the essence of serenity. Apart from the rhythmic rise and fall of his own breath, there was naught else. Even his consciousness seemed to revert to its primordial state, encapsulating a profound tranquility. While his previous solitude was accompanied by the gentle rustle of wind and the chirping of birds, this place offered nothing. Lu Qing gradually regulated his breathing, his heart and mind becoming a clear expanse. Amidst the slow passage of time, the external distractions that had once clung to him began to dissipate. Harmonizing with the stillness of the surroundings, Lu Qing's gaze remained steady, as if he had merged with the tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, an unexpected voice shattered the calm. Disciples, please be advised that this written examination is conducted individually. Do not harbor any notion of luck or attempt to manipulate spells. The duration of this assessment is 1 hour. Please allocate your time wisely. A series of 6 announcements delineated the examination's guidelines. Disciple Lu Qing, are you prepared? Affirmative. Lu Qing felt no trepidation or hesitation. He was well aware that the barriers isolating his perception were due to the formation in place. The intricate array was vast, and he chose not to engage with its fluctuations. Before him, a sheet of paper gradually materialized, seemingly painted with ink. The dark hues expanding until a test paper emerged seamlessly upon his desk. The appearance of this paper was gentle and unobtrusive, even amidst his normal perception. Lu Qing remained unaware of how the examination paper had come into existence. Yet, this was not the matter at hand during the examination. Chapter 81, Theoretical Assessment. There was but a single examination paper. Lu Qing picked up the slender carbon pencil beside him, its bamboo body delicate, the tip black and pointed, exquisitely crafted. It had been a long time since he had put pen to paper, yet grasping the pencil felt entirely familiar. Beginner Spirit Botanist Assessment Paper. The first question. Please identify which of the following spirit herbs is the cloud-swallowing core? Cloud-swallowing core? Lu Qing recalled this particular spirit plant. Typically, it grows to a height of 13 feet, with tender, pale leaves that often sway gracefully in the wind. From a distance, it appears as if the mountain clouds are being swallowed and released, hence its name. It is categorized under the core herbs and is known for its effects of revitalizing the heart and enhancing vision. Moreover, it usually thrives in areas teeming with magical beasts. And even within the confines of the Xiantian Academy's domain, such spirit plants are seldom cultivated by sects or families, as they do not offer a favorable cost-to-benefit ratio. Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, finding the first question rather straightforward. However, disciples who merely memorized the spirit plants within the Xiantian domain might struggle with identification. With deft strokes, he began to write, confident that the first question posed no challenge to him. The assessment focused on the analysis of spirit plants. And given the vast diversity of species in the cultivation realm, many spirit plants remain unseen by previous generations. Nonetheless, there are fundamental spirit plants that one must commit to memory. The analysis questions are not particularly difficult. Any competent spirit botanist should be able to answer them. However, the assessment indeed included challenging differentiation questions, with some pertaining to spirit plants rarely encountered, which grow in other domains rather than the Xiantian realm. Lu Qing, recalling his prior readings, effortlessly remembered where these plants grew, their characteristics, effects, and which cultivators would benefit from them. Following the straightforward questions, he encountered those reminiscent of short-answer questions and essay prompts from his past life, which required him to articulate his thoughts in writing. Moreover, these questions were not confined solely to spirit plants, but expanded to encompass the relationship between the spirit botanist and their cultivation practices. The questions, though succinct, possessed a broad scope. A question of such magnitude, if not approached with care, could easily devolve into grandiloquent discourse devoid of substance. Having navigated similar experiences, Lu Qing was well prepared for the examination. The question in his hands asked whether the identity of a spirit botanist would constrain one's cultivation. It is widely acknowledged that alchemy follows its own path, weapon forging adheres to another, and formations are an art of their own. Yet spirit botanists have become mere occupational roles, contributing resources to the academy. Cultivating spirit plants is time-consuming, and in terms of cost-effectiveness, it is often more advantageous to pursue alchemy. Though the odds of 10 individuals mastering alchemy may be slim, the value of a single pill often surpasses that of similar spirit plants. Could one possibly forge a new path in spirit botany? Lu Qing was uncertain of the deeper intricacies within the spirit botany department. He merely illustrated a point from the perspective of an ordinary cultivator. Regardless of the answer, he was required to articulate his reasoning and thoughts. As both a cultivator and a spirit botanist, he believed that his cultivation was not hindered, for many of his spells were practiced while planting spirit herbs. This could be seen as a unique application of learning. Certainly, the most crucial point is that Lu Qing perceives the threshold for becoming a spirit plant master as remarkably low. which has provided him with a pathway for serene cultivation and the preparation of spirit stones. Investing in spirit plants yields rewards, whereas alchemy and talisman crafting do not necessarily guarantee success. The disciple believes that cultivation should flourish in a myriad of forms, with diverse schools of thought. The pursuit of spiritual enlightenment can occur on mountain cliffs or in open fields, transcending classifications based on one's identity. Before the hour had elapsed, he had already completed the examination paper. After calculating in his mind, he estimated that he had spent a little over 40 minutes. He set down his bamboo pen and, upon confirming the accuracy of his answers, retrieved his token and gently placed it atop the examination paper. As soon as the token made contact with the paper, a gentle radiance enveloped them, causing Lu Qing's examination to vanish from the desk. Simultaneously, in countless pure white spaces, scenes identical to Lu Qing's unfolded, each with a table, a chair, and a disciple. Within the arrayed space, the sounds of writing harmonized with the rhythm of breathing. A grand and magnificent formation enveloped this expanse, dissecting it into distinct realms. Although he was aware that fellow disciples sat beside him upon entering, he soon discovered that he had been isolated within his own space. Unable to see or hear anyone else, the atmosphere dominated solely by his tranquil breaths. It was a profound serenity. Meanwhile, in other areas of the plaza, mid-level and high-level assessment sites existed, mirroring the same conditions. Outside each grand formation, elders were stationed to oversee the proceedings. Beyond, in a realm invisible to the disciples, numerous elders from the Spirit Plant Academy had gathered. It appeared that the formation had undergone further refinement. Songwen discerned the arrangement of their assessment site, noting how cleverly the spatial elements were interwoven into the setup. The transmission symbols and registration pathways reflected a significant enhancement in the scale of this year's examination compared to previous years. Historically, these disciples often harbored a sense of complacency. But now, by placing them in individual formation spaces, they could attain a moment of tranquility to respond, revealing the true state of their minds. "You make a valid point," remarked Zhou Yaoming. Witnessing this scene firsthand, Songwen nodded in agreement. Such profound stillness was a rare experience that many cultivators never encounter in their lifetime. Chapter 82. The Utmost Stillness, the Virtual Realm. Even when concealed within the depths of the mountains and forests, one is accompanied by the luminous moon, the gentle breeze, and the melodious sound of flowing springs, maintaining a thread of connection to this vast and boundless world. This thread, although exceedingly tenuous, allows even cultivators to feel a sense of grounding in such a state. The formation that envelopes them is merely one of its capabilities. To strip away this slender connection leaves behind a confined space, isolating the individual with only the desk, the chairs, and the examination papers. The ground beneath their feet is not the familiar earth of yore. The light of day is absent from their sight. Only the pen and paper in their hands prevent them from succumbing to inner turmoil. This is also an exercise aimed at tempering their resolve during the assessment. Songwen's gaze was fixed upon the 3 examination halls, and no one could predict which disciple would ultimately befall his attention. The other elders were equally apprehensive, their anticipation leaning towards the practical abilities of these disciples. However, as time elapsed, some disciples could no longer endure the oppressive silence. They submitted their papers prematurely, while others wore expressions of despair, seemingly trapped in their own imagined scenarios. The faces of several elders darkened, their expressions reminiscent of charred coal. "What a disgrace! Today, Elder Song has come, and you have sullied my reputation," one elder muttered, suppressing his anger, for some of the emotionally fragile disciples were among those he had once taught. "Old Lu, do not be too vexed. Most of the disciples are still commendable," another elder offered kindly, attempting to soothe. Yet, a moment later, they witnessed one disciple fall asleep on the spot, prompting the previously amiable elder to puff his cheeks and glare, echoing the sentiments of his predecessor. What a disgrace! Zhou Yaoming exhibited no signs of embarrassment. His nature was one of tranquility. Among the numerous disciples of the Spirit Plant Institute, their dean was regarded with great warmth. Observing this batch of disciples, he shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. There are still some promising individuals. The path of cultivation is arduous. Those who have not reached this level of attainment often overlook the importance of cultivating the heart. Songwen glanced at the disciples, all of whom were from the Path Institute, and chose not to cast blame. True talent in cultivation is not solely defined by innate aptitude. Character, perseverance, and comprehension also serve as judgment criteria. Historically, few disciples have warranted the investment of time for observation and evaluation. Nonetheless, They would not obstruct the paths of those unconventional prodigies. The Institute's triennial recruitment of disciples stems from this principle. Song Wen's attention settled on Lu Qing. Amidst the numerous disciples, his visit was also intended to gain insight into this unfamiliar individual. Ordinarily, upon reaching the Purple Mansion, he had some recollection of most disciples therein. However, Lu Qing was one he did not recall at all, for having just entered, his medium-grade aptitude did not compel Song Wen to take special note. Upon observation, he discerned that Lu Qing's stable mindset surpassed that of the majority of cultivators, a harmonious disposition with nature that Song Wen greatly admired. Could it be that Master Song has come here with the intent to cultivate a disciple? Zhou Yaoming's gaze drifted over, only to be met with a sea of dark green garments. Amidst this vast assembly of candidates, his attention lingered on a few disciples who exhibited exceptional temperament. Observing one disciple, Song Wen, he commented candidly, "Oh, Lu Qing, possessing a commendable disposition, is indeed a designated disciple of that senior brother, isn't he?" Song Wen chuckled. "You see through me." Zhou Yuming replied, "If Master Song does not speak of it, I would remain blissfully ignorant." He sensed that Song Wen's presence here was not without purpose and likely tied to matters above. As time trickled by, Lu Qing completed his examination paper and stood up. Before he could acclimate to the surreal sensation beneath his feet, the surrounding space suddenly warped and quivered. A profound sense of falling surged within him. Had he arrived at the assessment venue so swiftly? The previously barren white expanse was soon infused with color, first a verdant hue of the mountains and forests, followed by a cerulean sky. The scene transformed before Lu Qing's eyes into a vivid landscape of hills and fields, under a blue sky adorned with white clouds. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds filled his ears, as if the previous tranquility had been but a fleeting illusion, in the blink of an eye. He had been transported to the bustling world of humanity. Lu Qing marveled at the formidable might of this grand formation. He could perceive the fluctuations of the array. Yet everything he observed, heard, and sensed was undeniably real, devoid of any semblance of illusion. This illusionary array was indeed impressive. He mused internally, recognizing that while the array bewildered the senses, it had yet to fully obscure the awareness of a cultivator. Suddenly, a scroll resembling a painting descended from the sky, bordered with golden threads and mounted on ancient wood, unfurling delicately before him. "Examine Lu Qing," it proclaimed, "you are now within the realm of illusion, a self-contained world where your physical form has been transmuted. The flow of time here differs from that of the outside world, so there is no need for concern. Your examination task is to successfully cultivate a Hu tiger vine within this mountainous forest with a time limit of 1 day. The timer begins now." Lu Qing comprehended the message on the scroll with clarity. Upon finishing his reading, the scroll, resembling a picturesque canvas, suddenly released a pouch of seeds. While the scroll itself dissolved into a beam of white light and vanished from his sight. The second examination, Lu Qing silently noted, intrigued him. Now that he understood the nature of his surroundings, he recognized that the task presented was indeed feasible. He had heard of the Hu tiger vine, known for its striking crimson hue, which thrived in damp, cool environments and flourished in the embrace of rain. With a mere flicker of thought, Lu Qing can effortlessly sow seeds, reaping the harvest in just half a day. However, herein lies the challenge. The task is deceptively simple, so much so that any disciple proficient in the minor art of cloud and rain, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the tiger-binding vine, could accomplish it with ease. Not to mention Lu Qing's cultivation at the Purple Mansion stage. Each disciple's body is merely a temporary manifestation. It is no wonder that his current state feels hollow, akin to a mere layer of nurturing qi. This is precisely the issue. The advantages of Lu Qing's high cultivation are entirely nullified. In fact, it seems that many disciples are uniformly positioned at the starting line of cultivation. To plant, one must first cultivate the spirit field. This truly represents a breakthrough from nothing to something, requiring hands-on effort. Lu Qing now stands at the foot of an ordinary green mountain, where the soil is fertile and the gentle sound of flowing water can be faintly heard. He must also seek a source of water. Following the mountain path, he traverses through patches of grass, brushing aside some weeds, guided by the sound of water until he reaches the depths of the forest. There, a pool of water rests beneath a damp cliff, from which crystalline streams cascade down, merging into the tranquil waters below. Curiously, the surface of the pool remains unchanged despite the continuous flow. Lu Qing speculates that there may be an underground river channel beneath this pool. However, this will not impede his examination. Indeed, this area can be developed into a field roughly the size of a bed. Although Lu Qing's ephemeral form lacks high cultivation, his vision remains keen. The spiritual energy at the mountain's base is nearly non-existent, but around this small pool, it is somewhat abundant. Moreover, crucially, Lu Qing discovers ordinary farming tools, a hoe, a wooden bucket, and a carrying pole by the water's edge. Clearly, the elders have meticulously considered the details of this assessment, since they have constrained their cultivation levels. It is improbable that they would rely on spiritual power to cultivate the land. Chapter 83, Illusory Form, Examination Concluded. Here it is. Lu Qing, not one to indulge in affectation, silently counted the hours, feeling a sense of urgency with just a day left in his current predicament. The spiritual field did not necessarily need to conform to a rigid square shape. As long as he could plant the spiritual flora, the form was of little consequence. Lu Qing was acutely aware that he was participating in an examination, and thus, taking advantage of the proximity to the pond, the soil was abundantly moist, significantly reducing the difficulty of cultivation and conserving his energy. His physical body was devoid of spiritual power at the moment. Before long, within the span of less than a fragrant stick of incense, Lu Qing successfully scattered the seeds. With a water bucket at hand, it served its purpose well. Although Lu Qing had attempted to cast a minor rain technique, his internal spiritual energy was entirely depleted. Before the small cloud could take shape and the raindrops descend, his internal energy faltered. He ultimately relinquished the convenience of spells and opted instead to draw water from the pond. With the wooden bucket in hand, and possessing a modicum of cultivation, he moved swiftly. The short distance of several dozen paces left him breathless. If only you were an aquatic plant. I could simply place you directly into the pond, Lu Qing lamented, casting a wistful glance at the yet-to-sprout tiger vines. The spiritual energy here surpassed that at the foot of the mountain, and the pond water was infused with it. Had he submerged it in the pond, he would not have to wait for it to germinate. The water of the pond was tranquil and cold against his skin. Lu Qing cleared a stone and, taking a nearby banana leaf, slightly rolled it up, using it to scoop water from the bucket to pour over the roots of the vine seeds. His efforts were commendable. Meanwhile, the expressions of the elders in the Spiritual Plant Institute were nothing short of remarkable. How had they not previously recognized the absurdity of these disciples' thoughts? I have reiterated countless times that sea rice is not cultivated in such a manner. Can such a meager flame mountainous temperatures be endured? Not to mention, there are actually disciples afraid of the cold. Do they think they cannot plant spiritual flora if it snows? Even Song Wan, upon observing some of the disciples' actions, found himself unable to restrain his irritation, his indignation only escalating. Ha ha ha. This illusory realm possesses remarkable capabilities, Song Wan remarked with unabated enthusiasm. This one will not pass. However, this one shows promise. The mind is agile and innovative, utilizing the interplay of the 5 elements to cyclically cultivate the seeds. The elders held shimmering lights in their hands, their discourse lively. Yet, during an examination requiring real-time assessment, they collectively maintained oversight. In previous years, 3 elders would be responsible for evaluating each category of assessment. However, the current situation was different, with the dean and grand elder song present, and no significant events recently. The institute was sufficiently staffed. During this preliminary assessment, more than 10 elders were in attendance. Let us grant him a commendable evaluation, one suggested. As for this one, although it has been cultivated, I suspect the state of the spiritual flora will not be optimal. Nonetheless, the thought process is commendable. Indeed, our evaluations this time will ultimately be based on the cultivation of spiritual flora. This notion is flawed. I believe the assessment should not be so rigid, one elder countered, while another voiced agreement. In an instant, the atmosphere became considerably lively. Zhou Yaoming naturally maintained his authoritative position. He would only be called upon to adjudicate in the event of persistent disputes. Meanwhile, Song Wan was present to observe the disciple and to scrutinize the innovative assessment format to ascertain its feasibility and potential for broader application. This approach was deemed insufficient. While it was passable, it merely warranted a satisfactory rating. Among the multitude of outstanding disciples, Lu Qing's performance was commendable. He had always adhered to conventional norms. However, unbeknownst to him, the examiners were evaluating the various disciples from an external perspective. His moderate performance lacked the inventive brilliance that would have captivated attention. Nor did he exhibit the ineptitude of a once-adept cultivator rendered incapable of agriculture post the loss of spiritual prowess. Thus, although his performance was not stellar, he was nonetheless awarded a commendable rating. The reasoning behind this decision remained largely unchanged, as the fuhu vine he cultivated was of excellent quality, its blood-red hue resembling a precious gem, marking it as a superior spiritual plant. although he did not unveil any unique methodologies during the cultivation process. Strictly adhering to established practices was not inherently erroneous. A flicker of curiosity crossed Song Wen's expression upon witnessing this evaluation. "Is there something amiss, Master Song?" an elder inquired. Having observed his reaction, "Nothing of consequence," Elder Song replied. He had merely recalled that the esteemed senior brother excelled in both swordsmanship and weaponry, with disciples proficient in both disciplines. Yet, Lu Qing, accepted into the outer sect, seemed entirely detached from these realms, leaving him puzzled about the senior brother's karmic connections. After the assessment concluded, Lu Qing felt a slight weariness envelop him. The interview guide he had previously acquired proved to be of limited utility, while it had some value. It was not particularly significant. The format of this assessment was markedly different from prior experiences. Previously, there had been no mention of any concepts pertaining to the illusory realm. Assessments were conducted on-site, with elders directly assigning each disciple a plot of spiritual field for cultivation, or in cases of time constraints, employing spiritual cultivation techniques, or posing questions for the disciples to answer. Lu Qing had prepared adequately, only to discover that while the questions remained unchanged, the manner of response had undergone substantial transformation. "I should be able to pass," Lu Qing mused, recalling the flourishing fuhu vine he had cultivated, its crimson tendrils robust and its leaves lustrous. Surely, it would not lead to a failure, would it? Lu Qing found himself perplexed by the nature of this assessment. Throughout the process, he had not encountered any so-called evaluators. However, upon exiting the examination hall and reappearing in the cultivation city of the Spiritual Plant Academy, he realized he was not alone in his confusion. "How challenging!" exclaimed one disciple. "What an odd assessment. I want to even mention the writing. The on-site evaluation left me utterly exhausted, akin to a beast of burden," lamented a robust disciple, visibly drained. Others congregated in small groups, whispering amongst themselves, "It was so taxing. Without any spiritual energy. I felt as though I had become an ordinary mortal." Upon hearing this, someone responded in astonishment, "A mortal? Surely, you jest, my friend. At the very least, I have entered the early stages of the meridian opening, lacking spiritual power, yet my strength has significantly increased. With this, the floodgates of conversation have opened. Countless voices cannot fully articulate the current atmosphere of the cultivation city." Chapter 84. After the assessment, alas, I too have been reduced to a mere mortal. And a frail one at that. What a stroke of misfortune. Who among the sickly would venture into the fields? Oh, pray tell, how did you ultimately resolve your predicament? "Dear brother, I have heard whispers that the manifestations in the virtual realm occur at random. Did you undertake the intermediate or advanced assessment?" When I emerged, an elder remarked that generally one need not consider interpersonal relationships in such matters. Ha ha ha, I undertook the advanced assessment, where I was akin to a young nobleman. My family possessed a flourishing flower garden, and I merely scattered seeds. How infuriating! Those nearby, who sought to console the disciple, were visibly dismayed upon hearing such favorable circumstances. This assessment undoubtedly diverges from those of the past, the specifics of which remain a mystery. Prior to the examination, there were no rumors circulating, and the results will be revealed in 3 days. Ah, I wonder if I shall pass. There are several spiritual plants on my exam that I could not identify, particularly that obscure withering grass tree. What is its significance? The withering grass tree? I've never heard of it. Neither have I been able to provide an answer. Lu Qing silently listened, noting that each disciple's assessment experience was unique. The withering grass tree is indeed a notorious poisonous plant, infamous for having lethal effects on foundational cultivators, and it is a rare species also utilized in alchemy, albeit seldom pursued in the realm of toxic elixirs, which are more common among demonic cultivators. Lu Qing glanced again at the disciple who had referred to himself as frail. He appeared quite pleased, evidently confident about his examination results. Lu Qing took note of the token he bore, which shimmered with a hint of white, indicating he was an intermediate spiritual plant master. This realization led him to comprehend why he had encountered interpersonal dynamics upon entering the virtual realm. Meanwhile, Lu Qing found himself all alone, adrift in the wilderness. This must also pertain to the level of the assessment. This virtual realm is quite extraordinary, bearing a striking resemblance to a game. With this thought lingering, Lu Qing chose not to dwell further. The assessment concluded, and he was now en route to attend a class on formations. He had not forgotten the tasks he needed to undertake post-examination. The assessment itself had consumed less than half a day. Lu Qing calculated the time. The Formation Academy was in this direction. With determination, he swiftly departed from the Spiritual Plant Academy, preparing to immerse himself in the teachings of the Formation Academy. The results of the assessment would be updated in 3 days. Lu Qing felt no urgency to await them. In the immediate aftermath of the assessment, the elders had already begun to finalize the outcomes. There were no contentious issues arising from this assessment. Regrettably, there were no exceptional talents to be found. It would have been splendid if they could have focused solely on the path of spiritual plants. Zhou Yuming expressed some regret, noting that the pass rate had diminished compared to previous assessments, a conclusion they had reached during their prior discussions. Where could one find so many promising talents? Are these few exemplary disciples not sufficient? Songwen pointed to those rated as exemplary. Amidst a flurry of light, each elder sent forth streaks of luminescence towards the central hall. There, a luminous curtain cascaded down, revealing the names of countless disciples, each accompanied by their assessment ratings. The criteria, excellent, average, pass, and fail, have remained unchanged over the years, with only a select few exceptionally talented individuals receiving the coveted distinction of outstanding. Lu Qing was taken aback to find himself among those awarded an excellent rating. He had merely hoped to pass. Indifferent to whether he achieved an average or a passing mark, for he had no genuine desire to delve deeply into the realm of spiritual botany at the Lingji Academy. Yet, it was insufficient. Zhou Yaoming glanced over and shook his head slightly. While they could aspire to become exceptional or rare spiritual botanists, the true path of a spiritual botanist remained elusive. Songwen interjected, "You worry too much. Observe these disciples. They possess aspirations and do not perceive spiritual botany as a hindrance to their cultivation. Some spells and techniques can be practiced concurrently during the nurturing of spiritual plants, yielding remarkable efficiency." Zhou Yoming's eyes flickered as he replied, "You are right, Song. The path of cultivation must be forged through experience. I do not consider myself a pure spiritual botanist. Perhaps in the future, someone will indeed achieve this balance." Songwen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, regarding this assessment, I believe we should invite others to observe. Reflecting on it, the last renewal occurred centuries ago. It is high time for a change." "Agreed. I have no objections." In the array court, the Tianshan Mountains loomed majestically, their rugged peaks undulating like a celestial dragon, steeped in an ancient, vigorous atmosphere. Pale blue and white auras swirled incessantly, as intricate array formations overlapped and intermingled, unleashing a power beyond imagination, enveloping every inch of the sprawling dragon-like mountain range. From the outside, Lu Qing had not ventured inside. He merely beheld a mountain range resembling a celestial dragon nestled within the expanse where heaven and earth met. However, this was merely an illusion. He produced his disciple token, aligning it with the observable spatial fluctuations before him. Prior to entering the array court, Lu Qing was well aware that it differed from other academies. It existed in a separate realm, a fragment of space that had been shattered due to an inexplicable disturbance years ago, revealing a small world. Since it was the handiwork of those within the array court, this area was designated as its base, as conducting array experiments outside could inadvertently endanger the sect's grand formations. To enter the array court, possession of a disciple token sufficed. The requirements were not stringent. A portal of light materialized slowly. Upon crossing through the radiant threshold, a swift sensation of descent enveloped him. Suddenly, his vision brightened, as if a curtain had been drawn back. Lu Qing inhaled deeply. Before his eyes lay a vast expanse of plains, dotted with numerous cities and palaces, pavilions, and towers, resembling a picturesque landscape, splendidly sprawling across the boundless terrain. Gazing down from this vantage point, it felt as though he beheld a tapestry of vast lands unfolding before him, an awe-inspiring spectacle of monumental grandeur. The sky-floating city of the Spirit Plant Academy has already left many in awe. Yet, as far as the eye can see, there are palatial towers and cultivation cities. And at the horizon, a radiant sun ascends, draping the land in a delicate golden aura, enchanting in its beauty. Over at the Spirit Plant Academy, I thought it exuded enough ethereal charm, but the array court here presents a striking contrast. For Lu Qing, visiting this place for the first time, his visual senses were immensely gratified. However, once he brushed aside the initial shock, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He found himself standing on a scenic platform atop a high pedestal, and Lu Qing reasonably speculated that many disciples, upon witnessing the grandeur of the array court from this vantage point, would undoubtedly wish to join its ranks. This effect, seemingly intangible, served to showcase the allure of the place. On either side of the platform, dozens of spirit trees took root, their leaves intermittently shimmering with spiritual light, followed by the appearance of shadowy figures. Lu Qing suspected that he too had emerged in such a manner moments ago. Chapter 85. The array court. As Lu Chonglao scrutinized the scene before him, Lu Qing's gaze was filled with astonishment. The leaves appeared not as mere foliage, but rather as intricately inscribed layers of array patterns, dense and complex, accompanied by ripples of spatial fluctuations. These leaves could serve as conduits for teleportation. Indeed, Lu Qing had discerned their operational principles. The essence of the Great Way lies in simplicity. Even the most sophisticated array disks and elite formations pale in comparison to the singular leaf teleportation array he beheld, evoking a profound sense of the vastness of the art of formations. Just as he was lost in thought, a resplendent white divine bird swooped down from afar. Rousing Lu Qing from his reverie, he observed that similar divine birds descended before others as well. These creatures were small, adorned with snow-white plumage upon their heads, exuding an aura of sanctity. Lu Qing acknowledged the bird's presence, and it continued to inquire about his purpose at the array court, whether to seek a master, attend a lecture, procure items, or for other reasons. To attend a lecture, Lu Qing replied. Which elder? The bird asked. Elder Lu, Lu Qing answered. Ah, I understand. The bird responded in a cool, matter-of-fact tone. Without further inquiry, it produced a pale blue jade tablet, tapping its wings upon it several times, causing a soft azure glow to emanate from its surface. This is your guiding token. Once you infuse it with your essence, follow its lead to reach Elder Lu's lecture location. As you are a disciple of the Purple Mansion, I shall not escort you further. Lu Qing glanced at the guiding token in his hand. Upon activation, a wisp of energy entwined around it, and the pale blue jade tablet began to levitate. After expressing his gratitude to the divine bird, Lu Qing shifted his energy and moved his feet, following the floating jade tablet. This token served as a navigational map, albeit a one-time use. Once he exited the array court's light gate, it would lose its efficacy. The guiding token's speed could be adjusted, and as Lu Qing activated it, he felt a connection forming, allowing him to control the pace, which gradually quickened. The atmosphere here was far more vibrant than outside. Lu Qing's feet glided swiftly, and fleeting streaks of light occasionally appeared beside him. After traversing numerous palace clusters, the guiding token descended before a grand hall, where Lu Qing landed gracefully before stepping onto the plaza. The lecture he had purchased was to be conducted by an elder of the Lu clan. As he touched down, a robust voice resonated from within the hall, imbued with vitality and a casual nonchalance. You must be the disciple attending today's lecture. Come in. Indeed, Lu Qing replied, entering the grand hall. To his surprise, the interior bore no extravagant treasures, but rather layers of array fluctuations shimmering with light. Beneath his feet, he was poised at the threshold of a formation, and before him stood Elder Lu, clad in a white robe, exuding vigor and possessing keen eyes. Let me first assess your understanding of formations. There are 7 arrays here. Walk towards them, and wherever you stop, take a seat to listen to the lecture. Naturally, should any danger arise, simply call out that you wish to exit, and the formation will be dispelled. Elder Lu stood before 3 formation discs, arranged in a triangular configuration, with waves of spiritual energy undulating between them in a rhythmic dance. He cast a casual glance at Lu Qing before refocusing on the intricate formations he was diligently working on. It was evident that these formations harbored potential dangers. Otherwise, Elder Lu would not have uttered such a cautionary remark. As Lu Qing glanced down at the formation beneath his feet, he realized it had already activated the moment he stepped into the palace. Without hesitation, he decided to explore, as there was nothing to conceal in this examination of skill. Such practical experience was too valuable to forego. Thus, he ventured forth. A cacophony of wails and howls enveloped him. With his first step, the majestic scene of the palace he had previously observed morphed into a desolate wilderness, marked by lonely graves and the mournful whispers of chilling winds. The atmosphere turned frigid and eerie, revealing the ghostly howling array of the killing formation. Realizing this, Lu Qing immediately shielded his mind, fortifying his spirit within the purple palace. While his limbs and bones were enveloped in a cloak of spiritual energy, the first ghostly wail pierced the air, a lament filled with sorrow, echoing the tragedies of an unfortunate life. Suffering, suffering, suffering. The pains of existence and the agonies of death resonated within this realm. The specters wept, sending shivers down his spine. With swift precision, Lu Qing's palms interlocked, conjuring a simple talisman of protection in his hands, his demeanor adopting a note of caution. The ghostly wailing formation, fueled by vengeful spirits, unleashed a shriek that was both piercing and mournful. The combination of these elements could corrode one's heart, leading to the ruin of one's cultivation. In his mind, Lu Qing rapidly analyzed the situation. The talisman he had formed was a rudimentary means of safeguarding the heart and spirit, effective only against such resentful spirits, offering little more than basic defense. To dismantle the formation, one must first guard the mind and subsequently transcend the vengeful ghosts. Previously, Lu Qing had encountered descriptions of such ghostly formations in a manual. But given the current state of the cultivation world where spirits had nearly vanished, these formations had become rare relics. This was his first encounter with the formidable power of such a ghostly array, a chilling wind howling through the souls, accompanied by mournful cries. Transcendence? Even if merely a physical form of it, was still transcendence. This was not a battle of life and death, but rather an assessment of formation skills. With this understanding, Lu Qing's gaze sharpened. He released his spiritual energy from his left hand, causing the formation discs to swiftly emerge from his storage bag, a dazzling brilliance erupting forth. The wind rustled through withering leaves, a tempest brewing beneath. Before the tumult could cease, Lu Qing's form dissipated into ethereal mist, vanishing from sight within the formation. The ghostly wails resumed. Yet, amidst the mournful cries, a tempestuous roar surged, colliding with the sorrowful sounds, revealing a dark silhouette in a flash. Lu Qing continuously channeled energy into his palms, the golden light of the formation flickering in response. The chilling winds failed to penetrate his defenses, and the cacophony of ghostly howls erupted into chaos, culminating in a sudden explosion. He had deduced correctly, the primary weakness of this formation lay in the vengeful spirits. As long as he could transcend and eliminate them, the formation would shatter. With the ghostly cries receding into the distance, Lu Qing took another step forward. The grand hall scene has yet to be unveiled, while the desolate wilderness grave undergoes another transformation. Lu Qing is not only dismantling the formation but also indulging in the exquisite release of his own array. Such a rare experience is one he will certainly not forego. The first manifestation is a killing formation, which then evolves into a restraining array. It restricts all things, embodying the essence of prohibition. However, the formations within the Grand Hall will not reveal their full might, for that would defeat the purpose of this preliminary assessment. Chapter 86. The Fifth Step, Mortal Array. Lu Qing was uncertain of his own mastery over the formation, yet reaching the fourth step and approaching the fifth step, relying solely on his pure practice of formations, proved to be an immense challenge. A hint of murderous intent surfaced on his usually calm and composed visage. The preceding 3 killing formations and 1 sealing formation clashed, representing a collision of the practitioner's mental and spiritual powers. While for Elder Lu, these formations might have been laid out effortlessly, Lu Qing gleaned considerable practical experience from this confrontation. His combat experience was meager compared to fellow cultivators of the same realm, and his knowledge of formations had been primarily self-taught. However, as a living being, a cultivator's experience could be seized upon by an adversary in a moment of distraction. Lu Qing harbored no desire to become embroiled in slaughter, but was never one to shy away from battle. The formations surged relentlessly as Lu Qing stepped into the fifth phase. A sense of overwhelming pressure from the heavens bore down upon his heart and body. The absolute heaven formation. Lu Qing felt a jolt within. To sever other spiritual powers and transcend their divine techniques. Attempting to breach the formation's core through collision was an impossible feat. Most conspicuously, the formation's core hung starkly before him. The full moon, a luminous orb, was the very target Lu Qing sought to shatter. Although his abilities were suppressed by the overwhelming force of the absolute heaven formation, this predicament demanded swift resolution. Failure to seize the initiative would lead to dire consequences. There remained 2 formations beyond the absolute heaven. Lu Qing inhaled deeply, his bones creaking as they shifted, producing a cacophony of sounds. He wrested his hands free from the oppressive force of the heavens, which bore down with terrifying intensity, making even the straightening of his back a Herculean task. Time was of the essence. Boom. Lu Qing's blood surged, radiant white light emanating from his being as he summoned his spiritual energy. The essence of his purple mansion spirit radiated ethereal glimmers, resisting the external pressures invading his space. He raised his arm. Such an action would be effortless in ordinary circumstances, yet within this absolute heaven formation, how could a mere cultivator withstand the celestial onslaught? Lu Qing, having traversed turbulent waves in his own cultivation, understood all too well the chaos that ensued when the tide turned. Ships upon the sea would be shattered to pieces. Just as he began to lift his arm, a sharp crack echoed, a bone fractured. He persisted, only to feel flesh tear. The relentless river of time flows unceasingly, now. To confront this celestial force, he had to shatter the core before it fully sealed off. With resolute focus, Lu Qing gazed upward, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Though they stung painfully, blood dripped from his palms as he mobilized his spiritual energy, swiftly forming a resplendent great bow in his hands. Drawing the bowstring, he aimed for the moon. Crack, first a whisper, then a thunderous collapse. The immense moon above was obliterated in an instant by the arrow's brilliance. Countless shards of white light cascaded down like a meteor shower. The formation's core had been breached. As Lu Qing emerged, he found his body restored to its former state, the minor injuries hardly registering as pain. "Sit down," Elder Lu instructed. Lu Qing composed himself, settling into a cross-legged position, pausing at the fifth step. He has always possessed self-awareness. The fifth step is currently the highest level he can achieve. Elder Lu has shifted his gaze, and the 3 formation plates before him have been set aside on a nearby table. Is the fifth step truly your limit? In response to the elder, yes, Lu Qing acknowledged calmly. After a few seconds of silence, a hearty laughter echoed throughout the grand hall. Elder Lu produced a mat from seemingly nowhere, choosing to sit directly on the floor alongside Lu Qing rather than on the chair above the steps. With a smile, he remarked, "I have taught many disciples. Some are exceptionally intelligent, excelling in the art of formations, while others are utterly dull yet possess a certain loyalty to the path of formations. What do you wish to learn from me?" This Elder Lu was entirely different from those Lu Qing had previously encountered, his manner of speaking leaving Lu Qing uncertain of the elder's true intentions. He was convinced that his purpose in attending this lesson was to study the foundational system of formations. "Elder, I wish to revisit the fundamental system of formations, however. I have always struggled to find an entry point, thus I have dared to approach you for guidance," he said, offering a respectful salute. The elder seemed to prefer straightforwardness, a thought flickering through Lu Qing's mind. Elder Lu regarded him with a knowing smile, and upon hearing his words, he laughed heartily, then spoke with a hint of peculiarity. "Well then, let us begin." Lu Qing focused his mind. This lesson had cost him several hundred contribution points, and for both the elder and himself, it was essential to approach it with seriousness. "You have just broken 5 formations. Although your skill is somewhat average, you have nonetheless explored considerable knowledge about formations. I was somewhat surprised that you could breach the first stage, the Ghost Cry formation," Elder Lu began, returning to the earlier discussion of the 7-step formation breaking. Lu Qing sat quietly, accepting his role as a disciple. He too recognized that his skill was average, not due to a lack of talent, but rather from the crude execution of his formations. His earlier understanding had been based on a high-quality formation diagram, and due to infrequent practice, the disparity had not been glaring. However, he had now become aware of this issue. Elder Lu nodded. "In the outer sect, many disciples with an innate talent for formations come to the formation court. Thus, I seldom teach students from outside this academy. I do not know how long you have been studying formations, but you have a keen ability to seize opportunities in breaking formations, which is commendable. Every great edifice begins from the ground up. I observe that your thoughts on formations are scattered and erratic. But what is a formation? What do you seek to learn from me? Do you understand this? What is a formation?" Lu Qing's mind was flooded with thoughts. The question was so profound that he found himself momentarily speechless. In truth, he only contemplated cultivation. Formations were merely tools for him. However, to voice this in the presence of the formation elder might. Before Lu Qing could articulate his thoughts, Elder Lu waved his hand, saying, "As long as you understand the answer yourself, that suffices. Look here." With a graceful sweep of his sleeve, a remarkably miniature version of a wild mountain forest materialized before Lu Qing. It resembled a sand table he had seen before, yet it bore significant differences. For Lu Qing, this woodland was devoid of any semblance of illusion. The diminutive scene, merely the size of 2 palms, featured leaves rendered with astonishing realism, and the gentle whispers of the wind could be heard amongst the trees. It appeared as though a small universe had been encapsulated within this space. Step inside and arrange a formation, but do not employ spiritual power or divine perception. Use only the means of an ordinary mortal, Elder Lu instructed. Lu Qing felt the surrounding space twist once more. Employing mortal methods to arrange a formation, a ripple of intrigue danced in his eyes. He surveyed the scenery around him, jagged rocks, clusters of lush sword bamboo, and numerous thorny vines, all of which crafted a setting ideally suited for a maze formation. Since it was to be executed using mundane methods, the primary aim was to confound the naked eye, without resorting to spiritual powers. Lu Qing took a few steps back and forth within the area, determining several key positions for the formation. Here, the thorny vines grew rapidly, serving as the first line of confusion. Immersed in the process of arranging the formation, he instinctively sought to interconnect every element, aiming to obfuscate vision to such an extent that it would lead the unwary into a dead end. Chapter 87. The formation is one entity. The stones are placed in this position. In Lu Qing's mind, the entire map of this location has already taken shape, with each key node marked either by sword bamboo or peculiar stones. In essence, when he finally sets down the last stone, the mountain formation map will be completely realized. A gentle mountain breeze wafts down, but upon reaching this spot, it suddenly seems to encounter some unseen barrier. This whisper of wind is delicate. Yet upon entering this seamlessly integrated stone array, it becomes akin to an intruder, and in an instant, Lu Qing can perceive the fluctuations in the surrounding air currents. This faint breeze, as it circulates, gradually weakens until it dissipates entirely before reaching the foot of the mountain. Should someone step into this realm, they would be as blinded as this wisp of wind, wandering aimlessly and exhausting their spirit in the process. The stones, imbued with the essence of metal, exude a sharpness akin to blades, and with the shrill cries of sword bamboo, traversing this environment saturated with the aura of conflict is tantamount to being pierced by swords, advancing toward death without awareness. Lu Qing remains calm in this place, for during his final arrangement, he contemplated not merely a maze, but rather an entrapment. Should someone escape, it would contradict his understanding of formations. Once ensnared in the array, death is inevitable, which has always served as a catalyst for his practice of formations. Whether it be a maze or an illusion, Lu Qing perceives them as lethal arrays. Outside, Elder Lu smiles faintly, his gaze flickering with intrigue. As a master of formations, he readily discerns Lu Qing's intentions in his arrangements. Moreover, Lu Qing has a commendable understanding of mundane arrays, unlike most disciples who, upon losing their cultivation, become bewildered in the face of formation crafting. This is a common occurrence, and Elder Lu does not harshly judge those disciples. However, he appreciates those who exceed expectations. In his eyes, Lu Qing has performed admirably, and as for thoughts of malice, he remains unperturbed, for the art of formation itself is a path of cultivation. And where on this journey is there a lack of bloodshed or murderous intent? He contemplates establishing another array. After a moment's thought, he modifies the illusionary realm he holds in his palm once again. The forest loses its vibrance, and a blanket of snow weighs heavily upon the chest, rendering the sky and earth a pallid white, evoking a somber stillness. In such a snowy desolation, what kind of array could one establish? This was a spur-of-the-moment idea from Elder Lu, as he sought to observe whether Lu Qing could shift his perspective. Beyond the snow, there also lurked enemies, the snow wolves. Lu Qing's expression remained serene, yet amidst the ongoing unraveling of the array, a spark of inspiration flashes through his mind. The arrangement of formations is not confined. It is the human heart that imposes limitations. As Lu Qing's thoughts crystallize, clarity floods his mind, and a subtle transformation occurs in his aura. The level of cultivation that had previously settled within him ascends once more. Simultaneously, the insights into the spiritual formations awaken anew. He gazes once more at the vast expanse of ice and snow, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He has gained profound insight into the path of formation he is to tread next. It is not merely about enhancing means, nor is it a breakthrough in technique. It transcends the mastery of one or two formations. Rather, it is about the path of formations itself, wherein he has broadened his heart and dispelled the obscuring obstacles of experiential theories. Within mere breaths, Elder Lu glanced at Lu Qing, who had just emerged, and nodded slightly with an imperceptible smile, asking once more, "What do you wish to learn from me?" Lu Qing responded with a gentle smile, bowing respectfully and stating, "The path of formations is a great principle, vast and boundless. The notion of systematic theory is but one perspective and cannot encapsulate the entirety of the formation path. The essence of the great principle lies in the cultivator's own journey. While one may reference, draw upon, and learn from the experiences of others, it must not serve as the foundation of one's own path. Previously, I viewed formations merely as techniques, rather than as a path. Now, I have only just entered the world of formations." Upon gaining this clarity, he understood why his desire to learn the system of formations elicited laughter from the elder. Enlightened by this spark of understanding, he no longer perceived the ordinary snow as mere snowflakes, but as intricate formations. It was then that Lu Qing realized he had merely scratched the surface of his journey. He had previously perused countless formation jade slips from others and had examined widely accepted formation diagrams, yet he encountered a bottleneck at the foundational level. He had thought this was due to his lack of systematic study of his sect's formation lessons and an absence of a coherent personal formation system. However, He had fallen into certain experiential traps, believing that without the infusion of others' experiences, he would remain precariously balanced, like a single thread navigating a vast river, floating in unreality. He had forgotten that cultivation is a reflection of the heart observing the heavens, and the heart of the Tao is limitless. The experiences of others cannot resolve his bottleneck. This was his own obstruction in the understanding of the formation path. Previously, he regarded formations as mere techniques. But now he could truly perceive this pathway as a Tao. The Tao is boundless and formless. How then can one speak of a system? The distinction between the two is fundamentally different. If Lu Qing had once been blinded by a leaf, now he had cast it aside and beheld the true world of formations, magnificent and infinite. Elder Lu remarked, "It seems you have comprehended this well. Now, allow me to share my perspective." He laughed heartily, his demeanor warm and serene. Lu Qing felt a touch of shyness and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, Elder." Had it been another individual, Lu Qing might not have expressed his innermost thoughts in such a manner. Yet, he sensed a certain kindness emanating from the Elder. No need for thanks. The origins of formations are elusive. Let us begin with the formations of the Tao Academy. You may learn much from this. Elder Lu was evidently very patient. Lu Qing could not discern the source of this kindness, but as no danger presented itself, he associated it with the additional layer of identity he now bore. Otherwise, as strangers, their discourse would have remained purely formal. Having come to this place, Lu Qing felt immensely fulfilled. An hour passed, and the sunlight outside gradually slanted toward the west. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Qing observed Elder Lu returning to his own formations and refrained from further interruption. After his departure, Elder Lu cast his gaze upon the formation disk before him, his eyes deepening with contemplation, as if pondering something profound. It was rather amusing that he had encountered such wisdom from a younger generation today. Lamenting how many failed to grasp this truth, treating the ancient as treasures, viewing the unchanging as ultimate principles, and mistaking technique for the way. Naturally, Lu Qing was unaware that his reflections, once he had left, would resonate with Elder Lu's thoughts. He hurriedly returned to Lingyao Island, eager to organize and reflect upon his gains. This lecture proved far more gratifying to Lu Qing than any formation diagram could ever be. Chapter 88. The Formation of Golden Light. The prototype emerges. Seizing this opportunity, it is imperative to diligently retreat and transform gains into the essence of cultivation. Within the training chamber, a mat woven from bamboo exudes a sense of tranquility. Lu Qing sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Yet, his hands remain in motion. As if he is not alone in this serene practice, another presence stirs with waves of energy. In the realm of the Purple Mansion, Lu Qing stands upon the crest of a wave, suspended in time as the ocean's surface curls beneath him. At this moment, he occupies the pinnacle of the surf. Ripples emanating from his feet as he gazes into the vast distance, seemingly unanchored in reality. The boundless sea stretches infinitely, an elusive horizon. The Purple Mansion is the sanctuary of the soul, responding fluidly to the will and essence of its inhabitant. Formations, techniques, pathways of formation. Lu Qing reflects, the esteemed predecessors weave formations with ease. I once believed I could achieve similar mastery swiftly, yet I now comprehend the vast chasm that separates us. He exhibits no trace of frustration. It would be peculiar for cultivation to proceed without obstacles. Lu Qing anticipated this day and has finally surmounted the previous bottleneck. Days prior, he considered the barrier he faced as unyielding as stone, requiring gradual dismantling. However, upon sudden realization, it transformed into fragile parchment, easily pierced. He effortlessly traversed the stone threshold, now perceiving it as a trivial matter unworthy of exuberance. The heavens and earth, the balance of yin and yang, reveal their wondrous nature. Upon delving into the art of formations, Lu Qing beholds the universe with newfound clarity, experiencing a profound sense of liberation. The world before his eyes has undergone a metamorphosis. Understanding the intent behind Elder Lu's encouragement to employ mundane methods in forming arrays, Lu Qing has gained insight, authenticity, selfhood, returning to the most genuine and rudimentary actions, capturing the essence of a cultivator in harmony with heaven, earth, and the cosmos, seizing a thread of inspiration from the infinite changes around him. Crafting formations becomes an expression of spontaneity, adapting to the landscape and individual nuances. This teaches Lu Qing to refrain from becoming ensnared within a rigid schematic. He can observe, learn, alter, and transcend, all while remembering that even the paths of predecessors lead to an end, whereas the way is boundless. Lu Qing does not aspire to lofty ambitions. He does not yet consider himself a formidable figure charting the paths of the ancients, nor can he claim to have devised an unparalleled formation. Nevertheless, he has dispelled the naivety of superficial understanding, glimpsing a broader and more profound reality. His previous achievements and formations seem but a mere grain amidst the vast ocean, insignificant in comparison, yet this surpasses the satisfaction derived from mastering a solitary technique. After all, true cultivation is a matter of sincerity and fidelity to oneself. Should Lu Qing refuse to break through this barrier, he could still find a stable approach to resolving his bottleneck, rather than squandering hundreds of contribution points for a single lesson. This awareness is a fleeting perception woven into the fabric of fate. Lu Qing contemplates his fortune. Perhaps it is indeed superior to that of others, armed with a skill for averting calamity, which constitutes a form of serendipity. Moreover, this thread of understanding and divine abilities is intrinsically linked to his capacity for evading misfortune. Lu Qing perceived the clarity of the sea, and the glimmer of a divine ability he had previously grasped began to take the form of a nascent structure. Upon first glimpsing the towering mountain, an instinctive thought arose within him. This was the formation of the golden light divine ability. Those destined for the path of cultivation are akin to swift vessels traversing the sea, inherently endowed with miraculous powers. Lu Qing had not anticipated that the seed of his first divine ability would sprout from the realm of formations. This revelation heightened his sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the energy around him, granting him insights that surpassed those of others. The golden light formation is swift and elusive, capable of both establishing and dismantling arrays. As Lu Qing contemplated, he gradually encompassed this flickering golden essence of his nascent ability within his purple palace. By performing the arts and manifesting divine abilities, he sought to refine this newfound power through continual engagement with formations. Moreover, he harbored no concerns about potential complications arising from the array plates when employing this ability. His mind was already attuned to its application. Truth be told, this was the most suitable divine ability for his current circumstances. He had initially believed it would align more closely with the path of water, yet it had instead anchored itself in the realm of formations. As for the path of time, Lu Qing had no such aspirations. He resolved to methodically implement the formations he had previously mastered. His spirit and corporeal form began to intertwine in a performance of this art. The spiritual energy surged, and the formations resonated with power. 3 days later, a delicate essence of spiritual rhythm ascended from the pavilion, coalescing into a magnificent, billowing cloud of spiritual energy atop the mountain cliff. Pure and abundant spiritual energy radiated from the edges of this ethereal cloud, dispersing among the myriad exotic flowers and trees on the island. In the spiritual field, the dragon heart fruit and purple moon fruit had flourished, their fruits, the size of a fist, adorning the branches. Struck by the wave of spiritual resonance, their skins shimmered with an impending ripeness. This rapid maturation was a direct result of Lu Qing's incessant irrigation using his rain technique, which had enriched the spiritual energy, allowing these plants to ripen even faster than anticipated. The moment of harvest was drawing near. Having emerged from his retreat after 3 days, Lu Qing was enveloped in a gentle aura, presenting him as a celestial being amidst clouds and mist, a mere illusion crafted by the dense spiritual energy that surrounded him. With a flick of his sleeve, the thin light dispersed, and his aura of clarity retreated into his Dantian's purple palace, transforming him into an unassuming young man of commendable demeanor. His gaze fell upon the spiritual field, vibrant with reds and subtle purples. The fruits exuded a fragrant sweetness, enticing the senses. Just by inhaling, Lu Qing understood why the Taiyin fish favored such delectable bait. Even he, at his current level of cultivation, felt a vague stir of appetite upon catching a whiff of that aroma. It was truly the epitome of sweetness. He cast aside this fleeting desire, his eyes lingering thoughtfully on the 2 spiritual trees he had tended to the longest. A flicker of spiritual light danced in his eyes. Indeed, as long as there was demand, there was no need to replace these spiritual plants in the near term. These were not hastily cultivated spiritual flora. Lu Qing was reluctant to uproot them. Furthermore, having successfully nurtured them, he would certainly reserve an acre or 2 for these precious species. In a mere 3 breaths, the fruits reached their full ripeness, and the air was filled with an even sweeter fragrance. Lu Qing brought his fingers together, and a soft golden light emanated from his fingertips. He gently raised his hand and commanded, "Rise." The natural order dictated that ripe fruits would fall, yet Lu Qing would not allow them to do so. As he cast a spell, a cacophony of rustling echoed, leaves swayed as countless scarlet and lavender fruits ascended, detaching from the trees and soaring upward from the ground like a colorful ribbon. directly into the opening of Lu Qing's storage bag. Thud, thud. His precious belongings were now contained within a singular storage ring. The storage bag had transformed into a vessel for spiritual plants. He loosened the mouth of the bag, and the final crimson fruit darted inside. With a swift motion of his fingers, he sealed it once more. Satisfied, Lu Qing secured it at his waist, concealed beneath his azure outer garment. The timing was perfect. It was time to collect my junior spiritual planter token. This departure marked a fortuitous day. The first divine ability had taken shape. Barriers of perception were lifted from the formation. The fruits he had planted were ripe, and the results of the spiritual planter assessment awaited. In Lu Qing's eyes, there could be no greater joy than these four momentous events occurring on this day. He soared forth on the winds, elegantly gliding through the clouds, and after a brief moment, arrived at the cultivation city. From a distance, he beheld a throng of people gathered ahead. 3 massive jade-colored stones stood in a row atop a 3-foot-high platform in the center of the city, radiating brilliance and shimmering with treasure-like splendor, with names gleaming in luminous flight displayed above. Chapter 89. The Novice Spirit Plant Master as one enters the city. Prominently displayed are 3 jade stones, each inscribed with the names of successful candidates: the Novice Spirit Plant Masters, the Intermediate Spirit Plant Masters, and the Advanced Spirit Plant Masters. I passed, came the jubilant exclamation. Ha! I too have succeeded. My sleepless nights of diligent study were not in vain. From today onwards, I am an Advanced Spirit Plant Master. Oh, I was so close. Had I answered that one question correctly, I would have surely passed. Another lamented. I managed to pass as well, but only received a satisfactory evaluation. Alas, I cannot be blamed. I had cultivated ice spirit plants. And who could have foreseen that the examination venue would be the fiery mountains? It seems fortune was not on my side. In the city, some rejoiced at their success, while others wore expressions of disappointment. Lu Qing entered and brushed past these disciples. He did not need to draw closer to see his own name. This outcome did not surprise him, as he had adequately prepared, making it relatively easy to pass the novice assessment. Glancing at his commendable evaluation, he felt a twinge of surprise, but remained unperturbed. His ears soon caught snippets of conversations regarding the exceptionally high evaluations. This year, several candidates achieved the coveted outstanding rating. Indeed, the advanced assessment venue is distinctly different. Indeed, to receive an outstanding rating at the Spirit Plant Academy makes it significantly easier to seek a mentor or explore other avenues. Wei Yi, Chen Yui, and these few have also attained outstanding ratings. Truly impressive. I find it difficult even to pass. This assessment was exceedingly challenging, yet some managed to achieve outstanding. Look over there. Isn't that Wei Yi and the others? Suddenly, a keen-eyed disciple in the crowd exclaimed. A throng of people surged forward, and Lu Qing observed the disciples rushing past him. A few individuals, dressed in simple light blue robes, emerged nearby. One of them exuded an aura that reached the purple mansion realm. Lu Qing cast a cursory glance, not overly concerned. This was merely a gathering of excitement, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. However, moving against the flow of the crowd was conspicuous, and as one who understood the value of discretion, Lu Qing decided to quietly depart, relying on his current cultivation. Fortunately, the task hall and registration point were conveniently nearby, where he intended to finalize the task he had undertaken. After completing the settlement, Lu Qing contemplated his next steps. He needed to acquire a flying artifact and then retreat for cultivation, planning to undertake another task around autumn and winter. Oh, right. I must first obtain the Novice Spirit Plant Master token. Lu Qing had already devised a plan. Given the rapid maturation of spirit plants, he could theoretically leave the mountain now. However, he preferred to retreat for a period before emerging. Approaching the registration office of the Spirit Plant Academy, he found the same 2 disciples at the entrance. This time, their expressions bore a hint of warmth. Senior brother, this is the registration office. Which category would you like to register for? I can guide you. Lu Qing nodded slightly. I have been here before, so there is no need to trouble you both. After Lu Qing departed, the disciple on the left appeared to ponder, wondering how it was that he felt an uncanny familiarity with his senior brother. It seemed implausible. The disciple beside him bore a face of skepticism. Indeed, this was Lu Qing's second visit to the registration office. The disciples here were numerous as well. Yet the intricate formations beneath their feet interconnected, creating a distinct spatial disparity. Each step taken felt like a leap through light, swiftly diminishing the distances within this realm. With the addition of teleportation arrays and illusion formations, Lu Qing observed that aside from this, other changes were rather minimal. The celestial curtain radiated a shimmering brilliance. Crafted from jade, likely serving as some form of test. Although the faces of the disciples standing before it differed, their expressions mirrored those he had witnessed before. Lu Qing could now effortlessly tread upon various formations, though it was also possible that the formations had always existed. He simply had not perceived them at that time. With a considerable number of disciples present, particularly on this day of announcements, Lu Qing did not feel compelled to navigate through the throng rigidly. Given the sheer number of individuals, the atmosphere outside was abuzz with discussions. They were not in a hurry to alter their ranks. After all, the registration point would remain. And it was far more practical to gather information outside. Upon reaching the registration area, Lu Qing spotted the same manager Luo from his previous visit, whose slightly plump face still bore a warm smile. "Are you registering as a beginner or an intermediate?" he inquired, as his hands deftly moved across delicate jade slips. Instinctively, Lu Qing responded, but as he lifted his gaze, he noted a subtle change in the amiable expression of manager Luo. "Uncle Luo, I have come to register as a beginner spirit plant master," Lu Qing replied with a smile. Manager Luo leaned back slightly, scrutinizing Lu Qing from head to toe, recalling relevant information about him. "When did I last see you?" He pondered, surprised that Lu Qing had not secluded himself. Among the many promising seedlings, Lu Qing had left a considerable impression on him. However, it seemed he had underestimated Lu Qing's progress. "Has it been nearly 2 years?" he mused. Everything around remained unchanged, identical to the scene he had observed upon his entry. Yet, in these 2 years, it was Lu Qing himself who had transformed. During his first visit, he was preparing for foundation establishment. Now, he stood on the brink of core formation. Manager Luo suddenly sighed deeply, his eyes reflecting both joy and a hint of melancholy. "I never expected that in just 2 years you would reach this milestone. You have come to register as a beginner this time, correct?" Even Manager Luo was astonished at how quickly the once naive youth had blossomed into a prodigy. "Indeed, uncle. I would be grateful if you could assist me with the registration," Lu Qing replied respectfully. Witnessing the politeness from Lu Qing dispelled Manager Luo's earlier wistfulness. This was a trivial matter, yet he never anticipated that the boy who once addressed him as uncle would evolve into such an accomplished individual. His unspoken thoughts lingered in the air, unfinished. Luo Guan placed the jade piece in his hand down, and after receiving Lu Qing's emerald green token, he extracted a card from the layers of jade. He gently affixed it onto the token, and in an instant, a white light appeared on the emerald token, indicating that it was a novice spirit plant master S insignia. Chapter 90. Manager Luo, kind-hearted. This is not yet the end. Lu Qing originally intended to express his gratitude and take his leave. However, Manager Luo called out to him, "Oh, don't rush off just yet. At the very least, you ought to address me as Shirshu, Master Uncle. I cannot simply pretend I did not hear you. When others call me Shirshu, I feel perfectly at ease. But you alone must not." Lu Qing responded, "Shirshu is a title for one's elder. Such an address is only fitting." Manager Luo chuckled and replied, "There is no need for such flattering formalities. I wish to present you with something. In his earlier years, while venturing outside, I acquired an artifact known as the wooden fish bell. I observe that you carry nothing and have no desire for combat. This artifact is perfectly suited for you. After all, it is impractical to embark on external endeavors without a reliable magical tool." As he spoke, Manager Luo gently clapped his hands, and an object began to materialize. At the same time, Lu Qing noticed a soundproof illusion forming around them. "Shirshu, this is too much. I cannot accept such an esteemed gift," Lu Qing hastily declined. While possessing a magical artifact is certainly advantageous, he felt no particular bond with Manager Luo. "Ha, you need not worry that I harbor any ulterior motives. I am not the sort to be filled with guile. This artifact, in my possession, gathers dust. It is better suited to a worthy owner," Manager Luo said with a smile. "Moreover, this is not a sword or dagger. Behold, it is called the wooden fish bell. It can both enlarge and shrink, offering protection akin to the mysterious tortoise, and it can produce sound for cultivation, confounding perception. Should you choose to disguise yourself as a monk one day, others will fail to recognize your true identity." Lu Qing beheld the wooden fish bell, reminiscent of the wooden fish used in chanting, palm-sized, with an ancient wood hue and an aura of profound antiquity surrounding it. Upon hearing Manager Luo's words, images of ambushing with the wooden fish bell floated through his mind. No, rather, it should be said, of exorcising. Although Lu Qing himself was a cultivator and had no interest in becoming a monk, Manager Luo's reasoning was quite sound. If he were to encounter significant matters while traveling, concealing his identity would indeed be a wise course of action. Manager Luo smiled warmly. "Could it be that you disdain this artifact of mine?" Lu Qing's expression turned serious. He could not entertain such a notion, replying, "Since it is a gift from Shu, I dare not refuse." Manager Luo nodded. "It is destined to await a kindred spirit, and your fate is intertwined with it. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Your kindness, Shu, I shall remember in my heart." Lu Qing thought it utterly unexpected to receive such a magical artifact at this moment. With goodwill and benevolence, and without any ominous implications, everything seemed perfectly in order. As for the underlying intentions, Lu Qing was disinclined to ponder deeply. Such contemplation would be too taxing on the mind. Moreover, as he stood before this esteemed Shu, he remained unaware of the latter's cultivation level, uncertain whether the individual possessed the golden core or something even beyond. Enough. In the past, those who called me Shu received gifts upon our meeting. Now you have fulfilled that obligation as well. Manager Luo's words were understood by both parties. This second meeting marked the beginning of a genuine connection between him and Lu Qing, surpassing mere pleasantries. You are now not far from achieving the golden core. How much do you know about this process? Upon the arrival of Lu Qing, Master Luo shifted the conversation. The sound isolation array was activated, and Master Luo's gaze was piercing. Before he could finish his statement, he took a seat. As Master Luo emerged, a jade table and several jade chairs materialized nearby. Lu Qing felt a stir in his heart, grasping the implication. Having accepted the wooden fish bell, he had no reservations about this or that. The guidance from experienced predecessors was something he found lacking in his solitary cultivation. It is not to say that there were no manuals left within the sect detailing the tribulation experience. Rather, certain intricate details and subtle nuances are typically not elaborated upon in such manuals. When it comes to the golden core stage, Lu Qing did not believe it would be as effortless as before. He had already acquired divine abilities in the Purple Mansion, and others might possess them as well. These principles of divine abilities in the Great Tao, he had previously thought, would require 300 to 400 years or even a millennium of cultivation to approach. He had not anticipated that he could touch upon such levels of power in the third realm of cultivation. This was far removed from the narratives he had envisioned in his mind. Master Luo was unaware of Lu Qing's past musings. The disciple was indeed seeking knowledge about the golden core matter, albeit with limited understanding, and he hoped for some guidance from his master. Lu Qing candidly acknowledged the necessity of prior knowledge. Master Luo, in contemplation, remarked, "In the path of the golden core, if you wish to form your core, you still lack a portion of innate energy." Ancient cultivators practiced energy collection, refining the celestial and terrestrial essences, and transforming primordial qi into internal elixirs. Although we do not emphasize this point in our current cultivation, gathering a portion of qi into the dantian before solidifying the core can stabilize the foundation and serve future cultivation endeavors. While not mandatory, most renowned and extraordinary figures in history have traversed this path. Lu Qing comprehended the underlying principle. It meant that while it was possible to form a golden core without such practices, if one aspired to reach greater heights, it seemed prudent to tread this path, enriched by ancient wisdom. At this juncture, Lu Qing felt a tinge of confusion. "Master, can the energy be derived from the essence of the sun and moon?" He wished to express that during his daily cultivation, he often absorbed solar and lunar essences when the weather permitted. Master Luo smiled gently and replied, "Your assertion holds some truth, yet it is not entirely accurate. Such energies are indeed part of the universal qi and are associated with the sun and moon. Thus, they cannot be dismissed. In fact, some disciples with unique constitutions deliberately gather these energies for their cultivation. However, the process of energy collection for forming the golden core differs from the usual supportive practices. As someone who has cultivated through the foundation stage, you understand that even the spiritual materials of the foundation require careful consideration. The duality of yin and yang must be harmonized to seamlessly integrate into the golden core. To achieve this, the qi you gather must be distinct from your usual cultivation practices. It must be the primordial energy of the universe. If it does not resonate with your own spiritual power in the dantian, greed could lead to ruin. You are aware of the associated risks. And while I do not know your specific cultivation methods, you also understand that I have lived many years and possess a discerning eye for assessing others. The breath is subtle and unexpressed, and here in the Spiritual Herb Institute, the malevolent energy is exceedingly light, for these matters are not particularly suited to you. Manager Luo possesses a pair of extraordinary eyes. Even without deliberately employing ocular techniques, he has lived for countless years and witnessed numerous disciples. Under the passage of time, even a pig could attain enlightenment, let alone the discerning eyes of a human. Just a brief exchange reveals fundamental truths. Lu Qing could not help but recall a grand concealment technique he practiced, crafted by a master renowned for having achieved perfection. Capable of obscuring the heavens and deceiving fate itself, merely hearing of its effects is tremendously impressive. Unfortunately, Lu Qing is merely a novice, far from achieving perfection, thus questioning the authenticity of such a reputation. Beyond this, aside from the innate advantages he carries, other aspects, such as cultivation methods and spiritual stones, are all fruits of his diligent efforts. Thus, the phrase empty-handed aptly describes him, validating Manager Luo's keen perception. The myriad energies of heaven and earth vary greatly. Some are pure and gentle, broad and harmonious, while others are domineering and fierce, cold and desolate, or insidious and vengeful. Each possesses distinct characteristics, rendering them suitable for different cultivators. To harness this energy, one must venture to specific locations. Moreover, it is generally understood that the act of gathering is paramount, yet equally critical is the pursuit. Some individuals spend years, even decades, searching for a trace of primordial energy, enduring waits that span a century. At this point in the conversation, everything becomes clear. Lu Qing listens, unperturbed by the prospect of time-consuming endeavors. This is certainly preferable to more arduous circumstances. If he were a cultivator obsessed with inching forward, he might find himself anxious at this moment. However, this innate and intangible threshold poses no challenge for Lu Qing. After all, when considering the long-term pursuit of cultivation versus the ordinary attainment of golden core, the choice is evident to Lu Qing. Chapter 91. Insights, 3 Tribulations. Lu Qing was on the verge of inquiring further about the locations where one might gather the essence of heaven and earth. However, he noticed the ambiguous smile on Master Luo's face, reminiscent of the expression he had seen on Elder Lu's, suggestive of the notion that his thoughts were overly simplistic. Master Luo remarked, "The quest for this essence is deeply profound. Were you to inquire after achieving the golden core, I could indeed provide you with numerous locations rich in this vital energy. However, even if I were to enumerate 100 such places, it is uncertain whether any would yield the essence comparable to your golden core. Should you ascend to the 9th realm of the Purple Mansion and attain completion, one of the tribulations you will face lies therein." At that moment, Lu Qing resembled a sponge, fervently absorbing the wisdom imparted by Master Luo. He prided himself on not yet having reached the golden core stage, believing that gaining early insights and preparing in advance would be advantageous. "Master, I am aware of the Thunder Tribulation. What other tribulations exist?" Lu Qing inquired, his gaze intense with curiosity. Master Luo had encountered many eager learners, yet the fulfillment derived from instructing a genius differed significantly from that of a less perceptive student. He understood that Lu Qing's potential extended far beyond the outer sect, and having already initiated their conversation, he saw no harm in sharing additional knowledge. He continued, "To transcend to the golden core, there are 3 tribulations. The first is the heart monkey and intent horse tribulation, which involves taming one's errant thoughts and stabilizing the divine spirit. This tribulation is not merely a manifestation of inner demons. Its intricacies must be comprehended by the practitioner themselves, and I cannot elaborate too much lest I disrupt your contemplation." Lu Qing mentally noted the heart monkey and intent horse tribulation, along with the inner demon tribulation and the illusionary trial of the path. He pondered whether this heart monkey and intent horse were tangible or illusory entities. Nonetheless, it was evident that it pertained intimately to the essence of the path. Lu Qing felt a degree of confidence regarding this aspect. He would not succumb to fear at the mention of tribulations. Observing Lu Qing's calm demeanor, devoid of any sign of trepidation, Master Luo inwardly nodded in approval. This young man exhibited resilience, diligently cultivating his spirit, and was not merely a dullard. Such reflections increased Master Luo's fondness for him. The second is the cause and effect tribulation, which requires a flawless golden core, where the Tao flows naturally. The entanglements of cause and effect, the conflicts arising from them, must all be resolved. The profound nature of interconnections I previously mentioned is particularly relevant here. The majority of the essence you gather will lead you directly into this tribulation. The third is the thunder tribulation, the mighty thunder from the heavens. I need not elaborate further. You have encountered this before, and this tribulation is comparatively less daunting. Lu Qing's heart stirred with excitement. The path to the golden core appeared distinctly different from his prior experiences with the Purple Mansion, suggesting that the levels of power were not even comparable. Were it not for his knowledge of his destined transformation into a golden core rather than ascension to immortality, he might have doubted the enigmatic wisdom he was receiving, wondering if he was being prepared for transcendence. Could it be that after overcoming these three tribulations, one can immediately attain the golden core? He inquired. Do these three tribulations occur simultaneously? Luo Guanxi nodded, affirming that as cultivators, it is essential for us to transcend and condense the golden core in a single breath. At this revelation, Lu Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. Did this imply that he must venture to an unfamiliar locale and remain there for no less than 49 days? The journey would not be without its perils, as it was highly probable that he would encounter the tribulations of thunder along the way. Moreover, there was the heart-wrenching trial, the nature of which Lu Qing could only vaguely comprehend despite understanding its name. The convergence of three tribulations was indeed a terrifying prospect. Yet, what was there to fear? There was no need for concern. Lu Qing had faith in his own talents and in the abilities bestowed upon him. Should he fail to achieve the golden core and perish at its threshold, it would be a disgrace to the illustrious predecessors of countless traversers. Do not fret. You stubborn old turtle, Luo Shirshu chuckled. In due time, you can use it as a shield. As an outsider, he held even greater confidence in Lu Qing's potential to condense the golden core. The mere thought of sharing this endeavor would be met with disbelief, were it not for the formation that shielded them from prying eyes and ears. The disciples at the registration office might have been astonished to witness Luo Guanxi's warm and benevolent demeanor towards Lu Qing. They would surely lament, questioning who truly was the favored disciple of Luo Guanxi. Even as he departed from the registration office, Lu Qing's mind lingered on the invaluable insights and guidance imparted by his esteemed master, which had equipped him with a clearer understanding of the three minor realms he was about to traverse. His next destination was the task hall of the Spirit Plant Institute. This time, he aimed to clear the list of tasks he had previously undertaken. Upon submission, Lu Qing meticulously counted the rewards earned from his endeavors, a staggering 6,800 spirit stones and 3,000 contribution points. Such bounty filled his heart with unbridled joy, a testament to the sweetness of harvest. Whoever claimed that spirit plant cultivators lacked a promising future was sorely mistaken. After reveling in his satisfaction, Lu Qing recalled that his outing also entailed some purchasing. With this thought, he cast a glance at the spirit stones within his storage ring, feeling a tinge of regret. The spirit stones had barely warmed in his grasp before he was compelled to spend them. He glanced at the contribution points within his token, a 4-digit figure that brought him immense satisfaction. After all, spirit stones could be earned anew, and contribution points could likewise be replenished. Yet, the loss of cultivation. No, Lu Qing quickly dismissed such errant thoughts. Today was a day of joyful occurrences, and after basking in this happiness, Lu Qing resolved to return and enter a period of focused meditation. Who could say if this streak of good fortune would hold, or if misfortune lay in wait? Chapter 92. Another transaction. Lu Qing was unable to discern whether fortune hovered above his head. Otherwise, he would have wished to project his soul outward and ascertain whether the words misfortune approaches were inscribed above him. Today, the influx of good events instead instilled within Lu Qing a sense of an imminent rebound. At that moment, a disciple of ordinary appearance approached him with measured steps, his face marked by a hint of urgency. What is it? Lu Qing recognized him as the disciple who had just assisted in verifying his transactions. Surely, he couldn't have erred in any regard? Upon being called, Lu Qing's immediate response was one of concern. The disciple, realizing the gravity of the situation, patted his forehead and forced a smile, promptly elucidating the reason for his interruption. Senior brother, to be frank, we have several clients here urgently seeking these dragonheart fruits. Should you have any surplus, we would be grateful to facilitate contact between you and the buyers. Currently, a significant client is in dire need of such fruits. Thus, he inquired, do you have any excess spiritual fruits, senior brother? The cultivated dragonheart fruits not only yielded abundantly but also possessed exceptional quality. With Lu Qing's cultivation in the Purple Mansion realm, he was regarded as a disciple of considerable standing, prompting the attending disciples to treat him with utmost courtesy. I do, Lu Qing affirmed. The dragonheart fruits served excellently as fishing bait, while other uses were largely ineffective without the appropriate cultivation method. Excellent, senior brother. The buyer is presently in our back hall's private room. If you wish to transact, we can proceed immediately. The attending disciple's face brightened further, gesturing invitingly. Following him, Lu Qing traversed past several grand halls, finding the back hall to be relatively serene with few disciples around. Numerous private rooms were nestled within this space. Upon pushing open the door marked with the number 456, he found a solitary figure seated inside. The individual was clad in resplendent robes, adorned with a hairpin fashioned from a spirit stone, gleaming with purity. Upon entering, Lu Qing was nearly blinded by the aura emanating from the spirit stone crown. Another affluent figure of the cultivation world, no doubt. However, the expression on the man's face was marred by worry, his brow furrowed with palpable frustration. It was perplexing. How could a wealthy cultivator be plagued by such discontent? Perhaps other matters troubled him. Fortunately, this disciple appeared to possess substantial funds, suggesting that the transaction might proceed smoothly. As he entered, Lu Qing had already tempered his own aura, though his appearance bore slight alterations. They were not drastic enough for a complete misrecognition. Thus, those who had seen him only a handful of times would not readily associate him with Lu Qing. This was an unconscious application of the great concealment technique, but to cultivators of a higher realm, his true visage could not be easily obscured. In the outside world, a measure of disguise was prudent. Despite the safety within the mountain gates, the most daunting adversaries were often those who preyed upon the vulnerable, backed by formidable allies. This individual before him could very well be one such person, and Lu Qing had already begun to exercise his low-key performance as he entered. Senior brother, I require 30 dragon heart fruits. This is the price I offer, 3,000 spirit stones and a low-grade spirit artifact embryo. The buyer, who had been deeply impressed by Lu Qing, produced a storage bag and addressed him as senior brother, exhibiting no hint of arrogance. Lu Qing felt a slight easing in his heart, as this suggested that the majority of disciples in the world were still quite ordinary. He focused his spiritual sense and assessed the quantity of spirit stones, taking note of an irregularly shaped jade-like object beside them, its surface gleaming with a mystical aura. This was precisely what he referred to as a spirit artifact embryo. Lu Qing felt a flicker of interest. A spirit artifact embryo was nearly equivalent to a spirit artifact, save for the final stage of refinement. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression momentarily shifted to one of regret, as if he had missed an opportunity. Ah, what a pity, I only have 25. Lu Qing desired 30, but alas, he had only 25 to spare. Nevertheless, this sparked a new idea within him. Initially, he had planned to enter seclusion for an extended period to gather contribution points from spirit stones before exchanging them for essential items. However, today's turn of events had disrupted his plans. He pondered his options. Currently, he could purchase a low-grade spirit artifact. Yet the prospect of acquiring a spirit artifact embryo presented Lu Qing with a novel path. He could procure one, even if its final form remained uncertain. The efficacy would not be significantly compromised. Such embryos were, in essence, semi-finished products, allowing cultivators to complete the final steps themselves, thus providing a sense of involvement and security. 25? The buyer's frustration deepened, and he sighed heavily. Well, it will have to suffice. Senior brother, if you happen to find more dragon heart fruits in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am in need of a substantial quantity. The transaction concluded swiftly, indicating that the buyer had pressing matters to attend to. Yet, Lu Qing was not one to pry into others' affairs. His avoidance of confrontation suggested that neither the embryo nor the transaction would lead to any subsequent complications. This reassured him greatly. Today, I am truly fortunate, as if luck has graced me, he mused. Once I settle these matters, I must retreat into seclusion. This stroke of fortune was utterly unexpected. Before departing, Lu Qing inquired about the identity of the buyer. Such clientele could potentially be cultivated, especially given the generous offer he had received. The attending disciple glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered, Senior brother, that individual is a senior from above, named Qinyue. It is said he enjoys a close relationship with the head of the institute and possesses considerable wealth, generously rewarding with spirit stones. As for his melancholic demeanor, it is quite understandable. He is rumored to cultivate the path of the 7 desires, which requires enduring countless trials before one can succeed. And currently he is immersed in sorrow. At this, the attending disciple's eyebrows raised, clearly someone well-versed in gossip. However, this is common knowledge, not a secret. Upon reflection, the disciple added a remark. It was then that Lu Qing realized the identity of the individual before him. He was indeed one of those who had received an exceptional commendation. This revelation dispelled Lu Qing's initial confusion regarding the melancholic aura that surrounded the man. Such a unique method of cultivating one's heart amidst worldly affairs was indeed intriguing. Lu Qing pondered privately. Yet his primary concern remained the treasures he had acquired from the transaction. After much deliberation, he found it surprising that the 2 spiritual artifacts he obtained today came to him in such a manner. He inwardly lamented, as they say, fortune favors the prepared. Through his arduous journey of cultivation, Lu Qing had indeed begun to sense the arrival of good fortune, an inevitability he could not resist. However, He did not hasten to depart from the cultivation city. Rather, he intended to procure another item, the furnace fire. Initially, this was not something Lu Qing had anticipated. Yet, given the unexpected acquisition of the furnace material, it served as a reminder that to refine this artifact, one could not do without the furnace fire. Although he was skilled in the fireball technique, capable of conjuring a massive fireball in an instant or igniting an entire forest, the distinction between furnace fire and medicinal fire suggested a rationale for their existence. Chapter 93. The White Rainbow of Instrumental Fire. Instrumental fire is quite easy to procure. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, specifically operated by the Refining Institute, is a specialized merchant association for the art of crafting instruments, with branches in various cultivation cities. Here, one can find a plethora of items related to the refinement of instruments. Upon entering, Lu Qing was greeted by a maid clad in white, who welcomed him with a warm smile, inquiring whether he wished to purchase or sell. We have a wide array of treasures for refining instruments at fair and reasonable prices, she proclaimed, her professional demeanor accentuated by a genuine smile. Lu Qing articulated his needs, prompting a soft smile from the maid, her polite demeanor transforming into something more sincere. The instrumental fire is located on the second floor. Please follow me, she invited. The staff at this merchant association had grown adept at catering to the numerous disciples who frequented their establishment. They could discern the cultivation level of each visitor based on their expressed needs. The higher one's refining skill, the more discerning their taste, and significant transactions often followed. However, this was a peculiar time, and under normal circumstances, they operated on a model of modest profit through high sales volume, with newly initiated disciples being one of their target demographics. After acquiring the instrumental fire, wouldn't one also need to purchase a few materials? Or perhaps invest in detailed experiences from master refiners? With myriad exquisite spiritual tools and artifacts on display, it would be remiss not to acquire a few for further contemplation. For those less skilled in technique, purchasing a couple of refining furnaces would be prudent to avoid the calamity of an explosion without a replacement. The maid's beaming smile reflected a blend of professionalism and a hint of earnest persuasion as she regarded Lu Qing. Moments later, he departed from the chamber, his expression serene. He had procured the instrumental fire and left without even allowing the maid to complete her well-rehearsed sales pitch. I wish to indulge in a moment of generosity, yet I must utilize my spirit stones judiciously. This was merely an ordinary shopping excursion, while Lu Qing aspired to display a lavish spirit. His conscience would not permit such extravagance. With the instrumental fire secured, it was time to return. The fire he had acquired was not imbued with any hidden mysteries. It was simply a common flame, with a white base and crimson tips, a straightforwardly named fire known as the White Rainbow. This instrumental fire was preserved within a jade orb specifically designed for storing spiritual flames, allowing Lu Qing to refine it at home and utilize it as needed without the necessity of extracting it from the orb. Lu Qing soared through the skies, his spiritual energy coalescing into clouds that lifted him toward the vast eastern ocean. Upon entering the azure heavens, time lost its meaning. His return was not rushed. As he descended from the cloud, the mist that had enveloped Lingya Island for months suddenly dispersed, revealing an unobstructed path. Lu Qing stepped forward, and as he entered the island, the clouds on either side reformed, working in concert with the illusionary array to obscure and confuse any external perceptions. Upon reaching the mountaintop, outside the pavilion, Lu Qing seated himself at a table adorned with the treasures he had acquired. Foremost among them was the wooden fish bell. A surge of spiritual energy was transmitted through him, a wisp of soul power attaching itself without obstruction, swiftly undergoing refinement. Upon grasping the wooden fish bell, Lu Qing discovered it to be utterly hollow within. He flicked his fingers lightly against the bell's surface, and a resonant chime echoed throughout Lingya Island. The sound was both ethereal and profound, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. Lu Qing felt a tremor within, listening intently to the bell's toll. Threads of spiritual energy were drawn forth, revealing some of its profound mysteries, as if beckoning him to follow the sound. Thus, he realized that this wooden fish bell served not only to cleanse the spirit but also possessed the capability to ensnare souls. It was a tool for both enlightenment and ruthless manipulation. The bell's toll had a literal power of soul entrancement. Lu Qing, safeguarding his spirit, momentarily succumbed but quickly broke free. The allure emanating from the bell's sound was far more compelling than mere physical assault. The soul's enticement proved to be a formidable force. A ripple flickered in Lu Qing's eyes. If wielded wisely, this could serve as a potent weapon for widespread assault, adept in both ranged and close combat. In his cultivation of the spiritual realm, Lu Qing had achieved a harmonious integration of inner and outer practices, mastering the Xiantian Yuanjing and various soul cultivation techniques. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that most of the visualizations he encountered were rare, reminiscent of the magma visualization used by the elder during his initiation into spirit awakening. Yet, it was not solely about the soul, it also addressed the mind. The dual application of these abilities could catch one off guard, rendering defenses nearly futile. With the foresight imparted by Master Luo regarding the defensive capabilities, Lu Qing sensed its unique characteristics. Scanning with his mind, he felt an intrinsic connection to the wooden fish bell, a thread of primordial joy resonating within him. The defense he mentioned must constitute the bell's paramount ability. Curiosity piqued, Lu Qing concentrated, reciting the incantation. The bell on the table suddenly expanded in accordance with his intent, growing from a palm-sized object to one that nearly enveloped half of Lingya Island. From this vantage point, he unleashed several attacks. Yet the bronze surface of the bell remained undisturbed. He continued to test other offensive maneuvers, aside from a ripple akin to a water circle during the final assault. His strikes seemed absorbed rather than repelled. While this could partly be attributed to Lu Qing's restraint, such resilience confirmed Master Luo's assertions regarding its astonishing defenses. Understanding how to utilize this spiritual artifact, Lu Qing retracted the incantation, and in an instant, the bell returned to its original form. Able to both inflict harm and provide protection, could it be that his own aspirations were for a treasure that amalgamates offense and defense? Contemplating this, Lu Qing held another artifact prototype in his hand, pondering the possibilities of what it might become. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the exterior shimmered with a mystical light, and holding it felt akin to grasping a flowing stream or delicate silk, its texture remarkably smooth and soft. It was difficult to fathom that such a supple and irregular artifact could give rise to a spiritual tool. However, seizing the auspicious occasion of this day, he resolved to forge it without delay. Lu Qing contemplated for a moment, preparing to strike while the iron was hot and refine this remarkable embryo. After all, should fortune revert to its usual course by tomorrow, one could scarcely predict the minuscule probability of encountering a failure with such a rare artifact. Chapter 94. The Flying Leaf Vessel, Seclusion. Lu Qing cradled the spirit tool embryo in his left hand and ignited the white flame of the crafting fire with his right. Clouds coalesced into a platform, allowing him to sit serenely 3 meters above the precipice. He commenced the process with unwavering focus. The final step was shaping. To achieve the desired form, one must incinerate the material with the crafting fire, a fundamental principle mentioned in the manual accompanying the purchase of the fire. This step is widely acknowledged within the cultivation community as the simplest, boasting the highest success rate. When artisans craft tools for others, they often designate this phase for those wishing to participate in the process, providing practitioners a chance to fully engage. This step does not require intricate hand movements. Merely connecting one's consciousness to the embryo suffices. With a sweep of his palm, the crafting fire danced into view, and the embryo was cast forth, perfectly suspended above the flames, which flared eagerly at the gust of wind. As Lu Qing directed the fire to shape the embryo, myriad thoughts swirled within his mind. Typically, he would easily dispel any errant thoughts that intruded upon his tranquil heart. Yet now, as this was the first spirit tool brought forth by his own hands, he found himself contemplative regarding the form it should take. His thoughts tumbled forth, and the embryo, intertwined with the crafting fire, began to morph under the influence of his consciousness, manifesting various spectral shapes of spirit tools, blades thirsting for blood, heavy bells and cauldrons, flamboyant feather fans, and long whips. An abundance of ideas filled Lu Qing's mind, and he suddenly realized he had overlooked something crucial. No, that cannot be right, despite this being my first creation. I am destined to forge many more spirit tools in the future. I need not overthink this. Almost forgetting, I had a list for my journey outside the mountain. With clarity dawning upon him, Lu Qing recalled that he had intended to procure a common flying artifact. However, a series of events had distracted him, causing him to neglect the fact that he would soon embark on an external task necessitating a means of transport. While he was known for his kindness and had the wooden fish bell in hand, when venturing out, a mode of transport, though not mandatory, was indispensable. Once this realization struck him, the embryo began to gradually take form. At the heart of the crafting fire, a gentle white light gradually emerged. Lu Qing's heart brimmed with anticipation. After several breaths, as the mist-like flames dissipated, Lu Qing paused in astonishment, for before him appeared a delicate leaf. The pale green leaf measured 3 inches in length, resembling a finely carved piece of translucent jade. broad at the front and tapering towards the back, with vibrant, clear veins, exuding a faint ethereal essence. I have named my abode Spirit Leaf Island, and now I am bestowed with a spirit leaf vessel? Lu Qing found himself perplexed. Could it be that he had a peculiar affinity with leaves? Such coincidences are not typically how fate operates. It must be mere happenstance. Be it a leaf or a vessel, he resolved to test its capabilities first. As Lu Qing's consciousness intertwined with the spirit leaf, he probed its essence within. Indeed, this is a diminutive vessel resembling a leaf. Lu Qing felt a sense of relief. What he sought was an aerial spiritual artifact. Ascending to the heavens and plunging into the seas, it retained the essence of a boat, perpetually nourished by spiritual energy. With a faint possibility of developing sentience in the future, Lu Qing harbored no lofty expectations as he lacked the skill of artifact refinement. Others might achieve exceptional results in the final stages, perhaps resulting in a mid-grade spiritual artifact through mutual understanding. For someone like him, a novice, merely crafting a conventional form rather than an eccentric shape was already a significant achievement. Moreover, the potential for future sentience indicated promising prospects for this spiritual artifact. Reflecting on its merits, Lu Qing concluded that although this artifact was merely of low-grade status, the possibility of future development, albeit slim, was still preferable to absence. He had reaped substantial rewards today and could now prepare for seclusion. He almost forgot about the others. Directing his gaze towards the spiritual fields below, he raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy. Above, the clouds gathered densely, and with a soft plop, a crystalline droplet descended from the heavens. Following this, a nourishing spiritual rain cascaded down, quenching the thirst of the dragon heart and purple moonfruit trees. Humans possess sentience, while trees might thrive even without it. This place, often shrouded in spiritual mist, would suffice for their nourishment. He intended to enter seclusion for a time, ensuring they were well-watered first. After his previous harvest, Lu Qing had been bestowing them spiritual rain almost daily, a rain composed of concentrated spiritual energy. The cloud rain technique he employed resulted in a marked increase in the rain's spiritual essence. Furthermore, with a river nearby and a lake at hand, their survival was assured. Though the quality of the yield might suffer slightly, this was an unavoidable reality. Lu Qing was preparing for seclusion, after which he would depart from Lingye Island to undertake tasks beyond the mountains. Fortunately, these trees were not so fragile that they would perish instantly without spiritual rain. Lu Qing increasingly felt that opting for these resilient spiritual trees rather than pursuing more challenging ones had been a wise decision, truly a low-risk choice. For instance, this low-risk attribute included their non-fussy nature, unlike those high-risk plants with stringent nurturing requirements that promise substantial rewards. Lu Qing, now not merely an amateur but a novice spiritual cultivator, could not claim the ability to sustain the more demanding varieties requiring precious nourishment. March had just begun, and he calculated that there was ample time this year. The importance of seclusion was paramount, and he doubted it would require a full year. He contemplated silently. Since he was prioritizing seclusion and had made advancements in various aspects,